Volume 2. 18. The Chest. From Mrs. Mac-Gichi, Islay. Before this there was a king, and he wished to see his son with a wife before she should depart. His son said he had better go for a wife, and he gave him £50 to get her. He went forward into a hostelry to stay in it. He went down to a chamber with a good fire in front of him, and when he had gotten meat, the man of the house went down to talk to him. He told the man of the house the journey on which he was. The man of the house told him he need not go further, that there was a little house opposite to his sleeping chamber, that the man of the house had 3 fine daughters. And if he would stand in the window of his chamber in the morning, that he would see one after another coming to dress herself. That they were all like each other, and that he could not distinguish one from the other, but that the eldest had a mole. That many were going to ask for them, but that none got them, because whoever wished for one, must tell whether the one he liked best was younger or older, and if he made her out, that she would cost him £100. I have but half 100, said the king's son. I will give thee another £50, said the man of the house, if thou wilt pay me at the end of a day and a year. And if thou dost not pay me, a strip of skin shall come from the top of thy head to the sole of thy foot. On the morrow when he rose he went to the window, he saw the girls coming to dress themselves. And after meat in the morning, he went over to the house of their father. When he went in he was taken down to a chamber, and the man of the house went down to talk to him. He told the journey on which he was, and he said to him, They tell me that thou hast 3 fine daughters. I have that same, but I am afraid that it is not thou who wilt buy them. I will give them a trial, at all events, said he. The 3 were sent down before him, and it was said to him, whether she, the one he liked best, was the elder or younger. He thought he would take the one with the mole, because he knew she was the eldest. She then was much pleased that it was she herself he was for. He asked her father how much she would be, and her father said she would be £100. He bought her and he took her to the house of his father, and they married. Shortly after they married his father departed. A day or 2 after the death of the old king, the young king was out hunting. He saw a great ship coming into the strand. Leigh went down to ask the captain what he had on board. The captain said that he had a cargo of silk. Thou must, said he, give me a gown of the best silk thou hast for my wife. Indeed, said the captain, thou must have an exceedingly good wife when thou must have a gown of the best silk I have on board. I have that, said the king, a wife many of whose equals are not to be got. Wilt thou lay a wager, said the captain, that with all her goodness I will not get leave to enter thy chamber? I will lay a wager, anything thou desirest, that thou wilt not. What wager wilt thou lay, said the captain. I will put the heirship in pledge, said the king. Said the captain, I will put all the silk in ship in pledge to thee that I will. The captain came on shore and the king went on board. The captain went where the henwife was, to try if she could make any way to get in with to king's chamber that night. The henwife thought a while, and she said that she did not think that there was any way that would succeed. The captain rose here, and he was going. Stop thou, said she, I have thought on a way. Her maid servant and I are well with each other. I will say to her that I have got word from a sister of mine that I will scarce find her alive. I will say to the king's wife that I must go to see my sister, that I have a big kist of good worth, and I should like if she would oblige me and let it into her own sleeping chamber till I come back. She went where the queen was, she asked her this, and she got leave. Here the captain was put into the kist, and the king's gillies were gathered, and the kist put in the chamber. The king's wife was within by herself wearying, for the king was not coming home. At last she went to bed. When she was going to bed she put a gold ring that was on her finger, and a gold chain that was about her neck, on a board that was opposite to the bed. When the man who was in the kist thought that she had time to be asleep, he rose and he took with him the chain and the ring, and he went into the kist again. At the mouth of day came the henwife to ask for the kist. The gillies were gathered, and the kist was taken down. When every one went from the house, as soon as he could, the captain rose and he went down to the ship, he shook the chain and the ring at the king. Then the king thought that the captain had been with his wife, or that he could not have the chain and ring. He said to the captain, would he put him over to the other side of the loch? The captain said that he would. When the captain got him over, he returned himself, and he went to dwell in the king's house. Then the king's wife did not know what to do with herself, for that the king had not come home. She went that day and she dressed herself in man's clothes, and she went down to the strand. She met with a boat, and she said to them, would they put her over on the other side? They put her over, and she went on forward till she reached the house of a gentleman. She struck in the door, and the maid's servant came down. She said to her, did she know if her master wanted a stable gillie? The maid's servant said, that she did not know, but that she would ask. The maid's servant went and she asked her master if he wanted a stable gillie. He said, he did, and he asked that he should come in. He engaged her, and she stayed working about the stable. There was a herd of wild beasts coming every night, and going into an empty barn that the gentleman had, a wild man after them, and his face covered with beard. She kept asking her master to send a man with her, and that they would catch him. Her master said, that he would not, that they had no business with them, and that he had not done any harm to them. She went out one night by herself, and she stole with her the key of the barn door. She lay hid in a hole till the wild man and the beasts went in. She took with her the gillies, and they caught the wild man. They brought him in and they took off his beard. When the beard came off him she knew him, but she took no notice, and he did not know her. On the morrow he was about to go, but she spoke to her master to keep him. That the work was too heavy on her, and that she needed help. Her master ordered her to keep him. She kept him with her, and he himself and she were cleaning the stable. A short time after this she spoke to her master for leave to go home on a trip to see her friends. Her master gave her leave. She said she would like well to have her gillie with her, and the two best horses that were in the stable. When they went, she was questioning him by the way what had made him go with these wild beasts, or what he was at before the day. He would not tell her anything. They went on forward till they came to the hostelry where he had got the £500. When she set her face down to the house, he refused to go into it. She said to him, did he do anything wrong, as he was refusing to go into it? He said, that he had got £100 from the man of the house. She said to him, had he paid them? And he said, that he had not paid, and that a strip of skin was to come from the top of his head to the sole of his foot, if it was not paid at the end of a day and a year. She said, it would be well deserved. But that she was going to stay the night in the hostelry, and that she must go down. She asked him to put the horses into the stable, and they went into the hostelry. He was standing in the door of the stable, and his head was bent. The man of the house came out, and he saw him. My big gillie, I have thee here, said the man of the house, art thou going to pay me today? I am not, said he. Then he went in, and they were going to begin to cut the strip of skin. She heard the noise, and she asked what they were going to do to her gillie. They said, they were going to cut a strip of skin off him from his crown to his sole. If that was to be done, said she, he was not to lose a drop of blood. Send up here a web of linen, let him stand on it, and if a drop of blood comes out of him, another strip of skin shall come off thee. Here there was nothing for it but to let him go, they could not make anything of it. Early on the morrow she took him over with her to the house of her father. If he was against going to the hostelry the night before, he was 7 times as much when going to her father's house. Didst thou do harm here too, as thou art against going in? I got a wife here such a time since. What came of her? I don't know. No wonder whatever happens to thee, thou hast only to put up with all that comes thy way. When her father saw him, he said, I have thee here. Where is thy wife? I don't know where she is. What didst thou to her, said her father. He could not tell what he had done to her. Now there was nothing to be done but to hang him to a tree. There was to be a great day about the hanging, and a great many gentlemen were to come to see it. She asked her father what they were going to do to her gillie. Her father said, that they were going to hang him. He bought a wife from me, and he does not know what has happened to her. She went out to see the gentles coming into the town. She asked of the one of the finest horse, what was his worth. 5 score, said he. Though he were 500s, he's mine, said she. She told her servant to put a shot in the horse. She asked her father if he had paid for his wife. He said he had paid. If he paid, said she, thou hast no business with him, he might do what he liked with her. I bought the finest horse that came into the town today, I made my gillie put a shot in him, and who dares to say that it is ill? Here there was nothing to be done but to let him loose. They could do nothing to him because he had bought her. Here she went into her father's house, and she told one of her sisters to give her a gown. What art thou going to do with a gown? Said she. Never mind, if I spoil it I'll pay for it. When she put on the gown her father and sisters knew her. Her father and sisters told him that it was she was with him, and he did not believe them. She put off the woman's clothes and put on the man's clothes again. They went, herself and he, they went on forward till they were near his own old house. Now, said she, we will stay here tonight. Do thou sit at the top of the stair, and thou shalt set down all the talk that I and the man of the house will have. When they went in and sat, she and the man of the house began to talk together. I thought, said she to the captain, that a king was dwelling here. How didst thou get it? He was that who was here before, but I am thinking, as thou art a stranger, that I may tell thee how I got it. Thou mayest, said she, I will not make a tale of thee, the matter does not touch me. He told her every turn, how the hen wife had put him in the kist, and the rest of the matter, to the going of the king on the morrow. Very early on the morrow the man of the house was going to court. He said to her, that if she was not in a hurry to go away, that she might go with him to listen to the court. She said, she would be willing, and she would like well that her gillie should be with her. She went in the coach with the captain, and her gillie rode after her. When the court was over she said, that she had got a word or two to say, if it were their pleasure to let her speak. They said to her, to let them hear what she had to say. She said to her gillie, rise up and give them the paper thou wrotest last night. When they read the paper, she said, what should be done to that man? Hang him, if he were here, said they. There you have him, said she, do with him what you will. Herself and the king got back to their own house, and they were as they were before. Gaelic omitted. This was written, April 1859, by Hector MacLean, from the dictation of Catherine Milloy, a Cowal woman, married to a mayor at Kilmeny, Isle One Angus MacGeachie. Mrs. MacGeachie learned the story from a young man who resides in Cowal, Robert McColl. May 1860. No other version of this story has come to me as yet. It resembles Cymbeline in some of the incidents. And one incident, that of the blood, is like Portia's defense in the Jew of Venice. It is worth remark that the scene of Cymbeline is partly laid in Britain, partly in Italy. In the Decameron, Second Day, Novel 9, is the Italian story from which Cymbeline is supposed to have originated. Bernard of Genoa is imposed upon by one Ambrose, loses his money, and orders his wife, who is quite innocent, to be put to death. She makes her escape, and goes in man's dress into the service of the Sultan. There she meets with the deceiver, and, sending for her husband to Alexandria, has him punished. She then resumes her former habit, and returns with her husband rich to Genoa. In the Decameron, the Italian merchants dispute at Paris, and lay a bet. A poor woman who frequented the house, replaces the Gaelic hen wife. The man who was hid in the chest took a ring, a girdle, a purse, and a gown, and in the Gaelic he takes a ring and a chain. The wife disguises herself as a man in both, but the service which she undertakes is different. And the Sultan is replaced by a gentleman. In both stories she discloses the cheat in open court, in the one, before the Sultan's court, in the other, in a court to them. But though there are such resemblances, the two stories differ widely in spirit, in incident, in scene, and in detail. Those who hold that old stories are handed down traditionally, will probably consider this to be one of the kind. And if so, Shakespeare may have gathered his incidents at home. On the other hand, so well known a book as the Decameron, translated into English, 1566, might well account for part of the story. In either case it is curious to trace the resemblance and the difference in these three versions of what appears to be the same popular tale, told by Boccaccio, Shakespeare, and a farmer's wife in the Highlands. If traditional, the story would seem to belong to a forgotten state of society. It is not now the custom to buy a wife, and thereby acquire the right to shoot her, and yet this right is insisted on, and acknowledged, and the story hinges on it. It seems that the Gauls had the power of life and death over their families, and that there was a custom very like the purchase of a wife among the old Icelanders. There used to be, and probably there still are, certain ceremonies about betrothals, both in Norway and in the Highlands, which look like the remains of some such forgotten practice. In the Highlands, a man used to go on the part of the bridegroom to settle the dower with the bride's father, or someone who acted for him. They argued the point, and the argument gave rise to much fun and rough wit. For example, here is one bit of such a discussion, of which I remember to have heard long ago. This is the youngest and the last, she must be the worst, you must give me a large dower, or I will not take her. Men always sell the shots first when they can, this is the best I should give no dower at all. The first knotty point settled, and the wedding day fixed, the bridegroom, before the wedding day, sent a best man and maid to look after the bride, and gathered all his friends at home. The bride also gathered her friends, and her party led the way to church. The bride was supported by the best man and best maid, and a piper played before them. The bridegroom's party marched first on the way home. And then there was a jollification, and a ball, and some curious ceremonies with a stocking. The strip of skin to be cut from the debtor is mentioned in other stories. And I believe such a mode of torture can be traced amongst the Scandinavians who once owned the Western Islands. In another story which I have heard, a man was to be punished by cutting iall, a thong, from his head to his heels, another from his forehead to his feet, a thong to tie them, and a thong to make all fast. Tiagosda is the word commonly used for an inn. It is probably derived from the same root as hostelry Spanish, hostel, French, hotel. Ciamber is pronounced almost exactly like the French chamber, the only difference being that between the French A and the Gaelic O. Servant is very near the French servanti. 19. The Inheritance. From Donald MacIntyre, Benbecula. There was once a farmer, and he was well off. He had 3 sons. When he was on the bed of death he called them to him, and he said, "My sons, I am going to leave you. Let there be no disputing when I am gone. In a certain drawer, in a dresser in the inner chamber, you will find a sum of gold. Divide it fairly and honestly amongst you, work the farm, and live together as you have done with me." And shortly after the old man went away. The sons buried him. And when all was over, they went to the drawer, and when they drew it out there was nothing in it. They stood for a while without speaking a word. Then the youngest spoke, and he said, "There is no knowing if there ever was any money at all." The second said, "There was money surely, wherever it is now," and the eldest said, "Our father never told a lie, there was money certainly, though I cannot understand the matter." "Come," said the eldest, "let us go to such an old man. He was our father's friend, he knew him well, he was at school with him, and no man knew so much of his affairs. Let us go to consult him." So the brothers went to the house of the old man, and they told him all that had happened. "Stay with me," said the old man, "and I will think over this matter. I cannot understand it, but, as you know, your father and I were very great with each other. When he had children I had sponsorship, and when I had children he had gosji. I know that your father never told a lie. And he kept them there, and he gave them meat and drink for 10 days. Then he sent for the 3 young lads, and he made them sit down beside him, and he said, There was once a young lad, and he was poor, and he took love for the daughter of a rich neighbor, and she took love for him. But because he was so poor there could be no wedding. So at last they pledged themselves to each other, and the young man went away, and stayed in his own house. After a time there came another suitor, and because he was well off, the girl's father made her promise to marry him, and after a time they were married. But when the bridegroom came to her, he found her weeping and bewailing. And he said, "What ails thee?" The bride would say nothing for a long time, but at last she told him all about it, and how she was pledged to another man. "Dress thyself," said the man, "and follow me." So she dressed herself in the wedding clothes, and he took the horse, and put her behind him, and rode to the house of the other man, and when he got there, he struck in the door, and he called out, "Is there man within?" And when the other answered, he left the bride there within the door, and he said nothing, but he returned home. Then the man got up, and got a light, and who was there but the bride in her wedding dress? "What brought thee here?" said he. "Such a man," said the bride. "I was married to him today, and when I told him of the promise we had made, he brought me here himself and left me." "Sit thou there," said the man, "art thou not married?" So he took the horse, and he rode to the priest, and he brought him to the house, and before the priest he loosed the woman from the pledge she had given, and he gave her a line of writing that she was free, and he set her on the horse, and said, "Now return to thy husband." So the bride rode away in the darkness in her wedding dress. She had not gone far when she came to a thick wood where 3 robbers stopped and seized her. "Aha!" said one, "we have waited long, and we have got nothing, but now we have got the bride herself." "Oh," said she, let me go to my husband, the man that I was pledged to has let me go. Here are 10 pounds in gold, take them, and let me go on my journey." And so she begged and prayed for a long time, and told what had happened to her. At last one of the robbers, who was of a better nature than the rest, said, "Come, as the others have done this, I will take you home myself." "Take thou the money," said she. "I will not take a penny," said the robber. But the other 2 said, "Give us the money," and they took the 10 pounds. The woman rode home, and the robber left her at her husband's door, and she went in, and showed him the writing that the other had given her before the priest, and they were well pleased. "Now," said the old man, "which of all these do you think did best?" So the eldest son said, "I think the man that sent the woman to him to whom she was pledged, was the honest, generous man, he did well." The second said, "Yes, but the man to whom she was pledged did still better, when he sent her to her husband." Then, said the youngest, "I don't know myself, but perhaps the wisest of all were the robbers who got the money." Then the old man rose up, and he said, "Thou hast thy father's gold and silver. I have kept you here for 10 days, I have watched you well. I know your father never told a lie, and thou hast stolen the money." And so the youngest son had to confess the fact, and the money was got and divided. I know nothing like number 19. Number 20 begins like a German story in Grimm, but the rest is unlike anything I have read or heard. The first part has come to me in another shape, from Rossshire, and some men whom I met in South Uist seem to know these incidents. The 2 belong to the class referred to in the introduction, page 35. As fourth, many of the novels in Boccaccio might be ranked with the same class. They are embryo 3-volume novels, which only require nursing by a good writer to become full-grown books. There are plenty of the kind throughout the Highlands, and, as it seems to me, they are genuine popular traditions, human stories, whose incidents would suit a king or a peasant equally well. Without a wide knowledge of books, it is impossible to say whence these stories came, or whether they are invented by the people. MacIntyre said he had learned those which he told me from old men like himself, in his native island. And all others whom I have questioned say the same of their stories. 20. The 3 Wise Men. From Donald MacIntyre, Benbecula. There was once a farmer, and he was very well off, but he had never cast an eye on the women, though he was old enough to be married. So one day he took the horse and saddle, and rode to the house of another farmer, who bade a daughter, to see if she would suit him for a wife, and when he got there the farmer asked him to come in, and gave him food and drink. And he saw the daughter, and he thought she would suit him well. So he said to the father, "I am thinking it is time for me to be married, I am going to look for a wife." Here there was a long conversation, which I forget. So the man told his wife what the other had said, and she told her daughter to make haste and set the house in order, for that such a man was come and he was looking for a wife, and she had better show how handy she was. Well, never mind, the daughter was willing enough, so she began to set the house in order, and the first thing she thought of was to make up the fire, so she ran out of the house to the peat stack. Well, while she was bent down filling her apron with peats, what should fall but a great heap from the top of the stack on her head and shoulders. So she thought to herself, oh, now, if I were married to that man, and about to be a mother, and all these peats fallen on my head, I should now be finished and all my posterity. And she gave a great burst of weeping, and sat down lamenting and bewailing. The mother was longing for her daughter to come back, so she went out and found her sitting crying in the end of the peat stack, and she said, What is on thee? And the daughter said, Oh, mother, the peat stack fell on my head, and I thought if I were now married to that man, and about to be a mother, I was done, and all my posterity. And the mother said, That is true for thee, my daughter. That is true, indeed, and she sat down and cried too. Then the father was getting cold, so he too went out, wondering what kept the women, and when he found them, they told him what happened, and he said, That would have been unfortunate indeed, and he began to roar and cry too. The wooer at last came out himself, and found them all crying in the end of the peat stack, and when they had told him why they were lamenting, he said, Never you mind. It may be that this may never happen at all. Go you indoors, and cry no more. Then he took his horse and saddle, and rode home, and as he went, he thought, What a fool I am to be stopping here all my life. Here I sit, and know no more of the world than a stalk. I know how to grow corn, and that is all I know. I will go and see the world, and I will never come home till I find thee as wise as those were foolish whom I left crying in the peat stack. And so when he got home, he set everything in order, and took the horse and went away. And he travelled the Gaeldom and the Galdom highlands and strange lands for many a day, and got much knowledge. At last, one fine evening he came to a pretty plot of green ground in a glen, by a river, and on it there were 3 men standing. They were like each other, and dressed alike. Their dress was a long coat with short breeches, and a broad belt about the middle, and caps on their heads. What dress is that? That is the dress they used to wear here. I remember my father well. He always wore it. So he put fealty on them, saluted them. The 3 men never answered a word. They looked at him, and then they bent their heads slowly towards each other. Here the narrator bent his own head, and spoke solemnly, and there they stayed with their heads bowed for 10 minutes. Then they raised their heads, and one said, If I had without what I have within, I would give thee a night's share. The second said, If I had done what is undone, I would give thee a night's share. And the third said, I have nothing more than usual, come with me. So the farmer followed the old man to his house, wondering what all this should mean. When they had gone in and sat down, he wondered still more, for his host never offered him a drink till he had told him all about his journey. Then he said, Quicker is a drink than a tale. And the old man gave a laugh, and struck the board, and a fine woman came and gave him a great cup of ale, and that was good. And he drank it, and thought to himself, If I had that woman for my wife, she would be better than the one I left weeping in the peat stack. The old man laughed again, and he said, If 2 were willing that might be. The farmer wondered that this old man should know his thoughts, and answer them, but he held his tongue. Then the old man struck the board, and a girl came in, and he thought, If I had that one for my wife, she would be better than the girl I left howling in the peat stack. The old man gave another little laugh, and he said, If 3 were willing that might be 2, and the girl set a small pot on the fire. The farmer looked at it, and thought, This man must have a small company. Ah, said the man, it will go about. Now, said the farmer, I must know what all this means. I will neither eat nor drink in this house unless you tell me. I saluted you, and you bent your heads, and never answered for 10 minutes. When you did speak, I could not understand you, and now you seem to understand my thoughts. Then the old man said, Sit down, and I will explain it all. Our father was a very wise man. We never knew how wise he was till long after he went away. We are 3 brothers, and on the bed of death our father left us this pretty place, and we have it amongst us, and plenty besides. Our father made us swear that we would never talk on important matters but in whispers. When thou camest, we bent our heads and whispered, as we always do, for men cannot dispute in a whisper, and we never quarrel. My first brother had the corpse of his mother-in-law within, he was unwilling to ask a stranger to a house of sorrow. She is to be buried tomorrow if that were out which he had within, he had given thee a night's share. My second brother has a wife who will do nothing till she gets 3 blows of a stick. Then she is like other women, and a good wife. He did not like a stranger to see the blows given, and he knew she would do nothing without them if he had done what was undone, he had given thee a night's share. I had nothing to do more than usual. Thou didst tell thy news, and when my wife came in, I knew thy thought. If I were dead, and thou and she were willing, you might be married. So if I, and thou, and my daughter were willing, you might be married too. Now, then, said the old man, sit and eat. The little pot will go about, it will serve for us. My company eat without. On the morrow, the old man said, I must go to the funeral to my brother's house, do thou stay here. But he said, I will not stay in any man's house when he is away. I will go with you to the funeral. When came back he stayed some time in the old man's house. He married the daughter, and got a good share of the property. And, now, was not that a lucky peat stack for the farmer? This story and number 19 were told to me on the 6th of September, 1859, in the inn at the sound of Benbecula, by a man whose name would sound to Saxon ears like Dolacolicchiarlic. A Celt would know it for Donald MacDonald MacCharles, and his surname is McIntyre. He is a cotter, and lives in Benbecula. Donald is known as a good teller of tales, so I walked 6 miles to his house and heard him tell a long version of the tale of Conall Gulbenach. It lasted an hour, and I hope to get it written some day. I have other versions of the same incidents. There was an audience of all the people of the village who were within reach, including Mr. Torrey, who lives there near Baal nan Cailliach, which is probably so called from an old nunnery. After the story, the same man recited a fragment of a poem about Finn and his companions. A man returning from battle with a vast number of heads on a withy, meets a lady who questions him, he recites the history of the heads, and how their owners died. The poem was given rapidly and fluently. The story was partly told in measured prose. But it was very much spun out, and would have gained by condensation. I told the old man that he had too many leaves on his tree, which he acknowledged to be a fair criticism. He followed me to the inn afterwards, and told me other stories. The household being assembled about the door, and in the room, and taking a warm interest in the proceedings. After a couple of glasses of hot whiskey and water, my friend, who was well up in years, walked off home in the dark. And I noted down the heads of his stories in English, because my education, as respects Gaelic writing, was never completed. They are given as I got them, condensed, but unaltered. Donald says he has many more of the same kind. 21. A Puzzle. From Kenneth Mlennan, Turnade, Rossshire. There was a custom once through the Gaeldom, when a man would die, that the whole people of the place would gather together to the house in which the dead man was Tyre fair, the shaling of watching, and they would be at drinking and singing and telling tales, till the white day should come. At this time they were gathered together in the house of watching, and there was a man in this house, and when the tale went about, he had neither tale nor song, and as he had not, he was put out at the door. When he was put out he stood at the end of the barn, he was afraid to go farther. He was but a short time standing when he saw 9, dressed in red garments, going past, and shortly after that he saw other 9 going past in green dresses. Shortly after this he saw other 9 going past in blue dresses. A while after that came a horse, and a woman and a man on him. Said the woman to the man, I will go to speak to that man who is there at the end of the barn. She asked him what he was doing standing there. He told her. Sawest thou any man going past since the night fell? Said she. He said that he had, he told her all he had seen. "Thou sawest all that went past since the night fell," said she. "Well then," said she, "the first 9 thou sawest, these were brothers of my father, and the second 9 brothers of my mother, and the third 9, these were my own sons, and they are altogether sons to that man who is on the horse. That is my husband, and there is no law in Erin, nor in Alaba, nor in Sason that can find fault with us. Go thou in, and I myself will not believe but that a puzzle is on them till day," and she went and she left him. Gaelic omitted. Written by Hector Urquhart. The answer is founded on a mistaken belief that it is lawful for a woman to marry her grandmother's husband. I am told that there are numerous puzzles of the same kind now current in India. 22. The Ridere, Knight, of Riddles. From John Mackenzie, fisherman, near Inverary. There was a king once, and he married a great lady, and she departed on the birth of her first son. And a little after this the king married another one, and he had a son by this one too. The 2 lads were growing up. Then it struck in the queen's head that it was not her son who would come into the kingdom. And she set it before her that she would poison the eldest son. And so she sent advice to the cook that they would put poison in the drink of the heir. But as luck was in it, so it was that the youngest brother heard them, and he said to his brother not to take the draught, nor to drink it at all, and so he did. But the queen wondered that the lad was not dead. And she thought that there was not enough of poison in the drink, and she asked the cook to put more in the drink on this night. It was thus they did, and when the cook made up the drink, she said that he would not be long alive after this draught. But his brother heard this also, and he told this likewise. The eldest thought he would put the draught into a little bottle, and he said to his brother, "If I stay in this house I have no doubt she will do for me some way or other, and the quicker I leave the house the better. I will take the world for my pillow, and there is no knowing what fortune will be on me." His brother said that he would go with him, and they took themselves off to the stable, and they put saddles on 2 horses and they took their sauls out of that. They had not gone very far from the house when the eldest one said, "There is no knowing if poison was in the drink at all, though we went away. Try it in the horse's ear and we shall see." The horse went not far when he fell. "That was only a rattlebones of a horse at all events," said the eldest one, and together they got up on the one horse, and so they went forwards. "But," said he, "I can scarce believe that there is any poison in the drink, let's try it on this horse." That he did, and they went not far when the horse fell cold dead. They thought to take the hide off him, and that it would keep them warm on this night for it was close at hand. In the morning when they woke they saw 12 ravens coming and lighting on the carcass of the horse, and they were not long there when they fell over dead. They went and lifted the ravens, and they took them with them, and the first town they reached they gave the ravens to a baker, and they asked him to make 12 pies of the ravens. They took the pies with them, and they went on their journey. About the mouth of night, and when they were in a great thick wood that was there came 24 robbers out of the wood, and they said to them to deliver their purses. But they said that they had no purse, but that they had a little food which they were carrying with them. Good as even meat, and the robbers began to eat it, but they had not eaten too boldly when they fell hither and thither. When they saw that the robbers were dead, they ransacked their pockets, and they got much gold and silver on the robbers. They went forward till they reached the Knight of Riddles. The house of the Knight of Riddles was in the finest place in that country, and if his house was pretty, it was his daughter was pretty, indeed. Her like was not on the surface of the world altogether. So handsome was she, and no one would get her to marry but the man who would put a question to this knight that he could not solve. The chaps thought that they would go and they would try to put a question to him. And the youngest one was to stand in place of Gilly to his eldest brother. They reached the house of the Knight of Riddles with this question: 1 killed 2, and 2 killed 12, and 12 killed 24, and 2 got out of it. And they were to be in great majesty and high honor till he should solve the riddle. They were thus a while with the Ridere, but on a day of days came one of the knight's daughters' maidens of company to the Gilly, and asked him to tell her the question. He took her plaid from her and let her go, but he did not tell her, and so did the 12 maidens, day after day, and he said to the last one that no creature had the answer to the riddle but his master down below. No matter. The gillie told his master each thing as it happened. But one day after this came the knight's daughter to the eldest brother, and she was so fine, and she asked him to tell her the question. And now there was no refusing her, and so it was that he told her, but he kept her plaid. And the knight of Riddles sent for him, and he solved the riddle. And he said that he had two choices, to lose his head, or to be let go in a crazy boat without food or drink, without oar or scoop. The chap spoke and he said, I have another question to put to thee before all these things happen. Say on, said the knight. Myself and my gillie were on a day in the forest shooting. My gillie fired at a hare, and she fell, and he took her skin off, and let her go, and so he did to 12, he took their skins off and let them go. And at last came a great fine hare, and I myself fired at her, and I took her skin off and I let her go. Indeed thy riddle is not hard to solve, my lad, said the knight. And so the lad got the knight's daughter to wife, and they made a great hearty wedding that lasted a day and a year. The youngest one went home now that his brother had got so well on his way, and the eldest brother gave him every right over the kingdom that was at home. There were near the march of the kingdom of the Knight of Riddles 3 giants, and they were always murdering and slaying some of the knight's people, and taking the spoil from them. On a day of days the Knight of Riddles said to his son-in-law, that if the spirit of a man were in him, he would go to kill the giants, as they were always bringing such losses on the country. And thus it was, he went and he met the giants, and he came home with the 3 giants' heads, and he threw them at the knight's feet. Thou art an able lad doubtless, and thy name hereafter is the Hero of the White Shield. The name of the Hero of the White Shield went far and near. The brother of the Hero of the White Shield was exceedingly strong and clever, and without knowing what the Hero of the White Shield was, he thought he would try a trick with him. The Hero of the White Shield was now dwelling on the lands of the giants, and the knight's daughter with him. His brother came and he asked to make a comrade, fight as a bull, with him. The men began at each other, and they took to wrestling from morning till evening. At last and at length, when they were tired, weak, and given up, the Hero of the White Shield jumped over a great rampart, and he asked him to meet him in the morning. This leap put the other to shame, and he said to him, Well may it be that thou wilt not be so supple about this time tomorrow. The young brother now went to a poor little bothy that was near to the house of the Hero of the White Shield tired and drowsy, and in the morning they dared the fight again. And the Hero of the White Shield began to go back, till he went backwards into a river. There must be some of my blood in thee before that was done to me. Of what blood art thou? Said the youngest. 'Tis I am son of Arden, great king of the Alban. 'Tis I am thy brother. It was now they knew each other. They gave luck and welcome to each other, and the Hero of the White Shield now took him into the palace, and she it was that was pleased to see him the knight's daughter. He stayed a while with them, and after that he thought that he would go home to his own kingdom, and when he was going past a great palace that was there he saw 12 men playing at shinny over against the palace. He thought he would go for a while and play shinny with them, but they were not long playing shinny when they fell out, and the weakest of them caught him and he shook him as he would a child. He thought it was no use for him to lift a hand amongst these 12 worthies, and he asked them to whom they were sons. They said they were children of the one father, the brother of the Hero of the White Shield, but that no one of them had the same mother. I am your father, said he, and he asked them if their mothers were all alive. They said that they were. He went with them till he found the mothers, and when they were all for going, he took home with him the 12 wives and the 12 sons, and I don't know but that his seed are kings on Alba till this very day. Gaelic omitted. Written down from the recitation of John Mackenzie, fisherman at Inverary, who says that he learned the tale from an old man in Lorne many years ago. He has been 36 years at Inverary. He first told me the tale fluently, and afterwards dictated it to me, and the words written are, as nearly as possible, those used by Mackenzie on the first occasion. Hector Urquhart. April, 1859. The word pronounced Ridere, and variously spelt Ridere, Ridere, and Ridere, is explained in a manuscript history of the Campbells, written about 1827, as Ry, King Day, after Re, king. If this be correct, the word would mean a following or minor king. It may equally be a corruption of Ridere, or Ridere, and I have translated it by knight, because it is now applied to all knights. The author of the manuscript says, the term is handed down even in Gaelic tales, and mentions several which were then current, Ridere nan Splu, and in Ridere Ruad. He adds, that Ridere in Dub Loch Oich, the Black Knights of Loch Awe, was the name then used by old Highlanders in mentioning the chiefs of the Dwin, Campbells. And that the ruins of Eredin Castle were then known by no other name than Lerich Tai nan Ridere in the ruins of the House of the Knights. The writer argues from old manuscript histories, charters, etc. that the term was brought from Ireland by the colony who settled in Cantyre at a very early period, and, who spread thence over Argyllshire, and founded a kingdom, of which frequent mention is made in Irish annals as the Dalrudnan. Or Scoto-Irish colonization of Argyll, Cantyre, Lorne, and Islay. It is supposed to have taken place about AD 503, under Lorne, Fergus, and Angus, 3 sons of Eric, the descendant of Cairbre Ruad, a son of Conairy II, who ruled as chief king of Ireland AD 212. Be that as it may, all the Gaelic traditions now current in the Isles point at an Irish migration which took place in the year of grace once upon a time, and the word Ridere occurs continually, where it seems to mean a small king. And a king of Erin. For example, there was a king, Re, and a Ridere as there was and will be and, as grows the fir tree, some of them crooked and some of them straight, and he was a king of Erin. Even the word Albanac, now used for Scotchman, means wanderer. When the king's son changes his name, after killing the giants, it seems as if he were made a knight. This tale, then, would seem to be some mythological account of events which may be traced in Grimm's stories, in the classics, and elsewhere, mixed up with names and titles belonging to the colonization of Argyllshire by Irish tribes. And all applied to the kings of Scotland in the last sentence. It is a fair representation of the strange confusion of reality and fancy, history and mythology, of which I believe these stories to be composed. The nearest story to it which I know is Das Rathsel, in Grimm, number 22. Several versions are given in the 3rd volume, which seem to vary from each other, about as much as this Gaelic version varies from them all. There is something like the fight between Romulus and his brother. Alba means Scotland. 23. The Burgh. From Alexander MacDonald, Tennant, and others, Barra, July 1859. For were watching cattle in Baleburgh, Burgh F farm. They were in a fold. The 4 were Domhnall Mac Elithane, Domhnall Macintysour, Callum Mac Nill, and Domhnall Domhnallach. They saw a dog. Callum Mac Nill said that they should strike the dog. Said Domhnall Mac Elithane, we will not strike. If thou strikest him thou wilt repent it. Callum Mac Nill struck the dog, and his hand and his arm lost their power. He felt a great pain in his hand and his arm, and one of the other lads carried his stick home, he could not carry it himself. He was lamenting his hand, and he went where there was an old woman, Nick a Fie, to get knowledge about his hand. She said to him that he would be so till the end of a day and a year. And at the end of a day and year, to go to the knoll and say to it, if thou dost not let with me the strength of my hand, I or my race will leave neither stick nor stone of thee that we will not drive to pieces. At the end of a day and year his comrade said, there is now a day and year since thou hast lost the power of thy hand, come to the knoll till thy hand get its power, as the woman said. He went himself and his comrades. They reached the hill. He drew his stick, and he said to the knoll, if thou dost not let with me the strength of my hand, I myself or my race will leave neither stick nor stone of thee that we will not drive to pieces. And he got the power of his hand. Gaelic omitted. Written by Hector MacLean, from the telling of a man in Barra. This may be compared with the Manx tradition about the black dog, at Peel Castle. 24. The Tulman. From Alexander MacDonald, Tennant, and others, Barra. July 1859. Here was a woman in Bale Thangisdale, and she was out seeking a couple of calves. And the night and lateness caught her, and there came rain and tempest, and she was seeking shelter. She went to a knoll with the couple of calves, and she was striking a tether peg into it. The knoll opened. She heard a gleegashing as if a pothook were clashing beside a pot. She took wonder, and she stopped striking the tether peg. A woman put out her head and all above her middle, and she said, What business hast thou to be troubling this Tulman in which I make my dwelling? I am taking care of this couple of calves, and I am but weak. Where shall I go with them? Thou shalt go with them to that breast down yonder. Thou wilt see a tuft of grass. If thy couple of calves eat that tuft of grass, thou wilt not be a day without a milk cow as long as thou art alive, because thou hast taken my counsel. As she said, she never was without a milk cow after that, and she was alive 15 years after the night that was there. Gaelic omitted. Written by Hector MacLean, from the dictation of a man in Burgh. 25. The Isle of Pabaidh. From Alexander MacDonald, Tennant, and others, Burgh. July 1859. There came a woman of peace, a fairy, the way of the house of a man in the island of Pabaidh, and she had the hunger of motherhood on her. He gave her food, and that went well with her. She stayed that night. When she went away, she said to him, I am making a desire that none of the people of this island may go in childbed after this. None of these people, and none others that would make their dwelling in the island ever departed in childbed from that time. Gaelic omitted. Written by Hector MacLean, from the telling of a man in Burgh. 26. Sanntraigh. From Alexander MacDonald, Tennant, and others, Burgh. July 1859. There was a herd's wife in the island of Sanntraigh, and she had a kettle. A woman of peace, fairy, would come every day to seek the kettle. She would not say a word when she came, but she would catch hold of the kettle. When she would catch the kettle, the woman of the house would say, A smith is able to make cold iron hot with coal. The dew of a kettle is bones. And to bring it back again whole. The woman of peace would come back every day with the kettle and flesh and bones in it. On a day that was there, the housewife was for going over the ferry to Bale a Chastile, and she said to her man, If thou wilt say to the woman of peace as I say, I will go to Bale Castle. Ooh! I will say it. Surely it's I that will say it. He was spinning a heather rope to be set on the house. He saw a woman coming and a shadow from her feet, and he took fear of her. He shut the door. He stopped his work. When she came to the door she did not find the door open, and he did not open it for her. She went above a hole that was in the house. The kettle gave 2 jumps, and at the 3rd leap it went out at the ridge of the house. The night came, and the kettle came not. The wife came back over the ferry, and she did not see a bit of the kettle within, and she asked, Where was the kettle? Well then I don't care where it is, said the man. I never took such a fright as I took at it. I shut the door, and she did not come any more with it. Good-for-nothing wretch, what didst thou do? There are 2 that will be ill off thyself and I. She will come tomorrow with it. She will not come. She hasted herself and she went away. She reached the knoll, and there was no man within. It was after dinner, and they were out in the mouth of the night. She went in. She saw the kettle, and she lifted it with her. It was heavy for her with the remnants that they left in it. When the old carle that was within saw her going out, he said, Silent wife, silent wife. That came on us from the land of Chase. Thou man on the surface of the Burgh. Loose the black, and slip the fierce. The 2 dogs were let loose. And she was not long away when she heard the clatter of the dogs coming. She kept the remnant that was in the kettle, so that if she could get it with her, well, and if the dogs should come that she might throw it at them. She perceived the dogs coming. She put her hand in the kettle. She took the board out of it, and she threw at them a quarter of what was in it. They noticed it there for a while. She perceived them again, and she threw another piece at them when they closed upon her. She went away walking as well as she might. When she came near the farm, she threw the mouth of the pot downwards, and there she left them all that was in it. The dogs of the town struck up a barking when they saw the dogs of peace stopping. The woman of peace never came more to seek the kettle. Gaelic omitted. Written by Hector MacLean, from the telling of a man in Burgh. 27. Cailliach Mhor Chlibhrich. From W. Ross, Stalker. This celebrated witch was accused of having enchanted the deer of the Ray forest, so that they avoided pursuit. Lord Ray was exceedingly angry, but at a loss how to remedy the evil. His man, William, the same who braved the witch and sat down in her hut, promised to find out if this was the case. He watched her for a whole night, and by some counter-enchantments managed to be present when in the early morning she was busy milking the hinds. They were standing all about the door of the hut till one of them made a hank of blue worsted hanging from a nail in it. The witch struck the animal, and said, "The spell is off you, and Lord Ray's bullet will be your death today." William repeated this to his master to confirm the tale of his having passed the night in the hut of the great hag, which no one would believe. And the event justified it, for a fine yellow hind was killed that day, and the hank of blue yarn was found in its stomach. This is one of nearly 100 stories, gathered amongst the people of Sutherland by a very talented collector, whose numerous accomplishments unfortunately do not include Gaelic. This resembles an account of a Lap camp, see Introduction. It also bears some affinity to a story published by Grant Stewart, in which a ghost uses a herd of deer to carry her furniture. 28. The Smith and the Fairies. From the Reverend Thomas Pattison, Islay. Years ago there lived in Crossbrigg a smith of the name of Maghach. This man had an only child, a boy of about 13 or 14 years of age, cheerful, strong, and healthy. All of a sudden he fell ill, took to his bed and moped whole days away. No one could tell what was the matter with him, and the boy himself could not, or would not, tell how he felt. He was wasting away fast, getting thin, old, and yellow, and his father and all his friends were afraid that he would die. At last one day, after the boy had been lying in this condition for a long time, getting neither better nor worse, always confined to bed, but with an extraordinary appetite one day, while sadly revolving these things, and standing idly at his forge, with no heart to work, the smith was agreeably surprised to see an old man, well known to him for his sagacity and knowledge of out-of-the-way things, walk into his workshop. Forthwith he told him the occurrence which had clouded his life. The old man looked grave as he listened, and after sitting a long time pondering over all he had heard, gave his opinion thus: "It is not your son you have got. The boy has been carried away by the Deo and Sith, and they have left a Chlibhrich in his place." "Alas! And what then am I to do?" said the smith. "How am I ever to see my own son again?" "I will tell you how," answered the old man. "But, first, to make sure that it is not your own son you have got, take as many empty egg shells as you can get, go with them into the room, spread them out carefully before his sight, then proceed to draw water with them, carrying them 2 and 2 in your hands as if they were a great weight, and arrange when full, with every sort of earnestness round the fire." The smith accordingly gathered as many broken eggshells as he could get, went into the room, and proceeded to carry out all his instructions. He had not been long at work before there arose from the bed a shout of laughter, and the voice of the seeming sick boy exclaimed, "I am now 800 years of age, and I have never seen the like of that before." The smith returned and told the old man. "Well, now," said the sage to him, "did I not tell you that it was not your son you had? Your son is in Mhor in a Ridere, that is, a round green hill frequented by fairies. Get rid as soon as possible of this intruder, and I think I may promise you your son. You must light a very large and bright fire before the bed on which this stranger is lying. He will ask you what is the use of such a fire as that. Answer him at once, you will see that presently, and then seize him, and throw him into the middle of it. If it is your own son you have got, he will call out to save him, but if not, this thing will fly through the roof." The smith again followed the old man's advice, kindled a large fire, answered the question put to him as he had been directed to do, and seizing the child flung him in without hesitation. The Chlibhrich gave an awful yell, and sprung through the roof, where a hole was left to let the smoke out. On a certain night the old man told him the green round hill, where the fairies kept the boy, would be open. And on that night the smith, having provided himself with a Bible, a dirk, and a crowing cock, was to proceed to the hill. He would hear singing and dancing and much merriment going on, but he was to advance boldly. The Bible he carried would be a certain safeguard to him against any danger from the fairies. On entering the hill he was to stick the dirk in the threshold, to prevent the hill from closing upon him. And then, continued the old man, on entering you will see a spacious apartment before you, beautifully clean, and there, standing far within, working at a forge, you will also see your own son. When you are questioned, say you come to seek him, and will not go without him. Not long after this, the time came round, and the smith sallied forth, prepared as instructed. Sure enough, as he approached the hill, there was a light where light was seldom seen before. Soon after a sound of piping, dancing, and joyous merriment reached the anxious father on the night wind. Overcoming every impulse to fear, the smith approached the threshold steadily, stuck the dirk into it as directed, and entered. Protected by the Bible he carried on his breast, the fairies could not touch him. But they asked him, with a good deal of displeasure, what he wanted there. He answered, I want my son, whom I see down there, and I will not go without him. Upon hearing this, the whole company before him gave a loud laugh, which wakened up the cock he carried dozing in his arms, who at once leaped up on his shoulders, clapped his wings lustily, and crowed loud and long. The fairies, incensed, seized the smith and his son, and throwing them out of the hill, flung the dirk after them, and in an instant it was dark. For a year and a day the boy never did a turn of work, and hardly ever spoke a word. But at last one day, sitting by his father and watching him finishing a sword he was making for some chief, and which he was very particular about, he suddenly exclaimed, that is not the way to do it. And taking the tools from his father's hands he set to work himself in his place, and soon fashioned a sword, the like of which was never seen in the country before. From that day the young man wrought constantly with his father, and became the inventor of a peculiarly fine and well-tempered weapon, the making of which kept the two smiths, father and son, in constant employment, spread their fame far and wide, and gave them the means in abundance, as they before had the disposition to live content with all the world and very happily with one another. The walls of the house where this celebrated smith, the artificer of the Chlibhrich, lived and wrought, are standing to this day, not far from the parish church of Tulman, Islay, in a place called Cailliach. Many of the incidents in this story are common in other collections, but I do not know any published story of the kind in which the hero is a smith. This smith was a famous character, and probably a real personage, to whom the story has attached itself. The gentleman who has been kind enough to send me this tale, does not say from whom he got it, but I have heard of the Islay smith, who could make wonderful swords, all my life, and of the swords of the head of Islay. The brewery of eggshells, and the throwing of the fairy changeling into the fire, are well-known popular tales in collections from Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and, I think, Brittany. The man carried into the hill and there remaining for a long time, is also an incident common to many races, including the Jews, and one which I have heard in the Highlands ever since I can remember. Though I do not remember to have heard any of the peasantry tell it as a story. The belief that the hill opened on a certain night, and that a light shone from the inside, where little people might be seen dancing, was too deeply grounded some years ago to be lightly spoken of, even now, on this subject, my kind friend Mrs. McTavish writes, you may perhaps remember an old servant we had at the manse who was much offended if any one doubted these stories. I remember her perfectly. I used to ask her the reason why such wonders do not occur in our day, to which she replied, that religious knowledge having increased, people's faith was stronger than it was in the olden time. In the glebe of Kilbrandon in Lorne is a hill called Crochan Sur the Good or Beautiful Hill where the fairies even in my young days were often seen dancing around their fire. I sometimes went out with others to look, but never succeeded in seeing them at their gambols. Are you aware that S. mother was carried away by the fairies? I know, well. So convinced were many of this absurdity, which I remember perfectly well, that it was with difficulty they got a nurse for his brother, who being a delicate child, was believed to have been conveyed away along with his mother. And a fairy left instead of him during his father's absence. The child however throve when he got a good nurse, and grew up to be a man, which, I suppose, convinced them of their folly. Mr. Minister of had some difficulty in convincing a man whose wife was removed in a similar manner, she died in childbed, that his son, a boy 12 years of age, must have been under some hallucination when he maintained that his mother had come to him, saying she was taken by fairies to a certain hill in Muckairn, known to be the residence of the fairies. If any one is so unfortunate as to go into one of these hills, which are open at night, they never get out unless some one goes in quest of them, who uses the precaution of leaving a gun or sword across the opening, which the fairies cannot remove. A certain young woman was decoyed into one of these openings, who was seen by an acquaintance dancing with the merry race. He resolved on trying to rescue her, and leaving his gun at the entrance, went forward, and seizing the young woman by the hand, dragged her out before they could prevent him. They pursued them, but having got her beyond the gun, they had no longer power to keep her. She told him she had nearly dropped down with fatigue, but she could not cease dancing, though she felt it would soon kill her. The young man restored her to her friends, to their great joy. I remember exactly the same incident told of a hill called Badenoch in Islay, and one similar of another hill called Knockdown. When poor women are confined, it is unsafe to leave them alone till their children are baptized. If through any necessity they must be left alone, the Bible left beside them is sufficient protection. Many were the freaks fairies were guilty of. A family who lived in Gowlin Castle, Carrara, near Oban, had, as they supposed, a delicate child. It was advancing in years but not growing a bit. At length a visitor from Ireland came to the castle, and recognized her as the fairy sweetheart of an Irish gentleman of his acquaintance. He addressed her in Gaelic or Irish, saying Tha thusa sin a Shirach Beag Iain and Brian Macbrod. There thou art, little fairy sweetheart of Brian Macbrod. So offended was the elf at being exposed, that she ran out of the castle and leaped into the sea from the point called Ruthad na Sirach, the fairies' point, to this day. Fairies were very friendly to some people whom they favored, but equally mischievous where they took a dislike. A hill in the farm of Dunbuel in Cranish was one of their favorite haunts, and on a certain occasion they offered to assist an honest tenant's wife in the neighborhood, for whom they had a kindness, to manufacture a quantity of wool she had for clothing for her family. She was very glad to have their services, and being always an active race, they set to work directly, repeating, Sirid, Carded, Tlamid, Cuigl, Bertai Gu Luth Burn Luid Air Tain Cor Ioan and Diarmaid Mhor Maith Bean and Tai Fhn. Teasing, carding, mixing, distaff, weaving loom, water for walking on the fire. The thrifty housewife herself is the best at sitting up late. In the heat of their operations an envious neighbor came to the door crying Dunbuel ira Theen, Dunbuel on fire. Dunbuel is on fire. Dunbuel is on fire. Was re-echoed by all the little company. Muird is Ineen. Muird is Ineen. Mo Chlan Big S Mo Deo and Mora. Mo Chlan Big S Mo Deo and Mora. Dunbuel on fire, my hammers and my anvil, my hammers and my anvil, my little children and my grown men, my little children and my grown men. And they all scampered off, but not till they had nearly finished the housewife's web. There is a field in the farm in which I was born, said to have been the scene of fairy operations. They were seen at work, and heard encouraging each other with, Cailliach made Buana Gutth. The corn in the field was found in stooks in the morning. It is quite common to remark, that the fairies are at some meal as the time of day may indicate when there is rain with sunshine, but I never heard the reason why. In England it is the DL beating his wife. The night following the 13th of May, or May Day, Old Style, is a particularly busy season with both fairies and witches. Then every herd and dairymaid and canny housewife uses various arts to ward off the many evils the enemy has the power of inflicting. One device which I have seen used was putting a little tar in the right ear of each cow beast in the byre. But all these charms or gyosragan, as they are called, had always some reason. Tar has a disinfecting quality, as is well known, and used to be put on clothing under the arms when a person had to go into a house where there was any infectious disease. The Dunbulag story is all over the Highlands, and there seem to be many places so called. Mr. John MacLean, Kilchamaig, Tarbert, Argyll, has sent me a version which varies but little from that told by Mrs. McTavish. The scene is laid on the Largy side of Kintyre. The farmer's wife was idle, and called for the fairies, who wove a web for her and shouted for more work. She first set them to put each other out, and at last got rid of them by shouting Dunbulag on fire. The fairies' rhyme when working was: Is fad abraz, en aon lame Diarmaid. Sirid carded tlamid quiggle. Feith a berst fithid guluth. S wischt luid tain. O bear, o bear, o bear, o bear. Is fad abraz, en son lame Diarmaid. Which Mr. MacLean translates freely. Work, work, for a single hand. Can but little work command. Some to tease, and card, and spin. Some to oil and weave begin. Some the water for walking heat. That we may her web complete. Work, work, for a single hand. Can but little work command. The rhyme, when they depart in hot haste, is: Mo mullican kays emord a's eminine. Mo bean, smo phased smo gogan ima. Mo boa mo gobhair smo chist beag mine. Och, och, cone gur true the mice. Freely translated thus by Mr. MacLean. My wife, my child, alas, with these. My butter pale and little cheese. My cow, my goat, my meal chest gone. My hammers too, och, a cone. Or more closely thus. My mold of cheese, my hammer, and anvil. My wife and my child, and my butter crock. My cow and my goat, and my little meal kist. Och, a cone, how wretched am I. I heard another version of the same story in Lewis from a medical gentleman, who got it from an old woman, who told it as a fact, with some curious variations unfit for printing. And my landlady in Benbecula knew the story, and talked it over with me in September this year. The versions which I have of this story vary in the telling as much as is possible, and each is evidently the production of a different mind, but the incidents are nearly the same in all, and the rhyme varies only in a few points. Dunbulag is the same in Kintyre, Lorne, Lewis, and Benbecula. I am not aware that the story has ever before been reduced to writing. The Man in the Hill is equally well known in Kirkcudbright, but the hill has become a mill, and the fairies brownies. The fairies of Kirkcudbright seem to have carried off children, like the island elves. To have borrowed meal, like those of Sutherland, and to have behaved like their brethren elsewhere. The following 4 stories were got for me by the sisters of Miss Mary Lindsay, who has lived so long with us as to have become one of the family. Kirkcudbright. Kirkcudbright, Tuesday, February 1859. My dear Mary, I went to Johnny Nicholson last night, and he told me the following fairy story. I must give it in his own words. 1. You have been often at the gatehouse, said he. Well, you'll mind a flat piece of land near Enrick Farm. Well, that was once a large loch. A long way down from there is still the ruin of a mill, which at that time was fed from this loch. Well, one night about the Halloween times, 2 young ploughmen went to a smithy to get their socks, of their ploughs, and coulters repaired, and in passing the said mill on their way home again they heard music and dancing, and fiddling, and singing, and laughing, and talking. So one of the lads would be in to see what was going on, the other waited outside for hours, but his companion never came out again, so he went home assured that the brownies had got hold of him. About the same time the following year, the same lad went again to the smithy on the same errand, and this time he took another lad with him, but had the precaution to put the Bible in his pocket. Well, in passing the mill the second time, he heard the same sounds of music and dancing. This time, having the Bible in his band, he ventured to look in, when who should he see but his companion whom he had left standing there that day 12 months. He handed him the Bible, and the moment he did so, the music and dancing ceased, the lights went out, and all was darkness, but it is not said what his companion had seen, or had been doing all that time. 2. Another story he told me was about a boy of the name of Williamson, whose father, an Irish linen packman, was drowned on his way from Ireland, where he had gone to purchase linen. So the boy was brought up by his mother and grandfather, an old man of the name of Sproat, who lived in Burgh. The boy disappeared often for 2 and 3, and often 10 days at a time, and no one knew where he went, as he never told when he returned, though it was understood the fairies took him away. Upon one occasion the Laird of Barmaghacan was getting his peats cast, and all the neighbours round were assisting. At this time the boy had been away for 10 days, and they were all wondering where he could be, when lo and behold, the boy is sitting in the midst of them. "Johnny," said one of the company, who were all seated in a ring, eating their dinner, "where did ye come from?" "I came with our folks," said the boy, meaning the fairies. "Your folks, who are they? Do you see yon barrow of peats a-cooping into yon hole? There's where I came from." An old man of the name of Brown, ancestor of the Browns of Lanelands, who are still living in Burgh, advised the grandfather to send the boy to the Papist priest, and he would give him something that would frighten away the fairies. So they accordingly sent the boy, and when he returned home he wore a cross hung round his neck by a bit of black ribbon. When the minister and Kirk session heard of it they excommunicated the old grandfather and old Brown for advising such a thing. They believed in fairies, but not in anything a Papist priest could do. However, the boy was never after taken away, and some of the oldest men now alive remember that boy as an old man. The whole affair is recorded in the books of the Kirk session of Burgh, and can be seen any day. 3. One day as a mother was sitting rocking her baby to sleep, she was surprised, on looking up, to see a lady of elegant and courtly demeanour, so unlike any one she had ever seen in that part of the country, standing in the middle of the room. She had not heard any one enter, therefore you may judge it was with no little surprise, not unmingled with curiosity, that she rose to welcome her strange visitor. She handed her a chair, but she very politely declined to be seated. She was very magnificently attired, her dress was of the richest green, embroidered round with spangles of gold, and on her head was a small coronet of pearls. The woman was still more surprised at her strange request. She asked, in a rich musical voice, if she would oblige her with a basin of oatmeal. A basinful to overflowing was immediately handed to her, for the woman's husband being both a farmer and miller, had plenty of meal at command. The lady promised to return it, and named the day she would do so. One of the children put out her hand to get hold of the grand lady's spangles, but told her mother afterwards that she felt nothing. The mother was afraid the child would lose the use of her hands, but no such calamity ensued. It would have been very ungrateful in her fairy majesty if she had struck the child powerless for touching her dress, if indeed such power were hers. But to return to our story, the very day mentioned, the oatmeal was returned, not by the same lady, but by a curious little figure with a yelping voice. She was likewise dressed in green. After handing the meal she yelped out, "Braw meal, it's the top pickle of the sin corn." It was excellent, and what was very strange, all the family were advised to partake of it but one servant lad, who spurned the fairy's meal. And he dying shortly after, the miller and his wife firmly believed it was because he refused to eat of the meal. They also firmly believed their first visitor was no less a personage than the Queen of the Fairies, who having dismissed her court, had not one maid of honour in waiting to obey her commands. A few nights after this strange visit, as the miller was going to bed, a gentle tap was heard at the door, and on its being opened by him, with a light in his hand, there stood a little figure dressed in green, who, in a shrill voice, but very polite manner, requested him to let on the water and set the mill in order, for she was going to grind some corn. The miller did not dare to refuse, so did as she desired him. She told him to go to bed again, and he would find all as he had left it. He found everything in the morning as she said he would. So much for the honesty of fairies. 4. A tailor was going to work at a farmhouse early one morning. He had just reached it, and was going to enter, when he heard a shrill voice call out, "Kept fast, will ye?" And on looking quickly round, he was just in time to receive in his arms a sweet, little, smiling baby of a month old, instead of a little lady in green, who was standing to receive the child. The tailor turned and ran home as fast as he could, for tailors are generally nimble kind of folks, and giving the baby to his wife, ran off again to his work, leaving his better half in no pleasant mood with the little intruder, as she very politely termed the little innocent. Having reached the farmhouse, the tailor found the inhabitants all thrown into confusion by the screaming, yelping, little pest, as they called their little nursling. For the little woman in green had given in exchange this little hopeful for their own sweet little one, which was safe with the tailor's wife. They found out afterwards it was the nurse who had done it. The doctor was sent for, but all was in vain, day nor night rest they got none. At last one day, all being absent but the tailor, who was there following his trade, he commenced a discourse with the child in the cradle. "Will hae ye your pipes," says the tailor. "There below my head," says the tenant of the cradle. "Play me a spring," says the tailor. Like thought, the little man, jumping from the cradle, played round the room with great glee. A curious noise was heard meantime outside, and the tailor asked what it meant. The little elf called out, "It's my folk wanting me," and away he fled up the chimney, leaving the tailor more dead than alive. Their own child was brought home, the guilty nurse dismissed, and the tailor's wife amply rewarded for the care of the child. She was heard to say, "It was a glad sight the wee bit bairn." 5. The McGowans of Grayscroft in Tongland, and latterly of Bogra, had the power of witchcraft to a considerable extent, and it descended from one generation to another. At the time we refer to, Abraham McGowan and his daughter Jenny resided at Grayscroft. Jenny had an unlimited power from Old Nick to act as she pleased. The Ploughmen at that time in their employ were Harry Dew and Davy Gordon, young men about 22 years of age. They had been there for the last 12 months. And conversing one day together, the following took place. "Harry, losh man, Davy, what makes ye sae drowsy, lazy, and sleepy like the day, for I am vera sure ye work nae mair than I do. Ye eat the same and sleep the same as I do, and yet ye are so thin and wearied and hungry like, I dinna ken ava what ails ye. Are ye weel enough, Davy?" "I'm weel enough, Harry, but it's a ye ken about it. Sleep a night or twa at the bedside, and maybe you'll no be sae apt to ask me sick questions again." "Harry, the bedside, Davy. What differ will that make? I hae nae mair objections to sleep there than at the wa. This being agreed to, they exchanged places. Nothing occurred to disturb either of them till the third night, although Harry kept watch. Their bed was on the stable loft, when, about midnight, the stable door was opened cautiously. And some one was heard, by Harry only, coming up the ladder and to the bedside, with a quiet step. A bridle was held above the one next the bedside, and the words, "Up horsey," whispered in his ear. In one moment Harry was transformed into a horse at the stable door. The saddle was got on with some kicking and plunging, but Jenny gets mounted, and off they set by the Elf Craigs, Auld Brig o' Tongland, the March Close, and on till they reached the Auld Kirk of Biddle. Harry was tied to the gate along with others. Meg o' Glengap was there on her dairymaid, now a bonny mare, neat in all her proportions. Tib o' Criffel came on her auld ploughman, rather windbroken. Lizzie, frae the Ben Nan, came on her cot wife, limping with a swelled knee. Moll o' the Wood came on a herd collant frae the How o' Siddick. When all the horses were mustered, there was some snorting and kicking and neighing amongst them. Fairies, witches, brownies, and all met in the kirk and had a blithe holiday, under the patronage of his satanic majesty, which continued till the crowing of the cock. Wearied with his gallop, Harry, when the charmed bridle was taken off, found himself in his own bed and in his own shape. Harry is determined to be revenged. He finds the charmed bridle in a hole in the kitchen in a week after. He tries it on Jenny, using the same words, when Jenny is transformed into the old brown mare of the farm. He takes her to the neighbouring smithy, and gets her, after much ado, shod all round, when he returns and leaves her, after securing the wonderful bridle. Next morning Harry is ordered to go for a doctor, as his mistress is taken ill. He goes into the house to ask for her, pulls the bed clothes off her, and discovers there was a horseshoe on each hand and foot, when Harry says, "Jenny, my lass, that did ye." Jenny played many more similar tricks on her neighbour lads and lasses. Sutherland. In Sutherland the fairy creed is much the same as elsewhere in Scotland, but there is a generic term for supernatural beings, which is rarely used in West Country Gaelic. Here are a few of a large and very good collection of Sutherland stories. 1. Duncan, surnamed Mhor, a respectable farmer in Badenoch, states as follows: "A matter of 30 summers ago, when I was cutting peats on the hill, my old mother that was keeping the house. It was sowens she had in her hand for our supper, when a little woman walked in and begged a lip pie of meal of her. My mother, not knowing her face, said, 'And where do you come from?' 'I come from my own place and am short of meal.' My mother, who had plenty by her in the house, spoke her civil, and bound her meal on her back, following her a few steps from the door. She noticed that a little kiln in the hillside was smoking. The wife saw this too, and said, 'Take back your meal, we shall soon have meal of our own.' My mother pressed ours on her, but she left the pock lying, and when she came to the running burn went out of sight. And my mother just judged it was a fairy. 2. Once upon a time there was a tailor and his wife, who owned a small croft or farm, and were well-to-do in the world. But had only one son, a child, that was more pain than pleasure to them, for it cried incessantly and was so cross that nothing could be done with it. One day the tailor and his helpmeet meant to go to a place some miles distant, and after giving the child its breakfast, they put it to bed in the kitchen, and bid their farm servant look to it from time to time, desiring him also to thrash out a small quantity of straw in the barn before their return. The lad was late of setting to work, but recollected before going off to the barn, that he must see if the child wanted for anything. 'What are you going to do now?' said the bairn sharply to Donald, as he opened the kitchen door. 'Thrash out a pickle of straw for your father, lie still and do not gyr like a good bairn.' But the bairn got out of bed, and insisted then and there in being allowed to accompany the servant. 'Go east, Donald,' said the little master, authoritatively, 'go east, and when ye come to the big brae, chap ye, Anglesey rap, 3 times. And when they come, say ye are seeking Johnny's flail.' The astonished Donald did as he was bid, and by rapping 3 times, called up a fairy, little man, who, giving him the flail, sent him off with it in an unenviable state of terror. Johnny set to with a will, and in an hour's time, he and Donald had thrashed the whole of the straw in the barn. He then sent Donald back to the brae, where the flail was restored with the same ceremony, and went quietly back to bed. At dusk the parents returned, and the admiration of the tailor at the quantity and quality of the work done, was so great, that he questioned Donald as to which of the neighbours had helped him to thrash out so much straw. Donald, trembling, confessed the truth, and it became painfully evident to the tailor and his wife that the child was none of theirs. They agreed to dislodge it as soon as possible, and chose as the best and quickest way of doing so, to put it into a creel, open basket, and set it on the fire. No sooner said than done. But no sooner had the child felt the fire, than starting from the creel, it vanished up the chimney. A low crying noise at the door attracted their attention. They opened, and a bonny little bairn, which the mother recognized by its frock to be her own, stood shivering outside. It was welcomed with rapture from its sojourn among the little people, and grew up to be a douce and wise-like lad, says my informant. 3. The burn of Invernald, and the hill of Dircha, on the estate of Rosehall, are still believed to be haunted by the fairies, who once chased a man into the sea, and destroyed a new mill. Because the earth for the embankment of the mill dam had been dug from the side of their hill. The hill of Dircha is also the locality assigned for the following tale. 4. A man, whose wife had just been delivered of her firstborn, set off with a friend to the town of Lairg, to have the child's birth entered in the session books, and to buy a cask of whisky for the christening fete. As they returned, weary with a day's walk, or as it is called in the Highlands, travelling, they sat down to rest at the foot of this hill, near a large hole, from which they were, ere long, astonished to hear a sound of piping and dancing. The father, feeling very curious, entered the cavern, went a few steps in and disappeared. The story of his fate sounded less improbable then than it would now, but his companion was severely animadverted on. And when a week elapsed, and the baptism was over, and still no signs of the lost one's return, he was accused of having murdered his friend. He denied it, and again repeated the tale of his friend's disappearance down the cavern's mouth. He begged a year and a day's law to vindicate himself, if possible, and used to repair at dusk to the fatal spot, and call and pray. The term allowed him had but one more day to run, and as usual, he sat in the gloaming by the cavern, when, what seemed his friend's shadow, passed within it. He went down, heard real tunes and pipes, and suddenly descried the missing man tripping merrily him, and pulled him out. "Bless me! Why could you not let me finish my reel, Sandy?" "Bless me!" rejoined Sandy, "have you not had enough of reeling this last 12-month?" "Last 12-month," cried the other, in amazement. Nor would he believe the truth concerning himself till he found his wife sitting by the door with a yearling child in her arms, so quickly does time pass in the company of the good people. 5. Of the Drocht na Bhua or Fua, the bridge of the fairies or kelpies, now called the geese and brigs, a bar across the mouth of the Dornach Firth. It is said that the Bhuas, being tired of crossing the estuary in cockle shells, resolved to build a bridge across its mouth. It was a work of great magnificence, the piers and posts, and all the piles being headed and mounted with pure gold. Unfortunately, a passer-by lifted up his hands and blessed the workmen and the work, the former vanished. The latter sank beneath the green waves, where the sand accumulating, formed the dangerous quicksands which are there to this day. 6. The Highlanders distinguish between the water and land or dressed fairies. I have given one story which shows that they are supposed to be spirits in prison. It is not the only legend of the kind. In a Rossshire narrative, a beautiful green lady is represented as appearing to an old man reading the Bible, and seeking to know, if for such as her, Holy Scripture held out any hope of salvation. The old man spoke kindly to her, but said, that in these pages there was no mention of salvation for any but the sinful sons of Adam. She flung her arms over her head, screamed, and plunged into the sea. They will not steal a baptized child, and, bless you, said to an unbaptized one, is a charm with the fairies. He caught him by the sleeve, stopped against them. A woman out shearing had laid her baby down under a hedge, and went back from time to time to look at it. She was going once to give it suck, when it began to yell and cry in such a frightful way that she was quite alarmed. "Lay it down and leave it, as you value your child," said a man reaping near her. Half an hour later she came back, and finding the child apparently in its right mind again, she gave it the breast. The man smiled, told her that he had seen her own infant carried off by the good people, and a fairy changeling left in its place. When the folk saw that their screaming little imp was not noticed, and got nothing, they thought it best to take it back and replace the little boy. As fairies are represented as having always food, and riches, and power, and merriment at command, it cannot be temporal advantages that they seek for their children. Probably some spiritual ones are hoped for by adoption or marriage with human beings, as in the romantic legend of Undine. And that this tempts them to foist their evil-disposed little ones on us. They never maltreat those whom they carry away. Badenoch. The Badenoch account of the fairies is much the same. I have received 8 stories from a Highland minister, who has been kind enough to interest himself in the matter, at the request of the Countess of Seafield. These show, that according to popular belief, fairies commonly carried off men, women, and children, who seemed to die, but really lived underground. In short, that mortals were separated from fairies by a very narrow line. 1. A man sees fairies carding and spinning in a shailing where he is living at the time. Amongst them is Miss Emma Macpherson of Cluny, who had been dead about 100 years. 2. A woman, benighted, gets into a fairy hill, where she promises to give her child, on condition that she is let out. She gives her child when it is born, and is allowed to visit it, till such time as the child, upon one occasion, looked at her sternly in the face, and in a very displeased mood and tone upbraided her for the manner in which she had acted in giving her child over unto those amongst whom it was now doomed to dwell. The mother scolded, found herself standing on the hillock outside, and never got in again. 3. A lad recognizes his mother, who had been carried off by fairies, but who was believed to be dead. She was recovered from the fairies by a man who threw his bonnet to a passing party, and demanded an exchange. The rescuer gave up the wife, and she returned home. Of this story I have several versions in Gaelic and in English, and I believe it is in print somewhere. 4. An old woman meets her deceased landlord and landlady, who tell her that the fairies have just carried off a young man, who is supposed to be dead. They advise her not to be out so late. 5. The young Baron of Kincardine is entertained by fairies, who steal his father's snuff for him when he asks for a pinch. 6. The young Baron meets a bogle with a red hand, tells, and is punished. 7. The Baron's dairymaid, when at a shailing, has a visit from a company of fairies, who dance and steal milk. 8. A man, once upon a time, coming up from Inverness late at night, coming through a solitary part called Slaughmurich, was met by crowds of people, none of whom he could recognize, nor did they seem to take any notice of him. They engaged in close conversation, talked on subjects not a word of which he could pick up. At length accosting one individual of them, he asked who they were. None of the seed of Abram nor of Adam's race, but men of that party who lost favor at the court of grace. He was advised not to practice late at night traveling in future. Thomas MacDonald, gamekeeper at Dunrobin, also gives me a fairy tale, which is now commonly believed in Badenoch. 9. A man went from home, leaving his wife in childbed. Her temper had never been ruffled. He found her a wicked scold. Thinking all was not right, he piled up a great fire, and threatened to throw in the occupant of the bed, unless she told him where his own wife had been brought. She told him that his wife had been carried to Knockfraying, a mountain on the borders of Badenoch and Strathdown, and that she was appointed successor. The man went to Knockfraying. He was suspected before of having something supernatural about him, and he soon found the fairies, who told him his wife had been taken to Sheath and Mhor, a neighbouring mountain. He went there and was sent to Tom na Sherich, near Inverness. There he went, and at the fairy knoll, found his wife and brought her back. The person who related this story pretended to have seen people who knew distant descendants of the woman. Ross. The Ross-shire account of fairies is again much the same. The people say very little about them, and those who have been kind enough to note stories picked up amongst their less instructed neighbours, have only sent fresh evidence to prove that the fairy creed is the same there as everywhere, and that it is not quite extinct. 1. I have a story, got through the kindness of Mr. Osgood Mackenzie, in which a lowland minister speaks slightingly of the fairies. He was riding home through a dark glen, and through an oak wood, where there was many a green Tulman mound. He was surrounded by a squad of little men, leaping before him and dancing behind him. They took him off the horse and carried him up through the skies, his head under him now, and his feet under again, the world running round. And at last they dropped him near his own house. 2. In another story, a lot of fairies borrow a weaver's loom at night, without his leave, and make a web of green cloth from stolen wool. Bernerid. There was in Bernerid in the Harris, a man coming past a knoll, and taking the road, and he heard churning in the hill. Thirst struck him. I had rather, said he, that my thirst was on the herdswoman. He had not gone but about 20 rods away when a woman met him, and she had a fine green petticoat untied about her waist, and she had a vessel of warm milk between her two hands. She offered him a draught, and he would not take it. Thou one that sought my draught, and took not my draught, mayest thou not be long alive. He went to the Narrows, and he took a boat thereover, and coming over the Narrows he was drowned. Gaelic omitted. From Malcolm MacLean, who learnt it from his grandfather, Hugh MacLean. North Uist, August 11, 1859. The Argyllshire stories, which I can well remember as a child, are of the same stamp. The fairies lived in hills, they came out now and then and carried people away, and they spent their time inside their dwellings in dancing to the pipes. They stole milk, and they were overcome by charms, which men sold to those who believed in them. They could not withstand a rowan tree cross, nor could they follow over a running stream. There is a small waterfall in a wood which I know, where it used to be said that the fairies might be seen on moonlight nights, fishing for a magic chain from boats of sedge leaves. They used to drag this chain through the meadows where the cattle fed, and the milk came all to them, till a lad, by the advice of a seer, seized one end of the chain and ran for his life, with the fairy troop in pursuit. He leaped the linn and dropped the chain, and the linn is called the chain linn still. Isle of Man. The Manx fairy creed is again the same. Similar beings are supposed to exist, and are known by the name of Fearachur, which a Manxman assured me was a genuine Manx word. If so, fairy may be Old Celtic, and derived from the same root as Perry, instead of being derived from it. The fairies in the Isle of Man are believed to be spirits. They are not supposed to throw arrows as they are said still to do in the Highlands. None of the old peasants seem to take the least interest in elf shots, the flint arrows, which generally lead to a story when shown elsewhere. One old man said, "The Fearish have no body, no bones and scorned the arrow heads." It is stated in Train's history, that no flint arrow heads have ever been found in the Isle of Man. But as there are numerous barrows, flint weapons may yet be discovered when someone looks for them. Still these Manx fairies are much the same as their neighbours on the mainland. They go into mills at night and grind stolen corn. They steal milk from the cattle, they live in green mounds, in short, they act like little mortals invested with supernatural power. Thus, there was a man who lived not long ago near Port Erin, who had a Lianan Rhe. He was like other people, but he had a fairy sweetheart, but he noticed her, and they do not like being noticed, the fairies, and so he lost his mind. Well, he was quite quiet like other people, but at night he slept in the barn. And they used to hear him talking to his sweetheart, and scolding her sometimes, but if any one made a noise he would be quiet at once. Now, the truth of this story is clear enough, the man went mad. But this madness took the form of the popular belief, and that again attributed his madness to the fairy mistress. I am convinced that this was believed to be a case of genuine fairy intercourse. And it shows that the fairy creed still survives in the Isle of Man. Devonshire. The same is true of Devonshire. In May 1860 I was told that many of the farmers are so superstitious as to believe in piskies. They are never seen, but they are often heard laughing at people in the dark, and they lead them away. My informant said that when he was young he used to hear so many stories about piskies from the old women about the fireside, that he used to be frightened to go out at night. When the young colts are out running wild, their manes get rough and hang down on both sides, and get tangled with the wind like. Not like manes of horses that are well kept. Here the speaker pointed with his whip at the sleek pair which he was driving, and when the farmers find stirrups like in the hair of the mane, they say the piskies has been a ridin' of them. Conclusion: Fairy beliefs. In short, this notice of fairy belief might be extended to fill volumes. Every green knoll, every well, every hill in the Highlands, has some fairy legend attached to it. In the West, amongst the unlearned, the legends are firmly believed. Peasants never talk about fairies, for they live amongst them and about them. In the East the belief is less strong, or the believers are more ashamed of their creed. In the Lowlands, and even in England, the stories survive, and the belief exists, though men have less time to think about it. In the South the fairy creed of the peasants has been altered, but it still exists, as is proved occasionally in courts of law. There is a ghost which walks under the North Bridge in Edinburgh. And even in the cultivated upper strata of society in this our country, in France, and elsewhere, fairy superstition has only gone down before other stronger beliefs, in which a table is made the sole partition between this world and the next. Whether we are separated from the other world by a deal board or a green mound, does not seem to make much difference. And yet that is the chief difference between the vagrant beliefs of the learned and unlearned. An old Highlander declared to me that he was once in a boat with a man who was struck by a fairy arrow. He had the arrow for a long time. It was slender like a straw for thickness. He himself drew it out of the temple of the other man, where it was stuck in the skin through the bonnet. They were then miles from the shore, fishing. A man, whom the fairies were in the habit of carrying about from island to island, told him that he had himself thrown the dart at the man in the boat by desire of them. They made him do it. My informant evidently believed he was speaking truth, as my more educated friends do when they tell me skillacht about Mr. Hume. For my own part, I believe all my friends. But I cannot believe in fairies, or that my forebears have become slaves of a table to be summoned at the will of a quack. I believe that there is a stock of old credulity smouldering near a store of old legends, in some corner of every mind, and that the one acts on the other, and produces a fresh legend and a new belief whenever circumstances are favorable to the growth of such weeds. At all events, I am quite sure that the fairy creed of the peasantry, as I have learned it from them, is not a whit more unreasonable than the bodily appearance of the hand of Napoleon I to Napoleon III in 1860. As it is described in print. And the grave books which are written on spiritual manifestations, at home and abroad. What is to be said of the table which became so familiar with a young lady, that it followed her upstairs and jumped on to the sofa? 29. The Fine. The Feen were once, and their hunting failed, and they did not know what they should do. They were going about strands and shores gathering limpets, and to try if they should fall in with a pigeon or a plover. They were holding counsel together how they should go to get game. They reached a hill, and sleep came on them. What should Finn see but a dream? That it was at yon crag of rock that would be, the longest night that came or will come. That he would be driven backwards till he should set his back to the crag of rock. He gave a spring out of his sleep. He struck his foot on Diarmaid's mouth, and he drove out 3 of his teeth. Diarmaid caught hold of the foot of Finn, and he drove an ounce of blood from every nail he had. Ud. What didst thou to me? What didst thou thyself to me? Be not angry, thou son of my sister. When I tell thee the reason, thou wilt not take it ill. What reason? I saw a dream that at yonder crag I would pass the hardest night I ever passed. That I should be driven backwards till I should set my back to the crag, and there was no getting off from there. What's our fear? Who should frighten us? Who will come? I fear, as we are in straits just now, that if this lasts we may become useless. They went and they cast lots who should go and who should stay. The Feen altogether wished to go. Finn was not willing to go, for fear the place should be taken out before they should come back. I will not go, said Finn. Whether thou goest or stayest, we will go, said they. The rest went, but Finn did not go. They stopped, on the night when they went, at the root of a tree, they made a booth, and they began to play at cards. Said Finn, when the rest were gone, I put him from amongst heroes and warriors any man that will follow me out. They followed after Finn. They saw a light before them, and they went forward where the light was. Who were here but the others playing at cards, and some asleep, and it was a fine frosty night. Finn hailed them so stately and bravely. When they heard the speaking of Finn, those who were laid down tried to rise, and the hair was stuck to the ground. They were pleased to see their master. Pleasant to have a stray hunting night. They went home. Going past a place where they used to house, they saw a house. They asked what house was that. They told them there was the house of a hunter. They reached the house, and there was but a woman within, the wife of the fine green kirtle. She said to them, Finn, son of Cumul, thou art welcome here. They went in. There were 7 doors to the house. Finn asked his gillies to sit in the 7 doors. They did that. Finn and his company sat on the one side of the house to breathe. The woman went out. When she came in, she said, Finn, son of Cumhal, it is long since I was wishing thy welfare, but it's little I can do for thee tonight. The son of the king of the people of Danaan is coming here, with his 800 full heroes, this night. Yonder side of the house be theirs, and this side ours, unless there come men of Erin. Then they came, and they sat within. You will not let a man on our side, said Finn, unless there comes one that belongs to our own company. The woman came in again, saying, the middle son of the king of the people of Danaan is coming, and his 500 brave heroes with him. They came, and more of them stayed without on a knoll. She came in again, saying, the youngest son of the king of the people of Danaan is coming, and his 500 swift heroes with him. She came in again, saying, that Galaad was coming, and 500 full heroes. This side of the house be ours, and that be theirs, unless there come of the men of Erin. The people of Danaan made 7 ranks of themselves, and the 4th part of them could not cram in. They were still without a word. There came a gillie home with a boar that had found death from leanness and without a good seeming, and he throws that in front of Finn with an insult. One of Finn's gillies caught hold of him, and he tied his 4 smalls, and threw him below the board, and they spat on him. Loose me, and let me stand up. I was not in fault, though it was I that did it, and I will bring thee to a boar as good as thou ever ate. I will do that, said Finn. But though thou shouldst travel the 5/5 of Erin, unless thou comest before the day comes, I will catch thee. They loosed him, he went away, and gillies with him. They were not long when they got a good boar. They came with it, and they cooked it, and they were eating it. A bad provider of flesh art thou, said Galaad to Finn. Thou shalt not have that any longer to say, and the jawbone was in his hand. He raised the bone, and he killed 7 men from every row of the people of Danaan, and this made them stop. Then a gillie came home, and the black dog of the people of Danaan with him, seeking a battle of dogs. Every one of them had a pack of dogs, and a dozen in every pack. The first one of them went and slipped the first dozen. The black dog killed the dozen, he killed them by the way of dozen and dozen, till there was left but Bran in loneliness. Said Finn to Conan, let slip Bran, and, unless Bran makes it out, we are done. He loosed him. The 2 dogs began at each other. It was not long till Bran began to take driving, they took fear when they saw that. But what was on Bran but a venomous claw? There was a golden shoe on the claw of venom, and they had not taken off the shoe. Bran was looking at Conan, and now Conan took off the shoe, and now he went to meet the black dog again. And at the 3rd spock he struck on him, he took his throat out. Then he took the heart and the liver out of his chest. The dog took out to the knoll, he knew that foes were there. He began at them. A message came in to Finn that the dog was doing much harm to the people without. Come, said Finn to one of the gillies, and check the dog. The gillie went out, and, was, together with the dog. A message came in that the gillie was working worse than the dog. From man to man they went out till Finn was left within alone. The fiend killed the people of Danaan altogether. The lads of the fiend went out altogether, and they did not remember that they had left Finn within. When the children of the king saw that the rest were gone, they said that they would get the head of Finn and his heart. They began at him, and they drove him backwards till he reached a crag of rock. At the end of the house he set his back to it, and he was keeping them off. Now he remembered the dream he was tightly tried. Finn had the Ord Fianna, and when he was in extremity it would sound of itself, and it would be heard in the 5/5 of Erin. The gillies heard it, they gathered and returned. He was alive, and he was no more. They raised him on the point of their spears, he got better. They killed the sons of the king, and all that were alive of the people, and they got the chase as it ever was. Gaelic omitted. This story is one of the kind usually called Seneca's Na Fien, that is, the tradition, conversation, or tale or old stories, or ancient history, history, or biography, MacAlpine, of the people. Best known to English readers as the Fingalians. These are called by a collective name, and are spoken of as the Feen or Fane. They are generally represented as hunters and warriors in Erin, but their country is the Feen. Bran's battle and his venomous claw in a golden shoe, is more like the fight of a tiger or cheetah than an Irish deerhound. The people of Danann are called Tuatha de Danann, in manuscripts and books, and are supposed to be Scandinavians. The name, by a slight change in pronunciation, might mean the daring Northerns, the tenants of Danann, or the people of Danann, as here. Finn, in various inflections, is pronounced Fian, Een, Yun. Ord Fianna would seem to mean hammer of the Fian. If so, Finn may have acquired some of his gear of Thor, or he may be the same personage. The Ord Fianna is generally supposed to be a whistle, which sounded of itself, and was heard over the 5/5 of Erin. This tale, and no. 24, 25, 26, 27, and the two which follow, were told to Hector MacLean, by 4 individuals, Alexander MacDonald, tenant, Barra, Balebhurgh, who heard them from his grandmother, Mary Gillies, about 40 years ago, when she was more than 80. Neil MacLean, tenant, ditto, who learnt them from Donald MacNeil, who died about 5 years ago, about 80 years of age, John Cameron, ditto, who heard them from many, but cannot name any in particular. They state that these tales were very common in their younger days. They are pretty common still. They can tell nothing respecting the tales beyond the persons from whom they learnt them, of those from whom they learnt them they know nothing. There are numerous prose tales of the Fingalians in Gaelic manuscripts, now in the Advocates' Library in Edinburgh, according to an abstract lent by W. F. Skene Esq. One is probably the same as this tale, it is no. 4 of the manuscript numbered 4, called the Booth of Iain Direach tale of Fingal decoyed into a tent, and his combats with monsters, giants, armies, etc. Of this manuscript the author of the abstract, Ewan McLaughlin, says, 1812, this volume is evidently a transcript, perhaps not older than half a century. The language bespeaks high antiquity. With the exception of a few words, the language in this Barra tale is the ordinary language of the people of the island. It seems then, that this is a remnant of an old tale, rapidly fading from memory and mixing with the manners of the day, but similar to tales in manuscripts about 100 years old, and to tales now told in Ireland. See Poems of Ossian, Bard of Erin, 1857. 30. The Two Shepherds. There were out between Lahabur and Badenoch 2 shepherds who were neighbors to each other, and the one would often be going to see the other. One was on the east side of a river, and another on the west. The one who was on the west side of the river came to the house of the one who was on the east of it on an evening visit. He stayed till it was pretty late, and then he wished to go home. "It is time to go home," said he. "It is not that which thou shalt do, but thou shalt stay tonight," said the other, "since it is so long in the night." "I will not stay at all events, if I were over the river I don't care more." The houseman had a pretty strong son, and he said, "I will go with thee, and I will set thee over the river, but thou hadst better stay." "I will not stay at all events. If thou wilt not stay I will go with thee." The son of the houseman called a dog which he had herding. The dog went with him. When he set the man on the other side of the river, the man said to him, "Be returning now, I am far in thy debt." The strong lad returned, and the dog with him. When he reached the river as he was returning back home, he was thinking whether he should take the stepping stones, or put off his footclothes and take below. He put off his footclothes for fear of taking the stepping stones, and when he was over there in the river, the dog that was with him leaped at the back of his head. He threw her off him, she leaped again, he did the same thing. When he was on the other side of the river, he put his hand on his head, and there was not a bit of a bonnet on it. He was saying, whether should he return to seek the bonnet, or should he go home without it. "It's disgusting for me to return home without my bonnet, I will return over yet to the place where I put my footclothes off me, I doubt it is there that I left it." So he returned to the other side of the river. He saw a right big man seated where he had been, and his own bonnet in his hand. He caught hold of the bonnet, and he took it from him. What business hast thou there with that? It is mine, and thou hadst no business to take it from me, though thou hast got it. Over the river then they went, without a word for each other, fiercely, hatingly. When they went over, then, on the river, the big man put his hand under the arm of the shepherd, and he began to drag the lad down to a loch that was there, against his will and against his strength. They stood front to front, bravely, firmly on either side. In spite of the strength of the shepherd's son, the big man was about to conquer. It was so that the shepherd's son thought of putting his hand about an oak tree that was in the place. The big man was striving to take him with him, and the tree was bending and twisting. At last the tree was loosening in the earth. She loosened all but one of her roots. At the time when the last root of the tree slipped, the cocks that were about the wood crowed. The shepherd's son understood that when he heard the cocks crowing that it was on the short side of day. When they heard between them the cocks crowing, the big man said, Thou hast stood well, and thou hadst need, or thy bonnet had been dear for thee. The big man left him, and they never more noticed a thing near the river. Gaelic omitted. There is a bogle story in W. Grant Stewart's Highland Superstitions, published 1823 and 1851, in which a man is dragged towards a river by a supernatural being, whom he kills with his dirk. 2. I have another story like this, which was sent to me by a young gentleman, a member of the Ossianic Society of Glasgow. It has some likeness to number 28, the Smith, and is a good illustration of this part of popular mythology. When the people of Kintyre, Muintir Tyred were coming home from the northern Eric from fighting against Prince Charles, under their chieftain, the man of Skipnish, they were going together, each band that was nearest as neighbours. So one little company stayed behind the great band, in Seen Loch Glp, Loch Gilphead. The one who was hindmost of this company, who was called by the nickname of Iain Mhor, Big Black John, heard an unearthly noise, when he was come in front of a fall that was at Mhale Dubh, on the northern side of Terbert Chinteret. Tarbert, which may be rendered Land's End Drawboat. He went on, and in a burn below the fall, a terrible being met him, he drew his blade. Said the being to him, Strike me. I will not strike, thou monster, said John, but brodade mithu, I will prod thee. Prod me, the being would say. I will not prod thee, monster, but I will strike thee, John would say. They fought thus for a great time till the cock crew. And the being said to Iain, Thou wilt now be going, but before thou goest, take thy choice of the two following things Elan gun Rath no, Rath gun Elaine, speechless art, or artless speech. John chose speechless art, and so it happened. He was a blacksmith, as skilful as ever drew hammer on anvil, but he was not much better for that, there was no penny he earned that he would not spoil, and that would not go in some way that was not easily explained. As an instance of art, he could mend a saw, though thou hadst a bit in either hand, in such a way that it could not be seen where it was broken, and a gun in the same way. There would be a covering on the smithy windows when he would be mending such things. Big Black John got great power over witchcraft, betsiches, and evil eye. There was a man in Skipnish who had made money by smuggling, but he began to lose his money, for his malt refused to yield its product, till at last he lost the whole of what he had made, and he was a poor man. He went at last to Ionarer, where John was dwelling at that time. John told him that it was enmity that was doing the ill. He did not learn who was spoiling him. He said to him, Go home and thou wilt get back the produce of the malt. And so he did. Each togale, mashing, he made began to give more than the other, till the produce he got frightened him. He followed on thus till the loss was made up, and after that he got but the usual product. The following are stories of the same kind. The prevailing notions are, that supernatural beings exist which cannot withstand the power of iron, and that there are men and women who deal with them. These are from Mr. Hector Urquhart, written in English, and given in his own words. 3. One day last week, as I was walking up Glenfine, I overtook an old man who was carting coals up to the lodge. Good day to you, John. Good day to yourself, says John. From good days to showery days, I asked John if there was any virtue in iron against witchcraft or fairy spells. Indeed, and that's what there is, says John. So, when we came to the lodge, I wrote the following story from his telling. On a certain year in me a young lad, all our cows lost the milk, one after one. We guessed what was wrong with them, and my big brother lost no time in going to Appin, to consult the man of the Red Book. He no sooner entered his house than the man told him what moved him from home. It's your own neighbour's wife, says he, that spoilt your cows. She is this moment in your house, inquiring whether you went from home today, and where did you go to. And to make it double sure to you, that it's her who spoilt your cows, she will meet you under the lintel of your door coming out as you are going in. Go you now home, and take a shoe of an entire horse, and nail it to your byre door. But let no living person know of it. My brother came home, and as the man of the Red Book told him, this identical woman met him on the threshold as he was going into the house. I do not know how he managed to get hold of the laird's stallion, but the shoe was nailed on our byre door before sunrise next morning, so our cows had plenty milk from that day forth. For, this must be a wonderful book, John, says I. Do you know how this man came to have it? Well, says John, I'll tell you that. Once upon a time, there lived a man at Appin, Argyllshire, and he took to his house an orphan boy. When the boy was grown up, he was sent to herd. And upon a day of days, and him herding, there came a fine gentleman where he was, who asked him to become his servant, and that he would give him plenty to eat and drink, clothes, and great wages. The boy told him that he would like very much to get a good suit of clothes, but that he would not engage till he would see his master, but the fine gentleman would have him engaged without any delay. This the boy would not do upon any terms till he would see his master. Well, says the gentleman, in the meantime write your name in this book. Saying this, he put his hand into his outer pocket, and pulling out a large red book, he told the boy to write his name in the book. This the boy would not do, neither would he tell his name, till he would acquaint his master first. Now, says the gentleman, since you will neither engage, or tell your name, till you see your present master, be sure to meet me about sunset tomorrow, at a certain place. The boy promised that he would be sure to meet him at the place about sunsetting. When the boy came home he told his master what the gentleman said to him. Poor boy, says he, a fine master he would make. Lucky for you that you neither engaged nor wrote your name in his book, but since you promised to meet him, you must go, but as you value your life, do as I tell you. His master gave him a sword, and at the same time he told him to be sure and be at the place mentioned a while before sunset, and to draw a circle round himself with the point of the sword in the name of the Trinity. When you do this, draw a cross in the center of the circle, upon which you will stand yourself, and do not move out of that position till the rising of the sun next morning. He also told him that he would wish him to come out of the circle to put his name in the book, but that upon no account he was to leave the circle. I but ask the book till you would write your name yourself, and when once you get hold of the book keep it, he cannot touch a hair of you head, if you keep inside the circle. So the boy was at the place long before the gentleman made his appearance, but sure enough he came after sunset. He tried all his arts to get the boy outside the circle, to sign his name in the red book, but the boy would not move 1 foot out of where he stood, but, at the long last, he handed the book to the boy, so as to write his name therein. The book was no sooner inside the circle than it fell out of the gentleman's hand inside the circle. The boy cautiously stretches out his hand for the book, and as soon as he got hold of it, he put it in his oxter. When the fine gentleman saw that he did not mean to give him back the book, he got furious, and at last he transformed himself into a great many likenesses, blowing fire and brimstone out of his mouth and nostrils. At times he would appear as a horse, other times a huge cat, and a fearful beast, wildebeest. He was going round the circle the length of the night. When day was beginning to break he let out one fearful screech. He put himself in the likeness of a large raven, and he was soon out of the boy's sight. The boy still remained where he was till he saw the sun in the morning, which no sooner he observed, than he took to his Saul's home as fast as he could. He gave the book to his master, and this is how the far-famed Red Book of Appin was got. I have heard many old people say that they went from all parts to consult the Red Book of Appin, though this is the best story I heard about it. You ask if there were virtue in iron, you must know that iron was the principal safeguard against evil spirits, etc., etc., which I shall show in my next letter on the fairies. 5. The next is from the telling of a dancing master, a North Country Highlander, and written by my friend Mr. John Campbell of Kilberry, in Argyllshire. The supernatural being described as Bochan, is probably Bocan, a little buck, a hobgoblin, a ghost, a sprite, spectre, Armstrong and other die, and he seems but a half-tamed specimen of the same genus as the terrible being before described. Cailliach Gun Cheen, the headless trunk. Cailliach Gun Cheen was a very celebrated Botchkin, who favoured the family of the Macdonalds of Mhor, for ages immemorial, and was frequently seen about their residence, Mhor House, which is situated on the mainland, opposite the point of Slight, in the island of Skye. Though a protector of the family, he was particularly hostile to the neighbourhood, and waged war, especially with all the strong men he could meet with. For this purpose he particularly haunted the Mile Reeth, or Smooth Mile, one end of which was not above 200 yards from the mansion. I know the place well. The other end of the mile terminated at a large stream, called the River Mhor, famed in history for salmon fishing. After sunset, people did wisely to avoid that part, for then the Cailliach Gun Cheen was sure to keep his vigils. And any stray man who passed was sure to become a victim, the bodies being always found dead, and in the majority of instances mutilated also. As he took care never to appear, except to a solitary passenger, it was in vain to send a party against him. He was seldom, if ever, seen by women, and did no harm either to them or to children. Once it happened that a distant relative, but intimate friend of Ross's, dared his fate, and remained a victim on the ground. This came to the ears of Ian Garb, McGilly Challam, Rosse, Big John, the son of Mhor of Rosse. He was celebrated for his prowess and strength, and never had been vanquished in any fight, though he had tried with the strongest. He told his stepmother of the news he had heard from the mainland, and asked her advice, as he usually did, before he undertook any exploit of the kind. She advised him to go, and avenge the blood of his friend. After his preparations were made, and not without a blessing from the oracle, he set out on his circuitous journey, and met the Cailliach after sunset, on the Mile Reeth, and a battle did ensue, and I dare say it was a very stiff one. Before sunrise it was necessary for the Cailliach to be off, as he never could be seen in daylight. Whether finding he made no progress discouraged him or not, we can't say, but Ian got the victory. Being determined to get a sight of the Cailliach, and also to prove his victory to others, Ian tucked him under his arm, to carry him to the nearest light. The Cailliach had never been heard to speak. But being in this predicament, called out, League asmi, let me go. Cha League asthu, I will not let thee go. League as me, he repeated, but still the answer was Cha League me as Thursday. League as me, Agus Chan feature and so me gu brath tuliled. Let me go, and I shall never be seen here any more. Ma Boydakai's Thursday era Leabhar, era Chonail, Agus era Stokade dub, by Falb. If thou swear that on the book, on the candle, and on the black stocking, begone. After making the Cailliach promise this on his knees, Ian liberated him. The Cailliach flew off, singing the following doleful words: Esfada yum fine bon bain heterin, Esfada yum fine bilak a bourbon, which we can only translate by Far from me is the bill of Ben Heterin. Far from me is the pass of murmuring. This lament was repeated as long as Ian could bear, and these words are still sung by women in that country to their children, to the following notes, which tradition says was the very air. In the next, from the same source. The same being appears fully tamed. Still supernatural, still possessed of extraordinary strength, but attached to a family, and a regular brownie. 6. In the neighbourhood of Loch Traig, in Lahabur, Callum More Mackintosh held a little farm. There were rumours of his having intercourse with a mysterious personage called a Bochan, but of his first acquaintance with him there are no authentic accounts. One thing, however, is certain, that on some occasions he was supernaturally aided by this botchan, while at others, having in some way excited his displeasure, Callum was opposed in all his schemes. And on several occasions they came the length of fighting hand to hand, Callum never suffering much injury. On one occasion, as Callum was returning from Fort William Market, he met his friend the botchan within a short distance of his own house, and one of these contests took place, during which Callum lost his pocket handkerchief, which, having been blessed and presented to him by the priest, was possessed of a peculiar charm. The fight being ended, Callum hurried home, but, to his dismay, found that he had lost his charmed handkerchief, for which he and his wife in vain sought. Callum felt certain he had to thank the botchan for this mishap, and hurried back to the scene of action. The first object that met his view was the botchan, busily engaged in rubbing a flat stone with the identical handkerchief. On seeing Callum, he called out, "Ah, you are back, it is well for you, for if I had rubbed a hole into this before your return you were a dead man. No doctor on earth or power could save you. But you shall never have this handkerchief till you have won it in a fair fight." "Done," said Callum, and at it they went again, and Callum recovered his handkerchief. Peats were almost unknown at that time, and Callum, when the weather grew cold, took his axe, and felled a large birch tree in the neighbouring forest. The branches supplied wood for the fire for several days. And Callum did not trouble himself to lay in a store nearer hand when, lo! a snow storm came on, and blocked up the country, so that he was cut off from his supply. There was no means of access to the tree, and careful as Callum's wife was, the last branch was almost consumed, and the fire burnt low. Up started Callum with an exclamation, "Oh! wife, would that we had the tree I felled in the forest. It would keep us warm this night." Hardly had he spoken when the house was shaken and the door rattled. A heavy weight had fallen near the door. Callum rushed to see what the cause was, and there was the wished-for tree, with the botchan grinning at him. "Es ma am botchan fat hast, get a skein and sagart, the botchan is still kind, though the priest should burst," said the wife. On another occasion it happened that Callum left the farm he was in and went to one adjoining which he had taken, carrying with him his wife and all his furniture. In the night time Callum turned to his wife and said, "Well, it is well we have all with us, only one thing have we forgotten, the hogshead in which the hides are being barked." "That we have forgotten, no matter for that," said the wife. "There is no one to occupy the place yet a while, and we have time to get it home safe enough," and so the matter rested. But on going round the end of the house next morning, what did Callum see but his own identical hogshead, hides and all? It had been transported the distance of 5 miles of most rugged, rocky district. None but a goat could have crossed the place, and in the time it would have bothered one to do it, but the botchan managed it, and saved Callum a most troublesome journey. If you will go and take a look at it, the spot is there yet, and I would like to see how soon you would manage it, let alone the hogshead. Poor Callum, however, was obliged, with many of his nay hours, to leave Le Havre. Indeed, he was amongst the first embarking at Arisaig for New York. The passage was a tedious one, but it ended at last, and without any particular adventures, but on arriving they had to perform a quarantine of many days. On getting Pratique, Callum was in the first boat which landed, and happened to have stowed himself in the bows of the boat, and when she grounded, was the first man to jump on shore. Directly his feet touched the ground, who should meet him in the shape of a goat but the botchan. "Ha, ha Callum, ha me show ere those each orst. Ha, Malcolm, I am here before thee. Here ends our story." But rumour says that Callum was the better of the botchan's help in clearing the lands of his new settlement, and that, till he was fairly in the way of prosperity, the botchan abstained from teasing and provoking poor Callum. The next makes the supernatural beings robbers, and is a further argument in favour of the theory that all these traditions are fictions founded on fact. Recollections of wild savages living in mountain fastnesses, whose power, and strength, and cavern dwellings were enlarged and distorted into magic arts, gigantic stature, and the underground world. I translate the story from Gaelic, written by Rector MacLean from the telling of Johanna Macraman in Bernere, August 1859. This woman is a native of Skye, and descended from the celebrated pipers. Her father, grandfather, and uncles were pipers. She learned the story from her granduncle Angus Mac Crimmon. 7. A gentleman had a herd's dwelling, and he was out in a far-off glen long in the year with his herd women and his calf herd. They had every man they needed, and they were there till the middle of summer was. Then the herd woman said that she must go to seek things that she wanted. The herd woman went away, and she had a great distance to go before she should reach the farm. She said to the herd, in spite of the length of the path, that she would try to be back that night. When the evening was coming, the herd was wearying that the herd woman was not coming. Then he put the cattle to rights agus bly eeud, and he milked them, and there were wild showers of snow in the beginning of the night. He went home when the beginning of night was, and he set in order his own food, after he had taken a thought thwart dth that the herd woman would not come. He took his foods and he shut the door as well as he could, thinking that no man would come near him that night. He put na berdian fraoish, the bundles of heather, behind the cmhla, door, 29 and then he sat to toast himself at the fire because the side, weather, was so cold. He was taking his dinner there, when he heard a great tartar, noise, coming towards the door. Then he got up from the door with great fear, and he noticed a being striking the door again. He was thinking, and he did not know what to do, that if the door were struck a third time it would be in. He got up, and the door was struck a third time. Then he crouched in a corner at the lower end of the shailing when he saw the door being driven in. He did not know now whether he should stay as he was or hide himself. When he noticed the door being pushed in, there came in a beast, and she went up to the fire. The heather took fire and he saw this nasty beast standing at the fire. And she had a great long hair, and that creature was a nam a siar chewing the cud, as though there were a sheep or a cow. The horns that were on her were up to the top of the shailing. The poor man that was within thought that it was time for him to take his legs along with him, and he went out through the night and the winnowing and snow in it. He found one of the horses, and he reached his master's house before the day came. Here there he struck in the door of his master furiously, and his master awoke and bewent where he was, and he told his master the Wamha's terrible wonder that had come upon him since the herd woman left him. The master went, and the eldest son he had and himself, and they took a gun with them. They went as fast as they could to try to catch the beast to kill her. There was the worth of much money in the shailing, and they thought it a loss that they should want it. Then when they were coming near the shailing the gentleman put a charge in the gun, to be all ready to zeal. This word is said to be derived from south about the old practice being to make a turn sunwise before doing anything of importance. They reached the shailing, and they let off a shot in. Though he let off the shot he did not notice a thing, and fear would not let one of them search within. They were thus at the door and they perceived the beast showing herself out. It was hardly that she dragged herself out of the door of the shailing. Thereout went they the gentleman and his son. They went in such a great perturbation, that they did not remember the horses. But they stretched out on foot, fleeing before the beast that was there. What but that the beast followed after them till they reached the house, and they thought she would have finished them before they should arrive. When they reached the farm, one of the gentleman's men met him, and the gentleman told him that he was almost dead at all events, that he had hopes of reaching the house, and that he should go to try to meet the beast, and keep her back a space. The man went to meet the beast that was here, and she full of the snow, and he looked keenly at her. He returned to his master to tell him what sort of beast it was, and he said, "Come out here that you may come and see the beast." When they went out to see the beast, what was here but the buck goat, full of the snow, and the master was shamed that he should have fled from the like of that beast. The herd fled by the way of the banks of the shore. When he saw his master running away, and they had no tale of him. 3 of the servants were sent about the glen to try if they could find him, and they were not finding him at all. He was lost thus for 3 days and 3 nights, and they had no hope that they would find him forever. On the 3rd day he was going at the side of the shore, and water horses and wild beasts coming on land on the shores. What should he fall in with but a dwelling place there? He went in. There was no man there but a little russet man. The little russet man put welcome on him, and he asked him to come forward that he was welcome. He asked of the little russet man what was the meaning of his staying in such a place, that there was no man with him. "Oh," said the little russet man, "it is not allowed me to tell anything." "I will tell thee," said the herd, "what sent me in here. It is that I fled from Wamha's terrible wonder." "This is the thing thou shalt do," said the little russet man. "Thou shalt stretch thyself on this bed up here, and thing or thing that thou sayest in thy sleep, remember on thy death that thou dost not tell it." Then when he went to stretch himself in the bed, what should meet him in the bed but the body of a man, and he took to trembling with fear, but he did not move. He thought he would stay as he was. That the dead man was not to touch him at all events. Then he heard great speaking coming towards the house. He was not long so till he noticed a great clatter coming, and what was this but Sizir fear, collective singular noun of number, 6 men coming in and a cow with them. The master that was over the 6, said to the little russet man, "Didst thou see or perceive a man coming this way since earliness?" "I did not see," said he might come the way unknown to me." "Shut the door," said the big man, "and all without be they without, and all within. Then they put the cow on the fire in a great cauldron after they had torn it asunder in quarters. When they had put this on the fire it was not long till they noticed the next clatter, and what was here but another band coming. What should this band have but another cow flayed, and they had a pit within, and there they salted her. When the flesh that was in the kettle was cooked, they took their supper all together. The poor man that was here in the bed did not know on earth what he should do for fear. Here when it was coming near on the mouth of the day, the little russet man went out to look what likeness was on the night. When he came in, said they to him, "What seeming is on the night?" "There is a middling seeming," said he. "But it is I who saw the terrible man doing Fwathasack since I went out, as though he were listening to you. I think that it is Fwamhair Craig Dalaig the giant of Crag Dowlag, who is there. There out went every man of them, and the one that would not wait on his bow he would seize on his sword to kill him." When the little russet man, who was within, thought that they had hurried well from the house, he said to the one who was in the bed, "Thou one that art up come down as fast as thou didst ever." Then he stretched to the poor man who was in the bed, as fast as ever he did, a stocking full of dollars, and he gave him bread and cheese. "If thou ever didst it, do it now," said the little russet man to the herdsman. The herdsman went, and he reached the house of his master whole and healthy. The moral of this tale seems to be, that he who runs away from fancied danger may fall into real peril. But what bears upon the theory of the origin of such stories is, that the real peril is from water horses and robbers, who have a little red, Rua, man who plays the part of the enchanted princess, and the friendly cat. And the woman who is the slave of the giants and the robbers. The character which appears in all collections of popular tales to befriend the benighted stranger, or the wandering prince. And what is more, the fancied danger was from a creature under the form of a goat. Why a man should be frightened by a goat, appears from the last of following 2 stories, translated from the Gaelic of Hector Urquhart, and written from the telling of John Campbell in Strathgerlah, Rossshire. He is now, 1859-63. 8. At some time of the world the lord of Gairloch Tigharna Gairloch had a Seithiarnak, who used to be slaying Fwathan, Bogles, and routing out the spoilers. The name of this stalwart man was Uistian Mhor Mac Gil Fadrig. Uistian was on a day hunting, and he saw a great wreath of mist above him, and heard the sweetest music he ever heard, but he was not seeing a thing but the mist itself. He cast a shot that was in his gun at the wreath of mist, and the very finest woman he ever saw fell down at his side. He took her with him to his own house, but there was not a word of speech in her. And she was thus for a year with him, and she never saw a thing that she could not do. And Uistian was thus in the mountain as usual slaying the Bogles, Fwathan, and on a day at the end of a year, and he in the mountain, the night come on him as he was coming home. There he saw a light in a hill. He reached where the light was, and he stood in the door, and Na Sithakian, the fairies, were within making music and dancing, and the butler that they had going round about amongst them and giving them the drink. Uistian was looking at this, and the butler said, "It is a year from this night's night that we lost the daughter of Jarla Andrum, the Earl of Antrim. She has the power of the draught on her that she does not speak a word, till she gets a drink from the cup that is in my hand." And the butler was going round about till he reached where Uistian was, and he gave the corn, cup, to Uistian. No sooner got Uistian a hold of the cup in his hand than he took his sauls out, of that, and they after him. They were here coming close to, sheering on, Uistian, and when they were come within sight of the town the cock crowed. One said, "It is as well for us to return," but another said, "It is but Bogig Foghair, a spring soft one." At the end of a while another cook crowed. "But it is time to return now, this is the black cook of March," and they returned. But Uistian did not let go the cup till they reached his own house, until he had given a draught to her from the cup, and as soon as she had drunk a draught from the cup, she had speech as well as another. And Uistian went on the spot, back with the cap, and he left it on the hill, and when Uistian came back to his own house she told him that she was the daughter of the Earl of Antrim, and that the fairies had taken her from childbed. Uistian gave her two choices, whether would she rather stay by him, or be sent back to Erin, and she had rather go home. They went, and when they reached the house of the Earl of Antrim, she stayed in a little house that was near upon the castle for that night, and when they began to give them news, the housewife told them that the daughter of the Earl of Antrim was exceedingly ill, and that there was no leech in Erin that could do her good. Uistian said that he was the great doctor of the king of the Gaeldom, and that he would heal her, and that he would not ask payment till she should be healed. The earl was right well pleased as like to become about, and it was told to the one who was on the bed, that a great Scottish doctor was come to her town that could cure her. But this did not please her at all, and she would not let him come near her. But Uistian said that he would go there though it was ill with her, and he went where she was, with his naked sword in his hand. She who was in the bed cast an eye on him, and she said, "If I had been to put my thumb on the apple of thy throat on the night that thou wert born, thou couldst not do this to me this day." And when Uistian went to the bed, she went as a flame of fire out at the end of the house. Then Uistian gave his own daughter by the hand to the Earl of Antrim, whole and healthy. The Earl of Antrim gave Uistian his two choices, that he should stay with him, or a bag of gold and go home. Uistian took the bag of gold, and he came home, and he began at killing Fuathan, as he was before. This story joins fairies and Fuathan, and has many relations in other languages, and the next joins the whole to the French loup-garou, of which I heard from a peasant in France in November 1859, but the wolf is a goat in the Highlands. 9. Some time after this, word went to Uistian that there was a feuth on Tombid Gairloch on the yellow knoll of Gairloch, and this feuth was killing much people, and sending others out of the husk, or the gates, of their hearts. A cocrail and crid, because no man could take the path after the night or darkness should come. Uistian came, and on the way at the foot of the knoll Uistian went into the house of a yellow-footed weaver that was living there. Said the weaver to Uistian, "Thou hadst best stop the night." "Well, I will do that," said Uistian. "I am going to kill the feuth of Tombid tonight." "Perhaps that is not so easy," said the weaver. "With what wilt thou kill Gabhair Moilby, the goat of Maelbid?" "With the gun," said Uistian. "What," said the weaver, "if the gun will not suit?" "If it will not suit," said he, "I will try the sword on her." "What," said the weaver, "if the sword will not come out of the sheath?" "Well," said Uistian, "I will try my mother's sister on her." And on every arm that Uistian named, the weaver laid Rosad, a spell, but on the dirk which he called his mother's sister the weaver could not lay a spell. Then Uistian went up to the top of the knoll, and on the top of the knoll was a pit in which the goat used to dwell. She let out a Miagid bleat, and Uistian said, "Dost thou want thy kid, thou skulker?" "If I do, I have got it now," said she. Then Uistian laid hands on his gun, but she would not give a spark. Then he laid hands on his sword, but it would not come out of the sheath. "Where now is thy mother's sister?" said the goat. When Uistian heard this he sprang on the goat, and the first thrust he gave her with the Biodag dirk, she let out a roar. It seems odd to me, poor beast, if I do not give thy kid milk now. And he did not see the goat any more. Ossian turned back to the weaver's house, and when he kindled a light, he found the weaver under the loom pouring blood. If it was thou who madest so much loss on the yellow knoll, thou shalt not get off any farther, said Ossian. Then he killed the weaver under the loom, and no man was slain on the yellow knoll since then, by the goat or bogle. These two stories are certain enough. It was by my mother I heard them, and many a tale there is of Ossian, if I had mind of them. John Campbell, Strathgerlah, Rossshire. 10. I have another version of this same tale written by a schoolmaster, at the request of Mr. Osgood Mackenzie. It is in very good Gaelic, but to translate it would be repetition, for it is almost the identical. I do not mention the name of the writer, for it might be displeasing to him. The narrator is Alexander MacDonald, Inverasdale. The goat is called Gabhar Mhor Ribegach Fusagach, a great hairy bearded goat, and the dirk is called Catriona Puathar Mo Sheena Madhair, Catherine, my grandmother's sister. He finds the Brabadere weaver in bed, with a wound in his thigh, and gives him his death thrust there. I have given these specimens of a particular class of tales which are common enough, as they came to me, because they seem to be fair illustrations of the popular creed as to spirits. And to show that the so-called spirits are generally very near mortal men. My belief is, that Bokan, Bodak, Futh, and all their tribe, were once savages, dressed in skins, and that Gruagach was a half-tamed savage banging about the houses, with his long hair and skin clothing. That these have gradually acquired the attributes of divinities, river gods, or forest nymphs, or that they have been condemned as pagan superstitions, and degraded into demons. And I know that they are now remembered, and still somewhat dreaded, in their last character. The tales told of them partake of the natural and supernatural, and bring fiction nearer to fact than any class of tales current in the Highlands, unless it be the fairy stories of which a few are given under number 28, etc. 31. Ossian after the Fiend. From Bara. Ossian was an old man after the time of the Fiend, and he was dwelling in the house of his daughter. He was blind, deaf, and limping, and there were 9 oaken skewers in his belly, and he ate the tribute that Podrick had over Aaron. They were then writing the old histories that he was telling them. They killed a right big stag. They stripped the shank, and brought him the bone. Didst thou ever see a shank that was thicker than that in the Fiend? I saw a bone of the black bird's chick in which it would go round about. In that there are but lies. When he heard this, he caught hold of the books with rage, and he set them in the fire. His daughter took them out and quenched them, and she kept them. Ossian asked, with wailing, that the worst lad and dog in the Fiend should lay weight on his chest. He felt a weight on his chest. What's this? I Mac-Ruagad, son of the Red, or Auburn one. What is that weight which I feel at my feet? There is Mac-Bidhaig, the son of the Little Yellow. They stayed as they were till the day came. They arose. He asked the lad to take him to such a glen. The lad reached the glen with him. He took out a whistle from his pocket, and he played it. Sayest thou anything going past on yonder mountain? I see deer on it. What sort dost thou see on it? I see some slender and grey on it. Those are the seed of the lawn luth, swift elk, let them pass. What kind sayest thou now? I see some gaunt and grizzled. Those are the seed of Dirge Dastanak, the red fierce, let them pass. What kind sayest thou now? I see some heavy and sleek. Let the dog at them Vic Thweeg. Mac Buig went. Is he dragging down plenty? He is. Now, when thou sayest that he has a dozen thou shalt check him. When he thought he had them, he played the whistle, and he checked the dog. Now if the pup is sated with chase, he will come quietly, gently. If not, he will come with his gape open. He was coming with his gape open, and his tongue out of his mouth. Bad is the thing which thou hast done to cheek the pup unsated with chase. When he comes, catch my hand, and try to put it in his gape, or he will have us. He put the hand of Ossian in his gape, and he shook his throat out. Come, gather the stags to that knoll of rushes. He went, and that is done. And it was 9 stags that were there, and that was but enough for Ossian alone, the lad's share was lost. Put my 2 hands about the rushy knoll that is here, he did that, and the great cauldron that the fiend used to have was in it. Now, make ready, and put the stags in the cauldron, and set fire under it. The lad did that. When they were here ready to take it, Ossian said to him, Touch thou them not till I take my fill first. Ossian began upon them, and as he ate each one, he took one of the skewers out of his belly. When Ossian had 6 eaten, the lad had 3 taken from him. Hast thou done this to me? Said Ossian. I did it, said he. I would need a few when thou thyself hadst so many of them. Try if thou wilt take me to such a rock. He went down there, and he brought out the chick of a blackbird out of the rock. Let us come to be going home. The lad caught him under the arm, and they went away. When bethought that they were nearing the house, he said, Are we very near the house? We are, said the lad. Would the shout of a man reach the house where we are just now? 30, it would reach it. Set my front straight on the house. The lad did thus. When he was coming on the house, he caught the lad, and he put his hand in his throat, and he killed him. Now, said he, neither thou nor another will tell tales of me. He went home with his hands on the wall, and he left the blackbird's chick within. They were asking him where he had been since the day came. He said he had been where he had often passed pleasant happy days. How didst thou go there when thou art blind? I got a chance to go there this day at all events. There is a little pet yonder that I brought home, and bring it in. They went out to look, and if they went, there did not go out so many as could bring it home. He himself arose, and he brought it in. He asked for a knife. He caught the shank, he stripped it, and then took the flesh off it. He broke the 2 ends of the bone. Get now the shank of the dun deer that you said I never saw the like of in the feen. They got this for him, and threw it out through the marrow hole. Now he was made truthful. They began to ask more tales from him, but it beat them ever to make him begin at them any more. Gaelic omitted. 2. A version of this was told to me by an old tinker at Inverary, but, according to him, the books were destroyed. I took it to be the popular account of the Ossian controversy. Ossian, Macpherson, Dr. Smith, and their party, fused into Ossian, Dr. Johnson, and his followers, condensed into Padraig. The famous Red Book of Clanranald has also become mythical. Its true history will be found in the book by the Highland Society. I was told in Benbecula how a man had found a book, containing the history of the fiend, in a moss. And how he had parted with it to a blind beggar, who had sold part to a clergyman, the rest was in America. The book was not dug up, it was on the moss. It seemed as if the ancestors had sent it. 3. This story of the blackbird's bone is common. I heard it myself from several men in South Uist, with variations. According to one, the deer's bone was to turn round on end in the blackbird's shank. Another version has been sent to me from Sutherland. According to J. H. Simpson, a similar tale is now told by the peasantry of Mayo. Poems of Ossian, Bard of Erin, from the Irish, 1857, page 191. Mr. Maclean very ingeniously suggests that the word which now means blackbird, Lundub, may originally have meant black elk. Armstrong's dictionary gives ln, a meadow, ln, a diet, a dinner, a store, provision, food, lon, a nozzle, a blackbird, an elk. Lon, greed, prattle, hunger, also, a rope of raw hides used by the people of St. Kilda. The word, then, may mean almost anything that can be eaten by man or beast in general, and an elk in particular. There are plenty of elks still living in Scandinavia. Their gigantic fossil bones are found in Irish bogs, and in the Isle of Man, a whole skeleton is to be seen in the British Museum. And it is supposed that men and elks existed together in Ireland. See Wilson's Prehistoric Annals of Scotland, page 22, 1851. The story probably rests on a foundation of fact, namely, the discovery of fossil bones mixed up with the floating traditions about the fiend which pervade both Ireland and Scotland, and which have been woven into poems for centuries in both countries. These may date from the days when men hunted elks in Erin, as they now do in Scandinavia. Padraig probably slipped in when that curious dialogue was composed, of which several versions are still extant in old manuscripts. 4. The Sutherland version is as follows. The last of the giants lived among the Fern Hills, Rossshire, and within sight of the windows of Skibbo. He had an only daughter, married not to a giant, but to a common man. His son-in-law did not always treat him well, for he was sometimes very hungry, and had to wear a hunger belt. One day at dinner his son-in-law said to him, "Did you ever, amongst the giants, eat such good beef, or from so large an ox?" "Amongst us," said the last of the giants, "the legs of the birds were heavier than the hind quarters of your ox." They laughed him to scorn, and said, that it was because he was blind that he made such mistakes. So he called to a servant and bid him bring his bow and 3 arrows, and lead him by the hand to a quarry which he named in the Balnagowan forest. "Now," said he, "do you see such and such a rock?" "Yes," said the servant. "And is there a step in the face of it?" "Yes," said the servant. "Are there rushes at the foot of it?" "Yes," said the servant. "Then, take me to the steps, and put me on the first of them." The servant did so. "Look now, and tell me what comes." "I see birds," said the fellow. "Are they bigger than common?" "No bigger than in fern," said the servant. A little after, "What do you see?" "Birds still," said the servant. "And are they no bigger than usual?" "They are 3 times bigger than eagles." A little later, "Do you see any more birds?" said the giant. "Yes, birds that the air is black with them, and the biggest is 3 times as big as an ox." "Then guide my hand to the bow," said the blind giant, and the boy guided him so well that the biggest bird fell at the foot of the rock amongst the rushes. "Take home a hind quarter," said the giant, and they carried it home between them. When they came to the house of his son-in-law, he walked in with it, and aimed a tremendous blow at the place where his son-in-law usually sat. Being blind he did not see that the chair was empty, it was broken to pieces. But the son-in-law lived to repent, and treat the blind giant better. I have another version written in English by Mr. Hugh MacColl, gardener at Ardkinglass, from which it appears that the blind old giant was Ossian, and that his father-in-law was Paul na Nui Chlibhrich, Paul of the 9 Clerks, whom I strongly suspect to be St. Patrick. They questioned him about deer, and this shows how stories alter, for Diarmaid means ox and stag, and in Sutherland it has become ox. 5. They would not believe that Ossian's black birds were so large. He got a boy and went to a hill, and pulled a tuft of rushes, and here again is another change in the translation from Gaelic to English, for Tom means a knoll and a bush. Under the tuft they find a yellow dog, and under another, firelocks and spades, which is another curious change from the bow and arrows. Then they go to a hill covered with wood, which suits the country about Stirling. And the lad is made to dig a hole with the spade, and put his head into it. The old giant whistles, and nearly splits the boy's head, and he does this thrice. The first time the boy sees deer as big as peat stacks, the second, as large as house. The third, as large as hills, and they slip Cube Mac Colgar, the yellow dog after them. Then they kindle a fire and roast the deer. Here the betel has dropped out, and the boy eats some, and old giant is furious. For if he had eaten all he could have recovered his sight. Then he took the boy to a wood, and made him shoot a blackbird on its nest, and he took home a leg, which was so heavy that it broke the table. Then they tried to get the old man to tell them more about the fane, but he would not, because they would not believe him, and the next day they went with the boy to a well, and wrung his neck, to keep him silent also. Here, as in all the versions which I have got, the blackbird seems to be hauled in to account for the Gaelic word, which is but rarely used, and whose meaning is forgotten. Londub means blackbird or black elk. And surely deer as big as hills might have done to prove the wonders of the olden time. These three versions of the same story show, as well as any which I have, how the same tale changes in various localities, and why. In Stirling and in Sutherland Gaelic is fading rapidly. Elks have ceased to exist in Scotland, and the tradition has changed with the times, and shapes itself to suit the ideas of the narrators, and the country about them. 32. The Barra Widow's Son. From Alexander MacNeill, tenant and fisherman, then at Tangwell, Barra. There was a poor widow in Barra, and she had a babe of a son, and Iain was his name. She would be going to the strand to gather shellfish to feed herself and her babe. When she was on the strand on a day, what did she see but a vessel on the west of Barra? 3 of those who were on board put out a boat, and they were not long coming on shore. She went to the shore and she emptied out the shellfish beside her. The master of the vessel put a question to her, what thing was that? She said that it was strand shellfish, the food that she had. What little fair lad is this? A son of mine. Give him to me and I will give thee gold and silver, and he will get schooling and teaching, and he will be better off than to be here with thee. I had rather suffer death than give the child away. Thou art silly. The child and thyself will be well off if thou lettest him go with me. With the love of the money she said that she would give him the child. Come hither, lads, go on board, here's for you the key. Open a press in the cabin, and you will bring me hither a box that you will find in it. They went away, they did that, and they came. He caught the box, he opened it, he emptied it with a gush, or into her skirt, and he did not count it all, and he took the child with him. She stayed as she was, and when she saw the child going on board she would have given all she ever saw that she had him. He sailed away, and he went to England. He gave schooling and teaching to the boy till he was 18 years on the vessel. It was Ian Albanac the boy was called at first. He gave him the name of Ian Mac-A-Maestir, John, master's son, because he himself was master of the vessel. The owner of the vessel had 7 ships on sea, and 7 shops, 31 on shore, each one going to her own shop with her cargo. It happened to the 7 ships to be at home together. The owner took with him the 7 skippers to the house. I am growing heavy and aged, said he, you are their 7 masters, I had none altogether that I would rather than thou. I am without a man of clan though I am married. I know not with whom I will leave my goods, and I have a great share, there was none I would rather give it to than thee, but that thou art without clan as I am myself. I, said the skipper, have a son 18 years of age in the ship, who has never been let out of her at all. Is not that wonderful for me, and that I did not hear of it? Many a thing might the like of me have, and not tell it to you. Go and bring him down hither to me that I may see him. He went and he brought him down, and he set him in order. Is this thy son? It is, said the skipper. Whether wouldst thou rather stay with me, or go with thy father on the sea as thou wert before, and that I should make thee an heir for ever? Well then, it was ever at sea that I was raised, and I never got much on shore from my youth. So at sea I would rather be, but as you are determined to keep me, let me stay with yourself. I have 7 shops on shore, and thou must take thy hand in the 7 shops. There are clerks at every one of the shops, said he. No one of them will hold bad opinion of himself that he is not as good as I. If you insist that I take them, I will take the 7th one of them. He took the 7th one of the shops, and the first day of his going in he sent word through the town, the thing that was before a pound would be at 15 shillings. So that everything in the shop was down, and the shop was empty before the ships came. He, the owner, went in, he counted his money, and he said that the shop was empty. It is not wonderful though it were, when the thing that was before a pound is let down to 15 shillings. And, my oid, are you taking that ill? Do you not see that I would put out all in the shop 7 times before they could put it out once? With that thou must take the rest in hand, and let them out so. Then he took the rest in hand, and he was a master above the other clerks. When the ships came the shops altogether were empty. Then his master said, Whether wouldst thou rather be master over the shops or go with one of the 7 ships? Thou wilt get thy choice of the 7 ships. It is at sea I was ever raised and I will take a ship. He got a ship. Come, send hither here to me the 7 skippers. The 7 skippers came. Now, said he to the 6 skippers that were going with Iain, Iain is going with you, you will set 3 ships before and 3 behind, and he will be in the middle, and unless you bring him whole hither to me, there is but to seize you and hang you. Well, then, my adopted father, said Iain, that is not right. The ships are going together, a storm may come and drive us from each other, let each do as best he may. The ships went, they sailed, and it was a cargo of coal that Iain put in his own. There came on them a great day of storm. They were driven from each other. Where did Iain sail but to Turkey? He took anchorage in Turkey at early day, and he thought to go on shore to take a walk. He was going before him walking, he saw 2 out of their shirts working, and as though they had 2 iron flails. What had they but a man's corpse? What are you doing to the corpse? It was a Christian, we had 8 marks against him, and since he did not pay us while he was alive, we will take it out of his corpse with the flails. Well then, leave him with me and I will pay you the 8 marks. He seized him, he took him from them, he paid them, and he put mould and earth on him. It was soon for him to return till he should see more of the land of the Turk. He went on a bit and what should he see there but a great crowd of men together. He took over where they were. What did he see but a gaping red fire of a great hot fire, and a woman stripped between the fire and them. What, said he, are you doing here? There are, said they, 2 Christian women that the great Turk got, they were caught on the ocean, he has had them from the end of 8 years. This one was promising him that she would marry him every year, when the time came to marry him she would not marry him a bit. He ordered herself and the woman that was with her to be burnt. One of them was burnt, and this one is as yet unburnt. I will give you a good lot of silver and gold if you will leave her with me, and you may say to him that you burnt her. They looked at each other. They said that he would get that. He went and he took her with him on board, and he clothed her in cloth and linen. Now, said she, thou hast saved my life for me, thou must take care of thyself in this place. Thou shalt go up now to yonder change house. The man of the inn will put a question to thee what cargo thou hast. Say thou a cargo of coal. He will say that would be well worth selling in the place where thou art. Say thou it is for selling it that thou art come. What offer will he make for it? He will say, tomorrow at 6 o'clock there would be a wagon of gold going down, and a wagon of coal coming up, so that the ship might be kept in the same trim 32 till 6 o'clock on the next night. Say thou that thou wilt take that, but unless thou art watchful they will come in the night when every man is asleep, with muskets and pistols, they will set the ship on the ground, they will kill every man, and they will take the gold with them. He went to the man of the inn, and agreed with him as she had taught him. They began on the morrow, in the morning, to put down the gold, and take up the coal. The skipper had a man standing looking out that the vessel should be in trim. When the coal was out, and the ship was as heavy with the gold as she was with the coal, and when he was on shore, she got an order for the sailors to take her advice till he should come. Put up, said she, the sails, and draw the anchors. Put a rope on shore. They did that. He came on board, the ship sailed away through the night, they heard a shot, but they were out, and they never caught them more. They sailed till they reached England. 3 ships had returned, and the 3 skippers were in prison till Iain should come back. Iain went up and he reached his adopted father. The gold was taken on shore, and the old man had 2/3 and Iain 1/3. He got chambers for the woman, where she should not be troubled. Art thou thinking that thou wilt go yet? Said the woman to him. I am thinking that I have enough of the world with that same. Thou wentest before for thine own will, if thou wouldst be so good as to go now with my will. I will do that. Come to that shop without, take from it a coat, and a breeches, and a waistcoat. Try if thou canst got a cargo of herring and thou shalt go with it to Spain. When the cargo is in, come where I am before thou goest. When he got the cargo on board he went where she was. Hast thou got the cargo on board? I have got it. There is a dress here, and the first Sunday after thou hast reached the Spain thou wilt put it on, and thou wilt go to the church with it. Here is a whistle, and a ring, and a book. Let there be a horse and a servant with thee. Thou shalt put the ring on thy finger, let the book be in thine hand, thou wilt see in the church 3 seats, 2 twisted chairs of gold, and a chair of silver. Thou shalt take hold of the book and be reading it, and the first man that goes out of the church be thou out. Wait not for man alive, unless the king or the queen meet thee. He sailed till he reached the Spain. He took anchorage, and he went up to the change house. He asked for a dinner to be set in order. The dinner was set on the board. They went about to seek him. A trencher was set on the board, and a cover on it, and the housewife said to him, There is meat and drink enough on the board before you, take enough, but do not lift the cover that is on the top of the trencher. She drew the door with her. He began at his dinner. He thought to himself, though it were its fill of gold that were in the trencher, or a fill of Daoamine, 33 nothing ever went on board that he might not pay. He lifted the cover of the trencher, and what was on the trencher but a couple of herring. If this be the thing she was hiding from me she need not, and he ate 1 herring and the one side of the other. When the housewife saw that the herring was eaten Mhor. My great ruin, said she, how it has fallen out. Was I never a day that I could not keep the people of the realm till today? What has befallen thee? It is, that I never was a day that I might not put a herring before them till today. What wouldst thou give for a barrel of herrings? 20 Saxon pounds. What wouldst thou give for a ship load? That is a thing that I could not buy. Well, then, I will give thee 200 herring for the 2 herring, and I wish the ship were away and the herrings sold. On the first Sunday he got a horse with a bridle and saddle 34 and a gillie. He went to the church. He saw the 3 chairs. The queen sat on the right hand of the king, and he himself sat on the left. He took the book out of his pocket, and he began reading. It was not on the sermon that the king's looks were, nor the queen's, but raining tears. When the sermon scaled he went out. There were 3 nobles after him, shouting that the king had a matter for him. He would not return. He betook himself to the change house that night. He stayed as he was till the next Sunday, and he went to sermon. He would not stay for any one, and he returned to the change house. The 3rd Sunday he went to the church. In the middle of the sermon the king and queen came out. They stood at each side of the bridle rein. When the king saw him coming out he let go the rein, he took his hat off to the ground, and he made manners at him. By your leave, you needn't make such manners at me. It is I that should make them to yourself. If it were your will that you should go with me to the palace to take dinner. Ud. It is a man below you with whom I would go to dinner. They reached the palace. Food was set in the place of eating, drink in the place of drinking, music in the place of hearing. They were plying the feast and the company with joy and gladness, 35 because they had hopes that they would get news of their daughter. Oh, skipper of the ship, said the queen, hide not from me a thing that I am going to ask thee. Anything that I have that I can tell I will not hide it from you. And hide not from me that a woman's hand set that dress about your back, your coat, your breeches, and your waistcoat, and gave you the ring about your finger, and the book that was in your hand, and the whistle that you were playing. I will not hide it. With a woman's right hand every whit of them was reached to me. And where didst thou find her? 'Tis a daughter of mine that is there. I know not to whom she is daughter. I found her in Turkey about to be burned in a great gaping fire. Sawest thou a woman along with her? I did not see her, she was burned before I arrived. I bought her with gold and silver. I took her with me, and I have got her in a chamber in England. The king had a great general, said the queen, and what should he do but fall in love with her? Her father was asking her to marry him, and she would not marry him. She went away herself and the daughter of her father's brother with a vessel, to try if he would forget her. They went over to Turkey, the Turk caught them, and we had not hoped to see her alive forever. If it be your pleasure, and that you yourself are willing, I will set a ship with you to seek her, you will get herself to marry, half the realm so long as the king lives, and the whole realm when he is dead. I scorn to do that. But send a ship and a skipper away, and I will take her home, and if that be her own will, perhaps I will not be against it. A ship was made ready. What should the general do but pay a lad to have him taken on board unknown to the skipper? He got himself hidden in a barrel. They sailed far, short time they were in reaching England. They took her on board, and they sailed back for Spain. In the midst of the sea, on a fine day, he and she came up on deck, and what should he see but an island beyond him? It was pretty calm at the time. Lads, take me to the island for a while to hunt, till there comes on us the likeness of a breeze. We will. They set him on shore on the island. When they left him on the island the boat returned. When the general saw that he was on the island, he promised more wages to the skipper and to the crew, for that they should leave him there. And they left Iain on the island. When she perceived that they had left Iain on the island, she went mad, and they were forced to bind her. They sailed to Spain. They sent word to the king that his daughter had grown silly, as it seemed, for the loss of the form of her husband and lover. The king betook himself to sorrow, to black melancholy, and to woe, and to heartbreaking, because of what had arisen. And, because, he had but her of son or daughter. Iain was in the island, hair and beard grown over him, the hair of his head down between his two shoulders, his shoes worn to pulp, without a thread of clothes on that was not gone to rags. Without a bite of flesh on him, his bones but sticking together. On a night of nights, what should he hear but the rowing of a boat coming to the island? Art thou there, Iain Albanic? Said the one in the boat. Though he was, he answered not. He would rather find death at the side of a hill than be killed. I know that thou hearest me, and answer, it is just as well for thee to answer me, as that I should go up and take thee down by force. He went, and he took himself down. Art thou willing to go out of the island? Well, then, I am, it is I that am that, if I could get myself taken out of it. What wouldst thou give to a man that would take thee out of this? There was a time when I might give something to a man that would take me out of this, but today I have not a thing. Wouldst thou give one half of thy wife to a man that would take thee out of this? I have not that. I do not say if thou hadst, that thou wouldst give her away. I would give her. Wouldst thou give half thy children to a man that would take thee out of this? I would give them. Down hither, sit in the stern of the boat. He sat in the stern of the boat. Whether wouldst thou rather go to England or Spain? To Spain. He went with him, and before the day came he was in Spain. He went up to the change house, the housewife knew him in a moment. Is this Iain? Said she. It is the sheath of all that there was of him that is here. Poorly has it befallen thee, said she. She went and she sent a message to a barber's booth, and he was cleansed, and word to a tailor's booth, and clothes were got for him. She sent word to a shoemaker's booth, and shoes were got for him. On the morrow when he was properly cleansed and arrayed, he went to the palace of the king, and he played the whistle. When the king's daughter heard the whistle she gave a spring, and she broke the third part of the cord that bound her. They asked her to keep still, and they tied more cords on her. On the morrow he gave a blast on the whistle, and she broke 2 parts of all that were on her. On the 3rd day when she heard his whistle, she broke 3/4, on the 4th day she broke what was on her altogether. She rose and she went out to meet him, and there never was a woman more sane than she. Word was sent up to the king of Spain, that there never was a girl more sane than she, and that the bodily presence of her husband and lover had come to her. A coach was sent to fetch Iain, the king and his great gentles were with him, he was taken up on the deadly points. 36 Music was raised, and lament laid down. Meat was set in the place of eating, drink in the place of drinking, music in the place for hearing, a cheery, hearty, jolly wedding was made. Iain got one half of the realm, after the king's death he got it altogether. The general was seized. He was torn amongst horses, he was burned amongst fires, and the ashes were let fly with the wind. After the death of the king and queen, Iain was king over Spain. 3 sons were born to him. On a night he heard a knocking in the door. "The asker is come," said he. Who was there but the very man that took him out of the island? "Art thou for keeping thy promise?" said the one who came. "I am," said Iain. "Thine own be thy realm, and thy children and my blessing. Dost thou remember when thou didst pay 8 merks for the corpse of a man in Turkey? That was my body, health be thine, thou wilt see me no more." Gaelic omitted. Got this tale from Alexander MacNeill, tenant and fisherman, then at Tangval, Burgh. Heard his father, Roderick MacNeill, often recite it. Roderick MacNeill died about 20 years ago, about the age of 80 years. Heard it from many other old men in youth, and says it was pretty common then. H. Maclean. July, 1859. The landscape, and the ways of the poor of Burgh, are painted from nature, the flat strand, the shellfish, the ship in the offing, the boat at the edge of the sea. Then comes the popular romance, in which the poor man is to become a prince. The life of shops and ships, dimly seen, but evident enough. Turkey and Spain fairly lost in a distant haze. The commercial principle laid down, that small profits make quick returns. And that men should buy in the cheapest, and sell in the dearest market. And all this woven with a love story, and mixed up with an old tale which Grimm found in Germany, and which Hans Andersen has made the foundation of one of his best tales. Alas! Why did not the King of Spain send for the Burgh widow to make it complete? 33. The Tale of the Queen Who Sought a Drink from a Certain Well. From Mrs. McTavish, Port Ellen, Islay. There was before now, a queen who was sick, and she had 3 daughters. Said she to the one who was eldest, "Go to the well of true water, and bring to me a drink to heal me." The daughter went, and she reached the well. A luscan, frog or toad, came up to ask her if she would wed him, if she should get a drink for her mother. "I will not wed thee, hideous creature." "On any account," said she. "Well then," said he, "thou shalt not get the water." She went away home, and her mother sent away her sister that was nearest to her, to seek a drink of the water. She reached the well, and the toad came up and asked her if she would marry him if she should get the water. "I won't marry thee, hideous creature," said she. "Thou shalt not get the water, then," said he. She went home, and her sister that was youngest went to seek the water. When she reached the well the toad came up as he used, and asked her if she would marry him if she should get the water. "If I have no other way to get healing for my mother, I will marry thee," said she. And she got the water, and she healed her mother. They had betaken themselves to rest in the night when the toad came to the door saying, "A Cailliach, a Cailliach. An quin nich leet. An gilad beag. A thug Thursday aig. An tobar dom. A gale, a gale. Gentle one, gentle one. Rememberest thou the little pledge thou gavest me beside the well? My love, my love." When he was ceaselessly saying this, the girl rose and took him in, and put him behind the door, and she went to bed. But she was not long laid down, when he began again saying, everlastingly, "A how vague, a how vague. An quinich leet. An gilug beag. A hug o aig. An tobar gaw. A gyul, a gyul." Then she got up and she put him under a noggin. That kept him quiet a while, but she was not long laid down when he began again, saying, "A how vague, a how vague. An quinich leet. An gilug beag. A hug o aig. An tobar gaw. A gyul, a gyul." She rose again, and she made him a little bed at the fireside, but he was not pleased, and he began again saying, a choimheg, and Quinich Leet in Gilad Beg a Thug Thursday Aig in Tobar Dom, a gale. Then she got up and made him a bed beside her own bed, but he was without ceasing, saying, a choimheg, and Quinich Leet in Gilad Beg a Thug Thursday Aig in Tobar Dom, a gale. But she took no notice of his complaining, till he said to her, There is an old rusted glaive behind thy bed, with which thou hadst better take off my head, than be holding me longer in torture. She took the glaive and cut the head off him. When the steel touched him, he grew a handsome youth, and he gave many thanks to the young wife, who had been the means of putting off him the spells, under which he had endured for a long time. Then he got his kingdom, for he was a king. And he married the princess, and they were long alive and merry together. Gaelic omitted. The lady who has been so kind as to write down this, and other stories, is one of my oldest friends. She has brought up a large family, and her excellent memory now enables her to remember tales, which she had gathered during a long life passed in the West Highlands, where her husband was a respected minister. The story is evidently a Celtic version of the Weary Well at the World's End, of which Chambers has published one Scotch version, to which Grimm refers in notes, Der Froschkönig, in his third volume. There are many versions still current in Scotland, told in broad Scots, and it can be traced back to 1548. According to Grimm, it belongs to the oldest in Germany. This version clearly belongs to the Gaelic language, for the speech of the frog is an imitation of the gurgling and quirking of spring frogs in a pond, which I have vainly endeavoured to convey to an English reader by English letters. But which is absurdly like, when repeated in Gaelic with this intention. The persevering, obstinate repetition of the same sounds is also exceedingly like the habit of frogs, when disturbed, but not much frightened. Let any one try the experiment of throwing a stone into the midst of a frog concert, and he will hear the songsters, after a moment of stillness, begin again. First a half smothered gark. Then another begins, half under water, with a gurgle, and then more and more join in till the pond is in full chorus once again. Gark, gull gurk gull. Holy healing wells are common all over the Highlands. And people still leave offerings of pins and nails, and bits of rag, though few would confess it. There is a well in Islay where I myself have, after drinking, deposited copper caps amongst a hoard of pins and buttons, and similar gear, placed in chinks in the rocks and trees at the edge of the witch's well. There is another well with similar offerings, freshly placed beside it in an island in Loch Marie, in Rossshire, and similar wells are to be found in many other places in Scotland. For example, I learn from Sutherland, that a well in the Black Isle of Cromarty, near Rosehaw, has miraculous healing powers. A country woman tells me, that about 40 years ago, she remembers it being surrounded by a crowd of people every first Tuesday in June, who bathed or drank of it before sunrise. Each patient tied a string or rag to one of the trees that overhung it before leaving. It was sovereign for headaches. Mr. remembers to have seen a well here called Mary's Well, hung round with votive rags. Well worship is mentioned by Martin. The custom in his day, in the Hebrides, was to walk south about round the well. Sir William Betham in his Gale and Simbairi, Dublin, W. Curry, June, and Company. 1834, says at page 235, the Celti were much addicted to the worship of fountains and rivers as divinities. They had a deity called Divona, or the river god. Divona Celtarum lingua fons adit divii, Ausonius. He quotes from the Book of Armagh, a MS of the 7th century, and he, St. Patrick, came to Fina Malch, which is called Slain, because it was intimated to him that the Magi honored this fountain, and made donations to it as gifts to a god. For they sacrificed gifts to the fountain, and worshipped it like a god. The learned author explains how wells are now venerated in Ireland, and traces their worship back to remote ages. And to the east, by way of Spain, Carthage, and Egypt, Tyre and Sidon, Arabia, Chaldea, and Persia, where men still hang bits of rag on trees near wells. Baal, according to some of the authorities quoted, is mixed up with the well worship of the Irish Cailliachs. Divona, the river god, or Ball, may therefore have degenerated into a toad. And the princess who married him may once have been a Celtic divinity, whose story survives as a popular tale in Germany and in Scotland. The following story bears on the same subject, and may explain why gifts were left when a drink was taken from a well. The story was told to me long ago, while seated under shelter of a big stone waiting for ducks on the shore. It was told in Gaelic, and the pun upon the name of the lake is lost in any other language. The meaning of the name might be the Weasel Lake, or the Lake of the Falls, or perhaps the Lake of the Island. But the legend gives a meaning, which the sound of the name will bear, and it ought to be right if it is not. 34. The origin of Loch Ness. From Mr. Thomas MacDonald, now gamekeeper at Dunrabin. Where Loch Ness now is, there was long ago a fine glen. A woman went one day to the well to fetch water, and she found the spring flowing so fast that she got frightened, and left her pitcher and ran for her life. She never stopped till she got to the top of a high hill. And when there, she turned about and saw the glen filled with water. Not a house or a field was to be seen. "Aha," said she, "the loch and a nis. Ha loch and a niche. There is a lake in it now," and so the lake was called Loch Ness, niche. 35. Connaught. From Alexander MacNeill, tenant and fisherman, Barra. There was an old king before now in Erin 37 and a sister of his, whose name was Maghach, had 3 sons. The eldest of them was Fergus, the middlemost Lagan Laid, and the youngest one Connaught. He thought he would make an heir of the eldest one, Fergus. He gave him the schooling of the son of a king and a Ridere, and when he was satisfied with school and learning he brought him home to the palace. Now they were in the palace. Said the king, "I have passed this year well. The end of the year is coming now, and trouble and care are coming on with it." "What trouble or care is coming on thee?" said the young man. "The vassals of the country are coming to reckon with me today. Thou hast no need to be in trouble. It is proclaimed that I am the young heir, and it is set down in papers and in letters in each end of the realm. I will build a fine castle in front of the palace for thee. I will get carpenters, and stonemasons, and smiths to build that castle." "Is that thy thought, son of my sister?" said the king. "Thou hadst neither claim nor right to the realm unless I myself had chosen to give it to thee with my own free will. Thou wilt not see thyself handling Erin till I go first under the mould. There will be a day of battle and combat before I let this go on," said the young man. He went away, and he sailed to Alba. A message was sent up to the king of Alba that the young king of Erin was come to Alba to see him. He was taken up on the deadly points. 38 Meat was set in the place for eating, drink in the place for drinking, and music in the place for hearing, and they were plying the feast and the company. "Oh, young king of Erin," said the king of Alba, "it was not without the beginning of some matter that thou art come to Alba. I should not wish to let out the knowledge of my matter till I should first know whether I may get it. Anything I have thou gettest it, for if I were seeking help, perhaps I would go to thee to get it. There came a word with trouble between me and my mother's brother. It was proclaimed out that I was king of Erin. And he said to me that I should have nothing to do with anything till a clod should first go on him. I wish to stand my right, and to get help from thee. I will give thee that," said the king. 300 swift heroes, 300 brave heroes, 300 full heroes, and that is not bad helping. I am without a chief over them, and I am as ill off as I was before. But I have another small request, and if I might get it, I would wish to let it out. "Anything I have that I can part from, thou shalt get it," said the king, "but the thing I have not, I cannot give it to thee. Let out thy speech, and thou shalt have it. It is Boyne Brait, thy son, at their head. My torture to thee. Had I not promised him to thee, thou hadst not got him. But there were not born in Alba, nor in Erin, nor in Sasson, nor in any one place, those, who would gain victory over my son if they keep to fair play. If my son does not come back as be went, the word of an Arianac is never again to be taken, for it is by treachery he will be overcome." They went away on the morrow, and they sailed to the king of Sassan. A message went up to the king of Sassan that the young king of Erin had come to the place. The king of Sassan took out to meet him. He was taken up on the deadly points, music was raised, and lament laid down in the palace of the king of Sassan. Meat was set in the place for eating, drink in the place for drinking, music in the place of hearing, and they were plying the feast and the company with joy and pleasure of mind. "O young king of Erin," said the king of Sassan, "it is not without the end of a matter that thou art come here. I got the schooling of the son of a king and a Ridere. My mother's brother took me home. He began to speak about the vassals of the country and the people of the realm, that care and trouble were on him, and that he had rather the end of the year had not come at all. Said I to him, I will build thee a palace, so that thou shalt have but to wash thy face, and stretch thy feet in thy shoes. Said he, my sister's son, thou hadst no right to the realm, and thou gettest it not till a clod goes on me, in spite of everything. Said I, there will be a day of battle and combat between thee and me, before the matter is so. I went away. I took my ship, I took a skipper with me, and I sailed to Alba. I reached Alba, and I got 300 swift heroes, 300 brave heroes, and 300 full heroes. Now I am come to thee to see what help thou wilt give me. I will give thee as many more, and a hero at their head, said the king of Sassan. They went away, and they sailed to Erin. They went on shore on a crag in Erin, and the name of Kirkcudbright is on that rock still. He reached the king. Brother of my mother, art thou now ready? Well, then, Fearachur, though I said that, I thought thou wouldst not take anger, but I have not gathered my lot of people yet. That is no answer for me. Thou hast Erin under thy rule. I am here with my men, and I have neither place, nor meat, nor drink for them. Ooh, said the king, the storehouses of Erin are open beneath thee, and I will go away and gather my people. He went away. He went all round Erin. He came to a place which they called Yubhar, Newry. There was but one man in Yubhar, who was called Goiblean Gaba, Goivlin Smith. He thought to go in, for thirst was on him, and that he would quench his thirst, and breathe a while. He went in. There was within but the smith's daughter. She brought him a chair in which he might sit. He asked for a drink. The smith's daughter did not know what she should do, for the smith had but one cow, which was called the glass goiblean, grey goivlin, with the vessel he had for the milk of the cow. 3 times in the day it would go beneath the cow. 3 times in the day thirst would be on him, and he would drink the vessel each time, and unless the daughter had the vessel full she was not to get off. She was afraid, when the king asked for a drink, that unless she had the vessel full her head would be taken off. It was so that she thought the vessel should be set before the king at all hazards. She brought down the vessel, and she set it before him. He drank a draught, he took out the 4th part, and he left 3/4 in it. I would rather you should take it out altogether than leave it. My father has made an oath that unless I have the vessel full, I have but to die. Well, then, said the king, it is a spell of my spells to leave the vessel as full as it was before. He set the vessel on the board, he struck his palm on it, and he struck off as much as was above the milk, and the vessel was full, and before he went away, the girl was his own. Now, thou art going, O king of Erin, and I am shamed. What wilt thou leave with me? I would give thee 1,000 of each hue, 1,000 of each kind, 1,000 of each creature. What should I do with that, for I wilt not find salt in Erin to salt them. I would give thee glens and high moors to feed them from year to year. What should I do with that? For if Fearachur should kill you, he will take it from me, unless I have it with writing, and a drop of blood to bind it. I am in haste this night, but go tomorrow to the camp to Croc Mail Nam Muck, said the king, and he left his blessing with her. Her father came. Far from thee be it, my daughter. I think that a stranger has been to see thee here this day. How dost thou know that? Thou hadst a maiden's slow eyelash when I went out, thou hast the brisk eyelash of a wife now. Whom wouldst thou rather had been here? I never saw the man I would rather be here than the king of Erin. Well, it was he left me 1,000 of each hue, 1,000 of each kind, 1,000 of each creature. What, said I, shall I do with them, as I cannot get in Erin as much salt as will salt them? Said he, I would give thee glens and high moors to feed them from year to year. What shall I do if Feargus should kill you? I will not get them. He said, I should have writing in a drop of his own blood to bind it. They slept that night as they were. If it was early that the day came, it was earlier that the smith arose. Come, daughter, and let us be going. She went, herself and the smith, and they reached the king in his camp. Wert thou not in the Mhor yesterday, said the smith to the king, I was, and hast thou mind of thy words to the girl? I have, but the battle will not be till tomorrow. I will give thee, as I said, to the girl, but leave her. The smith got that, and he went away. That night, when she had slept a while, she awoke, for she had seen a dream. Art thou waking? I am, what wilt thou with me? I saw a dream there, a shoot of fur growing from the heart of the king, one from my own heart, and they were twining about each other. That is our babe son. They slept, and it was not long till she saw the next dream. Art thou waking, king of Erin? I am, what wilt thou with me? I saw another dream. Feargus, coming down, and taking the head and the neck out of me. That is, Feargus killing me, and taking out my head and neck. She slept again, and she saw another dream. Art thou sleeping, king of Erin? I am not, what wilt thou with me now? I saw Erin, from side to side, and from end to end, covered with sheaves of barley and oats. There came a blast of wind from the east, from the west, from the north, every tree was swept away, and no more of them were seen. Feargus will kill me, and he will take the head and neck out of me. As quickly as ever thou didst, anything, seize my set of arms, and keep them. A baby boy is begotten between thee and me. Thou shalt suckle and nurse him, and thou shalt set him in order. Keep the arms. When thou sayest that he has speech, and can help himself, thou shalt send him away through the world a-wandering, till he find out who he is. He will get to be king over Erin, his son will be king over Erin, his grandson will be king over Erin. His race will be kings over Erin till it reaches the 9th knee. A child will be born from that one. A farmer will come in with a fish, he will cook the fish, a bone will stick in his throat, and he will be choked. Maub, the king's sister, the mother of Feargus, had 2 other sons, and the battle was to be on the morrow. Lag and Laid and Connell, and Lag and Laid was the eldest. Whether, said Lag and Laid, shall we be with our mother's brother or with Feargus? I know not. If our mother's brother wins, and we are with Feargus, it is a stone in our shoe forever. But if Feargus wins, he will turn his back to us, because we were on the other side. Well, then, it is not thus it shall be, but be thou with Feargus, and I will be with our mother's brother. It shall not be so. We will leave it to our mother. Were I a man, said Maub, I would set the field with my own brother. Well, then, I will be with Feargus, said Lag and Laid, and be thou with Feargus, O Connell. Feargus went to Finn. He blessed him in calm, soft words. Finn blessed him in better words, and if no better, they were no worse. I heard that there was a day of battle and combat between thyself and thy mother's brother, said he. That is to be, and I came to you for help. It is but bold for me to go against thy mother's brother, since it was on his land that I got my keep. If thy mother's brother should win, we shall get neither furrow nor clod of the land of Erin as long as we live. I will do thus. I will not strike a blow with thee, and I will not strike a blow against thee. Feargus went home on the morrow, and they set in order for the battle. The king's company was on one side, and the company of Feargus on the other. Feargus had no Gaelic heroes but Boyne Brait and his company. The great Saxon hero and his company, and Lag and Laid. Boyne Brait drew out to the skirt of the company, he put on his harness of battle and hard combat. He set his silken netted coat above his shirty 39 shirt, a booming shield on his left side. How many deaths were in his tan sheath! He strode out on the stern steps like a sudden blaze. Each pace he put from him was less than a hill, and greater than a knoll on the mountain side. He turned on them, cloven and cringing. 3 ranks would he drive of them, dashing them from their shields, to their blood and their flesh in the skies. 40 would he not leave one to tell the tale, or report bad news, to put in a land of holes or a shelf of rock. There was one little one-eyed russet man, one-eyed, and on one knee and one-handed. Thou shalt not be to tell a tale of me. He went and he took his head off. Then Boyne Brait shunned the fight, and he took his armour off. Go down, Feargus, and take off the head of thy mother's brother, or I will take it off. Feargus went down, he caught hold of his mother's brother, and he took his head off. The smith's daughter went to the arms, and she took them with her. Lag and Laid kept on his armour. When he saw Feargus going to take off the head of his mother's brother, he took a frenzy. Lag and Laid went about the hill to try if he could see Boyne Brait, who was unarmed. Boyne Brait thought that man was drunk with battle. He thought that he would turn on the other side of the hill to try if he could come to his own place. Lag and Laid turned on the other side against him. He thought to turn again to try if the battle frenzy would abate. The 3rd time he said he would not turn for all who were in Albuin, or Erin, or Sasson. It is strange thou, man, that wert with me throughout the battle, to be against me. I will not believe but that thou hast taken the drunkenness of battle, said Boyne Brait. I am quite beside myself. Well, then, said he, though I am unarmed, and thou under arms, remember that thou art no more to me than what I can hold between these 2 fingers. I will not be a traitor to thee. There behind thee are 3 of the best heroes in Albuin, or Erin, or Sasson. He gave a turn to see the 3 heroes, and when he turned Lag and Laid struck off his head. My torture, said Feargus, I had rather my own head were there. An Arianac is not to be taken at his word as long as a man shall live. It is a stone in thy shoe every day for ever, and a pinch of the land of Erin thou shalt not have. Lag and Laid went away and he went to the mountain. He made a castle for himself there, and he stayed in it. The smith's daughter came on well till she bore a babe son. She gave him the name of Conal Mac Rai Erin. She nourished him well, and right well. When speech came and he could walk well, she took him with her on a wet misty day to the mountain amongst high moors and forests. She left him there astray to make out a way for himself, and she went home. He did not know in the world what he should do, as he did not know where to go, but he found a finger of a road. He followed the road. What should he see but a little hut at the evening of the day at the wayside? He went into the hut, there was no man within, he let himself down at the fireside. There he was till a woman came at the end of the night, and she had 6 sheep. She saw a great slip of a man beside the fire, who seemed to be a fool. She took great wonder when she saw him, and she said that he had better go out of that, and go down to the king's house, and that he would get something amongst the servants in the kitchen. He said he would not go, but if she would give him something that he might eat, that he would go to herd the sheep for herself. What should be the name of the woman but Cailliach Gentle? If I thought that, I would give thee meat and drink, said she. On the morrow he went away with the sheep. I have not a bite of grass for them, said she, but a road, and thou shalt keep them at the edge of the road, and thou shalt not let them off it. At the time of night he came home with them. On the morrow he went away with the sheep. There were near to the place where he was with them 3 fields of wheat that belonged to 3 gentlemen. The sheep were wearing him out. He went and he levelled the dike, and he let them in from one to the other till they had eaten the 3 fields. On a day of days, the 3 gentlemen gathered. When they came, he had let the fields be eaten by the sheep. Who art thou? Thou hast eaten the fields. It was not I that ate them at all, it was the sheep that ate them. We will not be talking to him at all, he is but a fool. We will reach Cailliach to see if the sheep are hers. They reached Cailliach. They took her with them to the court. This was the first court that Feargus had made after he got the crown. The kings had a heritage at that time. When they did not know how to split justice properly, the judgment seat would begin to kick, and the king's neck would take a twist when he did not do justice as he ought. I can make nothing of it, said the king, but that they should have the tooth that did the damage. The judgment seat would begin to kick, and the king's neck took a turn. Come here one of you and loose me. Try if you can do justice better than that. Though there were thousands within, none would go in the king's place. They would not give the king such bad respect, as that any one of them would go before him. Is there a man that will loose me? There is not, unless the herd of Cailliach himself will loose thee. Cailliach's herd was set down. Loose for me, my little hero, and do justice as it should be done, and let me out of this. Nor right nor justice will I do before I get something that I may eat. Then he got something which he ate. What justice didst thou do thyself, said he. I did but doom the tooth that did the damage to be theirs. What was in the way that thou didst not give death to Cailliach? This is what I would do. Cailliach has 6 sheep, and though the 6 sheep were taken from her, they would not pay the gentleman. Cailliach will have 6 lambs, the gentleman shall have the 6 lambs, and she herself shall have the sheep to keep. The turn went out of the king's neck. He went away, and they did not ask who he was, and he got no scathe. There was another gentleman, and he had a horse, and he sent him to a smithy to be shod. The smith had a young son and a nurse under the child. What should it be but a fine day, and it was without that the horse was being shod, and she never saw a horse shod before, and she went out to see the shoeing of the horse. She sat opposite to the horse, and he took the nail and the shoe, and he did not hit the hoof with the nail but he put it in the flesh, and the horse struck the child, and drove the cup of his head off. They had but to go to justice again to the king, and the justice the king made for them was, that the leg should be taken off the horse. The judgment seat began to kick again, and the king's neck took a twist. The herd of Cailliach was there, and they asked him to loose the king. He said that he would not do a thing till he should first get something to eat. He got that. He went where the king was. What law didst thou make? The leg to be taken off the horse. That will not pay the smith. Send hither to me the groom that broke the horse, and the gentleman to whom he belongs. Send over here the smith and the nurse. The gentleman and the groom came. Well then, my gentleman, didst thou make this groom break this horse as he should? The groom said that he had done that as well as he knew how to do it. No more could be asked of thee. Well, smith, didst thou give an order to the nurse to stay within without coming out of her chamber? I did not give it, said the smith, but she might do as she chose herself. My gentleman, said he, since thou art best kept, I will put 1/3 of the Iric of the smith's son on thee, and another 1/3 on the smith himself, because he did not measure the nail before he put it to use. And another 1/3 on the nurse and the groom because she did not stay within in her chamber, and in case he left some word or other untaught to the horse. The gentleman went away and the smith, the judgment seat stopped, and she hadn't a kick, the turn came out of the king's neck, and they let him go as usual. Said the king, if he has travelled over the universe and the world, there is a drop of king's blood in that lad, he could not split the law so well as that if it were not in him. Let the 3 best heroes I have go, and let them bring me his head. They went after him. He gave a glance from him and what should he see coming but they? They came where he was. Where are you going? We are going to kill thyself. The king sent us to thee. Well, then, that was but a word that came into his mouth, and it is not worth your while to kill me. He is but a fool, said they. Since he sent you to kill me, why don't you kill me? Wilt thou thyself kill thyself, my little hero, said they. How shall I kill myself? Here's for thee a sword and strike it on thee about the neck, and cast the head off thyself, said they. He seized on the sword, and gave it a twirl in his fist. Fall to killing thyself, my little hero. Begone, said he, and return home, and do not hide from the king that you did not kill me. Well, then, give me the sword, said one of them. I will not give it, there are not in Erin as many as will take it from my fist, said he. They went and they returned home. As he was going by himself, he said, I was not born without a mother, and I was not begotten without a father. I have no mind, of, ever coming to Erin, and I know that it was in Erin I was born. I will not leave a house in which there is smoke or fire in Erin till I know who am. He went to the Mhor. What was it but a fine warm day? Whom did he see but his mother washing? He was coming to a sort of understanding, so that he was thinking that it was his mother who was there. He went behind her, and he put his hand on her breast. Indeed, said he, a foster son of thy right breast am I. She gave her head a toss. Thy like of a tar-laid drudge, I never had as a son or a foster son. My left hand is behind thy head, and a sword in my right hand, and I will strike off thy head unless thou tell me who I am. Still be thy hand, Conall, son of the king of Erin. I knew myself I was that, and that there was a drop of the blood of a king's son in me, but who killed my father? Feargus killed him, and a loss as great as thy father was slain on the same day that was Boyne Brait, son of the king of Alba. Who slew Boyne Brait? It is a brother of Feargus, whom they call Lag and Laid. And where is that man dwelling? He could not get a bit on the land of Erin when once he had slain Boyne Brait. He went to the hills, and he made him a cos 41 in the forest, amongst wildebeest, monsters, and untamed creatures. Who kept my father's arms? It is I. Go fetch them, and bring them hither to me. She brought them. He went and put the arms on him, and they became him as well as though they had been made for himself. I eat not a bit, and I drink not a draught, and I make no stop but this night, until I reach where that man is, wheresoever he may be. He passed that night where he was. In the morning, on the morrow he went away, he went on till there was black upon his soles and holes in his shoes. The white clouds of day were going, and the black clouds of night coming, and without his finding a place of staying or rest for him. There he saw a great wood. He made a cos in one of the trees above in which he might stay that night. In the morning, on the morrow he cast a glance from him. What should he see but the very wildebeest, whose like was never seen under the sun, stretched without clothing, without foot coverings, or head covering, hair and beard gone over him. He thought, though he should go down, that he could not do for him. He put an arrow in a croy, and he fired at him. He struck him with it on the right forearm, and the one who was below gave a start. Move not a sinew of thy sinews, nor a vein of thy veins, nor a bit of thy flesh, nor a hair of thy locks, till thou promise to see me a king over Erin, or I will send down of slender oaken darts enough to sow thee to the earth. The wildebeest did not give him yielding for that. He went and he fired again, and he struck him in the left forearm. Did I not tell thee before, not to stir a vein of thy veins nor a bit of thy flesh, nor a hair of thy locks till thou shouldst promise to see me king over Erin? Come down then, and I will see thyself or myself that before this time tomorrow night. He came down. If I had known that it was thy like of a drudge that should dictate thus to me, I would not do it for thee for anything. But since I promised thee I will do it, and we will be going. They went to the palace of the king. They shouted battle or combat to be sent out, or else the head of Feargus, or himself a captive. Battle and combat they should get, and not his head at all, and they could not get himself a captive. There were sent out 400 swift heroes, 400 full heroes, and 400 strong heroes. They began at them. The one could not put from the other's hand as they were killed. They shouted battle or combat again, or else the head of Feargus to be sent out, or himself a captive. It is battle and combat thou shalt have, and not at all my head, and no more shalt thou get myself a captive. There were sent out 1200 swift heroes, 1200 full heroes, and 1200 stout heroes. The one could not put from the other's hand as they killed of them. They shouted battle and combat, or else the head of Feargus, or himself a captive. Battle and combat they should have, and not the head of Feargus at all, nor himself a captive. There were sent out 400 score to them. The one could not put from the other as they killed. They shouted battle and combat. Those who are without, said Feargus, are so hard, to please, that they will take but my head, and unless they get it, they will kill all there are in Erin and myself after them. Take one of you a head from one of those who were slain, and when Lag and Laid comes and asks my head, or myself a captive, give it to him, and he will think it is my head. The head was given to Lag and Laid. He went where Conall was with it. What hast thou there, said Conall. The head of Feargus. That is not the head of Feargus yet. I saw him a shorter time than thyself, but turn and bring hither to me the head of Feargus. Lag and Laid returned. Let another go to meet him in the king's stead, and say that it is his head he shall get, not himself a captive. This one went to meet Lag and Laid. He seized him and took the head out of his neck. He reached Conall. What hast thou there? The head of Feargus. That is not the head of Feargus yet, turn and bring to me the head of Feargus. Lag and Laid returned. The one who is without is so watchful, and the other is so blind, that there is no man in Erin but they will kill unless they get myself. Where art thou going, Lag and Laid, said Feargus. I am going to seek thy head, or thyself as a captive. It's my head thou shalt get, and not myself as a captive, but what kindness art thou giving thy brother? The kindness that thou gavest thyself to me, I will give it to thee. He took the head out of his neck, and he took it with him. He came where Conall was. What hast thou there? The head of Feargus. It is not. Truly it is. Let me see it. He gave it to him. He drew it, and he struck him with it, and he made 2 heads of the one. Then they began at each other. They would make a bog on the rock, and a rock on the bog. In the place where the least they would sink to the knees, in the place where the most they would sink to the eyes. Conall thought it would be ill for him to fall after he had got so near the matter. He drew his sword, and he threw the head off Lag and Laid. Now I am king over Erin, as I myself had a right to be. He took his mother and her father from the Yubhar, and took them to the palace, and his race were in it till the 9th knee. The last one was choked, as a babe, with a splinter of bone that went crosswise into his throat, and another tribe came in on Erin. Gaelic omitted. Alexander Neil heard it recited by his father and by several others in his youth. This story is one of a number, all of which relate to a certain Conall, who was a natural son of a king of Erin, and came to be king himself. There are generally 2 elder brothers born of the queen, instead of 3 uncles, who are less brave than the illegitimate brother. The mother is generally the daughter of an old man who has magical arts. The king stays in his house at first for a whole year, and fancies it one day. All sorts of adventures, and poetical ornaments, and descriptions of dress, and feats of skill are joined to this framework. And the stories are always told with a great deal of the measured prose which seems to belong to the particular class of which this is a specimen. They are always long. I think they are the remains of compositions similar to portions of the manuscripts in the Advocate's Library and elsewhere which are a curious jumble of classical and native allusions woven into a story, which, for want of a better illustration, may be compared with the old romances of other tongues. The story, translated into English, loses part of its merit, which consists of the rapid utterance of a succession of words which convey, by their sound and rhythm alone, the idea of the fight which they describe. The sounds. Da chi ji glongash gach. Da chi ji glugash gach. Da chi ji train gash gach. Gon clchgag ons gian. Gam fail agus gam foil. Ans and earmailt. By the constant repetition of the sounds g, gash, gach, suggest the singing, creaking, clashing, and hacking of blades and armor, and the rhythm, which varies continually, and must be heard to be understood, does the same. The narrator heard it from his father and other old men in his youth. I have heard similar passages frequently from others, since the beginning of this year, and I remember to have heard something of the kind as a child. One of the names, or one like it, occurs in a MS, said to be of the 12th century, in a tale called The Story of Art Mac Gwyn, King of Ireland, and the Battle of Math Muckruin, which extends to 43 pages. Art Mac Con wins a battle and becomes King of Ireland. All I know of the story is from an abstract. It is said to be mixed with poetry. The tales about Conall are all over the Highlands, and those who repeat them are generally old men. I have several versions written which differ materially from this. 36. Maghach Colgar. From Alexander MacNeill, Barra. Finn, the son of Cumhal. Finn Mac Cumhale was in Erin, and the king of Lochlan in Lochlan. The king of Lochlan sent Maghach Colgar to Finn to be taught. The king of the Sealg sent to him his own son, whom they called Insrid Macrai nan Sealg. They were of age, 6 years, and 10. Then they were in Erin with Finn, and Finn taught Maghach, son of the king of Lochlan, every learning he had. There came a message from the king of Lochlan, that he was in the sickness of death for leaving the world, and that the Maghach must go home to be ready for his crowning. Maghach went away, and the chase failed with the FNN, and they did not know what they should do. Maghach wrote a letter to Finn from Lochlan to Erin. I heard that the chase failed with you in Erin. I have burghs on sea, and I have burghs on shore. I have food for a day and a year in every burgh of these, the meat thou thinkest not of, and the drink thou thinkest not of. Come thou hither thyself and thy set of Fiantican. The keep of a day and a year is on thy head. Finn got the letter, and he opened it. He is pitiable who would not do a good thing in the beginning of youth. He might get a good share of it again in the beginning of his age. Here is a letter came from my foster son from Lochlan that he has burghs on sea and burghs on shore, food for a day and a year in every one of them, that drink that we can think of, and the drink that we do not think of. The meat we can think of, and the meat that we do not think of, and it is best for us to be going. Whom shall we leave, said Fearachur Macfin, the trier son of Finn, his son, to keep the darlings and little sons of Erin? I will stay, said Fearachur Macfin. I will stay, said Diarmaid Bhne, his sister's son. I will stay, said Insrid Macrai nan Sealg, his foster son. I will stay, said Cath Conan Mac Meek Con. We will stay now, said they the four. Thou art going, my father, said Fearachur, and it is as well for thee to stay. How then shall we get word how it befalls thee in Lochlan? I will strike the Ordfan hammer of Fiant, in Lochlan, and it will be known by the blow I strike in Lochlan, or in Erin, how we shall be. Finn and his company went, they reached Lochlan. Maghach Colgar, son of the king of Lochlan, went before to meet them. Hail to thee, my foster father, said Maghach. Hail to thyself, my foster son, said Finn. There is the business I had with thee. I heard that the chase had failed in Erin, and it was not well with me to let you die without meat. I have burghs on sea and burghs on shore, and food for a day and year in every one of them, and which kind wouldst thou rather choose? It is on shore I used to always be, and it is not on sea, and I will take some on shore, said Finn. They went into one of them. There was a door opposite to every day in the year on the house, every sort of drink and meat within it. They sat on chairs, they caught every man hold of a fork and of a knife, they gave a glance from them, and what should they see in the Fearachur, great half-ruined building, but not a hole open but frozen rime. They gave themselves that lift to rise. The chairs stuck to the earth. They themselves stuck to the chairs. Their hands stuck to the knives, and there was no way of rising out of that. It was day about that Fearachur Macfin and Insrid Macrai nan Sealg were going to keep the chase, and Diarmaid Oduibn and Conan were going on the other day. On their returning back, what should they hear but a blow of the hammer of Finn being struck in Lochlan? If he has wandered the universe and the world, my foster father is in pledge of his body and soul. Fearachur Macfin and Insrid Macrai nan Sealg went from Erin, and they reached Lochlan. Who is that without on the burgh? I am, said Fearachur Macfin and Insrid Macrai nan Sealg. Who is there on the place of combat? There are 200 score of the Grugachabe, Greeks, come out and great Iall at their head coming to seek my head to be his at his great meal tomorrow. Fearachur Mac Fin and Insrid Mac Rai Nan Sealg went and they reached the place of combat. Where are ye going? Said Fearachur Mac Fin. We are going to seek the head of Meek Cum Hail to be ours at our great meal tomorrow. It is often that man's head might be sought and be on my own breast at early morning. Close up, said Yall, and leave way for the people. There is a small delay on that, said Fearachur. Fearachur, son of Fin, pressed out on the one end of them. Insrid, son of the king of the Sealg, began in the other end, till the two glaives clashed against each other. They returned, and they reached the Burgh. Co aig a bha n Cathgranda. A bha air an adh comrag. And Dio. With whom was the hideous fight? That was on the battle place. Today. Said Fin. With me, said Fearachur, and with the son of the king of the Sealg. How was my foster son off there? Man upon man, said Fearachur. And if he had not another man, he had lacked none. Over the field, to my foster son, said Fin. And his bones but soft yet. But mind the place of combat. Yonder are 300 score of the Greeks coming out seeking my head to be theirs at their great meal tomorrow. Fearachur Mac Fin, and Insrid Mac Rai Nan Sealg went, and they reached the place of combat. Where are you going? Said Fearachur Mac Fin. Going to seek the head of Meek Cum Hail to be ours at our great meal tomorrow. It's often that very man's head might be sought, and be on my own breast at early morning. Close up and leave way for the people. There is still a small delay on that. Fearachur began in the one end of the company, and Insrid Mac Rai Nan Sealg in the other, till the two glaives clashed on each other. They returned to the Burgh. Who is that? Said Fin. I am Fearachur, thy son, and Insrid, son of the king of the Sealg, thy foster son. With whom was the hideous fight? That was on the battle place, battle ford. Today. It was with me and with 300 score of Greeks. Mind the place of battle, there are 400 score of the Greeks, and a great warrior at their head coming to seek my head to be theirs at their great meal tomorrow. They went and they reached the place of battle. Where are you going? Said Fearachur Mac Fin to the Greeks. Going to seek the head of Meek Cum Hail, to be ours at our great meal tomorrow. It's often that man's head might be sought, and be on my own breast at early morning. Close up from the way, and leave way for the people. There is a small delay on that yet. He himself and Insrid Mac Rai Nan Sealg began at them till they had killed every man of them, and till the two glaives clashed on each other. They returned home, and they reached the Burgh. Who's that without? Said Fin. I am Fearachur, thy son, and Insrid, son of the king of the Sealg, thy foster son. With whom was the hideous fight? That was at the battle place, ford. Today. It was with me and so many of the Greeks. How was my foster son off there? Man upon man, and if there had been no one besides, he had lacked none. Mind the place of battle. There are twice as many as came out, a good and heedless warrior at their head, coming to seek my head, to be theirs at their great meal tomorrow. They reached the place of battle, and when they reached it, there came not a man of the people. I won't believe, said Fearachur Mac Fin, that there are not remnants of meat in a place whence such bands are coming. Hunger is on myself, and that we ate but a morsel since we ate it in Erin. And come thou, Insrid, and reach the place where they were. They will not know man from another man, and try if thou canst get scraps of bread, and of cheese, and of flesh, that thou wilt bring to us. And I myself will stay to keep the people, in case that they should come unawares. Well, then, I know not the place. I know not the way, said Insrid, son of the king of Sealg, but go thyself and I will stay. Fearachur went, and Insrid stayed, and what should they do but come unawares? Where are ye going? Said Insrid. Going to seek the head of Meek Cum Hail, to be ours at our great meal tomorrow. It is often that man's head might be sought, and be on my own breast at early morning. Close up, and leave way for the people. There is a small delay on that yet. Insrid began at them, and he left not one alone. What good did it do thee to slay the people, and that I will kill thee, said the great warrior at their head. If I had come out, from my meat and from my warmth and from my fire, thou shouldst not kill me. He and the warrior began at each other. They would make a bog of the crag, and a crag of the bog, in the place where the least they would sink to the knees, in the place that the most they would sink to the eyes. The great warrior gave a sweep with his glaive, and he cut the head off Insrid Mac Brian Sealg. Fearachur came. The warrior met him, and with him was the head of Insrid. Said Fearachur to the great warrior, What thing hast thou there? I have here the head of Meek come hail. Hand it to me. He reached him the head. Fearachur gave a kiss to the mouth, and a kiss to the back of the head. Dost thou know to whom thou gavest it? Said Fearachur to the warrior. I do not, said he. It well became the body on which it was before. He went and he drew back the head, and strikes it on the warrior's head while he was speaking, and makes one head of the two. He went and he reached the place where Finn was again. Who is that without? Said Finn. I am Fearachur, thy son. With whom was the hideous fight? That was at the battle place. Today. It was with Insrid, thy foster son, and with the Greeks. How is my foster son from that? He is dead without a soul. Thy foster son killed the Greeks first, and the great Greek killed him afterwards, and then I killed the great Greek. Mind the place of combat. There is Maghach, son of the king of Lachlan, and every one that was in the Greek burgh with him. He went and he reached the place of combat. Thou art there, Fearachur, said Maghach Colgar. I am. Let hither thy father's head, and I will give thee a free bridge in Loch Lane. My father gave thee school and teaching, and every kind of Diarmaid, magic, he had, and though he taught that, thou wouldst take the head off him now, and with that thou shalt not get my father's head, until thou gettest my own head first. Fearachur began at the people, and he killed every man of the people. Thou hast killed the people, said Maghach, and I will kill thee. They began at each other. They would make a bog of the crag, and a crag of the bog, in the place where the least they would sink to the knees, in the place where the most they would sink to the eyes. On a time of the times the spear of Maghach struck Fearachur, and he gave a roar. What time should he give the roar but when Diarmaid was turning step from the chase in Erin? If he has travelled the universe and the world, said Diarmaid, the spear of the Maghach is endured by Fearachur. Wailing be on thee, said Conan. Cast thy spear and hit thy foe. If I cast my spear, I know not but I may kill my own man. If it were a yellow-haired woman, well wouldst thou aim at her. Wailing be on thee now, urge me no longer. He shook the spear, and struck under the shield, Chromastake. Who would come on me from behind in the evening, that would not come on me from the front in the morning, said Maghach. 'Tis I would come on thee, said Diarmaid, early and late, and at noon. What good is that to thee, said Maghach, and that I will take the head off Fearachur before thou comest? If thou takest the head off him, said Diarmaid, I will take off thy head when I reach thee. Diarmaid reached Lachlan. Maghach took the head off Fearachur. Diarmaid took the head off the Maghach. Diarmaid reached Finn. Who's that without? Said Finn. It is I, Diarmaid. With whom was the hideous fight? That was on the battle place. Today. It was with so many of the Greeks, and with the Maghach, son of the king of Lachlan, and with Fearachur, thy son. Fearachur killed all the Greeks, Maghach killed Fearachur, and then I killed Maghach. Though Maghach killed Fearachur, why didst thou kill Maghach, and not let him have his life? But mind the place of combat, and all that are in the burghs of the Greeks coming out together. Whether wouldst thou rather, Cath Conan, go with me or stay here? I would rather go with thee. They went, and when they reached the place of combat, no man met them. They reached where they were. They sat there, and what should Cath Conan do but fall asleep, they were so long coming out. It was not long after that till they began to come, and the doors to open. There was a door before every day in the year on every burgh, so that they burst forth all together about the head of Diarmaid. Diarmaid began at them, and with the sound of the glaives and return of the men, Cath Conan awoke, and he began thrusting his sword in the middle of the leg of Diarmaid. Then Diarmaid felt a tickling in the middle of his leg. He cast a glance from him, and what should he see but Cath Conan working with his own sword. "Wailing be on thee, Cath Conan," said Diarmaid. "Pass by thy own man and hit thy foe, for it is as well for thee to thrust it into yonder bundle 42 as to be cramming it into my leg. Do not thou plague me now till I hit my foe." They killed every man of the people. They thought of those who were in the burgh, and they without food, each one of them took with him the full of his napkin, and his breast, and his pouches. "Who's that without?" said Finn. "I am Diarmaid, thy sister's son." "How are the Greeks?" "Every man of them is dead, without a soul." "Oh, come and bring hither to me a deliverance of food. Though I should give thee food, how shouldst thou eat it, and thou therein be bound?" He had no way of giving them food, but to make a hole in the burgh above them, and let the food down to them. "What is there to loose thee from that?" said Diarmaid. "Well, that is hard to get," said Finn, "and it is not every man that will get it. And it is not to be got at all." "Tell thou me," said Diarmaid, "and I will get it. I know that thou wilt subdue the world till thou gettest it, and my healing is not to be got, nor my loosing from this, but with the one thing." "What thing is it that thou shouldst not tell it to me, and that I might get it?" "The 3 daughters of a king, whom they call King Gil. The daughters are in a castle in the midst of an anchorage, without maid, without scalag, servant, without a living man but themselves. To get them, and to wring every drop of blood that is in them out on plates and in cups. To take every drop of blood out of them, and to leave them as white as linen." Diarmaid went, and he was going till there were holes in his shoes and black on his soles, the white clouds of day going, and the black clouds of night coming, without finding a place to stay or rest in. He reached the anchorage, and he put the small end of his spear under his chest, and he cut a leap, and he was in the castle that night. On the morrow he returned, and he took with him 2 on the one shoulder and 1 on the other shoulder. He put the small end of his spear under his chest, and at the first spring he was on shore. He reached Finn, he took the girls to him, he wrung every drop of blood that was in every one of them out at the finger ends of her feet and bands. He put a black cloth above them, and he began to spill the blood on those who were within, and every one as he spilt the blood on him, he would rise and go. The blood failed, and every one was loosed but one, whom they called Conan. "Art thou about to leave me here, O Diarmaid? Wailing be on thee, the blood has failed. If I were a fine yellow-haired woman, it's well thou wouldst aim at me. If thy skin stick to thyself, or thy bones to thy flesh, I will take thee out." He caught him by the hand and he got him loose, but that his skin stuck to the seat, and the skin of his soles to the earth. "It were well now," said they, "if the children of the good king were alive, but they should be buried under the earth." They went where they were, and they found them laughing and fondling each other, and alive. Diarmaid went, and took them with him on the shower top of his shoulder, and he left them in the castle as they were before, and they all came home to Erin. Gaelic omitted. Got this tale from Alexander MacNeill, fisherman, then Tangval, Barra, says he learnt it from his father, and that he heard it recited by him and others ever since he remembers. Says it has been handed down orally from one person to another from time immemorial. MacNeill is about 60 years of age, and can neither read, write, nor speak English. His father died 20 years ago, aged 80 years. Barra, July 1859. I know nothing like this anywhere out of the Highlands, but I have heard similar wild rambling stories there all my life. The heroes are the heroes of Ossian, with the characters always assigned to them in Gaelic story. Finn, the head of the band, but not the most successful, Dermot, the brown-haired admirer of the fair sex, Conan, the wicked, mischievous character, who would be the clown in a pantomime, or Loki in Norse mythology. They are enchanted in a brew, which I have translated Burgh, on the authority of Armstrong, and they fight crowds of Greeks on a place, if it be a for ait, or at a ford, if it be ath, which is pronounced in the same way. Greeks, Grugachib, may possibly be Gruagachib, the long-haired people mentioned in the first story, changed into Greeks in modern times. Or, Gruagach, may be a corruption from Grugach, and this story compounded by some old bard from all the knowledge he had gathered, including Greeks, just as the foreword to the Edda is compounded of Turkland, and Troja, and Odin, and Thor. The Asia men and the Asa, and all that the writer knew. The story as told is extravagant. Men in Erin and in Loch Lane, Ireland, and Scandinavia, converse and throw spears at each other. The hammer of Finn is heard in Ireland when struck in Loch Lon. But one of the manuscripts in the Advocate's Library throws some light on this part of the tale. If the scene were an island in the Shannon, men might converse and fight in the ford well enough. The MS. is a quarto on paper, with no date, containing 5 tales in prose, a vocabulary, and poems, and is attributed to the 12th century. Keating considers the subject of Tale 2, which contains 42 pages, as authentic history. One of the people mentioned is Aol or Ael, a son of Donald, King of Scotland, who is probably Great Jarl, unless Jarl is Jarl, an earl. Tale 3 sends Cuchulainn first to Scotland to learn feats of agility from Dwarim, daughter of King Donald, thence to Scythia, where a seminary is crowded with pupils from Asia, Africa, and Europe. He beats them all, goes through wonderful adventures, goes to Greece, returns with certain Irish chiefs, arrives in Ireland, and is followed by his son, a half-Scythian, whom he kills at a ford. No. 4. The story of the children of Lyre, changed into swans, is very curious. Number 5 is called the Rebellion of Maghach, son of Colgar, against Fingal, and seems to resemble Maghach Colgar. Colgar, king of Lochlin, proposes to assume the title of sovereign of the Isles, and to subjugate Ireland. He is beaten by Fingal, who gives him a residence in an island in the Shannon. After 18 years he comes to propose riddles to Fingal, and invites him to an entertainment. They, the Fingalians, go, and are enchanted, sing their own dirge, are overheard by a friend sent by Ossian. Some Greek earls, Gaelic, Jarla, appear, and there is a great deal of fighting. Ossian dispatches Diarmaid Odibhne and Fathach Cailliach, who guard a ford and perform feats. Oscar, son of Ossian, performs prodigies of valor, and kills Shinsur. This abstract of an abstract, lent me by Mr. Skene, is sufficient to shew that this old manuscript tale still exists in fragments, as tradition, amongst the people of the Isles. The transcriber who copied it into the Roman hand in 1813, considers the MS to be written in very pure Gaelic. It is referred to the 12th or 13th century, is characterized by exuberant diction, groups of poetical adjectives, each beginning with the same letter as the substantive. In short, Tale 5 seems to be a much longer, better, and older version of the tale of Maghach Colgar. The transcriber makes a kind of apology for the want of truth in these tales at the end of his abstract. He was probably impressed with the idea that Ossian and his heroes sang and fought in Scotland, and that Wirschel meant a new tale or novel, unworthy of notice. My opinion is that the prose tales and the poems, and this especially, are alike old compositions, founded on old traditions common to all Celts, and perhaps to all Indo-European races, but altered and ornamented, and twisted into compositions by bards and reciters of all ages, and every branch of the race. Altered to suit the time and place, adorned with any ornament that the bard or reciter had at his disposal, and now a mere remnant of the past. It is a great pity that these misses in the Advocate's Library are still unpublished. They could not fail to throw light on the period when they were written. It is remarkable that the so-called Greeks in this story seem to want the head of Finn for dinner. 37. The Brolican. From Widow M. Calder, a pauper, Sutherland. In the mill of the Glens, Muillian N.A. Glennon, lived long ago a cripple of the name of Murray, better known as Ali na Muillin. He was maintained by the charity of the miller and his neighbors, who, when they removed their meal, put each a handful into the lameter's bag. The lad slept usually at the mill. And it came to pass that one night, who should enter but the Brolican 43 son of the Fuath. Now the Brolican had eyes and a mouth, and can say 2 words only, mifhen, myself, and thufhen, thyself. Besides that, he has no speech, and alas no shape. He lay all his lubber length by the dying fire, and Murray threw a fresh peat on the embers, which made them fly about red hot, and Brolican was severely burnt. So he screamed in an awful way, and soon comes the Vvuff, very fierce, crying, Och, my Brolican, who then burnt you, but all he could say was, me, and then he said, oh oh. Me and thou, me Thursday, and she replied, were it any other, wouldn't I be revenged. Murray slipped the peck measure over himself, and hid among the machinery, so as to look as like a sack as possible, ejaculating at times, may the Lord preserve me, so he escaped unhurt, and the Vvuff and her Brolican left the mill. That same night a woman going by the place, was chased by the still furious parent, and could have been saved had she not been nimble to reach her own door in time, to leave nothing for the Vvuff to catch but her heel. This heel was torn off, and the woman went lame all the rest of her days. The word spelt Vvuff is probably spelt from ear, but it is the Gaelic word Fuath, which is spelt Fua in the map of the estate where the mill is. The story was told in Gaelic to D.M., gamekeeper, and written by him in English. Of the same mill another story was got from the same source, called 1. Mullion na Fuad. One of John Bethune's forebears, who lived in Tubernan, laid a bet that he would seize the Kelpie of Mulan na Fua and bring her bound to the inn at Inverin. He procured a brown, right-sided, maned horse, and a brown black-muzzled dog. And, by the help of the latter, having secured the Vvuff, he tied her on the horse behind him, and galloped away. She was very fierce, but he kept her quiet by pinning her down with an awl and a needle. Crossing the burn at the further side of Loch Midgow, she became so restless that he stuck the shoemaker's and the tailor's weapons into her with great violence. She cried out, "Pierce me with the awl, but keep that slender hair-like slave, the needle, out of me." When he reached the Clachan of Inverin, where his companions were anxiously waiting for him, he called to them to come out and see the Vvuff. Then they came out with lights, but as the light fell upon her she dropped off, and fell to earth like the remains of a fallen star, a small lump of jelly. These jellies are often seen on the moors. Dropped stars resembling the Medici on the shore collector. They are white, do not seem to be attached to the ground, and are always attributed to the stars. They are common on moors, and I do not know what they are. J. F. C. The same creature, or one of her kind. 2. In Bean na Calchuan, one day called to Donald MacRob, "Will you eat any charcoal, Donald?" "No," he said, "my wife will give me supper when I go home." 3. And it is said, that a family of Munros had, many generations ago, married with the Vua of Bean na Calchuan. Their descendants had manes and tails till within the last 4 generations. 4. 4 or 5 miles from Skibbo Castle is Loch Nigdal, with a great granite rock of the same name to the north of it, at one end is a burn which passes the mill where the Brolican entered. It is haunted with a banshee, that is, female fairy, which the miller's wife saw about 3 years ago. She was sitting on a stone, quiet, and beautifully dressed in a green silk dress, the sleeves of which were curiously puffed from the wrists to the shoulder. Her long hair was yellow, like ripe corn, but on nearer view she had no nose. 5. A very old, coarse, and dirty banshee belongs to a small sheep farm of Mr. Dempster's. A shepherd found her apparently crippled at the edge of the moss, and offered her a lift on his back. In going, he espied her feet, which were dangling down, and seeing that she was web-footed, he threw her off, flung away the plaid on which she had lain, and ran for his life. From all these it appears that the Fuath in Sutherland is a water spirit, that there are males and females, that they have web feet, yellow hair, green dresses, tails, manes, and no noses. That they marry men, and are killed by light, and hurt with steel weapons, that in crossing a stream they become restless. From the following stories it appears that they are hairy, have bare skin on their faces, and have 2 large round eyes. The Reverend Mr. Thomas Pattison has sent me a story from Islay, which he has written in English, but which he picked up amongst the people. It is as follows, but I have ventured to shorten it a little. 6. The Water Horse. There is a small island off the Rins of Islay, where there is a lighthouse now, but which was formerly used for grazing cattle only. There is a fearful tide, and it is dangerous to cross the sound in bad weather. A man and a woman bad charge of a large herd of cattle there, and the woman was left alone one night, for the man had to go to the mainland, and a storm coming on, he could not return. She sat at her peat fire in her cabin, when suddenly she heard a sound as of living creatures all about the hut. She knew her fellow servant could not have returned, and, thinking it might be the cows, she glanced at the window which she had left open. She saw a pair of large round eyes fastened upon her malignantly, and heard a low whining laugh. The door opened, and an unearthly creature walked in. He was very tall and large, rough and hairy, with no skin upon his face but a dark livid covering. He advanced to the fire and asked the girl what her name was. She answered as confidently as she could, Myfhn, me myself. The creature seized the girl, and she threw a large ladle full of boiling water about him, and he, yelling, bounded out. A great noise ensued of wild unearthly tongues, questioning their yelling companion as to what was the matter with him, and who had hurt him. Mice me fin, me myself, shouted the savage. And thereupon arose a great shout of laughter. No sooner did that pass than the girl rushed out in terror, turned one of the cows that was lying outside from its resting place, and having made a circle about her, lay there herself. The storm raged, and she heard the rushing of many footsteps, loud laughter, and sounds of strife. When morning dawned, she was safe, protected by the consecrated circle, but the cow she had disturbed was dead. An Islay pilot told me this year that water horses still haunt a glen near the island. Rattling chains are heard there. An account was published some years ago in newspapers of the appearance of a mermaid near the spot. 7. I myself heard the groundwork of this story long ago from John Piper, and I heard a similar story this year in Man, see Introduction. It is the same as the Brolican. The creature was scalded by a woman, who had said her name was Myfhn when he came in, because he wanted to eat her porridge, and when he told his friends myself had burned him, they said, S Thursday fin a losk Thursday fin by Gad Lagias fin Thursday fin if it was thyself burnt thyself, be thyself healing thyself. 8. I again heard a similar story this year from a gentleman whom I met in an inn at Cailliach. He had a large knowledge of Highland tales, and we spent several pleasant evenings together. He has every right to stories, for one of his ancestors was a clever doctor in his day, and is now a magician in legends. Some of his misses are in the Advocate's Library. Mr. Pattison points out the resemblance which this bear to part of the story of Ulysses, and, for the sake of comparison, here it is from the 9th book of Pope's Odyssey. 9. Ulysses goes into the cave of the Cyclop with some of his companions. The Cyclop was a one-eyed shepherd, and his cave is described as a dairy. His flocks were goats and sheep, which he milked when he came home. Scarce 24-wheeled cars compact and strong. The massy load could bear or roll along. He was a giant, therefore, living underground, and he ate 2 of the strangers raw. He spoke Greek, but claimed to be of a race superior to the Greek gods. He ate 2 more Greeks for breakfast, and 2 for supper. Then got drunk on wine given him by Ulysses, which was better than his own. Ulysses said, No man is my name, and the giant promised to eat him last, as a return for his gift of rosy wine, and went to sleep. Then they heated a stake in the fire, and drilled his eye out. The Cyclops assembled at his well-known roar, asked what was the matter, and were told. Friends, no man kills me, no man in the hour of sleep oppresses me with fraudful power. If no man hurt thee, but the hand divine inflicts disease, it fits thee to resign. To Jove or to thy father Neptune pray. The brethren cried, and instant strode away. It seems, then, that the Cyclop was a water being as well as the Fluent and water horse of Gaelic story, and the Kelpie. There is no word in Gaelic that could be corrupted into Kelpie, but he is the same as each Wischt. The Gaelic tradition may have been taken from Homer. But if so, the plagiarist must have lived some time ago, for the story is now widely spread, and his edition must have had some other reading for Omicron Upsilon Tau Iota, because the Gaelic word is, myself, in all versions I know. 10. The Cailliach Mhor of Chlibhrich was a very rich and wicked old woman. I have already shown that there is some reason to suppose she was a Lap. And no Lap ever offered me anything, often as I have been amongst them, who, though she had plenty of the good things of this world, never gave anything away, and never asked a traveller to sit down in her house. A bold man once laid a wager that he would circumvent her. He accordingly walked into her kitchen, when she craved to know whence he came and what was his destination. "I come from the south and am going north," said he. "And what is your name?" said the hag of Grayside. "My name is William Dean Swede." "William Dean Swede." "Sit down," she repeated, when he flung himself into a chair, and making her a bow, said, "That will I when the mistress bids me." She was very angry, and, taking out an enormous bannock as round as the moon, began to eat without taking any notice of him. "Your piece seems a dry one, mistress," said William. "The fat side is to me," said the witch. And indeed she had one side spread with butter about an inch thick. "The side that is to you shall be to me," he retorted, and caught at the cake. He called her a satanic old Cailliach, and left the hut carrying his piece away as a trophy. The old woman was left cursing, and praying that the cake might kill him, but he had too much sense to touch it, and his ill-wisher, the hag, foolishly finishing the remainder, died of its unhallowed effects, to the great relief of her neighbours. Those who maintain popular stories are as old as the races who tell them, will probably consider the Brolican, and the Water Horse, and the Greek story, as so many versions of an older original. In this case Homer has a strong claim. But he has an equal claim to several other stories in this collection, which Grimm and the Arabian Nights claim as popular lore. Sinbad, and Conall Croby, and Grimm's Robber, if plagiarists, are far more guilty than the Brolican. And Murachadh Mac Brian, who follows, is quite as bad. 38. Murachadh Mac Brian. From Donald Shaw, Old Soldier, Ballygrant, Islay. There were 3 men in the land of Sine Quar, in Erin, that was Murachadh Mac Brian, and Donachadh Mac Brian, and Brian bore, their father. They got a call to go to dine in a place which they called Math O'Dorna. They took with them 60 knives, 60 bridles, and 60 red-eared white horses. They sat at the feast, and no sooner sat they at the feast than they saw the maid of Knock Nan, in Erin, passing by. Then out would go Murachadh, then out would go Donachadh, and then out would go Brian bore, their father, after them. They were not long gone when they saw a great lad coming to meet them. Brian bore blessed him in the Fisnish face niche soft, flowing, peaceful words of wisdom. He answered in better words, and if they were no better they were no worse. "What man art thou?" said Brian bore. "A good lad am I, seeking a master." "Almighty of the world against thee, beast! Dost thou wish to be hanged with a sea of blood about thine eyes? 'Tis long I would be ere I would hire thee at thy size." "I care not, maybe Murachadh would hire me." He reached Murachadh. Murachadh blessed him in the Fisnish face niche soft, flowing, peaceful words of wisdom. The lad answered him in better words, and if no better they were no worse. "What man art thou?" says Murachadh. "A good lad am I, seeking a master," said he. "What wages will thou be asking?" "2/3 of thy counsel to be mine, 44 and thyself to have but 1, till we come from chasing the maiden." "If thou getst that," said Murachadh, "man got it not before, and no man will get it after thee, but sure if thou wouldst not honour it, thou wouldst not ask it." When they had agreed he took a race after the maiden, and he was not long gone when he came back. "Almighty of the world against thee," said Brian bore. Dost thou wish to be hanged with a sea of blood about thine eyes? I knew he was without a gillie in the first of the day the man that hired thee, and had betaken my counsel he had not hired thee. I will not do a good turn today till the buttons come off my big coat. Then they got a tailor, and the tailor had not as much skill as would take the buttons off the greatcoat. Then he took shears out of the rim of his little hat, and he took the buttons off his greatcoat in a trice. Then he took another race after the maiden, and he was not long away when he came back. Almighty of the great world against thee, said Brian Mhor. Dost thou wish to be hanged with a sea of blood about thine eyes? I knew that he was without a gillie in the first of the day the man that hired thee, and had he taken my counsel he had not hired thee. I won't do a good turn today till the buttons go on the big coat again, for the women will chase me. They got a tailor, and the shears would not cut a grain, and the needle would not sew a stitch. Then he got shears and a needle himself out of the rim of his little hat, and he sewed the buttons on the big coat again. He took another little race after the maiden, and he was not long gone when he came back. Almighty, and, said Brian Mhor. I will not do a good turn today till the thorn in my foot comes out. Then they got a leech, but the leech had not skill enough to take the thorn out of the foot. Then he himself took out a little iron that he had in the rim of his little hat, and he took the thorn out of his foot, and the thorn was a foot longer than the shank. Uv! Said Brian Mhor, that is a wondrous matter, the thorn to be longer than the shank. Many a thing, said he, is more wondrous than that, there is good stretching at the end of the joints and bones. Then he took a little race away, and he was not long gone when he came back, and he had a wild duck roasted on the fire, not a bit burned or raw in her, and she was enough for every one within. This is the best turn thou hast done yet, said Brian Mhor. I will not do a good turn today till I get a little wink of sleep. They went to the back of Knock C Nan, in Erin, behind the wind and before the sun, where they could see each man, and man could not see them. He slept there, and when he awoke, what but the maid of Knock C Nan was on the top of the hill. He rose, he struck her a blow of his palm on the ear, and he set her head back foremost. Almighty, and, said Brian Mhor. Set the head right on the maiden. If my master asks me that, I will do it, and if he does not ask, I will not do it today for thee. There she is, said Murachadh, and do to her as thou wilt. Then struck he a fist on her, and he knocked her brains out. They were not long there when they saw a deer and a dog chasing it. Out after it went they, and the sparks that the hound sent from his toes were hitting Murachadh's gillie right in the face. The sparks that Murachadh's gillie sent from his toes were striking Murachadh right in the face, and the sparks that Murachadh sent from his toes were hitting Donachadh right in the face, and the sparks that Donachadh sent from his toes were hitting Brian Mhor right in the face. In the time of lateness Murachadh lost his set of men. Nor father, nor brother, nor gillie, nor deer, nor dog, was to be seen, and he did not know to what side he should go to seek them. Mist came on them. He thought he would go into the wood to gather nuts till the mist should go. He heard the stroke of an axe in the wood, and he thought that it was the man of the little cap and the bio, bonnet. He went down and it was the man of the little cap who was there. Murachadh blessed him. In the Fisnich Voicenish, soft flowing peaceful words of wisdom, and the youth blessed him in better words, and if no better they were no worse. I am thinking, then, said the lad, that it is of the company of Murachadh Mac Brian thou art. It is, said he. Well. I would give thee a knight's share for the sake of that man, though there should be a man's head at thy belt. Murachadh feared that B would ask him to put the faggot on his back, and he was right feared that he would ask him to carry the axe home for its size. Good lad, said he, I am sure thou art tired enough thyself after thy trouble and wandering. It is much me to ask thee to lift the faggot on my back, and it is too much to ask thee to take the axe home. He went and he lifted the faggot of fuel on his own back, he took the axe with him in his hand. They went the two to the house of that man, and that was the grand house. Then the wife of that man brought up a chair of gold, and she gave it to her own man, and she brought up a chair of silver, and she gave it to Murachadh. She brought up a stoup of wine, and she gave it to Murachadh, and he took a drink out of it, he stretched it to the other, and after he had drunk what was in it he broke it against the wall. They were chatting together, and Murachadh was always looking at the housewife. I am thinking myself, said the man of the house, that thou art Murachadh Mac Brian's self. Well, I am. I have done thee 2 discourtesies since thou camest to the house, and thou hast done one, to me. I sat myself in the chair of gold, and I set thee in the silver chair, I broke the drinking cup. I failed in that I drank a draught from a half-empty vessel. Thou didst me another discourtesy, thou art gazing at my wife there since thou camest into the house, and if thou didst but know the trouble I had about her, thou wouldst not wonder though I should not like another man to be looking at her. What, said Murachadh, is the trouble that thou hast had about her that man had not before, and that another man will not have again after thee? Sleep tonight and I will tell thee that tomorrow. Not a cloud of sleep shall go on mine eye this night till thou tellest me the trouble that thou hast had. I was here 7 years with no man with me but myself. The Senegal, soothsayer, came the way one day, and he said to me, if I would go so far as the White Saberda, that I would get knowledge in it. I went there one fine summer's day, and who was there but the Gruagach of the island and the Gruagach of the dogs setting a combat. The Gruagach of the island said to me, if I would go in before her to help her, that she would give me her daughter to marry when we should go home. I went in on her side, I struck a fist on the Gruagach of the dog, and I knocked her brains out. Myself and the Gruagach of the island went home, and a wedding and a marriage was made between myself and her daughter that very night, but, with the hero's fatigue, and the reek of the bowl, I never got to her chamber door. If the day came early on the morrow, 'twas earlier still that my father-in-law arose shouting to me to go to the hunting hill to hunt badgers, and vermin, and foxes. At the time of lifting the game and laying it down, I thought that I had left my own wife without a watchman to look on her. I went home a hero, stout and seemly, and I found my mother-in-law weeping, and I said to her, what ails thee? Much ails me, that 3 monks have just taken away the woman thou didst marry thyself. Then took I the good and ill of that on myself, and I took the track of the duck on the 9th morn. I fell in with my ship, and she was drawn her own 7 lengths on dry land, where no wind could stain, or sun could burn, or the scholars of the big town could mock or launch her. I set my back to her, and she was too heavy. But I thought it was death before or behind me if I did not get my wife, and I set my pith to her, and I put her out. I gave her prow to the sea, and her stern to the land. Helm in her stern, sails in her prow, tackle to her ropes, each rope fast and loose, that could make port and anchorage of the sea isle that was there. I anchored my ship, and I went up, and what was there but the 3 monks casting lots for my wife? I swept their 3 heads off, I took my wife me and I set her in the stern of the ship. I hoisted the 3 speckled flapping sails against the tall tough splintery masts. My music was the plunging of eels and the screaming of gulls, the biggest beast eating the beast that was least, and the beast that was least doing as she might. The bent brown bucky that was in the bottom of ocean would play Hague on its mouth, while she would cut a slender corn straw before her prow, with the excellence of the steering. There was no stop or rest for me, while I drove her on till I reached the big town of my mother and father-in-law. Music was raised and lament laid down. There were smooth drunken drinks, and coarse drinks drunken. Music and fiddle strings to the ever-healing of each disease, would set men under evil eye, and women in travail, fast asleep in the great town that night. With the hero's fatigue and the reek of the bowl, I slept far from the wife's chamber. If it was early that the day came on the morrow, 'twas still earlier that my father-in-law arose shouting to me to go to the hunting hill to hunt badgers, and vermin, and foxes. At the time of lifting the game and laying it down, I thought that I had left my own wife without a watchman to look on her. I went home a hero, stout and seemly, and I found my mother-in-law weeping. What ails thee tonight? Much ails me, that the wet-cloaked warrior has just taken away the bride thou didst marry thyself. Then took I the good and ill of that on myself, and I took the track of the duck on the 9th morn. I fell in with my ship. I set my back to her, and she was too heavy, and I set my pith to her and I put her out. I gave her prow to the sea, and her stern to the land. Helm in her stern, sails in her prow, tackle to her ropes, each rope fast and loose, that could make a choice port and anchorage of the big town of the wet-cloaked warrior. I drew my ship her own 7 lengths on dry land, where wind could not stain, or sun burn her, and where the scholars of the big town could not play pranks or launch her. I left my harness and my spears under the side of the ship. I went up, and a herd fell in with me. "What's thy news today, herd?" said I to him. "Almighty, etc." Said the herd, "If my news is not good, a wedding and a marriage between the wet-cloaked warrior and the daughter of the island Gruagach, and that there is neither glad nor sorry in the realm that is not asked to the wedding. If thou wouldst give me the patched cloak on thee, I would give thee this good coat that I have on, and good day besides for that. Almighty, etc. That is not the joy and wonder that I have to take in it before the sun rises to sky tomorrow." I struck him a blow of my fist in the midst of his face, and I drove the brains in fiery slivers through the back of his head. I put on the patched cloak, and up I went, and the men had just assembled to the wedding. I thought it was lucky to find them gathered. I went amongst them as falcon through flock, or as goat up rock, or as a great dog on a cold spring day going through a drove of sheep. So I would make little bands of large bands, hardy 45 castles which might be heard in the 4 airts of heaven, slashing of blades, shearing heroic shields, till I left not one would tell a tale or withhold bad news. How one would be one-legged, and one one-handed, and though there were 10 tongues in their heads, it is telling their own ills and the ills of others that they would be. I took with me my wife, and I set her in the stern of the boat. I gave her prow to sea and her stern to land. I would make sail before, and set helm behind. I hoisted the 3 speckled flapping sails against the tall tough splintery masts. My music was the plunging of eels and the screaming of gulls. The beast that was biggest eating the beast that was least, and the beast that was least doing as she might, the bent brown bucky that was at the bottom of the sea would play Hague. On her great mouth, as she would split a slender oat stubble straw with the excellence of the steering. We returned to the big town of my father-in-law. Music was raised, and lament laid down. There were smooth drunken drinks and coarse drinks drunken. Music on strings for ever healing each kind of ill, would set wounded men and women in travail asleep in the big town that night. With the hero's fatigue and the reek of the bowl, I never got to my bride's chamber that night. If it was early that the day came on the morrow, earlier than that my father-in-law arose shouting to me to go to the hunting hill, to go to hunt brocks, and vermin, and foxes. At the time of lifting the game, and of laying it down, I thought that I had left my own bride without a watchman to watch over her. I went home a hero, stout and seemly, and I found my mother-in-law weeping. "What ails thee?" said I. "Much ails me," said she, "that the great hero, son of the king of Sorcha, Light, has just taken the bride that thou didst wed, away, and he was the worst of them all for me. Let it be taken well and ill, that was for me. I took the track of the duck on the 9th morn. I fell in with my ship, I set my back to her, and she was too heavy for me, I set my back to her again and I set her out. I gave prow to sea, and stern to land. I'd set helm in her stern, and sails in her prow, and tackles in her middle against each rope that was in her loose and fast, to make choice port and anchorage of the big town of the great hero king of Sorcha. I drew my ship her own 7 lengths from ebb, on dry land, where wind would not stain, and sun would not burn, the scholars of the big town could make neither plaything or mocking, or launching of her. I went up and a beggar fell in with me. What's thy tale today, a beggar? Mighty of the world be against thee. Dost wish to be hanged with a sea of blood about thine eyes, great and good is my tale. Wedding and a marrying between the great hero, son of the king of Sorcha, and the daughter of the island Gruagach, and that there is neither glad nor sorry in the land that is not called to the wedding. If thou wouldst give me thy cloak, I would give thee good pay and this good coat that I have on for it. Mighty of the world, thou beast, dost wish to be hanged with a sea of blood about thine eyes? That is not the wonder and joy that I am to get from it, before the sun rises in heaven tomorrow. I struck him a blow of my fist in the midst of his face, and I drove the brain in flinders of flame through the back of his head. The bride knew somehow that I would be there, and she asked that the beggars should first be served. I sat myself amidst the beggars, and each that tried to take bit from me, I gave him a bruise twixt my hand and my side. And I'd leave him there, and I'd catch the meat with the one of my hands, and the drink with the other hand. Then someone said that the big beggar was not letting a bit to the heads of the other beggars. The bride said, to be good to the beggars, and they themselves would be finished at last. When all the beggars had enough they went away, but I lay myself where I was. Someone said that the big beggar had laid down drunk. The man of the wedding said, to throw the beast out at the back of a hill, or in the shelter of a dyke, till what was in his maw should ebb. 5 men and 10 came down, and they set their hand to lifting me. On thy 2 hands, O Murachadh. But it was easier for them to set cairn a choinich in Erin from its base, than to raise me from the earth. Then came down one of the men that was wiser than the rest. I had a beauty spot, and there never was man that saw me once but he would know me again. He raised the cap and he knew who it was, that fortune should help you here tonight. Here is the upright of Glen Feet, the savage 46 Macallane, pitiless, merciless, fearless of God or man, unless he would fear Murachadh Mac Brian. When I myself heard that, I rose to put on my tackling for battling in combat. I put on my charmed praying shirt of satin, and smooth yellow silk stretched to my skin, my cloudy coat above the golden shirt, my kindly coat of cotton above the kindly cloak, my boss-covered hindering sharp-pointed shield on my left side. My hero's hard slasher in my right hand, my spawn of narrow knives in my belt, my helm of hardness about my head to cover my comely crown, to go in the front of strife, and the strife to go after it. I put on my hindering, dart-hindering resounding mail, without a flaw, or without outlet, blue-grey, bright blue, Lutter Leothar. Lochliner, the long light and high-minded, and I left not a man to tell a tale or withhold bad news. If there was not one on one foot, and one one-handed, and though there were 10 tongues in their heads, it is telling their own ills, and the ills of the rest that they would be. I took my bride with me, I set her in the ship, I hoisted the 3 speckled flapping sails against the tall tough splintery trees. My music was the plunging of eels and screaming of gulls. The beast that was biggest eating the beast that was least, and the beast that was least doing as it might. The bent brown bucky that was in the bottom of the sea she would play haig on her mouth as she would split a slender oat stubble before her prow, with the excellence of the steering. 'Twas no stop or stay for me, as I drove her on till I reached the big town of my father-in-law. That was my first rest, Murachadh, and is it wondrous that I dislike any man to be gazing at her? Indeed, it is not wonderful, said Murachadh. Murachadh lay down that night, and he found himself on the morrow in the tower of Chinnaquar in Erin, where were his father and his grandfather. And the deer and the dog, and his father and his brother, were in before him. Gaelic omitted. This tale was taken down in May 1859, from the recitation of Donald Shaw, then aged 68, a pauper, living at Ballygrant in Islay, who was in the 42nd Highlanders at Waterloo. He served in the army about 3 years. He said that he had learned it from one Duncan Macmillan, a Colonsay man, well advanced in years, about 50 years ago. On the 6th of July, Hector Maclean wrote, Shaw died a few days ago, and so far as I can ascertain, there is none in Islay, Jura, or Colonsay, that can recite the same tale now. I have only met with one man who knew it by this name. Mac-Fi, at the sound of Benbecula, a very old man, who gave me the outline of it. Some of the language is exceedingly difficult, some words none of us can make out, and Mac-Fi's version, and most of his stories, were full of such language. The tale then is found in Islay and South Uist, and traced to Colonsay, and is certainly about 50 years old. I have several other tales which resemble it in some degree. The little hat with everything in it, and the great coat and buttons, are Irish. There is much communication between Ireland and the Isles at this day. The language spoken on the opposite coasts is all but identical, and this is probably common to Ireland and the Isles. There is something like it in Mr. Simpson's book. And some of his words resemble words in this story, and seem to have puzzled the Irish translators as much as they have puzzled me. The phrase, "as a falcon through a flock of birds," is in Mr. Simpson's work. The man with the bundle of wood is something like the giant in Grimm's Valiant Tailor. The servant who drew a thorn longer than his leg out of his foot, may be some supernatural personage. The measured prose descriptions of sailing, arming, and fighting, are common all over the West Highlands amongst the eldest and poorest men, and similar passages occur in manuscripts. For descriptions of costume and for language, the tale is very curious, and worth the labor bestowed on it, which is considerable. I have endeavored to translate closely, and at the same time to imitate this tale. But it is a very weak attempt, I well know. The manners described are partly those of the day. The politeness and discourtesy in the house of the man with the little hat, are purely Highland. The breaking of the tumbler is a mark of great respect. No meaner lip should touch the glass drained to an honored guest, but the glass must be first filled and emptied. No half-cups are allowed. The best seat should be the guest's. The telling of the story in the evening is the real amusement of the poorer classes now, and used to be much more common. The description of the sailing of a boat amongst the fish and birds is true to nature. So is the expression "the track of the duck." None but a man familiar with the habits of birds on a sea-coast could think of such a phrase. Ducks feed on shore, and return to the sea at daylight. The experience of the old soldier probably makes the drink wine, not whiskey, and Siberta is probably white Siberia, derived from the same source. If not, I can make nothing of it. The dress described may be the old dress of the Isles, as depicted on tombstones, with a cotton coat slipped in. In an account of the Danes and Norwegians in England and Ireland, by J.J.A. Worsey, London, 1852, it is stated that Magnus Barfod sat himself at the helm while his ship was drawn over the peninsula of Tarbet. Drawboat acquired the sovereignty of the Western Isles, and adopted the dress generally worn there. They went about the streets, in Norway, with bare legs, and wore short coats and cloaks, whence Magnus was called by his men, Barfod or Barbin, barefoot or bare legs, says the Icelandic historian, Snorro Sturluson, who, as well known, lived in the first half of the 13th century. It is remarkable enough that this is the oldest account extant of the well-known Scotch Highland dress, whose antiquity is thus proved. The tale might be taken partly from the Odyssey. The man disguised as a beggar, going to a wedding where his own wife was the bride, and where he knocks out the brains of a beggar with a single blow, and makes a general slaughter afterwards, is very like Ulysses, Penelope, Iris, and the suitors. But similar incidents are common in popular tales. There is a story in the Decameron which somewhat resembles the incident of the wife carried away. On the whole, I think this story is a remnant of an old bardic composition, of which very little remains. The word gruagach is here used both for a maiden and for a woman with a daughter. It usually means a maiden, rarely a chief. Sometimes it seems to mean a conjurer, or philosopher, or instructor, often the being called brownie. It probably means anyone with long hair, from gruag, the hair of the head. Glossary. Alaban Anrid, painful, wandering. Ather napoit, the evil effect of drinking. Bert na bill, tackle in her ropes. Bukersake, screaming. Brockdagus olc, badgers and evil creatures, vermin. Bukedak, pimply, boss covered, or perhaps hollow. Kala agus ackersed, port and anchorage. Knock-Seenan. Hill of Jewels, from Sean Rason, a jewel. Crana fada Fulinak, trees or masts, long enduring. File, mile, soft, fluent. Fisnish face niche, words whose meaning is lost in the islands, probably Irish, perhaps knowing, delaying, that is wise, eloquent. Lutter Leothar Lochlanac. Perhaps a description of the man. The epithet Lochlanac is the only one of the three which is comprehensible, and this line probably belongs to something else. Lorg ene loch, the track of the duck, path, towards the sea. Lurach, a coat of mail, also a patched cloak. Math o Dorna, plain of pebbles, from Dornag, a stone, that can be held in Dorn, the fist. Eniamalach, not to be found in dictionaries. Chlibhrich, an expressive word for plunging about. 39. The Three Widows. From Hector Boyd, fisherman, Barra. There were 3 widows, and every one of them had a son apiece. Domhnall was the name of the son of one of them. 47. Domhnall had 4 stots, and the rest had but 2 each. They were always scolding, saying that he had more grass than they had themselves. On a night of the nights they went to the fold, and they seized on the stots of Domhnall and they killed them. When Domhnall rose and went out in the morning to see the stots, he found them dead. He flayed the stots, and he salted them, and he took one of the hides with him to the big town to sell. The way was so long, that the night came on him before he reached the big town. He went into a wood and he put the hide about his head. There came a heap of birds, and they lighted on the hide. He put out his hand and he seized on one of them. About the brightening of day he went away, he betook himself to the house of a gentleman. The gentleman came to the door, and he asked what he had there in his oxter. He said that he had a soothsayer. What divination will he be doing? He will be doing every sort of divination, said Domhnall. Make him do divination, said the gentleman. He went and he rung him, and the bird gave a ran. 48. What is he saying, said the gentleman. He says that thou hast a wish to buy him, and that thou wilt give £200 Saxon for him, said Domhnall. Well, surely, it is true, doubtless. And if I were thinking that he would do divination, I would give that for him, said the gentleman. So now the gentleman bought the bird from Domhnall, and he gave him £200 Saxon for him. Try that thou do not sell him to any man, and that there is no knowing that I might not come myself to seek him yet. I would not give him to thee for £3,000 Saxon were it not that I am in extremity. Domhnall went home, and the bird did not do a pinch of divination ever after. When he took his meat he began at counting the money. Who were looking at him but those who killed the stots? They came in. Ah, Domhnall, said they, how didst thou get all the money that is there? I got it as you may get it too. It's I that am pleased that you killed the stots for me, said B. Kill you your own stots and flay them, and take with you the hides to the big town, and be shouting, who will buy a stot's hide, and you will get plenty of money. They killed the stots, and they flayed them. They took with them the hides to the big town, and they began at shouting, who will buy a stot's hide. They were at that work the length of the day, and when the people of the big town were tired making sport of them, they returned home. Now they did not know what they should do. They were vexed because of the stots that were killed. They saw the mother of Domhnall going to the well, and they seized on her and they choked her. When Domhnall was taking sorrow, so long was his mother coming, he looked out to try if he could see her. He reached the well, and he found her dead there. He did not know what he should do. Then he took her with him home. On the morrow he arrayed her in the best clothes she had, and he took her to the big town. He walked up to the king's house with her on the top of him. When he came to the king's house he met with a large well. He went and he stuck the stick into the bank of the well, and he set her standing with her chest on the stick. He reached the door and he struck at it, and the maidservant came down. 49. Say to the king, said he, that there is a respectable woman yonder, and that she has business with him. The maidservant told that to the king. Say to him to say to her to come over, said the king. The king is asking thee to say to her to come over, said the maidservant to Domhnall. I won't go there thyself, I am tired enough. The maid went up, and she told the king that not a bit of the man would go there. Go there thyself, said the king. If she will not answer thee, said Domhnall to the maidservant, thou shalt push her, she is deaf. The maidservant reached where she was. Good woman, said the maidservant to her, the king is asking yourself to come over. She took no notice. She pushed her and she said not a word. Domhnall was seeing how it was without. Draw the stick from her chest, said Domhnall. It's asleep she is. She drew the stick from her chest, and there she went head foremost into the well. Then he shouted out, "Oh my cattle! My cattle! My mother drowned in the well! What shall I do this day?" Then he struck his two palms against each other, and there was no howl he gave that could not be heard at 3 miles distance. The king came out. "Oh, my lad, never give it voice for ever, and I will pay for thy mother." "How much wilt thou be asking for thy mother?" £500 Saxon, said Domhnall. "Thou shalt get that within the minute," said the king. Domhnall got the 500 Saxon pounds. He went where his mother was. He took the clothes off that were on her, and he threw her into the well. He came home, and he was counting the money. They came the two where he was, to see if he should be lamenting his mother. They put a question to him where had he got all the money that was there. "I got it," said he, "where you may get it if you yourselves should choose." "How shall we get it?" "Kill you your mothers, and take them with you on top of you, and take them about the big town, and be shouting, 'Who will buy old dead Carlins?' and you get your fortunes." When they heard that they went home, and each one of them began upon his mother with a stone in a stocking till he killed her. They went on the morrow to the big town. They began at shouting, "Who will buy old Carlins dead?" And there was no man who would buy that. When the people of the big town were tired making sport of them, they set the dogs at them home. When they came home that night they laid down and they slept. On the morrow, when they rose, they went where Domhnall was, and they seized on him and they put him into a barrel. They went with it to reel it down from a peak of rock. They were thus, and they had time about carrying it. The one said to the other, since the way was so long, and the day so hot, that they should go in to take a dram. They went in, and they left him in the barrel on the great road without. He heard a Tristram 50 coming, and who was there but the shepherd, and 100 sheep with him. He came down, and he began to play a trump, Jew's harp, which he had in the barrel. The shepherd struck a stroke of his stick on a barrel. "Who's in here?" said he. "It's me," said Domhnall. "What art thou doing in it?" said the shepherd. "I am making a fortune in it," said Domhnall, "and no man ever saw such a place with gold and silver. I have just filled 1,000 purses here, and the fortune is nearly made." "It's a pity," said the shepherd, "that thou shouldest not let myself in a while." "I won't let thee. It is much that would make me." "And wilt thou let me in?" "Mightest thou not let me in for 1 minute, and mightest thou not have enough thyself nevertheless? By the books, poor man, since thou art needful, I will not let thee in. Do thou thyself drive the head out of the barrel and come here. But thou shalt not get leave to be long in it," said Domhnall. The shepherd took the head out of the barrel, and he came out, he seized on the shepherd by the 2 shanks, and he set him head foremost in the barrel. "There is neither silver nor gold here," said the shepherd. "Thou wilt not see a thing till the head goes on the barrel," said Domhnall. "Oh, I don't see a shadow in here," said he. "If thou sayest not, so be it with thee," said Domhnall. Domhnall went and he put on the plaid that the shepherd had, and when he put on the plaid the dog followed him. Then they came out and they seized the barrel, and they raised it on their shoulders. They went away with it. The shepherd would say at the end of every minute, "It's me that's in it, it's me that's in it. Oh, it's thou, roguey. Belike it's thou." They reached the peak of the rock, and they let down the barrel with the rock and shepherd in its inside. When they returned, whom did they see but Domhnall, with his plaid and his dog, and his 100 of sheep with him in a park. They went over to him. "Oh, Domhnall," said they, "how gottest thou to come hither?" "I got as you might get if you would try it. After that I had reached the world over yonder, they said to me that I had plenty of time for going over there, and they set me over here, and 100 sheep with me to make money for myself. And would they give the like of that to us if we should go there?" said they. "They would give that." "It's they that would give," said Domhnall. "By what means shall we get going there?" said they. Exactly the very means by which you yourselves sent me there, said he. They went and they took with them 2 barrels to set themselves into up above. When they reached the place one of them went into one of the barrels, and the other sent him down with the rock. That one gave a roar below, and his brains just after going out with the blow he got. The other one asked Domhnall what he was saying. He is shouting. Cattle and sheep, wealth and profit, said Domhnall. Down with me, said the other one. He did not stay to go into the barrel. He cut a caper down, and the brains went out of him. Domhnall went home, and he had the land to himself. Gaelic omitted. This story is marvelously like Big Peter and Little Peter, Norse Tales, page 387, published in 1859. That, again, is equally like Grimm's Little Farmer, p. 179 of the English translation, 1857, and that, again, resembles an Italian tale printed in 1567. The incident of the man in the cupboard is common to German and Norse. It is not in the Gaelic tale, but it is the whole subject of The Monk and the Miller's Wife, by Alan Ramsay, page 520, volume 2. Of the edition published in 1800. And that has a much older relative in The Friars of Berwick, published in Scottish Ballads, by John Gilchrist, 1815, page 327. That tale is said to be from Sibbald's Chronicle of Scottish Poetry, and Pinkerton's Scottish Poets, collated with the Bannatyne MS. That poem, of rather questionable propriety, contains none of the incidents in this Gaelic tale. And it is clearly not derived from any of these modern books. The version translated was written down in Burgh by Hector MacLean, in July, from the mouth of a fisherman. In December, the following version was written down by the Reverend Mr. MacLauchlan of Edinburgh, a very highly respected gentleman, well known as one of the best Gaelic scholars of his day, while he is also a zealous and active minister. He has interested himself in the collection of the popular lore of his country. And he has been kind enough to write down several tales for me from the dictation of one of his parishioners. He gives the following pedigree, with his translation of the Gaelic, which B was good enough to send, and which was returned to him. 2d. From Donald MacLean, born in Ardnamurchan, brought up from the age of 3 years in Mull, Jarvisfield, 69 years of age. Heard this from an old man in Ardnamurchan, Angus MacFie, who died 45 years ago. Reads a little English. Has never seen any of these stories in a book, cannot write, reads no Gaelic, lives in the Grassmarket, came to Edinburgh 35 years ago. Ribbon, Robin, and Levi the Dun, Leviaur. Once in a time there lived 3 men in the same place, whose names were Ribbon, Robin, and Leviaur. The men were not on friendly terms together, as the other 2 disliked Leviaur. On one occasion Leviaur was from home, when the other 2, out of revenge, killed one of his cows. On his return, he flayed the cow, and dried the hide. He made 2 pockets, which he sewed to the hide, and put in there several pieces of money of different value. He went with the hide to the market town. He was trying at his leisure whether he could find any one to buy it. He saw a man, who had the appearance of being rich, come to the place in which he stood, and he made an offer for the hide, but Leviaur thought the price too small. Leviaur said that they had better go into the inn and have a dram. The gentleman assented, and they entered the inn. Leviaur called for such a dram as was suitable in the circumstances, and they got it. When they were about to pay for the dram Leviaur struck a stroke of his stick on the hide, and said, "Pay this, hide." The coin of money that was necessary to pay the dram leaped out on the floor. The gentleman asked him whether the hide would always pay in that way. He said it would. Whatever a man drinks in and in the hide will pay it. Do you think, said the gentleman, it will do that for me if I buy it? Oh, yes, the very same, said the other. If it will, I'll give you 100 merks for it, said he. It is yours, said Leviaur, if you give me that sum for it. The other paid the money and got the hide. The gentleman called for another dram which they drank together. Leviaur bade him strike the hide as he had done, and he would see that the hide would pay as it did for him. The other struck the hide and it did pay the money. Levi went away and left it there, and so pleased was the other with his purchase that he called for more drink in the inn. He struck the hide, and bade it pay for the drink, but nothing would come out of it, it would pay no more. Levi went home, and next morning he saw Ribbon and Robin, his neighbors, coming to the house. He was engaged counting the money he got for the hide when the men came into his house. "Oh, Levi, said they, where did you get all that money?" "One of my cows died," said he, "I flayed her, and carried the hide to the market town, I sold the hide and got all this money for it." "There is a great price," said he, "to be had for raw hides." They went away home, and killed each of them a cow. They took the hides off them, and dried them. They went with them to the market town, and were then walking backwards and forwards asking who would buy raw hides. Several people came their way, and were offering, some half a crown, and some a crown for each hide. They were resolved not to sell them, unless they got the same price for them that Levi got for his. They saw that they could not succeed in that, so they were just obliged at last to return home with the hides. They went to Levi's house. Levi left, and went out of their way. There was nobody to be found within but an old woman, his mother. It was this they did: they killed Levi's mother out of revenge towards himself. When he returned home, he found his mother dead. He took the body, and instead of dressing it in grave clothes, he put on his mother's usual dress, and went away with it to the market town. When he reached the market town, he looked about for a well, and he saw a great deep well there. He took 2 sticks, and propped the body of his mother, with the 2 sticks, at the side of the well. He saw a number of fine-looking scholars flocking out from a school in the neighborhood. He asked a boy, who seemed to be the son of a great influential and distinguished man, if he would be so good as go and tell the old woman who was standing near the well, that he was wishful to leave, and to ask her to come to him. The boy agreed, and went to the old woman. She took no notice of him. He returned to Levi, and said that she did not answer him. "Ud," said Levi, "go again and speak loud and resolutely to her, and tell her it is her own son wants her." The boy returned, and went up close to her, and as he thought she was deaf, he spoke loud to her. As she made no reply, he gave her a push, when down she tumbled into the well. Levi called out for the town guard, and told them to seize the boy that had drowned his mother. The officers came immediately, arrested the boy, and put him in prison. Notice was given through the town, with the ringing of a bell, that such a young man had been imprisoned for drowning an old woman in a well. Who did the boy happen to be but the son of the provost of the town? The provost came to Levi and asked what he would take on condition of letting his son off, and as an equivalent for the life of his mother. Levi said it was not an easy matter to say, seeing he had so great a regard for his mother. "Oh," said the provost, "I will see your mother decently buried, and will give you besides 500 merks in consideration of her having been drowned as happened." "Very well," said Levi, "as you are a respectable gentleman, I will accept that." Levi returned home. Next day he saw his 2 neighbors coming towards his house. He commenced counting the money he had got for his mother. "Oh," said they, "where did you get all that money?" "My mother died," said he, "and I went with her to the market town and sold her. There is a high price given for dead old women, to make powder of their bones." "Then," said they, "we, ourselves, will try the same thing." He who had no mother had a mother-in-law, so they killed an old woman each. Off they go next day to the market town, with the old women on their shoulders. They walked backwards and forwards through the streets, crying out who would buy dead old women. All the loose fellows and dogs in the town soon gathered around them. As they carried the dead women they had their feet around their necks, and their bodies hanging down along their backs. When they saw the number of people likely to gather round them, they began to get out of the way as fast as possible. Before they got to the other end of the town, there was nothing remaining of the old women but the feet, which hung around their necks. They threw these at last to the people, and made off as fast as they could. Levi, when he thought that they were likely to do him an injury, resolved that, by the time of their return home, he and his wife would have a great feast for them. He did so. He spread a splendid table, covered with meat and drink for them. He filled a portion of a sheep's gut with blood, and tied it round his wife's neck. Now, said he, when they come, I will call to you to place more upon the table, and when you don't lay down enough, I will rise and take my knife, and stick it into the piece of gut that is around your neck. And I will let you fall gently to the ground. Afterwards I will sound a horn. You will then rise and wash yourself, and be as you were living and well. Ribbon and Robin came to the house. Come away, neighbors, said he, you will be hungry after being in the market town. There was as much meat and drink before them as would serve a dozen of men. He was always bidding his wife to put down more and more. On one of these occasions Levi rose and put his pointed knife into the piece of gut that was round his wife's neck. O Levi, senseless man as thou ever wert, what made you kill your wife? Get you on with your dinner, said he, I'll bring her alive whenever I choose. They took such alarm, and became so much afraid that they couldn't eat their food. Levi rose, seized the horn, and sounded it. His wife rose and shook herself. Now, said he, see to it that you behave well hereafter, and that you don't refuse anything I require of you. Ribbon and Robin went away. When they saw the strange things he could do, they could not remain any longer in his company. Our own wives might very well provide us with such a feast as we had from Levi, said they, and if they do not we will treat them just as Levi did. So soon as they returned home, they told their wives that they must prepare them a feast, and a better one than Levi gave them. Their wives did so, but they were not satisfied, they were always asking for more. Oh, said the women, Levi has sent you home drunk, and you don't know what you are saying. Both of the men rose and cut the throats of their wives at once. They fell down and were shedding their blood. The men then rose and sounded a horn to raise them again. Though they should sound the horn to this very hour, the wives wouldn't rise. When they saw that the wives would not rise, they resolved to pursue Levi. When he saw them coming, he took to his heels and ran away. They looked at nothing else, but after him they ran, determined to have his life. He hadn't run far on his way when he met in with a man having a flock of sheep. He said to the man, Put off your plaid, and put on what I am wearing, there are 2 men coming who are resolved to have your life. Run as fast as you can, or you will be a dead man immediately. The man ran away as he was bidden, and they ran hard after him. They didn't halt until they had pushed him into the deep black pool of Tain Liaban. The man fell in, and he was never seen afterwards. They returned home. Next day, what did they see on looking out but Levi herding a fine flock of sheep? They came to the place where he was. Levi, said they, the whole world won't satisfy you, didn't we think that we had pitched you last night into the pool of Tain Liaban? Don't you see the sheep I found there, said he. Would we find the same if we went in, said they. Yes, if I were to put you in, said he. Off Ribbon and Robin set, and off Levi set after them. They reached, and when they got to the hole they stood still. Levi came behind them, and pushed them both into the pool. Fish for sheep there, he said, if you choose. Levi came home, and got everything in the place for himself. I left them there. I have a third version of this written by Hector MacLean, from the telling of Margaret MacKinnon in Burgh, in the Sound of Harris. It is called 3. Brian Brygach bragging Brian. What should happen but that a great merchant should come to the house of lying Brian, and what should he have but a great grey mare, and he pretended that she made gold and silver. And what should the merchant do but covet this mare because she made gold and silver? Brian gave the mare money amongst her food, and the merchant found it when he looked for it, and he gave thousands for the mare, and when he got her she was coining money. He took her with him, and he had her for a week, but a penny of money she did not coin. He let her alone till the end of a month, but more money she did not make. Then he went at the end of the month, where Brian was, to talk to him, a chained, for the lie, and to send the mare back again. Brian killed a cow and filled the entrails with blood, and wrapped them about his wife, under her clothes. And when the merchant came, he and his wife began to scold, and the merchant struck her, and she fell over for dead, and the blood ran about the floor. Then Brian went and he catches 2 horns that were in the top of the bed, bar na lipa, and he blew into his wife's throat till he brought her alive again. The merchant got the horns, and promised to say no more about the mare, and went home and killed his wife, and his sister, and his mother, and he began to blow into their throats with the horns. But though he were blowing for ever he had not brought them alive. Then he went where lying Brian was to kill him. He got him into a sack, and was to beat him to death with flails, but Brian asked a little delay, and got out, it is not said how, and put in 2 big dogs. The men threw the sack out into the sea when they were tired of beating it. What was more wonderful for the merchant at the end of a fortnight, than to see Brian and a lot of cattle with him? O Chal, oh, my reason, said the merchant, hast thou come back, O Brian? I came, said Brian. It was you that did the good to me, when you put me out on the sea I saw thy mother, and thy wife, and thy sister, since I went away. And they asked thee to go out on the sea in the place where thou didst put me out, and that thou thyself shouldst get a lot of cattle like this. The merchant went and cuts a caper out ere a bhad on the spot where he had put out Brian. He was drowned, and Brian got his house for himself. I have a 4th version written by John Dewar, collected somewhere in Argyllshire, and sent May 1860. 4. Iadhan Urach. The hero and 2 others were working a town land, Baal Firain, together. The one stayed at home, and the others drowned his cow. He took off the hide, and hung it on the rafters, and when it was dry, he put a piece of money into each knee and hoof, and took it to the town. And he would cry out, Co a Chanakia Syke Nam bin Ergiad, who will buy the hide of the pieces of money? And he would strike a blow on the hide, and the money would fall on the street, and each piece as it fell he picked up and put it into his pocket. He sold it, of course. And when the bargain was made, he knocked out all the money, to prove that it was no cheat, and put the money into his pocket, and went home. The others killed their cattle, and when they could not sell the hides, they decided on killing Hugh, but he was outside listening to all they said. They pulled down his house, but he was in the barn, and his mother-in-law alone was killed. For B had offered his own bed to his mother-in-law, and she had said, "Oh, my little hero, thou usest always to be kind to me." Hugh took his mother-in-law's body to a place that was far from his own house, and there was a wellspring near the hostel, Tai Oesti, and there he propped up his mother-in-law with a stick under her chin, to keep her standing. Then he went in and began to buy a drove from a drover, and sent out the drover to ask his deaf mother in to have a drink of beer, because she was very hard and would scold him for spending money if he asked her. But she would take it kindly if the drover did. The drover went, and after a while pushed the carlin, and she fell into the well. He got, Syad Marg, 100 marks from the drover by threatening him with the gallows. He went home, told his friends that there was Myad Mar Cailliach and Marb, great value on dead carlins, and they killed their mothers-in-law, and were like to be put in prison for trying to sell them. So they determined to serve out their tricky neighbor, and asked him and his wife to a dance at an inn. But Hugh tied a pudding full of blood about his wife's neck, and covered it up with a weapon, and when he and his wife got up to dance a reel he put the Skian Dubh, black knife, into the pudding, and the wife fell as dead. Then Eabhan got a horn which hunters, Muint or Sealge, had at same time for the wood, and he put it to his wife, and he blew into the horn, and the horn gave a Nuagelan, lamentable groan, and the wife of Hugh got up again, and she began to dance. The neighbors bought the horn and tried Feartan na Hadhark, the trick of the horn, on their own wives. They killed them, and blew, but though they were blowing still, their wives would not get up. Then they caught Hugh and put him in a sack, to throw him over a fall. They went into an inn to drink beer. A drover came past, and Hugh in the sack began, "I am going to the good place, I am going to the good place," etc. "Where art thou going?" said the drover. "It is," said Hugh, "they are going to put me where I will feel neither cold, nor weariness, nor hunger more. I shall not feel them, nor thirst. Wilt thou let me there, said the drover. And so the man was enticed into the sack, and thrown over the fall, and they heard him saying, O chalk! O chalk! Somo cheen. Alas, alas! And oh, my head! My head! When the neighbors came home and found Hugh counting money, and heard that he had got it at the bottom of the fall, they got sacks, and the one threw the other over the fall till there was but one left. And he tied the sack to his sides and threw himself over, and every one of them was killed. And Eabhan Urach got the farms to himself, and the cattle that his neighbors had, and he took the possession of both artfully, Agus gab e sealb and a gu seolda. The incident of getting riches by accusing people of killing a dead body is common to one of the African tales. Appendix to Norse tales: The Ear of Corn and the 12 Men. The selling of something valueless, as a source of riches, is common to a story which I used to hear as a child, from John Piper my guardian, and which I lately found in another shape, in an English translation of Master Owlglass. The story, as I remember it, was this: a sailor who had got his money, and who knew that he would spend it all, went to visit his friends. On his way he paid double, and generously, for his board and lodging, and bargained that he should take off a certain old hat as payment on his way back. A Jew accompanied him on his return, and seeing the effect of the hat, begged for it, offered for it, and finally bought it for a large sum. Then he tried it, got cudgelled by the innkeepers, and cursed the clever tar who had outwitted him. Here, then, is a story known in the Highlands for many years, with incidents common to Gaelic, Norse, English, German, and some African tongue, and with a peculiar character of its own which distinguishes it from all the others. I am indebted to the author of Norse Tales for a loan of the rare book mentioned in the following reference, which may throw some light on the story and its history. In Lo Piacevole Notte di Straparola, 1567. The story is told of a priest and 3 rogues who outwit him and whom he outwits in return. First, they persuade him that a mule which he has bought is an ass, and get it, which incident is in another Gaelic story in another shape. Then he sells them a bargain in the shape of a goat, which is good for nothing. Then he pretends to kill his housekeeper by sticking a knife into a bladder filled with blood, and brings her alive again with something which he sells to them for 200 florins of gold, and they kill their 3 wives in earnest. They are enraged, catch the priest, and put him into a sack, intending to drown him in a river. They set him down, and a shepherd comes, who hears a lamentable voice in a sack saying, Mi la vogliono per dare, and io non la voglio, they wish to give her to me, and I don't want her. The priest explains that the lord of that city wants to marry him to his daughter, and by that bait, not the bait of riches, entices the shepherd into the sack. The shepherd is drowned. The priest takes the sheep, and the rogues, when they find the priest with the sheep, beg to be put into 3 sacks. They get in, are carried to the river by 3 faconi, and disposed of. And Priscar Pacifico, rich in money and flocks, returned home and lived pleasantly, etc. By what process this story got from Italian into Gaelic, or who first invented it, seems worth inquiry. One thing is clear. The Italian version and the 4 Gaelic versions now given resemble each other very closely. It seems possible that the amusements of the court of Mary Queen of Scots, or of the foreigners whose morals so enraged John Knox, may have descended to the Grassmarket and to the fisher men of the Western Isles. David Rizzio, a Turinese, has the credit of many Scotch airs. He was killed in 1567, and the edition of Straparola which I have before me, printed in Venice, 1567, if it be the first, may have found its way to Scotland through some of the countrymen of Rizzio. If that explanation be considered reasonable, it has still to be shown how the story got to Germany and Norway, where the man in the cupboard went in, and whence came the soothsaying bird in the grey hide and the unsaleable dead carlins. For they are not in the Italian version. Having carried the 3 widows' sons from Barra to the Grassmarket, where they are named Ribbon, and Robin, and Leviar, thence to Norway, where they appear as Big and Little Peter, thence to Germany, where they have no name. And thence to the city of Postema in Italy in 1567, as the narrator says, there I left them. 40. The son of the Scottish yeoman who stole the bishop's horse and daughter, and the bishop himself. From Donald MacLean, Grassmarket, Edinburgh. Written in Gaelic, and translated by the Reverend Mr. MacLauchlan. There was once a Scottish yeoman who had 3 sons. When the youngest of them came to be of age to follow a profession, he set apart 300 marks for each of them. The youngest son asked that his portion might be given to himself, as he was going away to seek his fortune. He went to the great city of London. He was for a time there, and what was he doing but learning to be a gentleman's servant? He at last set about finding a master. He heard that the chief magistrate, Provost 51, of London wanted a servant. He applied to him, they agreed, and he entered his service. The chief magistrate was in the habit of going every day in the week to meet the Archbishop of London in a particular place. The servant attended his master, for he always went out along with him. When they had broken up their meeting on one occasion, they returned homewards, and the servant said to his master by the way, "That is a good brown horse of the bishop's," said he, "with your leave, master." "Yes, my man," said the master, "he has the best horse in London." "What think you," said the servant, "would be take for the horse, if you were to sell it?" "Oh! You fool," said his master, "I thought you were a sensible fellow. Many a man has tried to buy that horse, and it has defied them as yet." "I'll return and try," said he. His master returned along with him to see what would happen. This was on a Thursday. The young man asked the bishop, would he sell the horse? The bishop became amazed and angry, and said he did not expect that he could buy it. "But what beast could you, or any man have," said the young man, "that might not be bought?" "Senseless fellow," said the bishop. "How foolish you are! I go away home, you shan't buy my horse." "What will you wager," said the young man, "that I won't have the horse by this time tomorrow?" "Is it my horse you mean?" said the bishop. "Yes, your horse," said the young man. "What will you wager that I don't steal it?" "I'll wager 500 merks," said the bishop, "that you don't." "Then," said the young man, "I have only £1, but I'll wager that, and my head besides, that I do." "Agreed," said the bishop. "Observe," said the young man, "that I have wagered my head and the pound with you, and if I steal the horse he will be my own property." "That he will, assuredly," said the chief magistrate. "I agree to that," said the bishop. They returned home that night. "Poor fellow," said the chief magistrate to his servant by the way, "I am very well satisfied with you since I got you. I am not willing to lose you now. You are foolish. The bishop will take care that neither you nor any other man will steal the horse. He'll have him watched." When night came, the young man started, and set to work. He went to the bishop's house. What did he find out there, but that they had the horse in a room, and men along with it, who were busy eating and drinking. He looked about him, and soon saw that he would require another clever fellow along with him. In looking about, who does he find but one of the loose fellows about the town? "If you go along with me for a little time," said he, "I will give you something for your pains." "I'll do that," said the other. He set off, and at the first start both he and his man reached the hangman of the city. "Can you tell me," said he to the hangman, "where I can get a dead man?" "Yes," said the hangman, "there was a man hanged this very day, after midday." "If you go and get him for me," said the young man, "I'll give you something for your pains." The hangman agreed, and went away with him to where the body was. "Do you know now," said the young man, "where I can get a long stout rope?" "Yes," said the hangman, "the rope that hanged the man is here quite convenient, you'll get it." They set off with the body, both himself and his man. They reached the bishop's house. He said to his man when they had reached, "Stay you here and take charge of this, until I get up on the top of the house." He put both his mouth and his ear to the chimney in order to discover where the men were, as they were now speaking loud from having drunk so much. He discovered where they were. "Place the end of the rope," said he to his man, "round the dead man's neck, and throw the other end up to me." He dragged the dead man up to the top of the chimney. The men in the room began to hear the rubbish in the chimney falling down. He let the body down by degrees, until at last he saw the bright light of the watchman falling on the dead man's feet. "See," said they, "what is this? Oh, the Scottish thief, what a shift! He preferred dying in this way to losing his head. He has destroyed himself." Down from the chimney came the young man in haste. In he went into the very middle of the men, and as the horse was led out by the door, his hand was the first to seize the bridle. He went with the horse to the stable, and said to them that they might now go and sleep, that they were safe enough. "Now," said he to the other man, "I believe you to be a clever fellow. Be at hand here tomorrow evening, and I will see you again." He paid him at the same time, and the man was much pleased. He, himself, returned to his master's stable with the bishop's brown horse. He went to rest, and though the daylight came early, earlier than that did his master come to his door. "I wouldn't grudge my pains," said he, "if my poor Scotsman were here before me today." "I am here, good master," said he, "and the bishop's brown horse beside me." "Well done, my man," said his master, "you're a clever fellow. I had a high opinion of you before, I think much more of you now." They prepared this day, too, to go and visit the bishop. It was Friday. "Now," said the servant, "I left home without a horse, yesterday, but I won't leave in the same way today." "Well, my man," said his master, "as you have got the horse, I'll give you a saddle." So they set off this day again to meet the bishop, his master and himself riding their horses. They saw the bishop coming to meet them, apparently mad. When they came close together they observed that the bishop rode another horse, by no means so good as his own. The bishop and chief magistrate met with salutations. The bishop turned to the chief magistrate's servant. "Scoundrel," said he, "and thorough thief." "You can't call me worse," said the other. "I don't know that you can call me that justly, for, you know, I told you what I was to do. Without more words, pay me my 500 merks." This had to be done, though not very willingly. "What would you now say," says the lad, "if I were to steal your daughter tonight?" "My daughter, you worthless fellow," said the bishop. "You shan't steal my daughter." "I'll wager 500 merks and the brown horse," said the lad, "that I'll steal her." "I'll wager 100 merks that you don't," said the bishop. The wager was laid. The lad and his master went home. "Young man," said his master, "I thought well of you at one time, but you have done a foolish thing now, just when you had made yourself all right." "Never mind, good master," said he, "I'll make the attempt at any rate." When night came, the chief magistrate's servant set off for the bishop's house. When he reached, he saw a gentleman coming out at the door. "Oh," said he to the gentleman, "what is this going on at the bishop's house tonight?" "A great and important matter," said the gentleman, "a rascally Scotsman who is threatening to steal the bishop's daughter, but I can tell you neither he nor any other man will steal her, she is well guarded." "Oh, I'm sure of that," said the lad, and turned away. "There is a man in England, however," said he to himself, "who must try it." He set off, and reached the king's tailors. He asked them whether they had any dresses ready for great people. "No," said the tailor, "but a dress I have for the king's daughter and one for her maid of honor." "What," said the chief magistrate's servant, "will you take for the use of these, for a couple of hours?" "Oh," said the tailor, "I fear I dare not give them to you." "Don't be in the least afraid," said the lad, "I'll pay you, and I'll return the 2 dresses without any injury or loss." "You'll get 100 merks," said he. The tailor coveted so large a sum, and so he gave them to him. He returned, and found his man of the former night. They went to a private place, and got themselves fitted out in the dresses got from the tailor. When this was done as well as they could, they came to the bishop's door. Before he arrived at the door he found out that when any of the royal family came to the bishop's house they didn't knock, but rubbed the bottom of the door with the point of the foot. He came to the door, and rubbed. There was a doorkeeper at the door that night, and he ran and told the bishop. "There is some one of the royal family at the door," said he. "No," said the bishop, "there is not. It's the thief of a Scotsman that is there." The doorkeeper looked through the keyhole, and saw the appearance of two ladies who stood there. He went to his master and told him so. His master went to the door that he might see for himself. He who was outside would give another and another rub to the door, at the same time abusing the bishop for his folly. The bishop looked, and recognized the voice of the king's daughter at the door. The door is quickly opened, and the bishop bows low to the lady. The king's daughter began immediately to chide the bishop for laying any wager respecting his daughter, saying that he was much blamed for what he had done. "It was very wrong of you," said she, "to have done it without my knowledge, and you would not have required to have made such a stir or been so foolish as all this." "You will excuse me," said the bishop. "I can't excuse you," she said. Into the chamber he led the king's daughter, in which his own daughter was, and persons watching her. She was in the middle of the chamber, sitting on a chair, and the others sitting all around. Said the king's daughter to her, "My dear, your father is a very foolish man to place you in such great danger. For if he had given me notice, and placed you under my care, any man who might venture to approach you would assuredly not only be hanged, but burned alive. Go," said she to the bishop, "to bed, and dismiss this large company, lest men laugh at you." He told the company that they might now go to rest, that the queen's daughter and her maid of honor would take charge of his daughter. When the queen's daughter had seen them all away, she said to the daughter of the bishop, "Come along with me, my dear, to the king's palace." He led her out, and then he had the brown horse all ready, and as soon as the Scotsman got her to where the horse stood, he threw off the dress he wore, in a dark place. He put a different dress above his own, and mounted the horse. The other man is sent home with the dresses to the tailor. He paid the man, and told him to meet him there next night. He leaped on the brown horse at the bishop's house, and off he rode to the house of his master. Early as daylight came, earlier came his master to the stable. He had the bishop's daughter in his bed. He wakened when he heard his master. "I wouldn't grudge my pains," said the latter, "if my poor Scotsman were here before me today." And so I am," said the lad, "and the bishop's daughter along with me here." "Oh," said he, "I always thought well of you, but now I think more of you than ever." This was Saturday. He and his master had to go and meet the bishop this day also. The bishop and chief magistrate met as usual. If the bishop looked angry the former day, he looked much angrier this day. The chief magistrate's servant rode on his horse and saddle behind his master. When he came near the bishop he could only call him thief and scoundrel. "You may shut your mouth," said he, "you cannot say that to me with justice. Send across here my 500 merks. He paid the money. He was abusing the other. "Oh man," said he, "give up your abuse, I'll lay you the 100 merks that I'll steal yourself tonight." "That you steal me, you worthless fellow," said the bishop. "You shan't be allowed." He wagered the 100 merks. "I'll get these 100 merks back again," said the bishop, "but I'll lay you 1,500 merks that you don't steal me." The chief magistrate fixed the bargain for them. The lad and his master went home. "My man," said the master, "I have always thought well of you till now, you will now lose the money you gained, and you can't steal the man." "I have no fear of that," said the servant. When night came he set off, and got to the house of the bishop. Then he thought he would go where he could find the fishermen of the city, in order to see what might be seen with them. When he reached the fishermen he asked them whether they had any fresh killed salmon. They said they had. He said to them, "If you skin so many of them for me I will give you such and such a sum of money, or as much as will be just and right." The fishermen said they would do as he wished, and they did so. They gave him as many fish skins as he thought would make him a cloak of the length and breadth he wished. He then went to the tailors. He said to the tailors, would they make him a dress of the fish skins by 12 o'clock at night, and that they should be paid for it. They told him what sum they would take. They took the young man's measure and began the dress. The dress was ready by 12 o'clock. They could not work any longer as the Sunday was coming in. He left with the dress, and when he found himself a short way from the bishop's church he put it on. He had got a key to open the church and he went in. He at once went to the pulpit. The doorkeeper casting an eye in on an occasion, while a great watch was kept over the bishop, he went and said there was a light in the church. "A light," said his master, "go and see what light it is." It was past 12 o'clock by this time. "Oh," said the doorkeeper, coming back, "there is a man preaching in it." The bishop drew out his timepiece, and he saw that it was the beginning of the Sunday. He went running to the church. When he saw the brightness that was in the church, and all the movements of the man that was preaching, he was seized with fear. He opened the door a little and put in his head that he might see what he was like. There was not a language under the stars that the man in the pulpit was not taking a while of. When he came to the languages which the bishop understood, he began to denounce the bishop as a man who had lost his senses. In the bishop ran, and down he is on his knees before the pulpit. There he began to pray, and when he saw the brightness that was about the pulpit, he took to heart the things that were said to him. At length he said to him, if he would promise sincere repentance, and go along with him, he would grant him forgiveness. The bishop promised him that he would. "Come with me till I have a little time of you," said he. "I will," said the bishop, "though thou shouldst ask me to leave the world." He went along with him, and the young man walked before him. They reached the stable of the chief magistrate. He got a seat for the bishop, and he kept him sitting. He sat down himself. They required no light, for the servants' clothes were shining bright where they were. He was then expounding to the bishop in some languages which he could understand, and in others which he could not. He went on in that way until it was time for his master to come in the morning. When the time drew near, he threw off the dress, bent down and hid it, for it was near daylight. The bishop was now silent, and the chief magistrate came. "I wouldn't grudge my pains," said he, "if I had my poor Scotsman here before me today." So I am here," said he, "and the bishop along with me." "Hey, my man," says his master, "you have done well." "Oh, you infamous scoundrel," said the bishop, "is it thus you have got the better of me?" "I'll tell you what it is," said the chief magistrate, "you had better be civil to him. Don't abuse him. He has got your daughter, your horse, and your money, and as for yourself, you know that he cannot support you, so it is best for you to support him. Take himself and your daughter along with you and make them a respectable wedding." The young man left and went home with the bishop, and he and the bishop's daughter were lawfully married, and the father shewed him kindness. I left them there. Gaelic omitted. I had the above tale from Donald Mlean, now resident in the Grassmarket, Edinburgh. It is one of 7 I took down from his recitation about the same time. Mlean is a native of Ardnamurchan, but crossed at an early age to Glenforsa in Mull, where he spent several years. He heard this tale recited by an old man, Angus Emphy, from Ardnamurchan, who died about 50 years ago, and he had received it also from tradition. Mlean recites his tales without the slightest hesitation, although in some cases their recitation occupies a couple of hours. It will be manifest, too, from reading the original tale here given, that very little variation could be allowed in the words used, and that the very forms of expression in words must therefore be retained unchanged. Mlean is a remarkable instance of the power of memory in the uneducated, shewing that it is quite possible to retain and recite, with perfect accuracy, compositions which would form a volume. He obtained his tales from different parties, and says they were recited in the winter evenings at the firesides of the old Highlanders as their chief amusements. Some of them he heard before he was 14 years of age, and never heard since, and yet he retains them accurately. It will be observed in the tale now given that some of the terms used are modem, as, for instance, probhaist, provost, and not known in our older Gaelic. It is remarkable, also, that the Bishop of London is the party fixed upon to have his effects stolen. This would seem to indicate that the tale originated at a time when the Highlanders were acquainted with bishops, and would carry it back to a period previous to the Reformation, the inhabitants, both of Ardnamurchan and Mull, having been Presbyterians since that period. Unless, indeed, the story has been imported into the Highlands from some other quarter. Its resemblance to the Master Thief in Mr. Dasent's Tales from the Norse cannot fail to strike anyone acquainted with these interesting stories. The Tuathanach is translated yeoman, not that that term expresses with perfect accuracy the meaning of the Gaelic word, but it is the English term which comes nearest to it. The Tuathanach among the Celts is a farmer, or one who holds his lands from another, but the word implies a certain amount of consequence and dignity, which would indicate that he must hold land of considerable extent. The term is manifestly either the radix, or a relative of the Latin tenno, whence the English tenant, and it would seem also to be the real source of the word thane, or one who held as tenant the lands of the crown. The tenants and their subholders were distinguished as tuath a seatharn, from which last is the Saxon kern. T.M.L. Edinburgh, May, 1860. 2. Another version of this was told to me by Donald Macraw, drover, September 1859, as we walked along the road in North Uist. It was given in return for a bit of another story, which also treats of clever thieves, part of which I learned from my piper guardian long ago. This was the fly which raised the fish. 2 thieves once came to a gallows, and the one said to the other, "We have often heard about this thing, now let us try how it feels. I will put the rope about my neck, and do thou hang me, and when I have had enough, I will grin and then thou shalt let me down." So the first thief was hanged, and when the rope tightened he grinned horribly, and was let down by his comrade as they had agreed. "Well," said he, "what was it like?" "Not so bad as I expected," said the other. "Now I will hang thee, and when thou hast enough, whistle." So the second agreed, and he as strung up in his turn, and he grinned too. But because he would not whistle, his friend let him hang, and when he was tired of waiting, he emptied his pockets and left him there. "Have you any more of that story?" said I. "No, but I have one about a smith's servant," said Macraw. "There was once, long ago, a smith in Erin, and he had a servant who was very clever at stealing, he could steal anything. His master was working with an watchdoran, gentleman, and the gentleman came to the smithy to have his powny shod. The English word powny is commonly used in Island Gaelic, and he and the smith were well with each other, and they began to talk. And the smith to boast of his apprentice, and how well he could steal. At last he offered to bet that the lad could steal the gentleman's horse, and the gentleman wagered 5 notes that he would not. The smith laid down the money and the bet was made, and they told this to the lad. Well, the gentleman went home, and he sent his gillies to watch the powny, and the lad went and he bought himself 3 bottles of whiskey, and when the night came he went to the square. This word has also crept into Gaelic, and is applied to a set of farm buildings, of the gentleman, and he laid himself down amongst the litter, and he began to snore and snort and pretend to be drunk. So out came one of the watchmen to see what was the matter, and he began to handle the drunken man, and presently he felt a bottle in his pocket, then he drew it out, and he told the others, and they drank it all up. Then they said, "Let us see if there is not another bottle in the other pocket." So they went and they rolled over the drunken man, who kept on snoring and snorting, and they found a second bottle, and then they went into the stable again. At the end of a little while the lad heard them getting very wordy within, and soon they came out again a third time, and they rolled him about, and found the third bottle, and that finished them off and they fell fast asleep. Then the lad got up and stole the powny, and went to the smithy and then he went to sleep himself. In the morning the gentleman came to the smithy, and he had to pay the bet, for the powny was there before him. "Well," said the lad, "that is but a small matter, I will wager you now 20 notes that I will steal your daughter." "I will take the wager," said the gentleman. And the lad said, "Now master, lay down the 20 notes for me." So the smith laid them down, and the gentleman laid down his, and the wager was made. The word note is almost always used in Gaelic, because very filthy £1 notes are common in Scotland. The value of the note is expressed by pound Saxon. It seems to be necessary to produce the money, and to deposit it when a wager is laid. Now no time was fixed for stealing the daughter, so the gentleman went home and he set a watch on his daughter's room, who were to go in and out all night long. The lad went about the country and he travelled till he came to Bailey Port, a seaport town on the other side, for it was in Arran. And there he remained till he made friends with a ship captain, and after much talk, which was given by the narrator, the captain agreed to help him. So the lad dressed himself up as a woman, and the captain said, "Now I will say that I have a sister on board, and if we are asked to the house of the gentleman when the ship arrives, do thou as best thou canst." So the ship sailed, and she sailed round Arran till she came to the gentleman's house, and then the captain went up and told how he had been a long voyage to the Indies. Then the gentleman asked if he had any one else on board, and he said that he had a sister, and that she was very unwell. "Oh," said the gentleman, "ask her to come up and she shall sleep in my daughter's room." So the captain's sister came up and they had a pleasant evening, and they all went to bed. But the captain's sister could not sleep, and she said to the gentleman's daughter, "What are these men that are always walking about the room, and up and down before the windows?" And the girl said, "There is a bad man who has laid a wager that he will steal me, and my father is afraid that he may come any night, and these are the watchmen who are guarding me. It is not for the money, but my father is so angry, because that bad man beat him once already." "Oh," said the captain's sister, "I am so nervous after the sea. I have a sort of nerves," the narrator used the English word, "that I shall never sleep all night. I shall never get a wink of sleep. I would be so much obliged to you if you would have the goodness to send them away." And so at last the men were sent away, but the captain's sister could not sleep a bit better, and she said, "When I was in the Indies I used to be so troubled with the heat, that I got a habit of walking out at night. Perhaps I could sleep if I were to take a little walk now. Will you be so very kind as to come out for a little walk with me?" So the gentleman's daughter got up, and out they went for a walk, but when they bad walked a little way, the lad carried her off bodily to the smithy. In the morning the gentleman came and he paid the bet, and it is told that the lad married the daughter. "And is that all he ever stole?" said I. "That's all I ever heard about it at all events," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. 3. In the Sutherland collection is this reference. "The Master Thief, see Dasent's Tales, and Thorpe's Tales." This was some 20 or 30 years ago a common schoolboy's tale. I have tried in vain to get it written down in Gaelic, but they tell it with all that is in the Norwegian version, and more besides, such as the theft of some rabbits, how performed I cannot hear, and that of a lot of calves. The master thief stole these for the robbers, by imitating in the woods and upland pastures the cry of the cows. C.D. 4. Another bit of the master thief, as given in the Norse tales, forms part of a story which is referred to in number 48. It is the incident of the man who is persuaded to put his finger into what he believes to be a cask full of liquor, while the clever rogue rides off on his horse, on pretence of catching himself. 5. I have heard another of the incidents, as a theft, accomplished by tempting a man to ran after broken-legged rabbits. This story, then, is now widely spread in the Highlands, however it got there. The Reverend Mr. MacLauchlan, one of the best, known and most respected men in Edinburgh, gets one version from an old man in the Grassmarket, who gives it a pedigree of some 50 years, I got another myself from a drover in Uist. A very able collector in Sutherland says it was common there some 20 or 30 years ago, and is told still, and a scrap of the Norwegian version comes from Islay. They resemble other versions in other languages, but they resemble each other more than they do any published version which I know. And there seems to be but one explanation of the facts, namely, that this is some very old tradition, common to many races and languages, and derived from some original of unknown antiquity. The incidents in the German of Grimm are shortly these. A poor old man is visited by a gentleman in a grand carriage, who turns out to be his son who had run away and become a master thief. They go to the count, who sets him 3 tasks to try his skill, to steal his favorite horse, to take away from his wife and from him the counterpane of their bed, and the ring off the lady's finger. And, thirdly, to steal the parson and clerk out of the church, on pain of his neck. He makes the watch drunk, and steals the horse. He makes the count shoot at a dead body, and while the count is gone to bury the supposed thief, he appears as the count, and gets the ring and bed cover from the countess. And he entices the parson and clerk into a sack by pretending to be St. Peter. The Norse story has many more incidents, but amongst them are 5 tasks set by a great man to try the skill of the master thief. 1. To steal the roast from the spit on Sunday, which he does by enticing the servants to run after 3 hares which he lets out of a bag. 2. To steal Father Lawrence, the priest, which he does by pretending to be an angel, and so enticing him into a sack. 3. To steal 12 horses from the stable, which he does by appearing as an old woman, and making 12 grooms drunk with a sleepy drink in brandy. 4. To steal the horse from under the squire, which he does nearly in the same way as the clever weaver in the Islay story. 5. To steal the sheet of the gentleman's bed, and the shift off his wife's back, which he does in nearly the same way as it is done in the German version. And though the daughter is not stolen in the Norse tale, it is to gain the daughter that all these tasks are performed. Now all these are clearly the same as the second favela in the first book of Straparola, printed in Venice, 1567. In this Italian story the scene is Perugia, the clever thief, a certain Cassandrino, and the man who tries his skill, Il Pretor, the priest. Cassandrino first steals the priest's bed from under him, by breaking through the roof and throwing down the dead body of a recently buried doctor which he had dug up and dressed in his clothes. The priest thinks that he has fallen down and killed himself, goes to bury him, and finds his bed gone when he returns. Next he steals the horse from the stable. The watchman sleeps in the saddle. He props him up on sticks, and steals away the horse. Lastly, he steals a country clergyman, whom he tempts into a sack by dressing as an angel and standing on an altar after matins, exclaiming, Chi vul andar in gloria entri nel sacco. He gets 100 florins of gold each time, and is threatened with terrible punishment in case of failure. The disguise is a white robe, painted paper wings, and a shining diadem. The Italian story again resembles, though in a less degree, the Egyptian story of Rhampsinitus, told in Herodotus. Rawlinson's Herod, Volume 2, page 191. The king had a treasure chamber built of hewn stone, but the builder contrived a turning stone in the wall, and told the secret to his sons when he was about to die. The sons plundered the treasury, and the king set a trap which caught one of them. The other cut his head off to prevent discovery, and went home with the head, leaving the body in the trap. The king, much puzzled, exposed the headless body, with guards beside it, to watch if any one should be seen weeping near it. The mother sent her son to get back the body, and he did very much as the clever thief in the modern stories, who stole the horses. He disguised himself, and enticed the guards into drinking till they fell asleep. Then he shaved half their beards off, and took away the body. Then the king sent his daughter to find out, and the clever thief went to her, and told her all about it. But when she tried to seize him, he gave her the hand of a dead man, which he had cut off and brought with him, and so he made his escape, leaving the hand. Then the king proclaimed a free pardon for the clever thief who had outwitted him 3 times, and when he came he gave him his daughter in marriage. Other references are given in Grimm's 3rd volume, see page 260, from which it appears that this story is very widely spread in Europe. Now the Gaelic agrees with Herodotus, Straparola, and Grimm, in that there are 3 tasks accomplished by a clever thief, and the number 3 is almost universally used in Gaelic tales. One of the Gaelic incidents, that of the drunken guards, agrees with the story in Herodotus, and is common to all those quoted. The Gaelic agrees with the Italian, German, and Norse, in the theft of the horse and the clergyman. The Gaelic alone has the theft of the daughter. The Norwegian version mentions the daughter, and so does the story of Rhampsinitus, and there seems to be fair ground for arguing that all this must have come from some original which it is vain to search for in any modern work or in any modern age. Such at least is my own opinion, and I have endeavored to give others the means of judging for themselves so far as I am able, by giving all I get unaltered, and by naming all my authorities. Another Gaelic story, the Cailliach, of which I lately, June 1860, received a long version from John Dewar, contains 3 incidents very like those in Herodotus. Mixed with others which are new to me, and others which I have in Gaelic from other sources, one of which has a parallel in Italian and in Sanskrit. It is curious to remark, that the very same ideas seem to have occurred to Herodotus, while on his travels, which now arise in the minds of worthy pedagogues in the Highlands. They object to old stories told by peasants, because they are fictions, and not historically true. I have repeatedly met men who look on the telling of these tales as something almost wicked. Thus wrote Herodotus, and those who object to traditionary fictions might take example by the father of history, and while they disbelieve the stories, write them down. Such as think the tales told by the Egyptians credible, are free to accept them for history. For my own part, I propose to myself, throughout my whole work, faithfully to record the traditions of the several nations. Surely if Herodotus did not think it beneath him to record such frivolous things, and if men of the highest acquirements now make them a study, they are not wholly unworthy of notice. 41. The Widow and her Daughters. From Mrs. Mac-Gichi, farmer's wife, Islay. There was formerly a poor widow, and she had 3 daughters, and all she had to feed them was a kail-yard. There was a great grey horse who was coming every day to the yard to eat the kail. Said the eldest of the daughters to her mother, I will go to the yard today, and I will take the spinning wheel with me, and I will keep the horse out of the kail. Do, said her mother. She went out. The horse came, she took the distaff from the wheel and she struck him. The distaff stuck to the horse, and her hand stuck to the distaff. Away went the horse till they reached a green hill, and he called out, Open, open, O green hill, and let in the king's son, Open, open, O green hill, and let in the widow's daughter. The hill opened, and they went in. He warmed water for her feet, and made a soft bed for her limbs, and she lay down that night. Early on the morrow, when he rose, he was going to hunt. He gave her the keys of the whole house, and he said to her that she might open every chamber inside but the one. By all she ever saw not to open that one. That she should have his dinner ready when he should come back, and that if she would be a good woman that he would marry her. When he went away she began to open the chambers. Every one, as she opened it, was getting finer and finer, till she came to the one that was forbidden. It seemed to her, what might be in it that she might not open it too. She opened it, and it was full of dead gentlewomen, and she went down to the knee in blood. Then she came out, and she was cleansing her foot, and though she were cleaning it, still she could not take a bit of the blood off it. A tiny cat came where she was, and she said to her, if she would give a little drop of milk that she would clean her foot as well as it was before. Thou ugly beast! Be off before thee! Dost thou suppose that I won't clean them better than thou? Yes, yes, take thine own away. Thou wilt see what will happen to thee when himself comes home. He came home, and she set the dinner on the board, and they sat down at it. Before they ate a bit he said to her, Wert thou a good woman today was, said she. Let me see thy foot, and I will tell thee whether thou wert or wert not. She let him see the one that was clean. Let me see the other one, said he. When he saw the blood, oh! Ho, said he. He rose and took the axe and took her head off, and he threw her into the chamber with the other dead people. He laid down that night, and early on the morrow he went to the widow's yard again. Said the second one of the widow's daughters to her mother, I will go out today, and I will keep the grey horse out of the yard. She went out sewing. She struck the thing she was sewing on the horse. The cloth stuck to the horse, and her hand stuck to the cloth. They reached the hill. He called as usual to the hill opened, and they went in. He warmed water for her feet, and made a soft bed for her limbs, and they lay down that night. Early in the morning he was going to hunt, and he said to her that she should open every chamber inside but one, and, by all she ever saw, not to open that one. She opened every chamber till she came to the little one, and because she thought, what might be in that one more than the rest that she might not open it. She opened it, and it was full of dead gentlewomen, and her own sister amongst them. She went down to the knee in blood. She came out, and as she was cleaning herself, and the little cat came round about, and she said to her, If thou wilt give me a tiny drop of milk I will clean thy foot as well as it ever was. Thou ugly beast! Begone! Dost thou think that I will not clean it myself better than thou? Thou wilt see, said the cat, what will happen to thee when himself comes home. When he came she set down the dinner, and they sat at it. Said he, Wert thou a good woman today? I was, said she. Let me see thy foot, and I will tell thee whether thou wert or wert not. She let him see the foot that was clean. Let me see the other one, said he. She let him see it. Oh! Ho, said he, and he took the axe and took her head off. He lay down that night. Early on the morrow, said the youngest one to her mother, as she wove a stocking, I will go out with my stocking today, and I will watch the grey horse. I will see what happened to my 2 sisters, and I will return to tell you. Do, said her mother, and see thou dost not stay away. She went out, and the horse came. She struck the stocking on the horse. The stocking stuck to the horse, and the hand stuck to the stocking. They went away, and they reached the green hill. He called out as usual, and they got in. He warmed water for her feet, and made a soft bed for her limbs, and they lay down that night. On the morrow he was going to hunt, and he said to her if she would behave herself as a good woman till he returned, that they would be married in a few days. He gave her the keys, and he said to her that she might open every chamber that was within but that little one, but see that she should not open that one. She opened every one, and when she came to this one, because she thought, what might be in it that she might not open it more than the rest, she opened it, and she saw her 2 sisters there dead, and she went down to the 2 knees in blood. She came out, and she was cleaning her feet, and she could not take a bit of the blood off them. The tiny cat came where she was, and she said to her, Give me a tiny drop of milk, and I will clean thy feet as well as they were before. I will give it, thou creature, I will give thee thy desire of milk if thou wilt clean my feet. The cat licked her feet as well as they were before. Then the king came home, and they set down his dinner, and they sat at it. Before they ate a bit, he said to her, Wert thou a good woman today? I was middlin', said she, I have no boasting to make of myself. Let me see thy feet, said he. She let him see her feet. Thou wert a good woman, said he. And if thou holdest on thus till the end of a few days, thyself and I will be married. On the morrow he went away to hunt. When he went away the little cat came where she was. Now, I will tell thee in what way thou wilt be quickest married to him, said the cat. There are, said she, a lot of old chests within. Thou shalt take out 3 of them, thou shalt clean them. Thou shalt say to him next night, that he must leave these 3 chests, one about of them, in thy mother's house, as they are of no use here, that there are plenty here without them. Thou shalt say to him that he must not open any of them on the road, or else, if he opens, that thou wilt leave him, that thou wilt go up into a tree top, and that thou wilt be looking, and that if he opens any of them that thou wilt see. Then when he goes hunting, thou shalt open the chamber, thou shalt bring out thy 2 sisters, thou shalt draw on them the magic club, and they will be as lively and whole as they were before. Thou shalt clean them then, and thou shalt put one in each chest of them, and thou shalt go thyself into the 3rd one. Thou shalt put of silver and of gold, as much in the chests as will keep thy mother and thy sisters right for their lives. When he leaves the chests in thy mother's house, and when he returns he will fly in a wild rage, he will then go to thy mother's house in this fury, and he will break in the door, be thou behind the door, and take off his head with the bar. And then he will be a king's son, as precious as he was before, and he will marry thee. Say to thy sisters, if he attempts the chests to open them by the way, to call out, I see thee, and that he wilt think that thou wilt be calling out in the tree. When he came home he went away with the chests, one after one, till he left them in her mother's house. When he came to a glen, where he thought she in the tree could not see him, he began to let the chest down to see what was in it. She that was in the chest called out, I see thee, I see thee. Good luck be on thy pretty little head, said he, if thou canst not see a long way. This was the way with him each journey, till he left the chests altogether in her mother's house. When he returned home on the last journey, and saw that she was not before him, he flew in a wild rage. He went back to the widow's house, and when he reached the door he drove it in before him. She was standing behind the door, and she took his head off with the bar. Then he grew a king's son, as precious as ever came. There he was within, and they were in great gladness, she and himself married, and they left with her mother and sisters, of gold and silver, as much as left them well for life. Gaelic omitted. From Catherine Milloy, Kilmeny, Islay, March 1859. An old woman of the name of Hutton, in Cowal, told this to Catherine Milloy, a Cowal woman, married to a farmer at Kilmeny, Angus MacGeachie, a Campbelltown man. Written down from her dictation by Hector MacLean, Islay, May 1859. This story is something like the Hoodie and the Daughter of the King of the Skies, it has a bit like the Mermaid. I have another version, told by Hugh Mackinder, an old man at Bowmore, in Islay, who can recite a great many more stories. He borders upon 80, is very poor, and has had but little education. He tells MacLean that he learnt his stories long ago from one Angus Brown, who was known by the sobriquet of Aongas Gruama Frowning Angus, of whom very queer anecdotes are told. Mackinder was able to play the pipes in his day. His father was considered an excellent piper, and his son Dugald is allowed to be one of the best pipers in the island. 2d. A poor woman had 3 daughters and a kail yard, and a horse used to come every day to eat the kail. The daughters went, one after the other, to drive him away with the distaff, and the distaff stuck to the horse and to their hands, and he dragged them in turn to a castle. It is not said that the horse became a man. The first was the eldest who slept in the castle, on the morrow she got a key, and was told to look at all the rooms but one, and to milk the 3 red-brown hornless cows. She looked into the room of course, and sank to her knee in blood. And a great cat came about and asked for a drop milk, and was refused. When the giant came home he asked to see her foot, and it was red with blood, and he smote her with the white glaive of light and killed her. The very same thing happened to the second. The youngest milked the 3 red-brown hornless cows, but peeped, and sank to her knee in blood, and saw her 2 dead sisters. The great grey cat asked for milk, and got it and drank it, and became a splendid woman, and told her that she was a king's daughter under spells. And she told her to take some of the milk and to clean her foot with it, and that it would not leave a speck of the blood on her, and so she did. Now, said the king's daughter, when he comes in and sees that thy foot is clean, he will marry thee, but thou wilt not be long alive if thou art with him. When he goes to the hunting hill, thou shalt take with the am ballan ioc, vessel of balsam, ballan is a teat, and rub it against the mouth of thy big sister. And thou shalt put her into a sack, and gold and silver with her, and thou shalt stuff the sack with hay, and when he comes home tell him that there is a wisp for the cow, and to leave it with thy mother. And the next day do the same with thy second sister, and on the 3rd day, I will put thyself and the white glaive of light into the sack. When he knows that thou art not with him, he will go after thee. And when he is coming in at the door, scap the head off him with the sword, and hold the sword on the smear challich, spinal marrow, till it cools, before the head goes on again. The girl did as she was told. And he took the 3 sisters alive, and his gold and his sword, in the sacks with the hay on his back to the mother, and said each time, so a chalich sinagud sopdo and bho, here Carlin, there thou hast a wisp for the cow. On the 3rd day he went home, and when he lay down and found that she was not there, he went to the poor woman's house, and the youngest daughter chopped his head off as he went in at the door. And then she went back to the castle and stayed in it with the king's daughter. 3d. This is manifestly the same story as The History of Mr. Greenwood, in Mr. Peter Buchan's unpublished MS. The scene of that story is laid in the Western Isles. It is brought down to a much later period than the Gaelic story, and the language is not that of peasants. It is the same as the Old Dame and Her Hen, Norse Tales, No. 3, published 1859, and it resembles bits of other tales in the same collection. It is the same as Fitcher's Vogel, Grimm, No. 46, and Old Rink Rank, 196. It is in French as Barbe Bleu, in English as Bluebeard. And according to the notes in Grimm's third volume, it is very old and very widely spread. Of all these the Norse and Gaelic resemble each other most. The same idea pervades a number of other Gaelic stories, namely, that of a people living underground, who assumed the shape of various creatures, and lived by hunting, possessed gold and silver, and swords, carried off women and children, ate some, murdered others, and kept a larder of dead gentlewomen, whom it appears that they carried off, married, and murdered. 42. The Tale of the Soldier. From John MacDonald, Travelling Tinker. There was an old soldier once, and he left the army. He went to the top of a hill that was at the upper end of the town land, and he said, "Well, may it be that the mischief may come and take me with him on his back, the next time that I come again in sight of this town." Then he was walking till he came to the house of a gentleman that was there. John asked the gentleman if he would get leave to stay in his house that night. "Well, then," said the gentleman, "since thou art an old soldier, and hast the look of a man of courage, without dread or fear in thy face, there is a castle at the side of yonder wood, and thou mayest stay in it till day. Thou shalt have a pipe and bocce, a cogie full of whiskey, and a Bible to read." When John got his supper, he took himself to the castle, he set on a great fire, and when a while of the night had come, there came two tawny women in, and a dead man's kist between them. They threw it at the fireside, and they sprang out. John arose, and with the heel of his foot he drove out its end, and he dragged out an old hoary bodak, and he set him sitting in the great chair, he gave him a pipe and bocce, and a cogie of whiskey, but the bodak let them fall on the floor. "Poor man," said John, "the cold is on thee." John laid himself stretched in the bed, and he left the bodak to toast himself at the fireside, but about the crowing of the cock he went away. The gentleman came well early in the morning. "What rest didst thou find, John?" "Good rest," said John, "thy father was not the man that would frighten me." "Right, good John, thou shalt have 200 pund, and lie tonight in the castle." "I am the man that will do that," said John. And that night it was the very like. There came 3 tawny women, and a dead man's kist with them amongst them. They threw it up to the side of the fireplace, and they took their souls out of that. John arose, and with the heel of his foot he broke the head of the kist, and he dragged out of it the old hoary man, and as he did the night before he set him sitting in the big chair, and gave him pipe and bocce, and he let them fall. "Oh! Poor man," said John, "cold is on thee." Then he gave him a cogie of drink, and he let that fall also. "Oh! Poor man, thou art cold." The bodak went as he did the night before. "But," said John to himself, "if I stay here this night, and that thou shouldst come, thou shalt pay my pipe and bocce, and my cogie of drink." The gentleman came early enough in the morning, and he asked, "What rest didst thou find last night, John?" "Good rest," said John, "it was not the hoary bodak, thy father, that would put fear on me." "Och!" said the gentleman, "if thou stayest tonight, thou shalt have 300 pund. "It's a bargain," said John. When it was a while of the night there came 4 tawny women, and a dead man's kist with them amongst them. And they let that down at the side of John. John arose, and he drew his foot and he drove the head out of the kist, and he dragged out the old hoary man and he set him in the big chair. He reached him the pipe and the bocce, the cup and the drink, but the old man let them fall, and they were broken. "Och," said John, "before thou goest this night thou shalt pay me all thou hast broken." But word there came not from the head of the bodak. Then John took the belt of his Mac-A-Rusgaich, 52, and he tied the bodak to his side, and he took him with him to bed. When the heathcock crowed, the bodak asked him to let him go. "Pay what thou hast broken first," said John. "I will tell thee, then," said the old man, "there is a cellar of drink under, below me, in which there is plenty of drink, tobacco, and pipes. There is another little chamber beside the cellar, in which there is a cauldron full of gold, and under the threshold of the big door there is a crocky full of silver. Thou sawest the women that came with me tonight? I saw, said John. Well, there thou hast 4 women from whom I took the cows, and they in extremity, they are going with me every night thus, punishing me, but go thou and tell my son how I am being wearied out. Let him go and pay the cows, and let him not be heavy on the poor. Thou thyself and he may divide the gold and silver between you, and marry thyself my old girl. But mind, give plenty of gold of what is left to the poor, on whom I was too hard, and I will find rest in the world of worlds. The gentleman came, and John told him as I have told thee, but John would not marry the old girl of the hoary Badenoch. At the end of a day or 2 John would not stay longer, he filled his pockets full of the gold, and he asked the gentleman to give plenty of gold to the poor. He reached the house, went home, but he was wearying at home, and he had rather be back with the regiment. He took himself off on a day of days, and he reached the hill above the town from which he went away. But who should come to him but the mischief? Hoth! Hoth! John, thou hast come back. Hoth! On thyself, quoth John, I came. Who art thou? I am the mischief, the man to whom thou gavest thyself when thou was here last. Ai. Said John, it's long since I heard tell of thee, but I never saw thee before. There is glamour on my eyes, I will not believe that it is thou at all, but make a snake of thyself, and I will believe thee. The mischief did this. Make now a lion of roaring. The mischief did this. Spit fire now 7 miles behind thee, and 7 miles before thee. The mischief did this. Well, said John, since I am to be a servant with thee, come into my Aberskaig, and I will carry thee, but thou must not come out till I ask thee, or else the bargain's broke. The mischief promised, and he did this. Now, said John, I am going to see a brother of mine that is in the regiment, but keep thou quiet. So now, John went into the town, and one yonder and one here, would cry, there is John the deserter. There was gripping of John, and a court held on him, and so it was that he was to be hanged about midday on the morrow, and John asked no favour but to be floored with a bullet. The coernial said, since he was an old soldier, and in the army so long, that he should have his asking. On the morrow when John was to be shot, and the soldiers foursome round all about him, what is that they are saying, said the mischief. Let me amongst them and I won't be long scattering them. Quist. Quist, said John. What's that speaking to thee, said the coernial. Oh. It's but a white mouse, said John. Black or white, said the coernial, don't thou let her out of the Aberskaig and thou shalt have a letter of loosing, and let see thee no more. John went away, and in the mouth of night went into a barn where there were 12 men threshing. Oh. Lads, said John, here's for you my old Aberskaig, and take a while threshing it, it is so hard that it is taking the skin off my back. They took as much as 2 hours of the watch at the Aberskaig with the 12 flails, and at last every blow they gave it, it would leap to the top of the barn, and it was casting one of the threshers now and again on his back. When they saw that, they asked him to be out of that, himself and his Aberskaig, they would not believe but that the mischief was in it. Then he went on his journey, and he went into a smithy where there were 12 smiths striking their great hammers. Here's for you, lads, an old Aberskaig, and I will give you half a crown, and take a while at it with the 12 great hammers. It is so hard that it is taking the skin off my back. But that was fun for the smiths, it was good sport for them the Aberskaig of the soldier, but every scalk it got, it was bounding to the top of the smithy. Go out of this, thyself and it, said they, we will not believe but that the Bramman 53 is in it. So then John went on and the mischief on his back, and he reached a great furnace that was there. Where art thou going now, John? Said the mischief. Patience a little, and thou lt see that, said John. Let me out, said the mischief, and I will never put trouble on thee in this world. Nor in the next, said John. That's it, said the mischief. Stop then, said John, till thou get a smoke, and so saying, John cast the Aberskaig and the Donis into the middle of the furnace, and himself and the furnace went as a green flame of fire to the skies. Gaelic omitted. This was written by Hector Urquhart, from the dictation of John MacDonald, and sent January 1860. It is clearly the same story as that of the man who travelled to learn what shivering meant, grim, though it has only a very few of the incidents which are in the German version. Another version of the same story was told me in English by a man whom I met in London, and have never been able to find again. See Introduction. It is a story very widely spread in Europe. And I believe this to be a genuine tradition, though I have but one Gaelic version of it. John MacDonald, travelling tinker, has but a small stock of lore. And the tinker whom I met in London could not read the card which I gave him, with a promise of payment if he would come and repeat his stock of stories. His female companion, indeed, could both read the card and speak French. The whole lot seemed to suspect some evil design on my part, and I have never seen the one who told the story, or the woman since, though I met their comrade afterwards. For the pedigree of Grimm's version, see Volume 3, page 15, edition 1856. 43. The Sharp Grey Sheep. From John Dewar, labourer, Glenderwale, Cowal. There was a king and a queen, and they had a daughter, and the queen found death, and the king married another. And the last queen was bad to the daughter of the first queen, and she used to beat her and put her out of the door. She sent her to herd the sheep, and was not giving her what should suffice her. And there was a sharp, horned, grey sheep in the flock that was coming with meat to her. The queen was taking wonder that she was keeping alive and that she was not getting meat enough from herself, and she told it to the henwife. The henwife thought that she would send her own daughter to watch how she was getting meat, and Enaim Hail Cherrick, 50 for the henwife's daughter, went to herd the sheep with the queen's daughter. The sheep would not come to her so long as Enaim Hail Cherrick wagged there, and Enaim Hail Cherrick was staying all the day with her. The queen's daughter was longing for her meat, and she said, Set thy head on my knee and I will dress thy hair. 55 And Enaim Hail Cherrick set her head on the knee of the queen's daughter, and she slept. The sheep came with meat to the queen's daughter, but the eye that was in the back of the head of the bald black-skinned girl, the henwife's daughter, was open, and she saw all that went on. And when she awoke she went home and told it to her mother, and the henwife told it to the queen, and when the queen understood how the girl was getting meat, nothing at all would serve her but that the sheep should be killed. The sheep came to the queen's daughter and said to her, They are going to kill me, but steal thou my skin and gather my bones and roll them in my skin, and I will come alive again, and I will come to thee again. The sheep was killed, and the queen's daughter stole her skin, and she gathered her bones and her hoofs and she rolled them in the skin, but she forgot the little hoofs. The sheep came alive again, but she was lame. She came to the king's daughter with a halting step, and she said, Thou didst as I desired thee, but thou hast forgotten the little hoofs. And she was keeping her in meat after that. There was a young prince who was hunting and coming often past her, and he saw how pretty she was, and he asked, Who's she? And they told him, and he took love for her, and he was often coming the way. But the bald black-skinned girl, the henwife's daughter, took notice of him, and she told it to her mother, and the henwife told it to the queen. The queen was wishful to get knowledge what man it was, and the henwife sought till she found out who he was, and she told the queen. When the queen heard who it was she was wishful to send her own daughter in his way, and she brought in the first queen's daughter, and she sent her own daughter to herd in her place. And she was making the daughter of the first queen do the cooking and every service about the house. The first queen's daughter was out a turn, and the prince met her, and he gave her a pair of golden shoes. And he was wishful to see her at the sermon, but her muim would not let her go there. But when the rest would go she would make ready, and she would go after them, and she would sit where he might see her, but she would rise and go before the people would scatter. And she would be at the house and everything in order before her muim would come. But the third time she was there the prince was wishful to go with her, and he sat near to the door, and when she went he was keeping an eye on her, and he rose and went after her. She was running home, and she lost one of her shoes in the mud. And he got the shoe, and because he could not see her he said that the one who had the foot that would fit the shoe was the wife that would be his. The queen was wishful that the shoe would fit her own daughter, and she put the daughter of the first queen in hiding, so that she should not be seen till she should try if the shoe should fit her own daughter. When the prince came to try the shoe on her, her foot was too big, but she was very anxious that the shoe should fit her, and she spoke to the henwife about it. The henwife cut the points of her toes off that the shoe might fit her, and the shoe went on her when the points of the toes were cut. When the wedding day came the daughter of the first queen was set in hiding in a nook that was behind the fire. When the people were all gathered together, a bird came to the window, and he cried, "The blood's in the shoe, and the pretty foot's in the nook at the back of the fire." 56. One of them said, "What is that creature saying?" And the queen said, "It's no matter what that creature is saying, it is but a nasty, beaky, lying creature." The bird came again to the window, and the third time he came, the prince said, "We will go and see what he is saying." And he rose and he went out, and the bird cried, "The blood's in the shoe, and the pretty foot's in the nook that is at the back of the fire." He returned in, and he ordered the nook at the back of the fire to be searched. And they searched it, and they found the first queen's daughter there, and the golden shoe on the one foot. They cleaned the blood out of the other shoe, and they tried it on her, and the shoe fitted her, and its like was on the other foot. The prince left the daughter of the last queen, and he married the daughter of the first queen, and he took her from them with him, and she was rich and lucky after that. Gaelic omitted. "He has an eye in the back of his head," is a common saying for someone preternaturally sharp. This story has some resemblance to Argus, who had 100 eyes, and slept with 2 at a time. And was set by Juno, a queen, to watch Io, a human being changed into a heifer. The sheep that came alive and was lame, is like Norse mythology, Edidason's translation, page 51. Thor took his he-goats and killed them both, and after that they were flain and borne to the kettle. Then laid Thor the goatskins away from the fire, and told the husband and his household they should cast the bones into the goatskins. Thor hallowed the goatskins, then stood up the goats, and one of them was halt in one of his hind feet. One of the people had broken the thigh for the marrow. I know nothing in any story quite like the first part, but it is like Cinderella, Grimm, English, page 81, where the birds and the shoe appear, but with a wholly different set of incidents. It is like 1 eye, 2 eyes, and 3 eyes, page 387. But in that story the church and the golden shoe do not appear. See Grimm, Volume 3, page 34, for numerous references to versions of Cinderella in books of all ages. It has some resemblance to Bellin the ram of the Countess d'Aulnoy. The second part is closer to the Norse versions of Cinderella than to the English story, and may be compared with part of Katie Woodencloak, where the birds and the shoe appear, and where there is a going to church. I have many Gaelic versions of the incidents, all of which resemble each other. The golden shoe is sometimes transferred to a man, which I take to be some confusion in the memory of the person who tells the story. 44. The Widow's Son. From John MacFie, South Uist, and Donald MacCraw, North Uist. There was a poor fisher's widow in Erin, and she had 1 son. And one day he left his mother with a lump of a horse, and a man met him with a gun, a dog, and a falcon, Gunna siu aga siabhag, and he said, Wilt thou sell me the horse, son of the fisher in Erin? And he said, What wilt thou give me? Wilt thou give me thy gun and thy dog, and thy falcon? And he said, I will give them, and the bargain was struck, and Iain, the fisher's son, went home. When his mother saw him she was enraged, and she beat him. And in the night he took the gun and went away to be a hunter. 57 He went till he reached the house of a farmer, who was sitting there with his old wife. The farmer said, It was fortune sent thee here with thy gun. There is a deer that comes every night to eat my corn, and she will not leave a straw. And they engaged Iain the fisherman's son to stay with them, and shoot the deer, and so he stayed. And on the morrow's day he went out, and when he saw the deer he put the gun to his eye to shoot her, and the lock was up. But when he would have fired, he saw the finest woman he ever saw before him, and he held his hand, and let down the gun, and let down the lock, and there was the deer eating the corn again. 3 times he did this, and then he ran after the deer to try to catch her. In the other version, he went out on 3 successive days. On the first, when he aimed he saw over the sight a woman's face and breast, while the rest remained a deer. "Don't fire at me, widow's son," said the deer, and he did not, and went home and did not tell what had happened. The next day when he aimed, the woman was free to the waist, but the rest was still deer, and on the third she was free. And she told the hunter that she was the king of Lachlan's daughter, enchanted by the old man, and that she would marry the hunter if he came to such a hill. The deer ran away, and he followed till they came to a house thatched with heather. And then the deer leaped on the house, and she said, "Go in now, thou fisher's son, and eat thy fill." He went in and there was a table spread with every kind of meat and drink, and no one within. For this was a robber's house, and they were away lifting spoil. So the fisher's son went in, and as the deer had told him, he sat him down, and ate and drank, and when he had enough he went under a hogshead. He had not been long there when the 24 robbers came home, and they knew that some one had been at their food, and they began to grumble and dispute. Then the leader said, "Why will you dispute and quarrel? The man that has done this is here under the mouth of this hogshead, take him now, and let 4 of you go out and kill him." So they took out Iain, the fisher's son, and 4 of them killed him. And then they had their food and slept, and in the morning they went out as usual. When they had gone the deer came where Iain was, and she shook wax from her ear on the dead man, and he was alive and whole as he was before. "Now," said she, "trust me, go in and eat as thou didst yesterday." So Iain, the fisher's son, went in and ate and drank as he had done, and when he had enough he went in under the mouth of the hogshead. And when the robbers came home, there was more of their food eaten than on the day before, and they had a worse dispute. Then the captain said, "The man that did it is there, go out now with him 4 of you, and kill him. And let those who went last night be killed also, because he is now alive." So the 4 robbers were slain, and Iain was killed again, and the rest of the robbers ate and drank, and slept, and on the morrow before dawn they were off again. Then the deer came, and she shook from her right ear on Iain the fisher's son, and he was alive as well as before, in a burst of sweat. That day Iain ate and drank, and hid as before. And when the robbers came home, the captain ordered the 4 who had gone out to be slain, and now there were 8 dead, and 4 more killed Iain the fisher's son, and left him there. On the morrow the deer came as before, and Iain was brought alive, and the next day the robbers all killed each other. 58. On that day the deer came, and Iain followed her to the white house of a window, where there lived an old hag, and Gilles Cailliach, a slender dark lad, her son, and the deer said, "Meet me tomorrow at 11 in yonder church." And she left him there. On the morrow he went, but the carlin stuck a beer nim, spike of hurt, in the outside of the door post, and when he came to the church he fell asleep, and the black lad was watching him. Then they heard the sweetest music they ever heard coming, and the finest lady that ever was came and tried to waken him. And when she could not, she wrote her name under his arm, Nagian Rai Riaghacht Bailey Fo Thuin, the daughter of the king of the kingdom of the town under waves, and she said that she would come tomorrow, and she went away. When she was gone he awoke, and the slim black lad told him what had happened, but did not tell him that her name was written under his arm. On the next day it was the same, the sweetest of music was heard, and the lady came, and she laid his head on her knee and dressed his hair, and when she could not awaken him, she put a snuff-box in his pocket, and cried, and went away. On the 3rd day she said she would never come again, and she went away home, and when she was gone he awoke. "Now, John Macfie," said I, "did she not come in a chariot with white horses?" "Do thou put in what I tell thee," said the narrator. "Did she put the box in his pocket?" "Yes she did. Now, go on, there is no one in Uist who can tell this story as I can, I have known it for more than 60 years. Mac-A had said that the old woman gave the lad a great pin to stick in his coat, that he went to meet the lady on a hill, and then he slept. Then came the lady dressed all in white in a chariot, carbad, drawn by 4 milk-white steeds. And she laid his head in her lap and dressed his hair, and tried to waken him, but in vain. Then she dragged him down the hill, but he slept on, and she left him, but bid the black rough-skinned lad tell him to be there on the morrow. When she was gone he awoke, and the lad told him. On the morrow he went as before, and the lad stuck the pin in his coat, and slept. Then came the lady with a sorrowful face, and she was dressed all in grey, and her chariot was drawn by grey steeds, and she did as before but could not rouse him. On the next day he would have none of the big pin. But the old wife gave the lad an apple, and when they sat on the hill thirst struck him, and the lad gave him the apple, and he ate it, and slept again. Then came the lady dressed all in black, with 4 black steeds in her chariot. And she laid his head in her lap and dressed his hair, and she put a ring on his finger, and she wept, and as she went away she said, He will never see me again, for I must go home. When the lad awoke, said John Mac-A, Bhae Falbgus and Rob Dub had Arabonan, Tolad Era Chasan. Neoil Dubba Doricha na Oichi a Tyan Neoil Sith Seaman Lata Ga Fagale Gus and Rob Owen Bega and Tishliba Gabhale and Am Bun Gach Priest a Befaced Dave na Chile. He was going till there was blackening on his soles, holes in his feet, the dark black clouds of the night coming, the quiet peaceful clouds of day leaving him. Till the little mountain birds were betaking themselves about the root of each bush that was nearest to them. And he went till he reached the house of a wife, who said, All hail! Son of the great fisher in Erin, I know thy journey in thine errand. Come in and I will do what I can for thee, and here came in a lot of queer language which I could not catch. So he went in, and on the morrow she said, I have a sister who dwells on the road. It is a walk of a year and a day, but here are a pair of old brown shoes with holes in them, put them on and thou wilt be there in an instant. And when thou art there, turn their toes to the known, and their heels to the unknown, and they will come home, and so he did. The second sister did the very same. But she said, I have a third sister, and she has a son, who is heard to the birds of the air, and sets them asleep, perhaps he can help thee, and then she gave him another pair of shoes, and he went to the third sister. The third said she did not know how to help him farther, but perhaps her son might, when he came home, and he, when he came, proposed that the cow should be killed. And after some talk, that was done, and the meat was cooked, and a bag made of the hide, red side out, and John, the fisher's son, was put in with his son, but he left the dog and the falcon. He had not been long in the bag when the Cravinac 59 came, for she had a nest in an island, and she raised the red bag, but she had not gone far when she dropped it in the sea. Then the other one came, and she gripped to it firmly with her claws. And at last they left the bag on the island, where all the birds of the air were wont to sleep. 60 He came out of the bag, and he was for a day and year living on what he had, and on the birds which he killed with his gun. But at last there was nothing more to eat, and he thought he would die there. Then he searched his pockets for food, and found the box which the lady had put there. He opened it, and 3 came out, and they said, Eej gu jeej, 61 Master, good, what shall we do? And he said, Take me to the realm of the king under the waves, and in a moment there he was. 62. He went up to the house of a weaver. And after he had been there for some time, the weaver came home with flesh, and other things from the great town, and he gave him both meat and lodging. On the morrow the weaver told him that there was to be a horse race in the town. And bethought him of the box, and opened it, and 3 came out and said, Eej gu jeej, Master, good, what shall we do? And he said, Bring me the finest horse that ever was seen, and the grandest dress, and glass shoes. And he had them all in a minute. Now he who won the races was to have the king's daughter to wife. Then he went, and won, and the king's daughter saw him, but he never stayed. He went back to the weaver, and threw 3 hands full of gold into his apron, and said that a great gentleman, who won the race, had given him the gold, and then he broke the weaver's loom, and tore the cloth to bits. Next day there was a dog race, and he got a finer dress, and a splendid dog, by the help of the box, and won, and threw hands full of gold to the weaver, and did more mischief in his house. On the third day it was a falcon race, and he did the very same, and he was the man who was to marry the princess, but he was nowhere to be found when the race was over. Then, as happens in plenty of other stories, the whole kingdom was gathered, and the winner of the prize was nowhere to be found. At last they came to the weaver's house, and the hunter's beard was grown over his face, and he was dirty and travel-stained, and he had given all the gold to the weaver, and smashed everything. And he was so dirty and ugly, and good for nothing, that he was to be hanged. But when he was under the gallows, he was to make the gallows speech, Sirmoin na croish. And he put up his arm, and the king's daughter saw the name which she had written there, and knew him, and she called out, Hold your hands, for every one in the kingdom shall die if that man is hurt. And then she took him by the hand, and they were to be married. Then she dressed him grandly, and asked how he had found her out, and he told her, and she asked where he had found the box, and he said, when he was in extremity in the island. And then she took him by the hand before her father, and all the kings, and she said she would marry the fisher's son, for he it was who had freed her from spells. 63. O kings, said she, if one of you were killed today, the rest would fly. But this man put his trust in me, and had his head cut off 3 times. Because he has done so much for me, I will marry him rather than any one of the great men who have come to marry me. For many kings have tried to free me from the spells, and none could do it but Iain here, the fisher's son. Then a great war ship was fitted up, and sent for the old carlin who had done all the evil, and for her black slim son. And 7 fiery furnaces were set in order, and they were burnt, and the ashes were let fly with the wind, and a great wedding was made, and I left them in the realm. This story was first told to me on the 2d September 1859 by Mac-A-Rusgaich, as we walked along the road. He said that he had learned it as a child from an old wife in North Uist, whose cottage was the resort of all the children for miles and miles. He has often gone himself 6 or 7 miles in the snow, and he used to sit with dozens of other bairns about her fire, mute and motionless for the best part of the night. The children brought offerings of tobacco, which they got from older people, as best they could, and for each bit the old woman gave a story. He never heard her like. The story lasted for several miles, and my companion said that he had forgotten much of it. He had forgotten nearly all the measured prose phrases with which, as he said, the story was garnished, and he said he had not heard it for many years. It seemed to resemble the story of Aladdin in some incidents, but my companion said that he had never heard of the Arabian Nights. He said that in Kinross and Perthshire it is the custom for the hinds and farm labourers to assemble and repeat stories in broad Scotch, which closely resemble those told in the islands, but which are not garnished with measured prose. He thinks that as there are many Highland servants in the country, they tell the heads of their stories, and then others repeat them in Lowland Scotch. This may be, and in like manner the Highland servants may pick up and carry home, and repeat in Gaelic, scraps of such books as the Arabian Nights. Still, as such stories do resemble books quite beyond the reach of the people, the resemblance which this bore to the Arabian Nights may be due to common origin. On the 5th I asked Mac-A-Rusgaich if he knew the story. He did. And I got him to tell it twice over. It was vain to attempt to make him dictate, for he broke down directly he was stopped, or his pace altered, and I could not write Gaelic, at all events, fast enough to do any good, so I took notes in English. The magic box was in both versions, but the transport of the castle to a foreign country, and back by the help of the box, was not in old Mac-A-Rusgaich's story. There is a long story about the country of rats, of which I have only heard part as yet. Beer Nim, Spike of Hurt, and the Big Pin, may be the Thorn of Sleep referred to in the introduction to Norse tales, as mentioned in the Volsung tale. The town under the waves is common in Gaelic stories. The phrase probably arose from the sinking of bills beneath the horizon as a boat sails away from the shore. In another story it is said, Fearachur Leigh raised an island when they were approaching one. The bag of skin with the man inside, is remarkably like a tradition of the skin boats in which the old inhabitants of Caledonia used to invade England. The great birds belong to popular tales of many lands, and are common in Gaelic. I have one story in which the hero is carried into a dragon's nest, and does much the same as this one did. 45. Mac-A-Rusgaich. From John Dewar, April 1860. There was, at, some time a tenant, and he was right bad to his servants, and there was a pranky man who was called Gilles no Mac-A-Rusgaich, holy lad son of Skinner, and he heard tell of him, and he went to the fair. And he took a straw in his mouth, to shew that he was for taking service. The dour tenant came the way, and he asked Mac-A-Rusgaich if he would take service, and Mac-A-Rusgaich said that he would take it if he could find a good master, and Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "What shall I have to do if I take with thee?" And the dour tenant said, "Thou wilt have to herd the mountain Mhor." And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "I will do that." And the tenant said, "And thou wilt have to hold the plough." 64. And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "I will do that." And thou wilt have ever so many other matters to do. And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "Will these matters be hard to do?" And the other said, "They will not be, so, I will but ask thee to do the thing that thou art able to do, but I will put into the covenant that if thou dost not answer, thou must pay me 2 wages. 65. And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "I will put into the covenant, if thou askest me to do anything but the thing which I am able to do, thou must give me 2 wages. And they agreed about that. And the dour tenant said, "I am putting it into the covenant that if either one of us takes the rue, that a thong shall be taken out of his skin, from the back of his head to his heel." And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "Mind that thou hast said that, old carle." And he took service with the hard tenant, and he went home to him. The first work that Mac-A-Rusgaich was bidden to do, was to go to the moss to cast peats, and Mac-A-Rusgaich asked for his morning meal before he should go, so that he need not come for it. And he got as much meat as they used to allow the servants at one meal, and he ate that. And he asked for his dinner, so that he need no stop at midday, and he got the allowance which there was for dinner, and he ate that, and he asked for his supper, so that he need not come home at night, and they gave him that, and he ate that. And he went where his master was, and he asked him, "What are thy servants wont to do after their supper?" And his master said to him, "It is their wont to put off their clothes and go to lie down." And Mac-A-Rusgaich went where his bed was, and he put off his clothes, and he went to lie down. The mistress went where the man of the town, the master, was, and she asked him, what sort of a servant he had got there, that he had eaten 3 meals at one meal, and had gone to lie down. And the master went where Mac-A-Rusgaich was, and he said to him, "Why art thou not at work?" And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "It is that thou thyself saidst to me that it was thy servants' wont, when they had got their supper, to put off their clothes and go to lie down." And the master said, "And why didst thou eat the 3 meals together?" And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "It is that the 3 meals were little enough to make a man content." And the master said, "Get up and go to thy work." And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "I will get up, but I must get meat as I need, or my work will accord. I am but to do as I am able. See. Art thou taking the rue, old carle?" "I am not, said the carle, and Mac-A-Rusgaich got his meat better after that. And there was another day and the carle asked Mac-A-Rusgaich to go to hold the plough in a dale that was down from the house, and Mac-A-Rusgaich went away, and he reached the place where the plough was. And he caught the stilts in his hands, and there he stood. And his master came where he was, and his master said to him, "Why art thou not making the red land?" 66. And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "It is not my bargain to make a thrave, but to hold the plough, and thou sayest that I am not letting her go away." And his master said, "Adversity and calamities be upon thee." And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "Adversity and calamities be on thyself, old carle. Art thou taking the rue of the bargain that thou madest?" "Oh. I am not, said the old carle. "But if thou wilt give me another reward for it, I will make a ploughing," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. "Oh, I will give it," said the carle, and they made a bargain about the thrave. And there was a day, and the hard tenant asked Mac-A-Rusgaich to go to the mountain Mhor to look if he could see anything wrong, and Mac-A-Rusgaich went up to the mountain. 67 And when he saw his own time he came home, and his master asked him, "Was each thing right in the mountain?" And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "The mountain himself was all right." And the hard tenant said, "That is not what I am asking. But were the neighbors' cattle on their own side?" And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "If they were they were, and if they were, not let a be. It is my bargain to herd the mountain, and I will keep the mountain where it is." And the carle said, "Adversity and calamities be upon thee, thou boy." And he said, "Adversity and calamities be on thyself, old carle. Art thou taking the rue that thou hast made such a bargain?" I am not," said the dour tenant. "I will give thee another reward for herding the cattle." And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "If I get another reward, I will take in hand if I see the neighbour's cattle on thy ground that I will turn them back, and if I see thy cattle on the neighbour's ground I will turn them back to thine own ground. But though some of them should be lost, I will not take in hand to find them, but if thou askest me to go to seek them, I will go, and if I get them I will bring them home." And the dour tenant had for it but to agree with Mac-A-Rusgaich, and to give Mac-A-Rusgaich another reward for herding his cattle. Next day the carle himself went to the hill, and he could not see his heifers. He sought for them, but could not find them. He went home, and said to Mac-A-Rusgaich, "Thou must go thyself to search for the heifers, Mac-A-Rusgaich, I could not find them this day. And go thou to search for them, and search for them until thou find them." And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "And where shall I go to seek them?" The old carle said, "Go and search for them in the places where thou thinkest that they are. And search for them in places where thou dost not suppose them to be." Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "Well, then, I will do that." The old cart went into the house, and Mac-A-Rusgaich got a ladder, and set it up against the house. He went up upon the house, and he began at pulling the thatch off the house, and throwing it down. And before the carle came out again, the thatch was about to be all but a very little off the house, and the rafters bare. And Mac-A-Rusgaich was pulling the rest and throwing it down. The old carle said, "Adversity and calamity be upon thee, boy, what made thee take the thatch off the louse in that way?" Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "It is because that I am searching for the heifers in the thatch of the house." The old carle said, "How art thou seeking the heifers in the thatch of the house, where thou art sure that they are not?" Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "Because thou thyself saidst to me to search for them in places where I thought that they were, and also in places where I did not suppose them to be. And there is no place where I have less notion that they might be in than in the thatch of the house." And the carle said, "Adversity and calamity be upon thee, lad." Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "Adversity and calamity be upon thyself, old carle. Art thou taking the rue that thou desiredst me to search for the heifers in places where I did not suppose them to be?" I am not," said the carle. "Go now and seek them in places where it is likely that they may be." "I will do so," said Mac-A-Rusgaich, and Mac-A-Rusgaich went to seek the heifers, and he found them, and brought them home. Then his master desired Mac-A-Rusgaich to go to put the thatch on the house, and to make the house as watertight to keep out rain as he was able. Mac-A-Rusgaich did so, and they were pleasant for a while after that. The dour tenant was going to a wedding, and he asked Mac-A-Rusgaich when the evening should come, to put a saddle on the horse, and to go to the house of the wedding to take him home. And he said to him, "When it is near the 12th hour, cast an ox eye on the side where I am, and I will know that it is near the time to go home." 68. "I will do that," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. When the tenant went to the wedding, Mac-A-Rusgaich went to put the stots into the fong, and he took a knife and took their eyes out, and he put the eyes in his pocket, and when the night came, Mac-A-Rusgaich put the saddle on the horse. And he went to the wedding house to seek his master, and he reached the wedding house, and he went into the company, and he sat till it was near upon the 12th hour. And then he began at throwing the eye of a stot at the carle at the end of each while, and at last the old carle noticed him, and he said to him, "What art thou doing?" And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, "I am casting an ox eye on the side that thou art, for that it is now near upon the 12th hour." And the old carle said, Dost thou think thyself that thou hast gone to take the eyes out of the stots? And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, It is not thinking it I am at all, I am sure of it. Thou didst ask me thyself to cast an ox eye the side thou mightest be when it was near upon the 12th hour, and how could I do that unless I should have taken the eyes out of the stots? And the tenant said, Adversity and calamities be upon thee, thou boy. And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, Adversity and calamities on thyself, old carle. Art thou taking the rue that thou didst ask me to do it? I am not, said the carle. And they went home together, and there was no more about it that night. And the end of a day or two after, his master asked Mac-A-Rusgaich to go up to the gates at the top and make a sheep footpath. 69. I will do that, said Mac-A-Rusgaich. And he went, and he put the sheep into the fong, and he cut their feet off, and he made a stair with the sheep's legs, and he went back where his master was, and his master said to him, Didst thou that? And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, I did. Thou mayest go thyself and see. And the master went to see the sheep footpath that Mac-A-Rusgaich had made, and when he arrived and saw the sheep's legs in the path, he went into a rage, and he said, Adversity and calamities be upon thee, boy. What made thee cut the legs off the sheep? And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, Didst thou not ask me thyself to make a sheep footpath, and how should I make a sheep footpath unless I should cut the legs of the sheep? See. Art thou taking the rue that thou didst ask me to do it, old carle? I am not, said his master. What have I to do again, said Mac-A-Rusgaich. It is, said his master, to clean and to wash the horses and the stable, both without and within. And Mac-A-Rusgaich went and he cleaned out the stable, and he washed the walls on the outside, and he washed the stable on the inside. He washed the horses, and he killed them, and he took their insides out of them, and he washed their insides, and he went where his master was, and he asked him what he was to do again. And his master said to him to put the horses in what concerned them, harness, in the plough, and to take a while at ploughing. Mac-A-Rusgaich said, The horses won't answer me. What ails them, said his master. They won't walk for me, said Mac-A-Rusgaich. Go and try 70 them, said his master. And Mac-A-Rusgaich went where the horses were, and he put a morsel of one of them into his mouth, and he went back where his master was, and he said, They have but a bad taste. What art thou saying, said his master. The master went where his horses were, and when he saw them, and the inside taken out of them, and washed and cleaned, he said, What is the reason of this? It is, said Mac-A-Rusgaich, that thou thyself didst ask me to clean and to wash both the horses and the stable both without and within, and I did that. Art thou taking the rue, said Mac-A-Rusgaich. I had rather that I had never seen thee, said the master. Well, then, said Mac-A-Rusgaich, thou must give me 3 wages, or else a thong of thy skin shall be taken from the back of thy head down to thy heel. The dour tenant said that he had rather the thong to be taken out of his skin, from the back of his head to his heel, than give the money to a filthy clown like Mac-A-Rusgaich. And according to law the dour tenant was tied, and a broad thong taken from the back of his head down his back. And he cried out that he had rather give even the money away than that the thong should be cut any longer. And he paid the money, and he was forced to be a while under the leeches, and he was a dour man no longer. After that Mac-A-Rusgaich was set to be a servant to a giant that was bad to his servants. Mac-A-Rusgaich reached the giant, and he said, Thy servant is come. The giant said, If thou be servant to me, thou must keep even work with me, or else I will break thy bones as fine as meal. 71. Said Mac-A-Rusgaich, What if I beat thee? If thou beatest me, said the giant, thou shalt have like wages. What are we going to do, then, said Mac-A-Rusgaich. It is, this, said the giant, we will go to bring home faggots. And they went and they reached the wood, and the giant began to gather every root that was thicker than the rest, and Mac-A-Rusgaich began to gather every top that was slenderer than the others. The giant looked and he said, What art thou doing so? And Mac-A-Rusgaich said, I am for that we should take the whole wood with us instead of leaving a part of it useless behind us. Said the giant, we are long enough at this work. We will take home these burdens, but we will get other work again. The next work they went to was to cut a swathe, and the giant asked Mac-A-Rusgaich to go first. Mac-A-Rusgaich would mow the swathe, and he began and he went round about short on the inner side, and the giant had to go a longer round on the outside of him. "What art thou doing so?" said the giant. "I," said Mac-A-Rusgaich, "am for that we should mow the park at one cut instead of turning back every time we cut the swathe, and we shall have no time lost at all." The giant saw that his cut would be much longer than the cut of Mac-A-Rusgaich, and he said, "We are long enough at this work, we will go to another work. We will go and we will thresh the corn." And they went to thresh the corn, and they got the flails, and they began to work. And when the giant would strike the sheaf, he would make it spring over the balk, rafter, and when Mac-A-Rusgaich would strike it would lie down on the floor. He would strike, and Mac-A-Rusgaich would say to the giant, "Thou art not half hitting it. Wilt thou not make it crouch as I am doing?" But the stronger the giant struck, the higher leaped the sheaf, and Mac-A-Rusgaich was laughing at him. And the giant said, "We are long enough at this work, I will try thee in another way. We will go and try which of us can cast a stone strongest in the face of a crag that is beyond the fall." "I am willing," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. And the giant went and he gathered the hardest stones he could find. And Mac-A-Rusgaich went and he got clay, and he rolled it into little round balls, and they went to the side of the fall. The giant threw a stone at the face of the crag, and the stone went in splinters, and he said to Mac-A-Rusgaich, "Do that, boy." Mac-A-Rusgaich threw a dudden lump of the clay, and it stuck in the face of the crag, and he said to the giant, "Do that, old carle." And the giant would throw as strongly as he could, but the more pith the giant would send with the stone he would throw, the smaller it would break. And Mac-A-Rusgaich would throw another little ball of the clay, and he would say, "Thou art not half throwing it. Wilt thou not make the stone stick in the crag as I am doing?" And the giant said, "We are long enough at this work. We will go and take our dinner, and then we will see which of us can best throw the stone of force, pudding stone." "I am willing," said Mac-A-Rusgaich, and they went home. They began at their dinner, and the giant said to Mac-A-Rusgaich, "Unless thou eatest of bread and cheese as much as I eat, a thong shall be taken out of thy skin, from the back of thy head to thy heel." "Make 7 of it," said Mac-A-Rusgaich, "on covenant that 7 thongs shall be taken out of thy skin, from the back of thy head to thy heel, unless thou eatest as much as I eat." "Try thee, then," said the giant. "Stop then till I get a drink," said Mac-A-Rusgaich, and he went out to get a drink, and he got a leathern bag, and he put the bag between his shirt and his skin, and he went in where the giant was, and he said to the giant, "Try thee now." The two began to eat the bread and the cheese, and Mac-A-Rusgaich was putting the bread and the cheese into the bag that he had in under his shirt, but at last the giant said, "It is better to cease than burst." "It is better even to burst than to leave good meat," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. "I will cease," said the giant. "The 7 thongs shall be taken from the back of thy head to thy heel," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. "I will try thee yet," said the giant. "Thou hast thy 2 choices," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. The giant got curds and cream, and he filled a cup for himself and another cup for Mac-A-Rusgaich. "Let's try who of us is best now," said the giant. "It's not long till that is seen," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. "Let's try who can soonest drink what is in the cup." And Mac-A-Rusgaich drank his fill, and he put the rest in the bag, and he was done before the giant. And he said to the giant, "Thou art behind." The giant looked at him, and he said, "Ceasing is better than bursting." "Better is bursting itself than to leave good meat," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. "We will go out and try which of us can throw the stone of force the furthest, before we do more," said the giant. "I am willing," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. And they went out where the stone was, but the giant was so full that he could not stoop to lift it. "Lift that stone and throw it," said the giant. "The honor of beginning the beginning is to be thine own," said Mac-A-Rusgaich. The giant tried to lift the stone, but he could not stoop. Mac-A-Rusgaich tried to stoop, and he said, Such a belly as this shall not be hindering me, and he drew a knife from a sheath that was at his side, and he put the knife in the bag that was in front of him, and he let out all that was within. And he said, There is more room without than within, and he lifted the stone and threw it, and he said to the giant, Do that. Canst thou not throw it further than that? Said the giant. Thou hast not thrown it as far as that same, said Mac-A-Rusgaich. Over here thy knife, said the giant. Mac-A-Rusgaich reached his knife to the giant. The giant took the knife, and he stabbed the knife into his belly, and he let out the meat, and the giant fell to earth, and Mac-A-Rusgaich laughed at him, and the giant found death. Mac-A-Rusgaich went into the giant's house, and he got his gold and silver, then he was rich, and then he went home fully pleased. Gil, the servant of Num, a holy man, a saint. Mac, the son of Rusgaich, the peeler, or a rough man, a ruffler. Gil Num is a name usually translated in English, Niven. The whole might be rendered the story of Saint's servant, Mac Skinner. Mr. Dewar writes, Tradition says that Gil Num Rusgaich disguised himself in woman's apparel, went to Iona, passed for a nun, and caused some of the sisters to become frail sisters. There is a long tale about him and his sister. She would get into service to attend ladies, and Mac-A-Rusgaich would disguise himself in his sister's clothes, but that part of the skill act was so unbecoming that I did not write it. I heard the part which I did write as early as 1810, from an old man of the name of Alexander Dewar in Arahar. The story of Mac-A-Rusgaich, as it is sometimes called, is very widely spread, and, as Dewar says, part of it is unbecoming. I believe it is printed in Gaelic, but I have been unable hitherto to see the book, J. F. C. A very similar story is known in Sutherland. 2. The Erse version of Jack the Giant Killer. The opening of the tale, and the deaths of Cormoran and Blunderbore, as told in our children's books, are unknown here. And the whole thing, as found in Sutherland, more nearly resembles the Scandinavian story of the giant and the herd boy, given in Thorpe's Yuletide stories. Bons lib edit. I cannot get it in Gaelic, that is to say, written down in Gaelic. But am told that it happened in this wise. The giant appeared to the little herd boy and threatened to kill him, but the boy gave him to understand that he had better not try, as he was very strong, though small. And that he was an enchanter, and that if the giant ate him he would make him very ill. The giant did not quite believe him. And taking up a stone, he ground it to powder by closing his hand over it, and bid the herd do the same, or he would make short work with him. The lad had a lump of curds in his pocket, which he contrived to roll in the dust till it looked like a stone, then pressing it between his fingers, a stream of whey ran through them, and the giant could not do that. The next trial was with the heavy hammer. The giant threw to a great distance, telling the would-be enchanter that unless he could match that he would knock his brains out. I suppose, said the boy, you have no regard for the hammer, and don't care whether you ever see it again or not. What do you mean? Growled the giant. I mean, that if I take up the hammer, it goes out of sight in the twinkling of an eye, and into the sea. I beg you will let the hammer alone, then, for it was my great-grandfather's hammer, replied the giant. And they were both well pleased with the bargain. Then followed the hasty pudding feat, called brose or brochon here, and the experiment with the black pudding which the boy had in his jacket, and which ran blood when he pierced it. The giant, trying to imitate him, plunged a knife into himself and died, as may be seen in all carefully compiled books for the use of young persons. C.D. 46, Mac Iain Direach. From Angus Campbell, Quarryman, Knockderry, Roseneth. At some time there was a king and a queen, and they had one son, but the queen died, and the king married another wife. The name of the son that the first queen had, was Iain Direach. He was a handsome lad, he was a hunter, and there was no bird at which he would cast his arrow, that he would not fell. And he would kill the deer and the roes at a great distance from him, there was no day that he would go out with his bow and his quiver, that he would not bring venison home. He was one day in the hunting hill hunting, and he got no venison 72 at all, but there came a blue falcon past him, and he let an arrow at her, but he did but drive a feather from her wing. He raised the feather and he put it into his hunting bag, and he took it home, and when he came home his muim said to him, "Where is thy game today?" And he put his hand into the hunting bag, and he took out the feather and he gave it to her. And his muim took the feather in her hand, and she said, "I am setting it as crosses, and as spells, and as the decay of the year on thee. That thou be not without a pool in thy shoe, and that thou be wet, cold, and soiled, until thou gettest for me the bird from which that feather came." And he said to his muim, "I am setting it as crosses and as spells, and as the decay of the year on thee, that thou be standing with the one foot on the great house, and the other foot on the castle. And that thy face be to the tempest whatever wind blows, until I return back." And Iain Direach went away as fast as he could to seek the bird from which the feather came, and his muim was standing with the one foot on the castle, and the other on the great house, till he should come back. And her front was to the face of the tempest, however long he might be without coming. Iain Direach was gone, travelling the waste to see if he could see the falcon, but the falcon he could not see, and much less than that, he could not get her, and he was going by himself through the waste, and it was coming near to the night. The little fluttering birds were going from the bush tops, from tuft to tuft, and to the briar roots, going to rest, and though they were, he was not going there, till the night came blind and dark, and he went and crouched at the root of a briar. And who came the way but Gilmertian, the fox, and he said to him, "Thou art he down in the mouth a meek Iain Direach, thou camest on a bad night, I have myself but one wether's trotter and a sheep's cheek, but needs must do with it." They kindled a fire, and they roasted flesh, and they ate the wether's trotter and the sheep's cheek. And in the morning Gilmertian said to the king's son, "O son of Iain Direach, the falcon thou seekest is by the great giant of the 5 heads, and the 5 humps, and the 5 throttles, and I will shew thee where his house is. And it is my advice to thee to go to be as his servant, and that thou be nimble and ready to do each thing that is asked of thee, and each thing that is trusted thee. And be very good to his birds, and it well may be that he will trust thee with the falcon to feed, and when thou gettest the falcon to feed be right good to her, till thou gettest a chance. At the time when the giant is not at home run away with her, but take care that so much as one feather of her does not touch any one thing that is within the house, or if it touches, it will not go well with thee." Iain Direach said that he would take care of that, and he went to the giant's house. He arrived, he struck at the door. The giant shouted, "Who is there?" "It is me," said Iain Direach, "one coming to see if thou hast need of a lad." "What work canst thou do?" said the giant. "It is this," said Iain Direach, "I can feed birds and swine, and feed and milk a cow, or goats or sheep." "It is the like of thee that I want," said the giant. The giant came out and he settled wages on Iain Direach, and he was taking right good care of everything that the giant had, and he was very kind to the hens and to the ducks, and the giant took notice how well he was doing. And he said that his table was so good since Iain Direach had come, by what it was before, that he had rather 1 hen of those which he got now, than 2 of those he used to get before. "My lad is so good that I begin to think I may trust him the falcon to feed," and the giant gave the falcon to Iain Direach to feed, and he took exceeding care of the falcon. And when the giant saw how well Iain Direach was taking care of the falcon, he thought that he might trust her to him when he was away from the house, and the giant gave him the falcon to keep, and he was taking exceeding care of the falcon. The giant thought each thing was going right, and he went from the house one day, and Iain Direach thought that was the time to run away with the falcon, and he seized the falcon to go away with her. And when he opened the door and the falcon saw the light, she spread her wings to spring, and the point of one of the feathers of one of her wings touched one of the posts of the door, and the door post let out a screech. The giant came home running, and he caught Iain Direach, and he took the falcon from him, and he said to him, "I would not give thee my falcon, unless thou shouldst get for me the white glaive of light that the big women of Diarmaid have." And the giant sent Iain away. Iain Direach went out again and through the waste, and the Gilmertian met with him, and he said, "Thou art down in the mouth 73 Iain Direach, thou didst not, and thou wilt not do as I tell thee. Bad is the night on which thou hast come, I have but one wether's trotter and one sheep's cheek, but needs must do with that. They roused a fire, and they made ready the wether's trotter and the sheep's cheek, and they took their meat and sleep. And on the next day the Gilles Mertien said, We will go to the side of the ocean. They went and they reached the side of the ocean, and the Gilles Mertien said, I will grow into a boat, and go thou on board of her, and I will take thee over to Diarmaid. And go to the 7 great women of Dura and ask service, that thou be a servant with them. And when they ask thee what thou canst do, say to them that thou art good at brightening iron and steel, gold and silver, and that thou canst make them bright, clear, and shiny. And take exceeding care that thou dost each thing right, till they trust thee the white glaive of light. And when thou gettest a chance run away with it, but take care that the sheath does not touch a thing on the inner side of the house, or it will make a screech, and thy matter will not go with thee. 74. The Gilles Mertien grew into a boat, and Iain Direach went on board of her, and he came on shore at Cregan nan Deargan 75 on the northern side of Diarmaid, and Iain Direach leaped on shore. And he went to take service with the 7 big women of Diarmaid. He reached, and he struck at the door, the 7 big women came out, and they asked what he was seeking. He said, he could brighten, or make clear, white and shiny, gold and silver, or iron or steel. They said, We have need of thy like. And set wages on him. And he was right diligent for 6 weeks, and put everything in exceeding order, and the big women noticed it, and they kept saying to each other, This is the best lad we have ever had. We may trust him the white glaive of light. They gave him the white glaive of light to keep in order. And he was taking exceeding care of the white glaive of light, till one day that the big women were not at the house, he thought that was the time for him to run away with the white glaive of light. He put it into the sheath, and he raised it on his shoulder, but when he was going out at the door the point of the sheath touched the lintel, and the lintel made a screech, and the big women ran home, and took the sword from him. And they said to him, We would not give thee our white glaive of light, unless thou shouldst get for us the yellow, bay, filly of the king of Erin. Iain Direach went to the side of the ocean and the Gilles Mertien met him, and he said to him, Thou art he down in the mouth, Iain Direach, thou didst not, and thou wilt not do as I ask thee. I have tonight but one wether's trotter and one sheep's cheek, but needs must do with it. They kindled a fire, and they roasted flesh, and they were satisfied. On the next day the Gilles Mertien said to Iain Direach, I will grow into a bark, and go thou on board of her, and I will go to Erin with thee. And when we reach Erin go thou to the house of the king, and ask service to be a stable lad with him. And when thou gettest that, be nimble and ready to do each thing that is to be done, and keep the horses and the harness in right good order, till the king trusts the yellow, bay, filly to thee, and when thou gettest a chance run away with her. But take care when thou art taking her out that no bit of her touches anything that is on the inner side of the gate, except the soles of her feet, or else thy matter will not prosper with thee. And then the Gilles Mertien put himself into the form of a bark, Iain Direach went on board, and the bark sailed with him to Erin. When they reached the shore of Erin, Iain Direach leaped on land, and he went to the house of the king. And when he reached the gate, the gatekeeper asked where he was going, and he said, that he was going to see if the king had need of a stable lad, and the gatekeeper let him past, and he reached the king's house. He struck at the door and the king came out, and the king said, What art thou seeking here? Said he, With your leave, I came to see if you had need of a stable lad. The king asked, What canst thou do? Said he, I can clean and feed the horses, and clean the silver work, and the steel work, and make them shiny. The king settled wages on him, and he went to the stable, and he put each thing in good order. He took good care of the horses, he fed them well, and he kept them clean, and their skin was looking sleek, and the silver work and the steel work shiny to look at, and the king never saw them so well in order before. And he said, This is the best stable lad I have ever had, I may trust the yellow, bay, filly to him. The king gave the yellow, bay, filly to Iain Direach to keep, and Iain Direach took very great care of the yellow, bay, filly. And he kept her clean, till her skin was so sleek and slippery, and she so swift, that she would leave the one wind and catch the other. The king never saw her so good. The king went one day to the hunting hill, and Iain Direach thought that was the time to run away with the yellow bay filly, and he set her in what belonged to her, with a bridle and saddle. And when he took her out of the stable, he was taking her through the gate, she gave a switch, sguase, with her tail, and the point of her tail touched the post of the gate, and it let out a screech. The king came running, and he took the filly from Iain Direach, and he said to him, I would not give thee the yellow bay filly, unless thou shouldst get for me the daughter of the king of the Froinga. 76. And Iain Direach needs must go. And when he was within a little of the side of the sea, the Gilles Mertien met him, and he said to him, Thou art down in the mouth, O son of Iain Direach, thou didst not, and thou wilt not do as I ask thee. We must now go to France, I will make myself a ship, and go thou on board, and I will not be long till I take thee to France. The Gilles Mertien put himself in the shape of a ship, and Iain Direach went on board of her, and the Gilles Mertien sailed to France with him, and he ran himself on high up the face of a rock, on dry land. And he said to Iain Direach, to go up to the king's house and to ask help, and to say that his skipper had been lost, and his ship thrown on shore. Iain Direach went to the king's house, and he struck at the door. One came out to see who was there, he told his tale and he was taken into the fort. The king asked him whence he was, and what he was doing here. He told them the tale of misery, that a great storm had come on him, and the skipper he had was lost. And the ship he had thrown on dry land, and she was there, driven up on the face of a rock by the waves, and that he did not know how he should get her out. The king and the queen, and the family together, went to the shore to see the ship. And when they were looking at the ship, exceeding sweet music began on board, and the king of France's daughter went on board to see the musical instrument, together with Iain Direach. And when they were in one chamber, the music would be in another chamber. But at last they heard the music on the upper deck of the ship, and they went above on the upper deck of the ship, and, so, it was that the ship was out on the ocean, and out of sight of land. And the king of France's daughter said, Bad is the trick thou hast done to me. Where art thou for going with me? I am, said Iain Direach, going with thee to Erin, to give thee as a wife to the king of Erin, so that I may get from him his yellow bay filly, to give her to the big women of Diarmaid. That I may get from them their white glaive of light, to give it to the great giant of the 5 heads, and 5 humps, and 5 throttles, that I may get from him his blue falcon, to take her home to my muim, that I may be free from my crosses, and from my spells, and from the bad diseases of the year. And the king of France's daughter said, I had rather be as a wife to thyself. And when they came to shore in Erin, the Gilles Mertien put himself in the shape of a fine woman, and he said to Iain Direach, Leave thou the king of France's daughter here till we return, and I will go with thee to the king of Erin. I will give him enough of a wife. Iain Direach went with the Gilles Mertien in the form of a fine maiden, with his hand in the oxter of Iain Direach. When the king of Erin saw them coming he came to meet them. He took out the yellow bay filly and a golden saddle on her back, and a silver bridle in her head. Iain Direach went with the filly where the king of France's daughter was. The king of Erin was right well pleased with the young wife he had got. But little did the king of Erin know that he had got Gilles Mertien. And they had not long been gone to rest, when the Gilles Mertien sprung on the king, and be did not leave a morsel of flesh between the back of his neck and his haunch that be did not take off him. And the Gilles Mertien left the king of Erin a pitiful wounded cripple, and he went running where Iain Direach was, and the king of France's daughter, and the yellow bay filly. Said the Gilles Mertien, I will go into the form of a ship, and go you on board of her, and I will take you to Diarmaid. He grew into the form of a ship. And Iain Direach put in the yellow bay filly first, and he himself and the king of France's daughter went in after her. And the Gilles Mertien sailed with them to Diarmaid, and they went on shore at Cregan nan Deargan, at Sillamwire, at the northern end of Diarmaid. And when they went on shore, the Gilles Mertien said, Leave thou the yellow bay filly here, and the king's daughter, till thou return. And I will go in the form of a filly, and I will go with thee to the big women of Diarmaid, and I will give them enough of Iain. The Gilles Mertien went into the form of a filly, Iain Direach put the golden saddle on his back, and the silver bridle in his head, and he went to the 7 big women of Diarmaid with him. When the 7 big women saw him coming, they came to meet him with the white glaive of light, and they gave it to him. Iain Direach took the golden saddle off the back of the Gilles Mertien, and the silver bridle out of his head, and he left him with them, and he went away himself with the white glaive of light. And he went where he left the king of France's daughter, and the yellow bay filly which he got from the king of Erin. And the big women of Diarmaid thought that it was the yellow bay filly of the king of Erin that they had got, and they were in great haste to ride. They put a saddle on her back, and they bridled her head, and one of them went up on her back to ride her, another went up at the back of that one, and another at the back of that one, and there was always room for another one there. Till one after one, the 7 big women went up on the back of the Gilles Mertien, thinking that they had got the yellow bay filly. 77. One of them gave a blow of a rod to the Gilles Mertien, and if she gave, he ran, and he raced backwards and forwards with them through the mountain moors. And at last he went bounding on high to the top of the Monad mountain of Diarmaid, and he reached the top of the face of the great crag, that is there, and he moved his front to the crag, and he put his 2 forefeet to the front of the crag. And he threw his aftermost end on high, and he threw the 7 big women over the crag, and he went away laughing. And he reached where were Iain Direach and the king of France's daughter, with the yellow bay filly, and the white glaive of light. Said the Gilles Mertien, I will put myself in the form of a boat, and go thyself, and the daughter of the king of France on board, and take with you the yellow baby filly and the white glaive of light, and I will take you to mainland. The Gilles Mertien put himself in the shape of a boat, Iain Direach put the white glaive of light and the yellow bay filly on board, and he went himself, and the king of France's daughter, in on board after them. And the Gilles Mertien went with them to the mainland. When they reached shore, the Gilles Mertien put himself into his own shape, and he said to Iain Direach, Leave thou the king of France's daughter, the yellow bay filly from the king of Erin, and the white glaive of light there. And I will go into the shape of a white glaive of light. And take thou me to the giant and give thou me to him for the falcon, and I will give him enough of swords. The Gilles Mertien put himself into the form of a sword, and Iain Direach took him to the giant. And when the giant saw him coming he put the blue falcon into a muirlag, 78 and he gave it to Iain Direach, and he went away with it to where he had left the king of France's daughter, the yellow bay filly, and the white glaive of light. The giant went in with the Gilles Mertien in his hand, himself thinking that it was the white glaive of light of the big women of Diarmaid that he had, and he began at Fionnsrach, fencing, and at Sguacal, slashing with it. But at last the Gilles Mertien bent himself, and he swept the 5 heads off the giant, and he went where Iain Direach was, and he said to him, Son of John the Upright, put the saddle of gold on the filly, and the silver bridle in her head. And go thyself riding her, and take the king of France's daughter at thy back, and the white glaive of light with its back against thy nose. Or else if thou be not so, when thy muim sees thee, she has a glance that is so deadly that she will bewitch thee, and thou wilt fall a faggot of firewood. But if the back of the sword is against thy nose, and its edge to her, when she tries to bewitch thee, she will fall down herself as a faggot of sticks. Iain Direach did as the Gilles Mertien asked him. And when he came in sight of the house, and his muim looked at him with a deadly bewitching eye, she fell as a faggot of sticks, and Iain Direach set fire to her, and then he was free from fear, and he had got the best wife in Albain. And the yellow bay filly was so swift that she could leave the one wind and she would catch the other wind, and the blue falcon would keep him in plenty of game, and the white glaive of light would keep off each foe. And Iain Direach was steadily, luckily off. Said Iain Direach to the Gilles Mertien, Thou art welcome, thou lad of March, to go through my ground, and to take any beast thou dost desire thyself to take with thee. And I will give word to my servants that they do not let an arrow at thee, and that they do not kill thee, nor any of thy race, whatever one of the flock thou takest with thee. Said the Gilles Mertien, Keep thou thy herds to thyself. There is many a one who has wethers and sheep as well as thou hast, and I will get plenty of flesh in another place without coming to put trouble on thee. And the fox gave a blessing to the son of upright John, and he went away. And the tale was spent. Gaelic omitted. Told by Angus Campbell, Quarryman, Knockderry, Roseneth. Written by John Dewar, whose language has been strictly followed. This dialect of Gaelic seems to contain English idioms. And varies from the island Gaelic, especially in grammatical construction. In this form the intention of the story seems to be the same as that of Murachadh or Mhor, number 8. Every incident gives rise to another till the whole unwinds as a chain of cause and effect. A single feather is the first link, and a princess the last, and then the whole is run back again and the chain wound up, and it ends with Darrigan Skull, which means that the story came to an end because there was no more of it. It is worth remark, that the objects sought are those which have been valued from the very earliest of times, a falcon, a sword, a horse, and a fair lady. The story might belong to any country and to any age. The scene is as usual laid to the westward, as far as it will go, and then it turns back to the nearest and best known foreign country. Only 2 spots are specified. One is close to the Gulf of Chlibhrich, the most remarkable place in the Highlands, the other the most conspicuous rock on the top of one of the most conspicuous and peculiar mountains in the West Highlands. It seems hopeless to speculate who these 7 great women who guarded a shining sword may have been, but the worship of the scimitar may have some bearing on the incident. The wicked Muim fell a faggot of sticks before the sword, and the temple of the Scythian sword god was a heap of faggots, from which human victims were thrown when they were sacrificed. People who are beaten to death, or enchanted in these Gaelic legends, are always falling like a faggot of sticks or twigs, Cúil Crianach, so the expression here may be simply an illustration, but still the analogy is worth remark. The language is peculiar in the absence of pronouns, the names are repeated over and over again, but this belongs rather to the writer than to the telling of stories in general. It is the way in which Dewar expresses himself with precision and accuracy. There can be no mistake about the meaning of anything which he has written for me. The effect is rather too much repetition, but a story so told would not be easily forgotten by those into whose heads the incidents had been so hammered. The following stories may throw some light on the big women of Jura. The first I have known all my life. They were sent to me by Mrs. McTavish from Islay. 2. Cailliach Bain Mhor lived in Jura, at Largic Break, and had a ball of thread by which she could draw towards her any person or thing, if she could throw the ball beyond them. She got Mac-A of Collinsay into her toils, and would not part with him. Every time he attempted to leave her, she used to intercept him, and even after he got into his byerlin, or barge, and got off from the shore, she would get him ashore again, by throwing the ball into the boat. The giant in the story of Black White Red had a like magic clue. At last he pretended perfect contentment in his bondage, and got the secret from her that she had a hatchet which would cut the thread on the enchanting clue. He watched an opportunity and stole the hatchet, having previously ordered his boat to be in waiting at Knock Break at the foot of Badenoch. He set out by the dawn of day, and was seated in his boat before the Cailliach got to the top of the hill, which she had climbed with speed, as soon as she missed him. When she saw him in the boat, she cried out most piteously. Amica fi. A gale's thascade. And D fag Thursday era cladak me. Oh. Mac fi. My love and treasure. Hast thou left me on the strand? And this she often repeated, throwing at the same time the Sursla Druid heached, magic clue, into the boat, and drawing it towards the shore. But when she saw the thread cut and the boat rowing off beyond her reach, she got desperate, and slid down what is called Scriab na Cailliach, crying out. Amica fi. Charich, Granda. And D fag Thursday era cladak me. Oh. Mac fi. Rough-skinned and foul. Hast thou left me on the strand? Scriab na Cailliach is a very curious and conspicuous mark on the northwestern side of the highest of the Jura Hills. 2 rocky gorges begin at the very top of the hill, which were made by the Carlin's heels, and 2 strips of bare grey boulders extend across the side of lower hills almost to the sea. Unless these last are the marks of lightning, I cannot account for them. This is the place where Duer's fox threw the big women over the rock. In her time the island of Jura was under the sway of MacDonald of Islay, but this Carlin was so powerful, that she would not allow the Islay post to pass through Jura, for she killed him as soon as he crossed the ferry. MacDonald spoke to a Jura man of the name of Buie, who lived at the ferry and promised the farm of Largybrake where the Cailliach lived, to him and his heirs for ever, if he would kin her. He told his wife the offer that MacDonald had made him, remarking at the same time, that he never would attempt to encounter the giantess. Their eldest son, however, overheard his father, and set off the next day to offer battle to the Cailliach. They had wrestled hard and long, when at length she brought him on his knees, and she said, "Thou art in extremity, a meek mead by, and pity it is so. My grandmother, on the hinder side of Alba, is here, and will come to help me if I be," said he, as he put his hand on his dirk. They engaged again, and she brought him on his knees again, saying the same words, the Thursday at Eigen a meek mead by Sb Alcan a raid when he drew his dirk and stabbed her to the heart. MacDonald performed his promise of giving the Bys Largybrake, which they held for centuries after. 3. There is a song about the same personage, whoever she may have been. I give it, though I do not quite understand it. Cailliach Baina Brick Horo. Brick Horo, Brick Horo. Cailliach Baina Brick Horo. Cailliach more Leah than Ard. Cha Dichaid Mo Bidhian Fiat. Bidhian Fiat Bidhian Fiat. Cha Dichaid Mo Bidhian Ryam. A Dhi Raid Clobba. Du en Tray. Carlin of Ben Break Horo, Entk. Carlin Great Broad High. There went not my troop of deer, Entk. There went not my troop ever. To seek her clack to the strand. Now this old woman, or set of old women guarding a sword, or owning magic clues, and living in an island, are surely the same as the Groach, of whom so many stories are told in Brittany, and these are presumed to have been a college of druidesses. See Foyer Breton, Volume 1, page 157, and if so, the Carlin may be a fiction founded upon fact. The spelling Diura, and Diurath for the island of Jura, does not change the sound, but seems to indicate a reasonable derivation for the name which is common to the Jura mountains, and may well be an old Celtic name preserved, and Diurath. The waste steep, the Jura. There is a local rhyme in support of this view, said to have been composed by a poetess who was a native of some other island. Diurath and Domhain. S. Jo Dath and Domhain N. Bid Dug A's Ryabhack. Waste steep of the world. And waste hue of the world in it. Yellow, black, and brindled. These three colors being the most common family names, until very lately, in the island, as well as the distinguishing color of the landscape, according to the eye of the discontented lady. 4. I have another version of this, which gives such a very different view of the same incidents that I translate it, giving such bits of the Gaelic as seem best worth preservation. And Cyanach, the Fox, from John the Tinker, Inverary, written by Hector Urquhart, 1859. Brian, the son of the king of Greece, fell in love with the henwife's daughter, and he would marry no other but she. His father said to him on a day of days, before that should happen, that he must get first for him the most marvellous bird that there was in the world. Then here went Brian, and he put the world under his head, till he went much farther than I can tell, or you can think, till he reached the house of Cailliach nan Cuaran, the Carlin of buskins. A sock, a brogue of untanned leather or skin, commonly worn with the hairy side outward, Lat, Cothurnus, Welsh, Quaran, father, Cothurn. He got well taken to by the Carlin that night, and in the morning she said to him, "It is time for thee to arise, the journey is far." When he rose to the door, what was it but sowing and winnowing snow? He looked hither and thither, and what should he see but a fox drawing on his shoes and stockings? Pshaw! Bhtch, pshaw! Beast, said Brian, thou hadst best leave my lot of shoes and stockings for myself. Och, said the fox, it's long since a shoe or a stocking was on me, and I am thinking that I shall put them to use this day itself. thou ugly ladama. Beast, art thou thinking to steal my foot webs, chsbrt, and I myself looking at thee? Well, said the fox, if thou wilt take me to be thy servant, thou shalt get thy set of shoes and stockings. Oh, poor beast, said he, thou wouldst find death with me from hunger. Oh hath, said the fox, there's little good in the gill that will not do for his own self, and for his master at times. Yes. Yes, said he, I don't mind, at all events, thou mayest follow me. 79. They had not gone far on their journey when the fox asked him if he was good at riding. He said he was, if it could be known what on. Come on top of me a turn of a while, said the fox. On top of thee. Poor beast, I would break thy back. Ho! Huth! Son of the king of Greece, said the fox, thou didst not know me so well as I knew thee, take no care but that I am able to carry thee. But never mind. When Brian went on the top of the fox, Quiriad iad sat as gach loden aga srad as gach krigan scha du chab iad tam na fwa gus and d rainig iad tyfam hair nan koig cnn s nan koig mil s nan koig muniel. They would drive spray from each puddle, spark from each pebble, and they took no halt nor rest till they reached the house of the giant of 5 heads, 5 humps, and 5 throttles. Here's for thee, said the fox, the house of the giant who has the marvellous bird, and teun iongantak, and what wilt thou say to him when thou goest in? What should I say, but that I came to steal the marvellous bird? Who? Who? Said the fox, thou wilt not return. But, said the fox, take thou, service, with this giant to be a stable lad, and there is no sort of bird fo sheeched Ronigan Road and T Seighale, under the 7 russet rungs of the world, from Rome, a joining spar, a hoop. Perhaps ring, that he has not got. And when he brings out the marvellous bird, say thou, Phuth. Phuth, the nasty bird, throw it out of my sight, I could find braver birds than that on the middens at home. Brian did thus. Estia. Said the big one, then I must go to thy country to gather a part of them. But Brian was pleasing the giant well, but on a night of the nights, Brian steals the marvellous bird, and drags himself out with it. When he was a good bit from the giant's house, Estia, said Brian to himself, I don't know if it is the right bird I have after every turn. Brian lifts the covering off the bird's head, and he lets out one screech, and the screech roused the giant. Oh! Oh! Son of the king of Greece, said the giant, that I have coming to steal the marvellous bird. The prophet Fade was saying that he would come to his gird. Then here the giant put on the shoes that could make 9 miles at every step, and he wasn't long catching poor Brian. They returned home to the giant's house, and the giant laid the binding of the 3 smalls on him, and he threw Brian into the peat corner, and he was there till the morning on the morrow's day. Now, said the giant, son of the king of Greece, thou hast thy 2 rathers, whether wouldst thou rather thy head to be yonder stake, or go to steal for me the white glaive of light that is in the realm of big women? S. Baghile duin ri betha, a man is kind to his life, said Brian, I will go to steal the white glaive of light. But never mind, Brian had not gone far from the giant's house when the fox met him. O duin gun turgun tnsg, O man, without mind or sense, thou didst not take my counsel, and what will now arise against thee? Thou art going to the realm of big women to steal the white glaive of light. That is 20 times as hard for thee as the marvellous bird of that earl of a giant. But what help for it now, but that I must, Iain said a third ere, betake myself to it, said poor Brian. Well, then, said the fox, come thou on top of me, and I am in hopes thou wilt be wiser the next time. They went then farther than I can remember, till they reached Nokan na and Aoan air Colgawith s air out on Grainne, the knoll of the country at the back of the wind in the face of the sun, that was in the realm of big women. Now, said the fox, thou shalt sit here, and thou shalt begin at Burlake blubbering, and Caoaned crying, and when the big women come out where thou art, they will lift thee nan achlais in their oxters. And when they reach the house with thee, they will try to coax thee, but never thou cease of crying until thou get the white glaive of light, and they will leave it with thee in the cradle the length of the night, to keep thee quiet. Worthy Brian was not long blubbering and crying when the big women came, and they took Brian with them as the fox had said, and when Brian found the house quiet, he went away with the white glaive of light. And when Leigh thought he was a good way from the house, he thought he would see if he had the right sword. He took it out of the sheath, and the sword gave out bin a ring. This awoke the big women, and they were on their sauls. Whom have we here, said they, but the son of the king of Greece coming to steal the white glaive of light? They took after Brian, and they were not long bringing him back. Cheen Gael Iadgu Cruin they tied him roundly, like a ball, and they threw him into the peak corner, till the white morrow's day was. When the morning came they asked him cob fear lays a bhifo shraden a bilg shited 80 to be under the sparks of the bellows, or to go to steal and Maghach Grainne 81 Nagian Rai Fielfin, the sun goddess. Daughter of the king of the gathering of Fionn. A man is kind to his life, said Brian, I will go steal the sun goddess. Never mind. Brian went, but he was not long on the path ere and sly when the fox met him. Oh! Poor fool, said the fox, thou art as effin silly as thou wert ever. What good for me to be giving thee counsel, thou art now going to steal the sun goddess. Many a better thief than thou went on the same journey, but ever a man came never back. There are 9 guards guarding her, and there is no dress under the 7 russet rungs of the world that is like the dress that is on her but one other dress, and here is that dress for thee. And mind, said the fox, that thou dost as I ask thee, or, if thou dost not, thou wilt not come to the next Jula tale. Never mind. They went, and when they were near the guard the fox put the dress on Brian, and he said to him to go forward straight through them, and when he reached the sun goddess to do as he bid him. And, Brian, if thou gettest her out I will not be far from you. But never mind. Brian took courage, and he went on, and each guard made way for him, till he went in where the sun goddess, daughter of the king of the gathering of Finn, was. She put all hail and good luck on him, and she it was who was pleased to see him, for her father was not letting man come near her. And there they were, but how shall we get away at all, said she, in the morning. Brian lifted the window, and he put out the sun goddess through it. The fox met them. Thou wilt do yet, said he, leap you on top of me. And when they were far, far away, and near the country of big women. Now, Brian, said the fox, is it not a great pity for thyself to give away this sun goddess for the white glaive of light? Is it not that which is wounding me at this very time, said Brian. It is that I will make a sun goddess of myself, and thou shalt give me to the big women, said the fox. I had rather part with the sun goddess herself than thee. But never thou mind, Brian, they won't keep me long. Here Brian went in with the fox as a sun goddess, and he got the white glaive of light. Brian left the fox with the big women, and he went forward. In a day or two the fox overtook them, and they got on him, and when they were nearing the house of the big giant. Is it not a great pity for thyself, O Brian, to part with the white glaive of light for that filth of a marvellous bird? There is no help for it, said Brian. I will make myself a white glaive of light, said the fox, it may be that thou wilt yet find a use for the white glaive of light. Brian was not so much against the fox this time, since he saw that he had got off from the big women. Thou art come with it, said the big man. It was in the prophecies that I should cut this great oak tree, at one blow, which my father cut 200 years ago with the same sword. Brian got the marvellous bird, and he went away. He had gone but a short distance from the giant's house, when the fox made up to him with his pad to his mouth. What's this that befell thee, said Brian. Oh, the son of the great one. Said the fox, when he seized me, with the first blow he cut the tree all but a small bit of bark, and look thyself there is no tooth in the door of my mouth which that filth of a Badenoch has not broken. Brian was exceedingly sorrowful that the fox had lost the teeth, but there was no help for it. They were going forward, walking at times, and at times riding, till they came to a spring that there was by the side of the road. Now, Brian, said the fox, unless thou dost strike off my head with one blow of the white glaive of light into this spring, I will strike off thine. Stya. Said Brian, a man is kind to his own life, and he swept the head off him with one blow, and it fell into the well, and in the wink of an eye, what should rise up out of the well, but the son of the king that was father of the sun goddess. They went on till they reached his father's house, and his father made a great wedding with joy and gladness that lasted a day and a year, and there was no word about marrying the henwife daughter when I parted from them. There can be no doubt that this is the same legend as the Golden Bird in Grimm, and it is evident that it is not derived from the printed story. From the notes in Grimm's third volume, it appears to be very old and very widely spread. I am told that even now there is some trace of a veneration for birds amongst the Turks, who secretly worship parrots even at Constantinople. The giant of many heads and ornithological tastes is not in the German version, and the tinker has omitted the horse, which seems to belong to the story. On the 25th of April, 1859, John the Tinker gave the beginning of this as part of his contribution to the evening's entertainment. He not only told the story, but acted it, dandling a fancied baby when it came to the adventure of the big women, and rolling his eyes wildly. The story which he told varied from that which he dictated in several particulars. It began. Bha Rai and Agus Bha, Ridere Mara Bhas Mara Bythus S Mara Chinnis and Guthas, Cuid Chem S Cuid Dhe Direach Agus Se Rai Aaron a Bh An. There was a king and a knight, as there was and will be, and as grows the fir tree, some of it crooked and some of it straight, and it was the king of Erin, it was, and the queen died with her first son, and the king married another woman. And the henwife came to her, and she said a banrai dona Gaelic cha neil thusa kosail ris a banrai shona. Shalak a bh again roim so. Oh! Bad straddling queen, thou art not like the sunsy, cheery queen that we had ere now. And here came a long bit which the tinker put into another story, and which he seems to have condensed into the first sentence in the version which I have got and translated. He has also transferred the scene from Ireland to Greece, perhaps because the latter country sounds better, and is farther off, or perhaps he had got the original form of the story from his old father in the meantime. Some of the things mentioned in the tinker's version have to do with druidical worship, the magic well, the oak tree, the bird, for the Celtic tribes, as it is said, were all guided in their wanderings by the flight of birds. The sun goddess, for the Druids are supposed to have worshipped the sun, and the sun is feminine in Gaelic. These are all mixed up with Finn, and the sword of light, and the big women, personages and things which do not appear out of the Highlands. Perhaps this is one of the sermons to which Dewar refers. See Introduction. 47. Fearachur Leigh. From Sutherland. Now Farquhar was one time a drover in the Ray country, and he went from Glen Gaulach to England, some say Falkirk, to sell cattle, and the staff that he had in his hand was hazel, calchuan. One day a doctor met him. "What's that," said he, "that ye have got in our hand?" "It is a staff of hazel." "And where did ye cut that?" "In Glen Gaulach, north, in Lord Ray's country." "D'ye mind the place and the tree?" "That do I." "Could ye get the tree?" "Easy." "Well, I will give ye gold more than ye can lift, if ye will go back there and bring me a wand of that hazel tree, and take this bottle and bring me something more, and I will give you as much gold again. Watch at the hole at the foot, and put the bottle to it, let the 6 serpents go that come out first, and put the 7th one into the bottle, and tell no man, but come back straight with it here." So Farquhar went back to the hazel glen, and when he had cut some boughs off the tree he looked about for the hole that the doctor had spoken of. And what should come out but 6 serpents, brown and barred like adders. These he let go, and clapped the bottle to the hole's mouth, to see would any more come out. By and by a white snake came rolling through. Farquhar had him in the bottle in a minute, tied him down, and hurried back to England with him. The doctor gave him siller enough to buy the Ray country, but asked him to stay and help him with the white snake. They lit a fire with the hazel sticks, and put the snake into a pot to boil. The doctor bid Farquhar watch it, and not let any one touch it, and not to let the steam escape, for fear, he said, folk might know what they were at. He wrapped up paper round the pot lid, but he had not made all straight when the water began to boil, and the steam began to come out at one place. Well, Farquhar saw this, and thought he would push the paper down round the thing. So he put his finger to the bit, and then his finger into his mouth, for it was wet with the brie. Lo! He knew everything, and the eyes of his mind were opened. I will keep it quiet though, said he to himself. Presently the doctor came back, and took the pot from the fire. He lifted the lid, and dipping his finger in the steam drops he sucked it, but the virtue had gone out of it, and it was no more than water to him. Who has done this? He cried, and he saw in Farquhar's face that it was he. Since you have taken the brie of it, take the flesh too, he said in a rage, and threw the pot at him, Maghol Thursday en Sugith and Fioil. Now Farquhar had become all-wise, and he set up as a doctor. The collector who took this down, Grammar and all, here remarks, that Michael Scott got his knowledge by serpent's brie. And the wisdom of the mouth is said to have belonged to Fingal, who began life as a herd boy on the Shin. Some giants came to him one day and bade him roast a fish for them, threatening to kill him if he burnt it. He did so, all but one small spot. On this spot he quickly put his finger, and as quickly transferred the hot finger to his mouth, putting it under his teeth. A gift of omniscience was the result, and this became the foundation of his future greatness. The very same incident with a dragon's heart is in the Volsung tale, see Dasent's introduction, page 65. It is told in Chambers' nursery songs, of some laird in Scotland. Mrs. McTavish tells it, and I have heard it in the West in various shapes ever since I can remember. Grimm found it in Germany in the story of the white snake, and there are varieties of the same incident scattered throughout Grimm. For instance in The Two Brothers, where children eat the heart and liver of a golden bird, and find gold under their pillows, and this story has a relation in Gaelic also. But to return to Farquhar Leigh. He set up as a doctor, and there was no secret bid from him, and nothing that he could not cure. He went from place to place and healed men, and so they called him Farquhar Leigh, the healer. Now he heard that the king was sick, and he went to the city of the king to know what would ail him. It was his knee, said all the folk, and he has many doctors, and pays them all greatly. And whiles they can give him relief, but not for long, and then it is worse than ever with him, and you may hear him roar and cry with the pain that is in his knee, in the bones of it. One day Farquhar walked up and down before the king's house. And he cried, "An dale dub ris a nam geel." The black beetle to the white bone. And the people looked at him, and said that the strange man from the Ray country was through other. The next day Farquhar stood at the gate and cried, "The black beetle to the white bone," and the king sent to know who it was that cried outside, and what was his business. The man, they said, was a stranger, and men called him the physician. So the king, who was wild with pain, called him in, and Farquhar stood before the king, and I, the black beetle to the white bone, said he. And so it was proved. The doctors, to keep the king ill, and get their money, put at whiles a black beetle into the wound in the knee, and the beast was eating the bone and his flesh, and made him cry day and night. Then the doctors took it out again, for fear he should die, and when he was better they put it back again. This Farquhar knew by the serpent's wisdom that he had, when he laid his finger under his teeth. And the king was cured, and had all his doctors hung. Then the king said that he would give Farquhar lands or gold, or whatever he asked. Then Farquhar asked to have the king's daughter, and all the isles that the sea runs round, from Point of Store to Strumness in the Orkneys, so the king gave him a grant of all the isles. But Farquhar the physician never came to be Farquhar the king, 82 for he had an ill-wisher that poisoned him, and he died. I am indebted to the kindness of Mr. Cosmo Innes for the following note, which joins a legend to an historical fact. The names given are a curious instance of Old Gaelic spelling. They are evidently spelt by ear, and so spelt as to be easily understood, but they are not spelt according to modern rule. It is not often we can connect these wild legends with record or charter, but Fearachur Leigh receives a local habitation from authentic writs. The Ray country of the legend is Strathnavor. One race of Macays who inhabit it are called by their countryman clan Vi Farquhar, from what Farquhar was unknown to Sir Robert Gordon and the local historians. The legend points to the man. In 1379 Farquhar, the king's physician, Medicus Regis, had a grant from the Prince Alexander Stuart, the Wolf of Badenoch, of the lands of Melons and Hope in that district, and in 1386 King Robert II granted to the same person, styled Fearachur Leigh, in heritage, the islands of Jura, now Alderney, Colwa Sonda, Handa, Elangon, Elainwilli, Elanaron, Elanhoga, between Rostoranasting, i.e. the row or point of store, in Asint, and Roarmadale, i.e., Armadale Head in Far. The writer of the old statistical account of the parish, speaking of these grants from hearsay or tradition, names the grantee, Fearachur Bedern, a native of Isla, and a famous physician. Perhaps he was misled by the celebrity of the Isla Bedurns, several generations of whom were mediciners, famous through all the islands and West Highlands. Whether Fearachur Leigh died by poison or otherwise, he seems to have left descendants who inherited his lands, for, so late as 1511, Donald Donasim Corricky described as descended Fray Farquhar Leigh. Resigned Melnus, Hope, and all his lands of Strathnavor in favour of the chief family of the Macays. The marriage with the king's daughter, as well as the Black Beetle, want confirmation. There is a West Country version of this story which I have known all my life in part, and which agrees with the account of the writer who spoke from tradition long ago. Mrs. McTavish writes. 2. The Iain Direach, Islay doctor. There were 3 brothers of the name of Beaton, natives of Islay, famed for their skill in medicine. One of the brothers, called John, went to Mull, and was known as the Iain Direach, or Mull doctor. His tomb is to be seen in Iona. Another called Fergus remained in Islay, and was known as the Iain Direach. The third, Gelida, was in the end the most famed of the 3. He was the herbalist, and employed by his brother Fergus to gather herbs and prepare them for use. When boiling a cauldron of herbs, in which a white snake had been put, in stirring, it bubbled up and spattered on his hand, this he licked off, and at once he got such a view of his profession as to make him unrivalled. He was summoned to attend one of the Scotch kings, who was cured by him, but through the jealousy of other doctors, he never returned to Islay, having been poisoned. So far the Islay tradition very nearly accords with the Sutherland account of Farquhar Leigh. He was called to see a young lady, daughter of Mackay of Kilmahomaig, near Creenan. When approaching the house, attended by a servant, the latter remarked a sweet female voice which he heard singing a song. Es bin and goose sin sin, ars and gillid. Es bin, ars and tialad, watched our loskin. Sweet is that head's voice, said the lad. Sweet, said the doctor, above a toad. The poor young woman had an enormous appetite, which could not be satisfied, but she was reduced to a skeleton. The doctor, on hearing her voice, knew what her disease was, and ordered a sheep to be killed and roasted. The lady was prevented from getting any food, from which she was in great agony. She was made to sit by the sheep while it was being roasted, and the flavour of the meat tempted the toad she had swallowed to come up her throat and out of her mouth, when she was completely cured. The reptile she had swallowed was called Lon Krawa. Now, something very like this part was told me in Norway as a fact by a Norwegian, the travelling interpreter of an English companion. My old friend Joel has since become a flourishing contractor. He had seen a young woman on board a steamer going with her friends to Christiania for advice. She had been reaping, and had fallen asleep on a sheaf of corn in the field. She slept with her mouth open, and a serpent had run down her throat. She had been in a state of terror and horror ever since, and they were taking her to the capital. I saw her myself, said my informant. I heard that the doctors could not cure her at Christiania, and that she went to Copenhagen. There all the great doctors were beat. But a young doctor made them put her in a dark room, lying on her side on the floor, with a saucer of milk before her. Serpents are very fond of milk, you see. The first time they opened the door the serpent had only put his head up, and he drew it in again when he heard the noise. The second time they moved the saucer a little further away, and he came out altogether, and the young doctor killed the serpent and shoot it to the young woman's, and thus she got quite well. And that is quite true. Every word of it might be true, if we suppose a clever man and a woman possessed with an idea which had to be coaxed out of her, but the question is, when did that clever man live, and where? In Copenhagen, in the West Highlands, or in Africa, where the creature swallowed was a baboon, and the bait a banana skillfully administered by a doctor to Anansi, Docent, Norse Tales, page 502. Or in London, where a clever doctor tempted a serpent out of a patient with a mutton chop, according to a story told to a friend of mine in his childhood, or have there been many doctors and patients who have gone through the same adventure? But to go on with the West Country wise men. The wife of a man who was suffering from rheumatism consulted the Auld Muigh Leech. He went to see him, bringing a birch rod, and having got his patient out of bed, ordered his wife to lay the birch rod smartly on his back, and chase him till the doctor would say it was enough. He would not allow her to cease till the poor man perspired freely and became supple, and free from pain. This again might be true, every word, but when did the doctor live, and where? Was it in the country of King Vunan? A learned doctor in the Arabian Nights, the sage Duban, makes King Vunan play at ball till he perspires and absorbs some medicaments from the handle of the golf stick. Another man went to him for a cure for sore eyes. The doctor examined his eyes, but told him he was likely to suffer in a more serious manner from horns that would soon appear on his knees. The man seemed much alarmed, and asked if there was any way in which he could prevent such a calamity. "No way," said the doctor, "but by keeping your hands on your knees for 3 weeks. At the end of that period come to me, that I may see how you get on." The man did as he was advised, and went to the doctor. "Well," said the doctor, "have the horns made their appearance?" "No," said the man. "Have you attended to my advice?" said the doctor. "Oh, yes," said the patient, "I have kept my hands continually, night and day, on my knees." "How are your eyes?" said the doctor. "My eyes are quite well," said the man. "Very well," said the doctor, "go home and keep your mind easy about the horns, and don't rub your eyes." The descendants of both Fergus and Gilead are still in Islay. The name of Malcolm Bethune is written on a curious old manuscript in the Advocate's Library. It is described at page 295 of the Report of the Highland Society on the Poems of Ossian, 1805, with this note on the name: he was one of a family eminent for learning that supplied the Western Isles for many ages with physicians, whose diligence and skill are gratefully remembered in the traditionary record of their country. It seems, then, that 55 years have not obliterated the popular tales clustered about the name of Bethune or Beaton, stored in the mind of one lady who may well remember the publication of the report, and to whose excellent memory this collection of stories owes so much. Is the whole of this a remnant of serpent worship and supposed possession by the god? In the Highlands now, as else, where, and from the earliest of times, serpents have something to do with healing. From the brazen serpent in the wilderness, to Aesculapius, and from Aesculapius to Fearachur Leigh and Dr. Beaton, is a long stretch of time and space. But snakes are still associated with healing amongst Spartan shepherds, as well as Highland peasants, as the following extract from my journal will show. 1852, May 10th. Having turned some Indian corn out of a loft, took up our quarters for the night at a half-ruined house not far from Sparta. At the door were a lot of fellows in shaggy capotes drinking sour wine and making a row. One of them, dressed in a kind of sheepskin cloak, with a long crook in his hand, astonished me by pulling out a serpent a yard long, which he handled with perfect coolness. I rattled down the ladder, to the risk of my neck, and found that he had a bag full. There might have been half a dozen. I made him turn them all out, and set the Greeks to catch them again. My friend ended by producing a number of white powders, which made the swallower independent of snake bites. I bought a dozen, and proceeded to test them in the candle. They were vegetable, and I suspect flour. In Ceylon, according to Sir Emerson Torment, page 193, it is the same. There is a rare variety, of snakes, which the natives fancifully designate the king of the cobras. It has the head and the anterior half of the body of so light a color that at a distance it seems like a silvery white. Raja or king. In the same page it appears that the snake charmers use a certain stone to cure snake bites, and that they also use a certain root. I do not know the word for snake, but Raja is not unlike Rai, king. Snake charmers are also common in northern Africa. The serpent creed then is very widely spread, and the belief in the Highlands is worth illustration. Widow Mary Calder, in Sutherland, tells, that, the great white snake is not uncommon in Sutherland, and has been sometimes, but not often, killed. It never rests by day or by night, and besides running along the ground, has a revolving motion peculiar to itself, turning over and over through an ivory ring which is loose on its body. This is formed from its own slime, and sometimes slips off, in which case the snake makes another, and the finder of the ring is safe against all diseases and enchantments, vide Adder Beads in the Galavidian Encyclopedia. Another great serpent has been seen by the natives. The last was 9 feet long, and covered with hair, it had a mane, and was a bodily manifestation of the evil one. It was a common belief in the West that snakes' eggs were lucky. I once owned one, but lost it. It was a bead of various colors, blue and white, apparently of glass, very like those figured in Wilson's Prehistoric Annals of Scotland, page 304. These are commonly found in tumuli, and are the adder stones of the lowlands, and druid's glass in Ireland. They are supposed by Mr. Wilson to have been worn as charms by women of that unknown prehistoric race which once inhabited Scotland. At all events, the idea that they were produced by snakes is common. Mr. Wilson suggests, the probable means of accounting for their introduction into Britain is by the Phoenicians, or by traders in direct communication with that people. If so, the same people may have brought the belief and the tales from the East, where a serpent has had to do with mythology from the earliest of times. See Rawlinson's Herodotus, under the head serpent. But besides this white king of snakes, who has a brother Raja in Ceylon, there is the great eel which is always appearing in lakes and in the sea, and which is firmly believed to exist. It has no peculiarity that I know of but enormous size. A keeper used to tell me that he saw it repeatedly in a small but very deep lake. It was as big as a sack. I am quite sure the man believed what he said, though I believe his eyes had but realized an old legend. Mrs. McTavish writes, an old man in Lorne used to tell that he went one summer morning to fish on a rock. He was not long there when he saw the head of an eel pass. He continued fishing for an hour, and the eel was still passing. He went home, worked in the field all day, and having returned to the same rock in the evening, the eel was still passing, and about dusk he saw her tail disappearing behind the rock on which he stood fishing. The old man was nicknamed Donald Nharo. Donald of the Reef. That eel was a bouncer, but not so big as the sea serpent of the Edda, which went round the world. A gentleman, in whose house I dined at Tromsø, near the Arctic Circle, told me that, the fishermen often saw the sea worm in Salten Fjord. All the world have heard of Captain Macquay's sea snake. I have a drawing of him done by a gentleman who was a midshipman on board the Doedalus and saw him. I lately saw a master of a merchant vessel at Liverpool, who calmly and deliberately assured a royal commission that he had seen a large serpent, in the sea about the same place. He said nothing about it in the papers, for no one would believe him. But he had no doubt about it, he saw the sea snake. I have no doubt that these men all believed what they said to be true. It is hard to believe that they were all mistaken. Few of them can have heard of Pontoppidan, Bishop of Burgh. But his book gives pictures of the sea snake, and tells how it was seen and shot at in Norwegian fjords in his day. There surely are some such creatures in the sea. Highland stories are full of sea monsters which are called Wilbeist and Dragon, and which have numerous heads. Surely there must be some foundation for so many fictions. St. George killed a dragon, Perseus a sea monster. Bellerophon the chimera, Hercules the hydra, Apollo killed Pytho, Freke killed, and was killed by, a Mhor, great snake. Vishnu killed a serpent in India. Sin, the giant Apophis, as the great serpent, often with a human head, was represented pierced by the spear of horns or of Atmo, as Re the sun, in Egypt. 83. In short, I believe that the Gaelic serpent stories, and the Highland beliefs concerning them, are old myths, a part of the history of the oldest feud in the world. The feud with the serpent who was more subtle than any beast of the field that the Lord had made, for the leading idea seems always to be that the holy, healing power overcomes the subtle destroyer. Thus Mrs. Mtavish tells that St. Patrick coaxed the last Irish snake into a chest by the promise that he would let him out tomorrow, and then he put him into Loch Nee, and there he is still. The serpent is always asking, is it tomorrow, but a tomorrow is never come. And no serpents are to be found on any place belonging to Ireland to this day. The same belief extends to numerous small islands on the coast of Scotland, and old ruined chapels with sculptured gravestones are generally to be found in them. I know one such island where some boys, as I was told, once took a living serpent, and it died. It is named Texa, and this legend is attached to it. It is a portion of Ireland which a giant's wife took a fancy to carry across the channel in her apron. From a rent in the apron, Tarskier fell through, and the rent getting larger, Texa fell from her, and so by degrees did all the other rocks and islets between Texa and the point of Ardmore, where she left Island a churn, which she did not think worth taking any further, being so much annoyed at having lost the rest. Certain it is that neither serpents nor toads are found in these islands, though both are numerous in Islay. It is said that neither can live in any place which St. Columba blessed, or where he built chapels and monasteries, such as in Cailliach and Naam and Iona. So then, in the West Highlands now, the holy power overcomes the snake, as in mythology over great part of the world, and as seems to me the belief may perhaps be traced to Holy Writ. 48. The Tale of Skyr Mo Cailliach. From John Campbell, Strathgerlach, Ross. There was once a young lad, and he went to seek a wife to Skyr Mo Cailliach, and he married a farmer's daughter, and her father had but herself. And when the time of cutting the peats came on, they went to the peat hag, the four. And the young wife was sent home to seek the food. And when she had gone in she saw the speckled filly's pack saddle over her head, and she began to cry, and to say to herself, what should she do if the pack saddle should fall, and kill herself and all that were to follow? When the people who were gathering the peats found that she was long without coming, they sent her mother away to see what was keeping her, and when the carlin arrived she found the bride crying. That it should come to me. Said she, what came to thee? Oh, said she, when I came in I saw the speckled filly's pack saddle over my head, and what should I do if it should fall and kill myself and all that are to follow? The old woman struck her palms. It came to me this day. If that should happen, what shouldst thou do, or I with thee? The men who were in the peat hag were thinking it long that one of the women was not coming, for hunger had struck them. So it was that the old man went home to see what was keeping the women, and when he went in it was so that he found the two crying, and beating their palms. Oh, Yvonne, said he, what came upon you? Oh, said the old woman, when thy daughter came home, did she not see the speckled filly's pack saddle over her head, and what should she do if it should fall and kill herself and all that were to follow? It came upon me, said the old man, as he struck his palms, if that should happen. The young man came at the mouth of night, full of hunger, and he found a leash crying together. Uvu, said he, what came upon you? And when the old man told him. But, said he, the pack saddle did not fall. When he took his meat he went to lie down, and in the morning he said, my foot shall not stay till I see other three as silly as ye. Then he went through Skyr Mo Cailliach, and he went into a house in it, and there was no man within but a leash of women, and they were spinning on 5 wheels. I myself will not believe, said he, that it is of the people of this place that you are. Well, then, said they, it is not. We ourselves will not believe that it is of the people of the place that thou art thyself. It is not, said he. We'll, said they, the men that there are in this place are so silly, that we can make them believe anything that we please ourselves. Weel, said he, I have here a gold ring, and I will give it to the one amongst you who will best make her husband believe. The first one that came home of the men, his wife said to him, Thou art sick. Am I, said he. Oh, thou art, said she, put off thee thy lot of clothes, and be going to lie down. He did this, and when he was in the bed she said to him, Thou art now dead. Oh, am I, said he. Thou art, said she, shut thine eyes and stir not hand or foot. And now he was dead. Then there came the second one home, and his wife said to him, It is not thou. Oh, is it not me, said he. And he went away and betook himself to the wood. Then here came the third to his own house, and he and his wife went to lie down, and a summons went out on the morrow for the burial of the dead man, but this wife would not let her husband get up to go there. When they saw the funeral going past the window, she told him to be rising. He arose in great haste, and he was seeking his set of lost clothes, and his wife said to him that his clothes were about him. Are they? Said he. They are, said she, haste thee that thou mayest catch them. Here, then, he went, running hard. And when the funeral company saw the man who was stripped coming, they thought it was a man who was out of his reason, and they themselves fled away, and they left the funeral. And the naked man stood at the end of the dead chest. And there came down a man out of the wood, and he said to the man who was naked, Dost thou know me? Not I, said he, I do not know thee. Oh, thou dost not. If I were Thomas my own wife would know me. But why, said he, art thou naked? Am I naked? If I am, my wife told me that the clothes were about me. It was my wife that said to me that I myself was dead, said the man in the chest. And when the men heard the dead speaking, they took their souls out of that, and the wives came and they took them home, and it was the wife of the man who was dead that got the ring. And then he saw three as silly as the three he left at home, and returned home. And then he saw a boat going to fish, and there were 12 men counted going into the boat, and when she came to land, there was within her but 11 men, and there was no knowing which one was lost. For the one who was counting was not counting himself at all. And he was beholding this. What reward would you give me if I should find you the man that is lost by you? Thou shalt get any reward if thou wilt find the man, said they. Sit there, said he, beside each other. And he seized a rung of a stick, and he struck the first one a sharp stroke. Mind thou that thou wert in her, the boat. He kept on striking them, till he had roused 12 men, and made them bleed on the grass. And though they were pounded and wounded, it was no matter, they were pleased, because the man who was lost was found, and after the payment they made a feast for the one who had found the man who was lost. The tenants of Skyre Mo Cailliach had a lock on which they used to put fish, and so it was that they needs must drain the lock, to get fresh fish for the feast. And when the lock was drained, there was not a single fish found on the lock but one great eel. Then they said, This is the monster that ate our fish. Then they caught her, and they went away with her to drown her in the sea. And when he saw this he went home, and on the way he saw 4 men putting a cow up to the top of a house that she might eat the grass that was growing on the housetop. Then he saw that the people of Skyre Mo Cailliach were men without intelligence. But said he, What reward will you give me, and I will bring the grass down? He went and he cut the grass, and he gave it to the cow, and went on before him. Then he saw a man coming with a cow in a cart, and the people of the town had found out that the man had stolen the cow, and that a court should be held upon him, and so they did. And the justice they did was to put the horse to death for carrying the cow. And to shew you that this tale is true, it was this that made Iain Lom the bard say, As law of ages that are not. As was Skyre Mo Cailliach. When doomed they the Garin in moat. This story was written by Hector Urquhart, from the telling of John Campbell in Strathgairloch, in Ross-shire, in June 1859. The narrator is 63, and he says he learned the story from his father about 40 years ago. Iain Direach, the bard quoted, was a famous Highland poet, and lived in the reigns of Charles I and II. He died at a very advanced age about 1710. His name was MacDonald, his country, La Habor. And his nickname, Lam, means bear or keen, for it is applied to a beardless man like the poet, or a biting keen wind like his sarcastic genius. He was pensioned by Charles II as his bard, brought Montrose and the Campbells together at Inverlochie, and kept out of the fight, saying to the commander of the Irish auxiliaries, "If I fall, who will sing thy praises?" He did sing the battle, in which the Campbells got the worst, and the story goes, that Argyll was so nettled by the song that he offered a reward for his head. He came himself and claimed the reward, and was courteously received, and conducted through the castle. On entering a room hung round with black cocks' heads, Argyll said, "Hast thou ever, John, seen so many black cocks in one place?" "I have seen them," said John. "Where?" "At Inverlochie." "Ah! John, thou wilt never cease knowing the Campbells." "The worst for me is that I cannot swallow them," said John. This story, a short biography, and a selection from the poems of Iain Direach, will be found in John Mackenzie's Beauties of Gaelic Poetry, 1841, Glasgow, MacGregor, Poulsen and Company, 75, Argyll Street, a work which deserves to be better known. The verse quoted from memory by John Campbell, is in a song dedicated to the Macgagals, and is this. Cleas na bin nach Marian. Bha n Skyer Silma Chileg. Nwera dit iad and Girran sa mod. And the story told in the note is, that some women, as judges, doomed a horse to be hanged. The thief who stole him first got off, because it was his first offense. The horse went back to the house of the thief, because he was the better master, and was condemned for stealing himself the second time. There is an ingenuity in this unreasonable decision, which proves the inventor of that story to be no fool. The story had passed into a saving long ago. Cha tugad and Silma Chileg breath bu Cleoan. There would not be given in Silma Chileg judgment more squint or perverted. Part of this story, then, has a Gaelic pedigree of about 200 years. Part of it is nearly the same as the beginning of number 20, and is like Die Kluge Els, in German, which has a German pedigree in Grimm's third volume, which dates from 1588. The story belongs to the same class as an Old English rhyme, of which a version is given in Old Nurse's Book, by C. Bennett, 1857. There was a little woman, as I've heard tell, and she went to market. Her eggs for to sell, etc., etc. She goes through adventures. And she met a peddler. And his name was Stout. And he cut her petticoats all round about. The little old woman got very cold, and when she awoke doubted her identity, and when her little dog at home barked at her, she ran away, sure it was not her, and this is like the Norse tale, Goosey Grizzle. A lot of similar stories are common in the Highlands. The following are from Sutherland, and form part of the collections already referred to. 2. The Assynt Man's Mistakes. Assynt is looked on in Sutherland and Ross-shire as being in a state of barbarism resembling that which the people south of Stirling suppose to prevail north of it. And the mistakes of the Asyndiac are the groundwork of half the children's stories. I have seen nearly all these, and more, ascribed in German to two children, Cordel. Und Michel, whose stupidity has become proverbial in their own land. I am told that schoolboys are conversant with a Greek version, and that they construe a tale of the man who, when asked if his house was a good one, brought one of the stones as a sample. The Asyndiac was once sent by his wife to take her spinning wheel to the turner's to get it mended. In coming back the wind set the wheel in motion, so he threw the whole thing down, saying, "Go, and welcome." He struck across the hills, and reaching home, asked his wife if she had got her wheel yet. "No," said she. "Well, I thought not," said he, "for I took the short cut." 3. A very similar story was told me by an old Highlander in London. An Inverness wife went to market with a creelful of balls of worsted, which she had spent a long time in spinning. As she walked along, one of the balls fell out, and the end being fast to the others, the ball followed, rolling and bumping along the road. The wife turned round, and seeing the ball said, "Oh, you can go alone. Then you may all walk." And she emptied her creel, and tied the ends of the thread to it, and marched into Inverness without ever looking behind her, but when she got there, she had but a revelled hesp. 4. A traveller stopped at his, the Assynt man, house to ask the hour. He lifted a large sundial from its stand, and put it into his lap, that he might see for himself. 5. Seeing a four-wheeled carriage, he exclaimed, "Well done the little wheels, the big ones won't overtake them today." Which story is told of Sir Andrew Wylie in Galt's novel. 6. He once took his child to be baptized. The minister said he doubted if he were fit to hold the child for baptism. "Oh, to be sure I am, though it was as heavy as a stirk." This answer shewing little wit, the minister asked him how many commandments there were. 20, he said boldly. "Oh, that will never do, go back and learn your questions, shorter catechism." Halfway home he met a man. "How many commandments will there be?" "There must be 30, for the minister was not content with 20. He was set to rights on this point, and turning back, it was winter, he thought the clergyman would not refuse him this time. He had slipped the child into his greatcoat sleeve, and tied up the cuff with a string. But the string got loose, and the bairn fell out, and the clever father never heard it, for it fell into a snow wreath. In the church he discovered his loss, and said to the clergyman, "I am very sorry, but not a bit of Kenneth have I, no wise man will ever name an unchristened child. The unlucky infant nearly died in the snow, and I do not know that the sacrament was administered to it." 7. The Assynt man once went to Tain to buy meal. Outside the town, a man asked him if he knew what o'clock it was. "Last time it was 12. If it is striking still, it must be at 50. 8. His wife, like the mother in the story of Michel and Cordelia, had all the wit of the family, and was much distressed at his stupidity and simplicity. He was carrying 2 bags of cheeses to market for her one day, one bag burst, and he saw all the cheeses rolling fast downhill. Pleased at their newly discovered power of locomotion, he undid the second bag, and sent its contents after the first, and walked on himself to market. When he got there, he asked if his dairy stuff had not turned up yet. "No," said the neighbors. So he waited all day, and then returned to tell his wife, who, guessing his mistake, bid him look at the bottom of the hill, where he was enchanted to find the missing cheeses. 9. Seeing a hare for the first time, he backed from it, repeating the Lord's Prayer, till he fell into a duck pond, from which his wife drew him with difficulty. This last adventure is like the 7 Swabians, in Grimm, and that is like the hunting of the hare, a very old ballad. And all this was gathered from people whose names are not given, but who belong to Sutherland, and whose occupations generally are such as to make it probable that their stories are what they profess to be traditions. They are a people whose native language is Gaelic, but who generally speak English. 10. I have another version of the story in Gaelic, from Islay, called Fighedare Mhor Baal Nagallran, the Big Weaver of the Stranger's Town, written by Hector MacLean, from which I translate the following extracts, told by Alexander McAllister. Bowmore. There was a poor woman before now, and she had a son, and he was reckoned a kind of leith-buried half-booby. A ship was broken on the shore, and it was a cargo of wood that was on board, and he stole some plancaken, planks, made into Gaelic, out of her, and he hid them in the sand. Much of the wood was stolen and there was RANNSACADH, a ransacking going on. The carlin knew, nam Fearachur Eud, if they should ask her son if he had stolen the planks, that he would say he had stolen them. So in the morning before he awoke, she put on a pot, and she made milk porridge, and she took the porridge with her, and she sprinkled it on the doors and the doorposts. When her son got up he went out, and he saw the porridge on the door. "What is here?" said he. "Is it thus thou art?" said his mother, "didst thou not notice the shower of milk porridge at all?" "I did not notice it, this is a marvellous thing." "A shower of milk porridge," said the son. On a day after that, all about the place was called on to be questioned about the wood. They asked him if he had stolen much, and he said that he had. When didst thou steal it? Have you any knowledge of the day that the porridge shower was? There is enough. There need not be any more speaking made to thee, be thou gone. At the end of a while, when all talk was past, he went and he took the wood and he made an Nsrabh. For the house, and credhul, a cradle, so that when he should marry and he should have children, that the cradle might be ready. He married, and he was a while married, and he had no children at all. His wife, and his mother-in-law were in with him. On a day that there was, he was weaving, and what should spl, the shuttle, do, but cast meid, a weight into the cradle. His wife got up, and she belaboured her palms, and she roared and she cried. His mother got up, and his mother-in-law, and they belaboured their palms, and they roared and they cried, the booby. Without reason. If he were there he were dead. Was there ever heard tell of a man gun Mohathakad without perception like him? He got up at last, when he was Srbh, worn out, with the roaring and the scolding. There shall not come a stop on my foot, or rest on my head, till I hit upon 3 more silly than you. And he went away. The first fools he met were the same as in the Rossshire version, a man and a woman trying to put a cow on a house top to eat corn, which was growing on the roof. He asked what they would give him if he would make the cow eat it below. And when they said that could not be done, he cut the corn with his knife and threw it down, and got 50 marks. And here let me point out that there is nothing impossible in this nonsense. In the first place, corn and hay do grow on thatched houses in the West Highlands, in Norway, and in Lapland, and it is by no means uncommon to see goats browsing there. I have seen a Lap mowing his crop of hay on the top of the best house in the village of Cailliach, a log house which is occupied in winter and deserted in summer. I helped the people at their hay harvest one day, and tried to teach them the use of a fork. Their manner was to gather as much of the short grass as they could grasp in their arms, and carry it to the end of the field. I and my comrade cut 2 forked sticks, and, beginning at the end of the swathe, pushed the heap before us, doing as much at one journey as the Laps at 6 trips. But we had fallen in with one of the old school. He was an old fellow with long tangled elf locks and a scanty beard, dressed in a deerskin shirt full of holes, and exceedingly mangy, for the hair had been worn off in patches all over. He realized my idea of a seedy brownie, a gruagach with long hair on his head, an old wrinkled face, and his body covered with hair. He gave us one glance of sovereign contempt, his daughter a condescending smile, and then they each gathered another armful of grass, and toddled away, leaving the forked sticks where they were, as new-fangled contrivances. Unworthy of the notice of sensible men. And let any inventor say whether this is not human nature all over the world, but to go on. He went on till he came to some men who were building a dike, with their feet bare. There came a shower of rain, and he sat in the shelter of a dike, and when it was clear they sat there, and there was no talk of getting up. It is astonishing to me, said he, that you should keep on sitting, now that it is dry. It did not astonish me that you should go to shelter in the rain, but it must be that you are not diligent for your master when you are sitting while you ought to be working. That is not it, said they. It is that our legs are all mingled together, and not one of us can recognize our own legs. What will you give me if I make you recognize your own legs? What wilt thou ask? 100 marks. Thou shalt have that Chabu Gima duin Moran Barract. It were no pledge for us by much more to be thus away from our work. He went down to a bramble bush, and he cut one as long and as strong as he could see. He came up and thug ralsad gu math tinora, and he gave a good tight raking at them about their legs, and it was not long till every one knew his own legs. There is a double meaning in this which cannot be translated. To know means also to feel. Though our legs are sore and scratched, said they, it is well for us to be able to go to our work rather than be seated thus. You are strange enough, said he, but I will go further. And then he goes on to a house, and plays tricks to some people there, and says his name is Saw Ye Ever My Like. And when the old man of the house came home, he found his people tied upon tables, and said, What's the reason of this? Saw ye ever my like, said the first. No, never, said he. And went to the second, What's the reason of this, said he. Saw ye ever my like, said the second. I saw thy like in the kitchen, said he, and he went to the third. What is the reason of this, said he. Saw ye ever my like, said the other. I have seen plenty of thy likes, said he, I but never before this day. And then he understood that someone had been playing tricks on his people, and pursued. But the weaver played him a trick, which is almost the same as that which is given in Norse tales as part of the adventures of the master thief, at page 286, second edition. And so here, as in almost every case, the popular tales of the West Highlands join in with those of other countries, and turn out to be as old as the hills. Now surely this has some reason and some foundation in fact. When so many popular tales agree in describing a set of strangers, who were fools, does it not seem as if each land had once been occupied by a race who appeared to the newcomers as foolish as the old Lap haymaker seemed to me? 49. The Cat and the Mouse. You speak of nursery rhymes. The following is a very trifling one, which I remember myself, and have never been able to forget. Hector MacLean, Islay. From Hector MacLean, Islay. 1. Thuart and Luch Beag, S.I. Santol. Day, M. Fauna Th. Era Chat Gloss. Fawn Math is Deaf Shod. Gum Feadad Thusa Tyan a Machine. 2. S. Mhor M. Eagle Rom Na Dubhain Chrome. A Th. Agad and Am Bon Du Chaz. Marb Thursday Mo Fiathrag and Day. S. Fuermi Fine Air Iganaz. 3. Cha Mais a Bha Sin Ach Cat Miki and Rue. A. B. Abhaist a B. Rugad Chayark. Goid I. N. Ks. Bha. S. A. Chlibhrich. SDHith I. N. Ti Ask a Bha. S. A. Frias. Translation. 1. Said the mousey in the hole. What is that purr of the grey cat? A good purr and a pleasant mood. That thou mightest come out of that. 2. Great is my fear for the crooked hooks. That thou hast got in the sole of thy feet. Thou killedst my sister yesterday. And I myself got hardly quit. 3. That was not me, but John Roy's cat. That used to be the hen's distress. She stole the cheese that was in the creel. And ate the fish that was in the press. This old rhyme has become proverbial. A part of it was sent as a proverb from Inverary. 50. The Three Questions. From the Brothers Mac-A-Rusgaich, North Uist, 1859. There was once, long ago, a scholar, and when he had done learning, his master said that he must now answer 3 questions, or have his head taken off. The scholar was to have time to make ready, and being in a great fright, he went to a miller who was the master's brother, and asked his aid. The miller disguised himself and went instead of the scholar, and the first question put to him was this: how many ladders would reach the sky? Now, said the narrator, can you answer that? 1, if it were long enough. That's right. The second was, where is the middle of the world? So the miller laid down a rod, and he said, here, set a hoop about the world, and thou wilt find the middle here. The third was, what is the world's worth? Well, said the miller, the Saviour was sold for 30 pieces of silver, I am sure the world is worth no more. Oh, said the brother who was riding beside us, that's not the way I have heard it. The second was, how long will it take to go round the world? And the miller said, if I were as swift as the sun and moon, I would run it in 24 hours. And the third was, what is my thought? And the miller answered, I can tell, thou thinkest that I am thy scholar, but I am thy brother, the miller. This was told to me September 1st, 1859, in North Uist, as I walked along the road. There are a great many similar wise saws current which are generally fathered on George Buchanan, the tutor of James VI. The following are a few riddles of the same kind, collected at Cailliach, for Osgood Mackenzie, Esq., by Mr. Donald MacDonald. 1. Whether is older, the man or the beard? The beard is the older, for the work of creation was all finished before the man, and the beard was on the goat before the man was. 2. What is the wood that is not bent nor straight? Sawdust. It is neither bent nor straight. This riddle forms part of a very long and curious story which I heard told at Inverary, at Easter, 1859, and which is written down. 3. What is the thing which the Creator never saw, and that kings see but seldom, and that I see every day? There is but one Creator, for that he never saw his like. Kings are but scarce, for that they see each other but rarely. But I see my own like every day that I get up other sinners like myself. The riddle is very well known, but this is another view of it. 4. There were 3 soldiers coming home on furlough, and their 3 wives with them. They came to a river over which there was a ferry, but the boat would take with it but 2 together. The question is, how did they make the passage, for no one of them would trust his wife with another man, unless he was himself beside her. 2 women went over first, one went on shore, and the other came back with the boat, and she took the third with her. One of them went back and she stood beside her own husband. And the 2 husbands of the women who were over went back with the boat. One of them went on shore, and the wife of the man who was in the boat went into her along with him, and they went to the other side. His wife went on shore, and the man who was yonder came in the boat, then the 2 men went over. Then there were 3 men over, and a woman. This woman took over the other women by the way of 1 and 1, and there seemed to be more solutions than one for the problem. This puzzle, in various shapes, is well known, e.g. the fox, the goose, and the bag of corn. Gaelic omitted. The following are a few riddles, collected by Hector MacLean, most of them from a little schoolgirl in Islay. 1. Row and noise and racket. About the market town. It is no bigger than a flea. And money it brings home. Lint seed. Estierum starum sterarake. Air fed a bale margade. Chamoth na dirgan. Is bear dachade ergiad. Fros linseed. 2. 2 feet down and 3 feet up. And the head of the living in the mouth of the dead. A man with a porridge pot on his head. De chas shios s tri chasen schwas. S sina bom bulath merb. Cheon agus poit era chean. 3. I see to me, over the hill. A little one with a cut in his nose. 2 very long teeth in his jaw. And a tatter of tow about his tail. A hare. Chimi thugam darath bane. Fear beag sbm as a shroin. De fiacale fada nature. S serb de blay lin mathoin. Girade. 4. I see to me, over the fall. A little curly hasty one. A tuck of his shirt under his belt. And the full of the world under his power. Death, this portrait varies from the usual sketches. Chimi thugam daran eas. Fear b cornianac cas. Serb da lane fo acryos. Eslon and tseikhale fo a los. Am bas. 5. I see to me, I see from me. 2 miles and 10 over the sea. The man of the green bow tie. And his shirt sewn with a thread of red. The rainbow. Chimi thugam, chimi buam. De mile dug darat chuain. Fearach quatilian yuan. Is snathane dirge at a fuegal alane. Am boga frois. 6. Sheep small, and very small. That have been thrice shorn of all. On the hill that is furthest out. Where every little saint will be. The stars. Keora Mayan, Mayanachag. Aaron trees Lamachag. Aaron T. Sliab is Fademu. Far by Gach Ianichag. Na Riolton. 7. The Bard, the Frenchman. Behind the house a wheezing. The Nettle. The meaning of this is not very clear. An file en mile frengak. Kullantai s srinaitsa. An fiendagagak. 8. A bent crooked stick between two glens. When moves the crooked bent stick. Then move the two glens. Scales and balance. Maid crom cam eater de glean. Mac-A-Rusgaich maid crom cam. Carachade and de glean. Maid is scallon. 9. 3 red kine on the bank of the sea. That never drank a drop of the water of Alba. 3 dogros hips. Tri ba diarga, choice na fairge. Knock d ol dur du dh us alba riab. Tri mucagan failm. There seems to be a pun in this Alba of Scotland or wandering. 10. 3 spotted kine under a stone. A drop of their milk never was milked. 3 snakes. Tri ba break a choice na lika. Knock du bliadnad dur dm bain riab. Tri nethrakian. 11. For shaking and 4 running. 2 finding the way. And 1 roaring. A cow feet utter, eyes, and mouth. Seathrar crith, s seathrar, nan rieth. Dithist at Diarmaid and Rathade. Esicheana, glodhake. A bow. Seether kazan, seether boline, de shul a buell. 12. A little clear house, and its 2 doors shut. An egg. Tai beeg soilier, sadha doris duint. Ob. 13. 2 strings as long as each other. A river's banks. De thad cho fada. De theab na habhan. 14. Rounder than a ball, longer than a ship. A clue. S crew in na ball, s fade na long. Searsel. 15. I can hold it myself in my fist. And 12 men with a rope cannot hold it. An egg. Q made me fine am, dorn e. S cha chum de fear dug air rope. Ob. 16. A great crooked stick in yonder wood. And not a thing in it. But clang bo clang. A weaving loom. Made more cam, sa, choil ud thal. S gun aona mir an. Ach glyong bo glyong. Bert fight. 17. It travels on the little meads. It travels on the midden steads. It travels on the lengthened rigs. And home it cometh late at night. The reaping hook. Siablade na lunigan. Siablade na branagan. Siablade en tiamire fada. S thig dachade enmach. And corin buana. 18. Clean sour, salt or of the field, water without brine or salt. Water in a field. There is a pun which cannot be rendered. Wischt glan goirt gun sali gun salen. Uis and in clasichina goirt. 19. A rod in the wood of McAllister. And neither yew nor ivory. Nor tree of wood in the universe. And the deuce take him that it measures not. A snake. Slat and coil mikalastair. S cha en yubhar I, s cha en bibhar I. S cha crayab de dh, fiat and domhain I. S and diaman aaron fear knock tomhais I. Nat hair. 20. A black cock is in yonder town. Feather black, feather brown. Feathers 12 in the point of his wing. And more than 60, thirsts, in his back. A bottle of whiskey, the pun is on it, a feather or thirst. Coilech dub a, bale, ud thal. It dub is it don. De it dug am bara skeeth. S sorar is tri fishid, na dryam. Bot all wischt betha. 21. Guess, whelp, son of guessing. 12 chains in the very middle. 4 ties, guess. A team of horses. Tom a twillion, ic thom. De Chlibhrich dug, Sanntraigh medhoin. Seether chinhail tom. And Sanntraigh. Sanntraigh means, literally, a team of 6 horses, and this seems to be the sense of the puzzle. 22. A little bit cogie in yonder wood. Its mouth below, and it spills no drop. A cow's udder. Myodoran beag, sa choil ud thol. Sa bull foid, cha doirt dur. Uth na boin. 23. A little gold well in the midst of this town. 3 golden ends and a cover of glass. A watch. Tabaran oyer am mead hana bailso. Tri chin oyer is kamla gloinris. Ridere. 24. Clattering without, clattering within. A box 4-cornered, and brimful of clattering. A weaver's shuttle. Gliagaran amu, gliagaran astai. Boxa seether chirnak se lon gliagaran. Spal fig heder. 25. No bigger it is than a barleycorn. And it will cover the board of the king. The stone, apple, of the eye. Chamoth na grainianiorna. Condicade board and rye. Clatch na sol. 26. A small wife come to this town. And well she makeseth drandon. A cap of the chachalane on. And yellow coat of blanket. A bee. Bean biga, tie and do en bail so. Esker math a ni drandon. Currict du en cho, chulanura. Escoda bid plangade. Celian. 27. A small wife coming to this town. And Creagada Krieg in her back. Feet on her, and she handless. And loads of chaff in her chest. A hen. Bean biga, tie and do en bail so. Es Creagada Krieg amuin. Kazan ura, si gun lamhan. Es ultican cathod, na achucht. Cirque. 28. A shaving upon the floor. And well it makes a humming. A yard of the Saxon yew. And bow of the yew of France. The fiddle. Sliceag Aaron Erler. Esker math a ni drandon. Slat en yubhar shasanak. A es boga en yubhar frangak. An fidheel. 29. It came out of flesh, and has no flesh within. It tells a story without ever a tongue. A pen. Thanig a fioil, es cha en il fioil an. Insid neghect es gun tina na chean. Pian. 30. A golden candlestick on a 2-leaved board. Guess it now, come quickly guess it. Death. Coinlier oyer board de Schleizig. Tomheise nise, s Tomheise guklis e. Am bas. 31. A black horse and a brown horse, soul to soul. Swifter is the black horse than the brown. Water and the mill wheel. Each dub is each don bon re bon. S luath nt each dub na nt each don. And tiwisch s rotha mwillen. 32. 12 brethren in one bed. And no one of them at the front or the wall. Spokes of the spinning wheel. De brathair dug, san aeon liba. S gun haon din aigia, bangid na aig abala. Roth na quibhilak. 33. 3 whales so black, 3 whales colored. Whale in the east, whale in the west, and punish him that guesses not. Waves. Try mukin dubba, try mukin datha. Muckin ear, smuc in yar, spien aaron fear nok tomheis e. Na tun nan. 34. A small house out in the west. And 500 doors in it. A sieve. Tai Beag San Erden Yar. Es Coig Syad Doruz Air. Ruadil. 35. It is higher than the king's house. It is finer than silk. Smoke. Es Erd E Na Tayan Rai. Es Min E Na En Syota. And Toit. 36. The son on the housetop. And the father unborn. Smoke before flame. Am Mac Muin and Tai. San Tiathair Gun Breath. And Toit Mayan Gab and Gilpan. 37. A man went eyeless to a tree where there were apples. He didn't leave apples on it, and he didn't take apples off. There were two, and he took one. Chade Fear Gun Sway Lean Ian Suet Crayab Air and Rob Ublin. Cha D Fag E Ublin Ura S Cha D Thug E Ublin Dith. Say de Ubhul a Bh Era Crayab S Thug Eha on Lays. 38. Tatamon, little black man. 3 feet under, and bonnet of wood. A potato, pot with the lid in. Tatamon, duin beeg dug. Tri chasen foid, agus boiniad de dh fiad. Poit agus broad yunt. 39. I went to the wood and I sought it not. I sat on a hill and I found it not. And because I found it not, I took it home with me. A thorn in the foot. Chade me, en choil, es cha di, yar me e. Shuid me knock, es cha di, fuer me e. Son knock di, fuer me e thug me leam de chade e. Beer en coys. 40. A waveless well, it holds its fill of flesh and blood. A tailor's thimble. Tobar gun ton, cumade e lon de dh fuel, a de dh fioil. Murin tailor. 41. Blackie, out at the door and a human bone in her mouth. A shoe on a foot. Dubhag mock and Dorist s name duin na buel. Brog air coys. 42. Red below, black in the middle, and white above. Fire, griddle, and oatcake. Dirge foid, dug nam hedhan, s geel as a cayenne. And Gilbhan, a gridial, a entieran. 43. I can go over on a bridge of glass. And I can come over on a bridge of glass. And if the glass bridge break, there's none in Islay, nor in Erin. Who can mend the bridge of glass? Ice. Thade me none air drocade gloin. S thig me null air drocade gloin. S ma bristias and drocade gloin. Cha, en, isle na, en Erin. Na charis and drocade gloin. Ithiandak. 44. A brown stag in the hill, and his car on fire. The gun. Dam don sa bane sa cluas ra thenid. And Ghana. 45. I will go out between two woods. And I will come in between two locks. A pair of pails. Thade me mock eater dh fiad. S thig me sty eater dh lock. Na quinigan. 46. A green gentlewoman behind the door. A broom, usually made of a bunch of some plant. Bean nasal uin cullen doroist. And guys squabade. 47. Wiggle waggle about the river. Iron its head, horse its neck. Man its tail. A fishing rod. Dryabhal drabhal fed na achabhan, iron a chayan. Each a muinial dwin a thon. Slat iascake. 48. A sharp sheep, and her entrails trailing. A big needle. Keora Biarak, sa Myanak slotted writhe. Swat had more. 49. A red sheep, red mad. The tongue. Keora dirg, Aaron dirge choithich. And Tina. 50. I have a puzzle for thee. It isn't thy hair, and it isn't thy locks. It isn't a bit of the bits of thy trunk. It is upon thee, and thou art no heavier. The man's name, the Gaelic expression being, what name is upon thee? The Toimsigan aga mort. Cha en si tifiana, s cha en e tifalt. Cha en e bal de balabe du chwerp. S the e ord s cha truamid Thursday e. Ain duin. Got these puzzles, riddles, or Toimsigan, from Flora McIntyre, and a little girl, Catherine MacArthur, at Ballygrant, 12 years of age. Glossary. Air and T-Sliabai s Fademew, the farthest off hill or mountain. Bum, a piece or bit. Blay lin, linen cloth. Brinagan, this word may mean every filthy piece of ground over which the sickle passes. Cathod, gen of caith, corn seeds. Siair, the forepart of the jams. Coatilian, a garment somewhat of one piece, serving as the whole clothes, or perhaps a little boat or skiff, which suggests the form of the rainbow. Cas, fast. Quernianac, curled in ringlets. File or isle, or perhaps ibheel or ibel, an ember. Ionichag may be Aonichag, from Aeon, a solitary little thing. Lamachag, a bareness, from Lam. Los, power of destruction. It will be observed that these riddles are all of a peculiar kind, such as the well-known Polly with a white petticoat and a red nose. The longer she stands, the shorter she grows. J.F.C. 51, the fair Gruagach, son of the king of Erin. From Alexander MacNeill, fisherman, Tentang Val, Barra. The fair chief, son of the king of Erin, went away with his great company to hold court, and keep company with him. A woman met him, whom they called the Dame of the Fine Green Kirtle. She asked him to sit a while to play at the cards, and they sat to play the cards, and the fair chief drove the game against the Dame of the Fine Green Kirtle. Ask the fruit of the game, said the wife of the Fine Green Kirtle. I think that thou hast not got a fruit, I know not of it, said the fair chief, son of the king of Erin. On the morrow be thou here, and I will meet thee, said the Dame of the Fine Green Kirtle. I will be here, said the fair chief. On the morrow he met her, and they began at the cards, and she won the game. Ask the fruit of the game, said the fair chief. I, said the Dame of the Fine Green Kirtle, am laying thee under spells, and under crosses, under holy herdsmen of quiet travelling, wandering women, the little calf, most feeble and powerless. To take thy head and thine ear and thy wearing of life from off thee, if thou takest rest by night or day. Where thou takest thy breakfast that thou take not thy dinner, and where thou takest thy dinner that thou take not thy supper, in whatsoever place thou be, until thou findest out in what place I may be under the 4 brown quarters of the world. 84. She took a napkin from her pocket, and she shook it, and there was no knowing what side she had taken, or whence she came. He went home heavily minded, black sorrowfully. He put his elbow on the board, and his hand under his cheek, and he let out a sigh. What is it that ails thee, son, said the king of Erin? Is it under spells that thou art? But notice them not, I will raise thy spells off thee. I have a smithy on shore, and ships on sea, so long as gold or silver lasts me, stock or dwelling, I will set it to thy losing till I raise these spells off thee. Thou shalt not set them, said he, and, father, thou art high-minded. Thou wouldst set that away from thyself, and thou wilt lose all that might be there. Thou wilt not raise the spells, thy kingdom will go to want and to poverty, and that will not raise the spells, and thou wilt lose thy lot of men. But keep thou thy lot of men by thyself, and if I go I shall but lose myself. So it was in the morning of the morrow's day he went away without dog, without man, without calf, without child. He was going, and journeying. There was blackening on his soles, and holes in his shoes, the black clouds of night coming, and the bright, quiet clouds of the day going away, and without his finding a place of staying, or rest for him. He spent a week from end to end without seeing house or castle, or any one thing. He was grown sick, sleepless, restless, meatless, drinkless, walking all the week. He gave a glance from him, and what should he see but a castle? He took towards it, and round about it, and there was not so much as an auger hole in the house. His dudum and his dadum fell with trouble and wandering, and he turned back, heavily minded, black sorrowfully. He was taking up before him, and what should he hear behind him but a shout? Fair chief, son of the king of Erin, return, there is the feast of a day and year awaiting thee, the meat thou thinkest not of, and the drink thou thinkest not of. The meat thou thinkest on, and the drink thou thinkest on, and he returned. There was a door for every day in the year in the house, and there was a window for every day in the year in it. It was a great marvel for him, the house that he himself had gone round about, and without so much as an auger hole in it, that door and window should be in it for every day in the year when he came back. He took into it. Meat was set in its place for using, drink in its place of drinking, music in its place for hearing, and they were plying the feast and the company with solace and pleasure of mind, himself and the fine damsel that cried after him in the palace. A bed was made for him in the castle, with pillows, with a hollow in the middle, warm water was put on his feet, and he went to lie down. When he rose up in the morning, the board was set over with each meat that was best. And he was thus for a time without his feeling the time pass by. She stood in the door. Fair chief, son of the king of Erin, in what state dost thou find thyself, or how art thou? Said the damsel of the castle. I am well, said he. Dost thou know at what time thou camest here? Said she. I think I shall complete a week, if I be here this day, said he. A quarter is just out today, said she. Thy meat, thy drink, or thy bed will not grow a bit the worse than they are till it pleases thyself to return home. There he was by himself till he was thinking that he had a month out. At this time she stood in the door. Yes. Fair chief, how dost thou find thyself this day? Said she. Right well, said he. In what mind dost thou find thyself? Said she. I will tell thee that, said he. If my two hands could reach yonder peaked hill, that I would set it on yon other bluff hill. Dost thou know at what time thou camest hither? Said she. I am thinking that I have completed a month here, said he. The end of the 2 years is out just this day, said she. I will not believe that the man ever came on the surface of the world that would gain victory of myself in strength or lightness, said he. Thou art silly, said she. There is a little band here which they call in Finn, the Iain, and they will get victory of thee. The man never came of whom they would not get victory. Morsel I will not eat, draught I will not drink, sleep there will not come on my eye, till I reach where they are, and I know who they are, said he. Fair chief, be not so silly, and let that lightness pass from thy head. Stay as thou art, for I know thou wilt return, said she. I will not make stay by night or day, until I reach them, said he. The day is soft and misty, said she, and thou art setting it before thee that thou wilt go. The Feen are in such a place, and they have a net fishing trout. Thou shalt go over where they are. Thou wilt see the Feen on one side, and Finn alone on the other side. Thou shalt go where he is, and thou shalt bless him. Finn will bless thee in the same way, thou shalt ask service from him, he will say that he has no service for thee, now that the Feen are strong enough, and he will not put a man out. He will say, what name is upon thee? Thou shalt answer, the name thou didst never hide, and Gruagach ban me Ryaran. Finn will say then, though I should not want of a man, why should I not give service to the son of thy father? Be not high-minded amongst the Feenton. Come now, and thou shalt have a napkin that is here, and thou shalt say to Finn, whether thou be alive or dead to put thee in it when comes its need. He went away, and he reached the place where the Feen were. He saw them there fishing trout, the rest on the one side, and Finn on the other side alone. He went where Finn was, and he blessed him. Finn blessed him in words that were no worse. I heard that there were such men, and I came to you to seek hire from you, said the fair chief. Well, then, I have no need of a man at the time, said Finn. What name is upon thee? My name I never hid. The Gruagach Ban, son of the king of Erin, said he. Bad. Bad. For all the ill luck that befell me. Where I got my nourishment young, and my dwelling for my old age, who should get service unless thy father's son should get it? But be not high-minded amongst the Fianton, said Finn. Come hither and catch the end of the net, and drag it along with me. He began dragging the net with the Fian. He cast an eye above him, and what should he see but a deer? Were it not better for the like of you, such swift, strong, light, young men to be hunting yonder deer, than to be fishing any one pert trout that is here? And that a morsel of fish or a mouthful of juice will not satisfy you rather than yonder creature up above you, a morsel of whose flesh, and a mouthful of whose broth will suffice you, said the fair chief, son of the king of Erin. If yonder beast is good, we are 7 times tired of him, said Finn, and we know him well enough. Well, I heard myself that there was one man of you called Luathas, swiftness, that could catch the swift March wind, and the swift March wind could not catch, said the fair chief. Since it is thy first request, we will send to seek him, said Finn. He was sent for, and Caolt came. The fair chief shouted to him. There is the matter I have for thee, said the Gruagach, to run the deer that I saw yonder above. The fair chief came amongst our company this day, and his advice may be taken the first day. He gave a glance from him, and he saw a deer standing above us. He said it was better for our like of swift, strong, light men to be hunting the deer, than to be fishing any one pert trout that is here, and thou wilt go and chase the deer. Well, then, many is the day that I have given to chasing him, and it is little I have for it but my grief that I never got a hold of him, said Caolt. Caolt went away, and he took to speed. How will Caolt be when he is at his full speed? Said the fair chief. There will be 3 heads on Caolt when he is at his full speed, said Finn. And how many heads will there be on the deer, said the chief. There will be 7 heads on him when he is at full swiftness, said Finn. 85. What distance has he before he reaches the end of his journey, said the chief. It is 7 glens and 7 hills, and 7 summer seats, said Finn. He has that to make before he reaches a place of rest. Let us take a hand at dragging the net, said the chief. The fair chief gave a glance from him, and he said to Finn, Iain, son of Cumhale, put thy finger under thy knowledge tooth, to see what distance Caolt is from the deer. Finn put his finger under his knowledge tooth. There are 2 heads on Caolt, and on the deer there are but 2 heads yet, said Finn. How much distance have they put past, said the fair chief. 2 glens and 2 hills. They have 5 unpassed still, said Finn. Let us take a hand at fishing the trout, said the fair chief. When they had been working a while, the fair chief gave a glance from him. Finn, son of Cumhal, said he, put thy finger under thy knowledge tooth to see what distance Caolt is from the deer. There are 3 heads on Caolt, and 4 heads on the deer, and Caolt is at full speed, said Finn. How many glens and hills and summer seats are before them, said the chief. There are 4 behind them, and 3 before them, said Finn. Let us take a hand at fishing the trout, said the fair chief. They took a while at fishing the trout. Finn, son of Cumhal, said the chief, what distance is still before the deer before he reaches the end of his journey? 1 glen and 1 hill, and 1 summer seat, said Finn. He threw the net from him, and he took to speed. He would catch the swift March wind, and the swift March wind could not catch him, till he caught Caolt. He took past him, and he left his blessing with him. Going over by the ford of Sruth Ruad, the deer gave a spring, the fair chief gave the next spring, and he caught the deer by the hinder shank, and the deer gave a roar, and the carlin cried. Who seized the beast of my love? It is I, said the fair chief, the son of the king of Erin. Oh, Gruagach Ban, son of the king of Erin, let him go, said the carlin. I will not let him go, he is my own beast now, said the Gruagach. Give me the full of my fist of his bristles, or a handful of his food, or a mouthful of his broth, or a morsel of his flesh, said the carlin. Any one share thou gettest not, said he. The Feen are coming, said she, and Finn at their head, and there shall not be one of them that I do not bind back to back. Do that, said he, but I am going away. He went away, and he took the deer with him, and he was taking on before him till the Iain met him. Iain, son of Cumhal, keep that, said he, as he left the deer with Finn. Finn, son of Cumhal, sat at the deer, and the fair chief went away. He reached the smithy of the 27 smiths. He took out 3 iron hoops out of it for every man that was in the Iain, Finn. He took with him a hand hammer, and he put 3 hoops about the head of every man that was in the Iain, and he tightened them with the hammer. The carlin came out, and let out a great screech. Iain, son of Cumhal, let hither to me the creature of my love. The highest hoop that was on the Feenton burst with the screech. She came out the second time, and she let out the next yell, and the second hoop burst. Was not the carlin terrible? She went home, and she was not long within when she came the third time, and she let out the third yell, and the third hoop burst. She went and she betook herself to a wood, she twisted a withy from the wood, she took it with her. She went over, and she bound every man of the Feantakian back to back, but Finn. The fair chief laid his hand on the deer, and he flayed it. He took out the grr, and every bit of the inside, he cut a turf, and he buried them under the earth. He set a cauldron in order, and be put the deer in the cauldron, and fire at it to cook it. Iain, son of Cumhal, said the fair chief, whether wouldst thou rather go to fight the carlin, or stay to boil the cauldron? Well, then, said Finn, the cauldron is hard enough to boil. If there be a morsel of the flesh uncooked, the deer will get up as he was before, and if a drop of the broth goes into the fire, he will arise as he was before. I would rather stay and boil the cauldron. The carlin came. Iain, son of Cumhal, said she, give me my fist full of bristles, or a squeeze of my fist of grr, or else a morsel of his flesh, or else a gulp of the broth. I myself did not do a thing about it, and with that I have no order to give it away, said Finn. Here then the fair chief and the carlin began at each other, they would make a bog on the rock and a rock on the bog. In the place where the least they would sink to the knees, in the place where the most they would sink to the eyes. Art thou satisfied with the sport, Iain, son of Cumhal, said the fair chief. It is long since I was satiated with that, said Finn. There will be a chance to return it now, said the chief. He seized the carlin, and he struck her a blow of his foot in the crook of the hough, and he felled her. Iain, son of Cumhal, shall I take her head off, said the chief. I don't know, said Finn. Iain, son of Cumhal, said she, I am laying thee under crosses, and under spells, and under holy herdsmen of quiet travelling, wandering woman, the little calf, most powerless, most uncouth, to take thy head and thine ear. And thy life's wearing off, unless thou be as a husband, 3 hours before the day comes, with the wife of the tree lion. 86. I, said the fair chief, am laying thee under crosses and under spells, under holy herdsmen of quiet travelling, wandering woman, the little calf most powerless and most uncouth, to take thy head and thine ear, and thy life's wearing off. Unless thou be with a foot on either side of the ford of Struth-Ruad, and every drop of the water flowing through thee. He arose, and he let her stand up. Raise thy spells from off me, and I will raise them from off him, said the carlin. Neither will I lift nor lay down, but so, howsoever we may be, thou comest not. The fair chief went and he took off the cauldron, he seized a fork and a knife, and he put the fork into the deer, he seized the knife and he cut a morsel out of it, and he ate it. He caught a turf, and cut it, and he laid that on the mouth of the cauldron. Iain, son of Cumhal, it is time for us to be going, said he, art thou good at horsemanship? I could hit upon it, said Finn. He caught hold of a rod, and he gave it to Finn. Strike that on me, said he. Finn struck the rod on him and made him a brown ambler. Now, get on top of me, said the chief. Finn got on him. Be pretty watchful, I am at thee. He gave that spring and he went past 9 ridges, and Finn stood, fast, on him. She gave the next spring and she went past 9 other ridges and Finn stood fast on her. He took to speed. He would catch the swift March wind, and the swift March wind could not catch him. There is a little town down here, said the ambler, and go down and take with thee 3 stoups of wine and 3 wheaten loaves, and thou shalt give me a stoup of wine and a wheaten loaf, and thou shalt comb me against the hair. And with the hair. Finn got that and they reached the wall of the Tree Lion. Come on the ground, Iain, son of Campbell, and give me a stoup of wine and a wheaten loaf. Finn came down and he gave him a stoup of wine and a wheaten loaf. Comb me now against the hair, and comb me with the hair. He did that. Take care of thyself, said the ambler. Then she leaped, and she put 1/3 of the wall below her, and there were 2/3 above, and she returned. Give me another stoup of wine and another wheaten loaf, and comb me against the hair, and comb me with the hair. He did that. Take care of thyself, for I am for thee now, said the ambler. She took the second spring, and she put 2/3 of the wall below her, and there was 1/3 over her head, and she returned. Give me another stoup of wine and a wheaten loaf, and comb me against the hair, and with the hair. He did that. Take care of thyself, for I am for thee now, said she. She took a spring, and she was on the top of the wall. The matter is well before thee, Iain, said the ambler, the Tree Lion is from home. He went home. My chief, and all hail, were before him, meat and drink were set before him, he rested that night, and he was with the wife of the Tree Lion 3 hours before the day. So early as his eye saw the day, earlier than that he arose, and he reached the ambler, the Gruagach ban, and they went away. Said the fair chief, the Tree Lion is from home, anything that passed she will not hide. He is coming after us, and he will not remember his book of witchcraft, and since he does not remember the book of witchcraft, it will go with me against him, but if he should remember the book, the people of the world could not withstand him. He has every Diarmaid magic, and he will spring as a bull when he comes, and I will spring as a bull before him, and the first blow I give him, I will lay his head on his side, and I will make him roar. Then he will spring as an Iseal, ass, and I will spring as an ass before him, and the first thrust I give him I will take a mouthful out of him, between flesh and hide as it may be. Then he will spring as a hawk in the heavens. I will spring as a hawk in the wood, and the first stroke I give him, I will take his heart and his liver out. I will come down afterwards, and thou shalt seize that napkin yonder, and thou shalt put me in the napkin, and thou shalt cut a turf, and thou shalt put the napkin under the earth, and thou shalt stand upon it. Then the wife of the Tree Lion will come, and thou standing on the top of the turf, and I under thy feet. And she with the book of witchcraft on her back in a hay band, and she will say, Iain, son of Campbell, man that never told a lie, tell me who of the people of the world killed my comrade. And thou shalt say I know not above the earth who killed thy comrade. She will go away and take to speed with her weeping cry. When they were on forward a short distance, whom saw they coming but the Tree Lion? He became a bull. The fair chief became a bull before him, and the first blow he struck him he laid his head on his side, and the Tree Lion gave out a roar. Then he sprung as an ass, the fair chief sprung as an ass before him, and at the first rush he gave towards him he took a mouthful between flesh and skin. The Tree Lion then sprang as a hawk in the heavens, the fair chief sprang as a hawk in the wood, and he took the heart and liver out of him. The fair chief fell down afterwards, Finn seized him and he put him into the napkin, and he cut a turf, and he put the napkin under the earth, and the turf upon it, and he stood on the turf. The wife of the Tree Lion came, and the book of witchcraft was on her back in a hay band. Iain, son of Campbell, man that never told a lie, who killed my comrade? I know not above the earth, who killed thy comrade, said Finn. And she went away in her weeping cry, and she betook herself to distance. He caught hold of the fair chief and he lifted him with him, and he reached the castle in which was the dame of the fine green kirtle. He reached her that into her hand. She went down with it, and she was not long down when she came up where he was. Iain, son of Campbell, the Gruagach Ban, son of the king of Erin, is asking for thee. That is the news I like best of all I ever heard, that the fair chief is asking for me, said Finn. She set meat and drink before them, and they would not eat a morsel nor drink a drop till they should eat their share of the deer with the rest at Sruth-Ruaid. They reached the place where the een were bound, and they loosed every single one of them, and they were hungry enough. The fair chief set the deer before them, and they left of the deer thrice as much as they ate. I should go to tell my tale, said the fair chief. He reached the carlin at the ford of Sruth-Ruaid, and he began to tell the tale how it befell him. Every tale he would tell her she would begin to rise. Every time she would begin to rise he would seize her, and he would crush her bones, and he would break them until he told his lot of tales to her. When he had told them he returned, and he reached the een back again. Finn went with him to the castle of the dame of the fine green kirtle. Blessing be with thee, een, son of Cumul, said the fair chief, son of the king of Erin, I have found all I sought a sight of each matter and of each thing, and now I will be returning home to the palace of my own father. It is thus thou art about to leave me, after each thing I have done for thee, thou wilt take another one, and I shall be left alone. Is that what thou sayest? Said he, if I thought that might be done, I never saw of married women or maidens that I would take rather than thee, but I will not make wedding or marrying here with thee, but thou shalt do to the palace of my father with me. They went to the palace of his father, himself and the dame of the fine green kirtle, and Finn. A churchman was got, and the fair chief and the dame of the fine green kirtle married. A hearty, jolly, joyful wedding was made for them. Music was raised and lament laid down. Meat was set in the place for using, and drink in the place for drinking, and music in the place for hearing, and they were plying the feast and the company until that wedding was kept up for a day and a year, with solace and pleasure of mind. Gaelic omitted. Alexander MacNeill, fisherman. Ten Tangval, Bara. This is another specimen of what is called Seneca's one of those old Highland stories which in their telling resemble no others. Finn and his comrades are mentioned as England is by Americans. They are the greatest of heroes, but only act as foils to one still greater. The Britishers whop the world, and we whop the Britishers, says the Americans. And Gruagach Ban, the Irish chief, beats the Fingalians, who beat the world. It seems hopeless to search for the original of this, unless it is to be found in mythology. The history of the island of Bara, and the name of the place where the story was told, suggest a mixture of Norse and Celtic mythology as the most probable. Finn and his comrades are clearly Celtic worthies, and though they are usually brought clown to be militia raised in Ireland by a particular Irish king, at a certain date, I strongly suspect them to be divinities in disguise. The leader at one end of the net and all his comrades at the other, has a parallel in the Edda, page 76, Dason's translation. When the net was made ready, then fared the Asa to the river, and cast the net into the force. Thor held one end and the other held all the Asa, and so they drew the net. And in other stories Finn has part of the gear of Thor in the shape of a hammer, whose stroke was heard over Erin and Lachlan, and which surely was a thunderbolt rather than the whistle of a militiaman. Finn, too, has the character of the leader in all the old Western romances, and in all mythology of which I know anything. He is the chief, but he is not the strongest, he is the wisest, but there is always some power wiser and stronger than him. The dame of the fine green kirtle, and the carlin with the wonderful deer, were both able to perform feats which the fiend could not equal, and they with their magic arts overcame the heroes, as the Fates ruled Jupiter and the Nornir ruled men. Though there were Greek and Norse gods and goddesses in plenty. So King Arthur was chief but not the most valiant, the wisest but not the best of his time. And so in the Nibelungen Lied there was always a hero greater than the great man. And here seems to be something of the same kind in this Gaelic story. The wife of the tree lion in her magic castle, and the leaping man in disguise, who carries the wooer, are characters which may be traced in the old German romance, and the incidents have a parallel in the Volsung tale. As its outline is given in the Norse tales. There, too, is a lady to be won, and an obstacle to be surmounted, and a steed which springs over it, and a disguised worthy, more valiant than the chief. The transformation into many shapes is a very common incident in Gaelic tales. It is common to Norse, to Mr. Peter Buchan's Scotch MS collection, and is somewhat like a story in the Arabian Nights where a princess fights a genius. The Dame of the Fine Green Kirtle is a common character in Gaelic tales. In Sutherland she was mentioned as seen about hills. She is always possessed of magic powers, and I know nothing like her in other collections. The Carlin with the deer is to be traced in the Irish tales published by Mr. Simpson, and in Breton tales and poems, and in Welsh stories. And she is at least as old as Diana and the sacred hind with golden horns and brazen feet, which Hercules caught after a year's chase, which Diana snatched from him, reprimanding him severely for molesting an animal sacred to her. 52. The Knight of the Red Shield. From John MacGillivray, Colonsay. There was before now a king of Erin, and he went himself, and his people, and his warriors, and his nobles, and his great gentles, to the hill of hunting and game. They sat on a hillock coloured green colour, where the sun would rise early, and where she would set late. Said the one of swifter mouth than the rest. Who now in the 4 brown 87 quarters of the universe would have the heart to put an affront and disgrace on the king of Erin, and he in the midst of the people, and the warriors, great gentles, and nobles of his own realm. Are ye not silly, said the king, he might come, one who should put an affront and disgrace on me, and that ye could not pluck the worst hair in his beard out of it. It was thus it was. They saw the shadow of a shower coming from the western airt 88 and going to the eastern airt, and a rider of a black filly coming cheerily after it. As it were a warrior on the mountain shore. As a star over sparklings 89. As a great sea over little pools. As a smith's smithy coal, being quenched at the river side. So would seem the men and women of the world beside him. In figure, in shape, in form, and in visage. Then he spoke to them in the understanding, quieting, truly wise words of real knowledge. And before there was any more talk between them, he put over the fist and he struck the king between the mouth and the nose, and he drove out 3 of his teeth, and he caught them in his fist, and he put them in his pouch, and he went away. Did not I say to you, said the king, that one might come who should put an affront and disgrace on me, and that you could not pluck the worst hair in his beard out of it? Then his big son, the knight of the cairn, swore that he wouldn't eat meat, and that he wouldn't drink draught, and that he would not hearken to music, until he should take off the warrior that struck the fist on the king. The head that designed to do it. Well, said the knight of the sword, the very same for me, until I take the hand that struck the fist on the king from off the shoulder. There was one man with them there in the company, whose name was Mac-A-Rusgaich the son of the Green Spring by valour. The very same for me, said he, until I take out of the warrior who struck the fist on the king, the heart that thought on doing it. Thou nasty creature, said the knight of the cairn, what should bring thee with us? When we should go to valour, thou wouldst turn to weakness, thou wouldst find death in boggy moss, or in rifts of rock, or in a land of holes, or in the shadow of a wall, or in some place. Be that as it will, but I will go, said the son of the Green Spring by valour. The king's 2 sons went away. Glance that the knight of the cairn gave behind him, he sees the son of the Green Spring by valour following them. What, said the knight of the cairn to the knight of the sword, shall we do to him? Do, said the knight of the sword, sweep his head off. Well, said the knight of the cairn, we will not do that. But there is a great crag of stone up here, and we will bind him to it. I am willing to do that same, said the other. They bound him to the crag of stone to leave him till he should die, and they went away. Glance that the knight of the cairn gave behind him again, he sees him coming in the crag upon him. Dost thou not see that one coming again, and the crag upon him, said the knight of the cairn to the knight of the sword. What shall we do to him? It is to sweep the head off him, and not let him come further, said the knight of the sword. We will not do that, said the knight of the cairn, but we will turn back and loose the crag off him. It is but a sorry matter for 2 full heroes like us, though he should be with us, he will make a man to polish a shield, or blow a fire heap or something. They loosed him, and they let him come with them. Then they went down to the shore. Then they got the ship, which was called an Ubrach Bralach, the speckled barge. 90. They put her out, and they gave her prow to sea, and her stern to shore. They hoisted the speckled, flapping, bare-topped sails up against the tall, tough, splintery masts. They had a pleasant little breeze as they might choose themselves. Would bring heather from the hill, leaf from grove, willow from its roots. Would put thatch of the houses in furrows of the ridges. The day that neither the son nor the father could do it. That same was neither little nor much for them. But using it and taking it as it might come. The sea plunging and surging. The red sea the blue sea lashing. And striking hither and thither about her planks. The whirled dun whelk that was down on the ground of the ocean. Would give a snag on her gunwale and crack on her floor. She would cut a slender oaten straw with the excellence of her going. They gave 3 days driving her thus. I myself am growing tired of this, said the knight of the cairn to the knight of the sword, it seems to me time to get news from the mast. Thou thyself are the most greatly beloved here, O knight of the cairn, and shew that thou wilt have honour going up, and if thou goest not up, we will have the more sport with thee, said the son of the green spring by valour. Up went the knight of the cairn with a rush, and he fell down clatter in a faint on the deck of the ship. It is ill thou hast done, said the knight of the sword. Let us see if thyself be better, and if thou be better, it will be shown that thou wilt have more will to go on, or else we will have the more sport with thee, said the son of the green spring by valour. Up went the knight of the sword, and before he had reached but half the mast, he began squealing, and he could neither go up nor come down. Thou hast done as thou wert asked. And thou hast shewed that thou hadst the more respect for going up, and now thou canst not go up, neither canst thou come down. No warrior was I nor half a warrior, and the esteem of a warrior was not mine at the time of leaving. I was to find death in boggy moss, or in rifts of rock, or in the shade of a wall, or in some place, and it were no effort for me to bring news from the mast. Thou great hero, said the knight of the cairn, try it. A great hero am I this day, but not when leaving the town, said the son of the green spring by valour. He measured a spring from the ends of his spear to the points of his toes, and he was up in the crosstrees in a twinkling. What art thou seeing, said the knight of the cairn. It is too big for a crow, and it is too little for land, said he. Stay, as thou hast to try if thou canst know what it is, said they to him, and he stayed so for a while. 91. What art thou seeing now, said they to him. It is an island and a hoop of fire about it, flaming at either end, and I think that there is not one warrior in the great world that will go over the fire, said he. Unless 2 heroes such as we go over it, said they. I think that it was easier for you to bring news from the mast than to go in there, said he. It is no reproach, said the knight of the cairn. It is not. It is truth, said the son of the green spring by valour. They reached the windward side of the fire, and they went on shore. And they drew the speckled barge up her own 7 lengths on grey grass, with her mouth under her, where the scholars of a bio town could neither make ridicule, scoffing, or mockery of her. They blew up a fire heap, and they gave 3 days and 3 nights resting their weariness. At the end of the 3 days they began at sharpening their arms. I, said the knight of the cairn, am getting tired of this. It seems to me time to get news from the isle. Thou art thyself the most greatly beloved here, said the son of the green spring by valour, and go the first and try what is the best news that thou canst bring to us. The knight of the cairn went and he reached the fire. And he tried to leap over it, and down he went into it to his knees, and he turned back, and there was not a slender hair or skin between his knees and his ankles, that was not in a crumpled fold about the mouth of the shoes. He's bad, said the knight of the sword. Let us see if thou art better thyself, said the son of the green spring by valour. Shew that thou wilt have the greater honour going on, or else we will have the more sport with thee. The knight of the sword went, and he reached the fire, and he tried to leap over it, and down he went into it to the thick end of the thigh. And he turned back, and there was no slender hair or skin between the thick end of the thigh and the ankle that was not in a crumpled fold about the mouth of the shoes. Well, said the son of the green spring by valour, no warrior was I leaving the town, in your esteem, and if I had my choice of arms and armour of all that there are in the great world, it were no effort for me to bring news from the isle. If we had that thou shouldst have it, said the knight of the cairn. Knight of the cairn, thine own arms and armour are the second that I would rather be mine, of all, in the great world, although thou thyself art not the second best warrior in it, said the son of the green spring by valour. It is my own arms and array that are easiest to get, said the knight of the cairn, and thou shalt have them, but I should like that thou wouldst be so good as to tell me what other arms or array are better than mine. There are the arms and array of the great son of the sons of the universe, 92 who struck the fist on thy father, said the son of the green spring by valour. The knight of the cairn put off his arms and array. And the son of the green spring by valour went into his arms and his array. He went into his harness of battle and hard combat. As was a shirt of smooth yellow silk and gauze stretched on his breast. His coat, his kindly coat, above the kindly covering. His boss covered. Hindering sharp-pointed shield on his left hand. His head-dress a helm of hard combat. To cover his crown and his head top. To go in the front of the fray and the fray long-lasting. His hero's hard slasher in his right hand. A sharp shirty knife against his waist. He raised himself up to the top of the shore, and there was no turf he would cast behind his heels, that was not as deep as a turf that the bread-covering tree 93 would cast when deepest it would be ploughing. He reached the circle of fire. He leaped from the points of his spear to the points of his toes over the fire. Then there was the very finest isle that ever was seen from the beginning of the universe to the end of eternity. He went up about the island, and he saw a yellow bare hill in the midst. He raised himself up against the hill. There was a treasure of a woman sitting on the hill, and a great youth with his head on her knee, and asleep. He spoke to her in instructed, eloquent, true, wise, soft maiden words of true knowledge. She answered in like words, and if they were no better, they were not a whit worse, for the time. A man of thy seeming is a treasure for me. And if I had a right to thee, thou shouldst not leave the island, said the little treasure. If a man of my seeming were a treasure for thee, thou wouldst tell me what were waking for that youth, said the son of the green spring by valour. It is to take off the point of his little finger, said she. He laid a hand on the sharp shirty knife that was against his waist, and he took the little finger off him from the root. That made the youth neither shrink nor stir. Tell me what is waking for the youth, or else there are two oft whom I will take the heads, thyself and the youth, said the son of the green spring by valour. Waking for him, said she, is a thing that thou canst not do, nor any one warrior in the great world, but the warrior of the red shield, of whom it was in the prophecies that he should come to this island. And strike yonder crag of stone on this man in the rock of his chest. And he is unbaptized till he does that. He heard this that such was in the prophecy for him, and he unnamed. A fist upon manhood, a fist upon strengthening, and a fist upon power went into him. He raised the crag in his two hands, and he struck it on the youth in the rock of his chest. The one who was asleep gave a slow stare of his two eyes and he looked at him. Aha! Said the one who was asleep, hast thou come, warrior of the red shield? It is this day that thou hast the name, thou wilt not stand long to me. 2/3 of thy fear be on thyself, and one on me, said the warrior of the red shield. Thou wilt not stand long to me. In each other's grips they went, and they were hard belabouring each other till the mouth of dusk and lateness was. The warrior of the red shield thought that he was far from his friends and near his foe. He gave him that little light lift, and he struck him against the earth, the thumb of his foot gave a warning to the root of his ear, and he swept the head off him. Though it be I who have done this, it was not I who promised it, said he. He took the hand off him from the shoulder, and he took the heart from his chest, and he took the head off the neck. He put his hand in the dead warrior's pouch, and he found 3 teeth of an old horse in it, and with the hurry took them for the king's teeth, and he took them with him. And he went to a tuft of wood, and he gathered a withy, and he tied on it the hand and the heart and the head. Whether wouldst thou rather stay here on this island by thyself, or go with me, said he to the little treasure. I would rather go with thee thyself, than with all the men of earth's mould together, said the little treasure. He raised her with him on the shower top of his shoulders, and on the burden, bearing, part of his back, and he went to the fire. He sprang over with the little treasure upon him. He sees the knight of the cairn and the knight of the sword coming to meet him, rage and fury in their eyes. What great warrior, said they, was that after thee there, and returned when he saw two heroes like us? Here's for you, said he, this little treasure of a woman, and the 3 teeth of your father. And the head, and hand, and heart of the one who struck the fist on him. Make a little stay and I will return, and I will not leave a shred of a tale in the island. He went away back. And at the end of a while he cast an eye behind him, and he sees them and the speckled barge playing him Ossian hiding. Death wrappings upon yourselves, said he, a tempest of blood about your eyes, the ghost of your hanging be upon you. To leave me in an island by myself, without the seed of Adam in it, and that I should not know this night what I shall do. He went forward about the island, and was seeing neither house nor tower in any place, low or high. At last he saw an old castle in the lower ground of the island, and he took his way towards it. He saw 3 youths coming heavily, wearily, tired to the castle. He spoke to them in instructed, eloquent, true, wise words of true wisdom. They spoke in return in like words. They came in words of the olden time on each other, and who were here but his 3 true foster brothers. They went in right good pleasure of mind to the big town. They raised up music and laid down woe. There were soft drunken draughts. And harsh, stammering drinks. Tranquil, easy toasts. Between himself and his foster brethren. Music between fiddles, with which would sleep. Wounded men and travelling women. Withering away for ever. With the sound of that music. Which was ever continuing sweetly that night. They went to lie down. In the morning of the morrow he arose right well pleased, and he took his meat. What should he hear but the Gaelic clashing of arms and men going into their array? Who were these but his foster brethren? Where are you going? Said he to them. We are from the end of a day and a year in this island, said they, holding battle against Maghach Mac Brian, the son of darkness son of dimness, and 100 of his people, and every one we kill today they will be alive tomorrow. Spells are on us that we may not leave this for ever until we kill them. I will go with you this day, you will be the better for me, said he. Spells are on us, said they, that no man may go with us unless he goes there alone. Stay you within this day, and I will go there by myself, said he. He went away, and he hit upon the people of the son of darkness son of dimness, and he did not leave a head on a trunk of theirs. He hit upon Maghach Mac Brian himself, and Maghach Mac Brian said to him. Art thou here, warrior of the red shield? I am, said the warrior of the red shield. Well then, said Maghach Mac Brian, thou wilt not stand long for me. In each other's grips they went, and were hard belabouring each other till the mouth of dusk and lateness was. At last the knight of the red shield gave that cheery little light lift to the son of darkness son of dimness, and he put him under, and he cast the head off him. Now there was Maghach Mac Brian dead, and his 13 sons. And the battle of 100 on the hand of each one of them. Then he was spoilt and torn so much that he could not leave the battlefield, and he did but let himself down, laid amongst the dead the length of the day. There was a great strand under him down below, and what should he hear but the sea coming as a blazing brand of fire, as a destroying serpent, as a bellowing bull. He looked from him, and what saw he coming on shore on the midst of the strand, but a great toothy carlin, whose like was never seen. There was the tooth that was longer than a staff in her fist, and the one that was shorter than a stocking wire in her lap. She came up to the battlefield, and there were 2 between her and him. She put her finger in their mouths, and she brought them alive, and they rose up whole as best they ever were. She reached him and she put her finger in his mouth, and he snapped it off her from the joint. She struck him a blow of the point of her foot, and she cast him over 7 ridges. Thou pert little wretch, said she, thou art the last I will next live 94 in the battlefield. The carlin went over another, and he was above her. He did not know how he should put an end to the carlin. He thought of throwing the short spear that her son had at her, and if the head should fall off her that was well. He threw the spear, and he drove the head off the carlin. Then he was stretched on the battlefield, blood and sinews and flesh in pain, but that bee had whole bones. What should he see but a musical harper about the field? What art thou seeking? Said he to the harper. I am sure thou art wearied, said the harper, come up and set thy head on this little hillock and sleep. He went up and he laid down, he drew a snore, pretending that he was asleep, and on his saws he was brisk, swift, and active. Thou art dreaming, said the harper. I am, said he. What sawest thou? Said the harper. A musical harper, he said, drawing a rusty old sword to take off my head. Then he seized the harper, and he drove the brain in fiery shivers through the back of his head. Then he was under spells that he should not kill a musical harper for ever, but with his own harp. Then he heard weeping about the field. Who is that? Said he. Here are thy 3 true foster brothers, seeking thee from place to place today, said they. I am stretched here, said he, blood and sinews, and bones in torture. If we had the little vessel of balsam that the great carlin has, the mother of Macdorca Macdoilier, we would not be long in healing thee, said they. She is dead herself up there, said he, and she has nothing that ye may not get. We are out of her spells forever, said they. They brought down the little vessel of balsam, and they washed and bathed him with the thing that was in the vessel, then he arose up as whole and healthy as he ever was. He went home with them, and they passed the night in great pleasure. They went out the next day in great pleasure to play at shinty. He went against the 3, and he would drive a half-hail down, and a half-hail up, in against them. They perceived the great son of the sons of the world coming to the town, that was their true foster brother 95 also. They went out where he was, and they said to him, Man of my love, avoid us and the town this day. What is the cause? Said he. The knight of the red shield is within, and it is thou he is seeking, said they. Go you home, and say to him to go away and to flee, or else that I will take the head off him, said the great son of the sons of the universe. Though this was in secret the knight of the red shield perceived it, and he went out on the other side of the house, and he struck a shield blow, and a fight kindling. The great warrior went out after him, and they began at each other. There was no trick that is done by shield man or skiff man, or with cheater's dice box, or with organ of the monks, that the heroes could not do. As was the trick of Cletm, trick of Oigim. 96. The apple of the juggler throwing it and catching it into each other's laps. Frightfully, furiously, bloodily, groaning, hurtfully. Mind's desire. Umpire's choice. They would drive 3 red sparks of fire from their armor, driving from the shield wall, and flesh of their breasts and tender bodies, as they hardly belabored each other. Art thou not silly, warrior of the red shield, when thou art holding wrestling and had battle against me, said Maghach and Domhain. How is this, said the hero of the red shield. It is, that there is no warrior in the great world that will kill me till I am struck above the covering of the trews, said Mhor 97. The victory blessing of that be thine, telling it to me. If thou hadst told me that a long time ago, it is long since I had swept the head off thee, said the warrior of the red shield. There is in that more than thou canst do. The king's 3 teeth are in my pouch, and try if it be that thou wilt take them out, said Mhor. When the warrior of the red shield heard where the death of Mhor was, he had 2 blows given for the blow, 2 thrusts for the thrust, 2 stabs for the stab, and the 3rd was into the earth, till he had dug a hole, then he sprung backwards. The great warrior sprung towards him, and he did not notice the hole, and he went down into it to the covering of the trews. Then he reached him, and he cast off his head. He put his hand in his pouch, and he found the king's 3 teeth in it, and he took them with him and he reached the castle. "Make a way for me for leaving this island," said he to his foster brethren, "as soon as you can." "We have no way," said they, "by which thou canst leave it, but stay with us forever, and thou shalt not want for meat or drink. The matter shall not be so. But unless you make a way for letting me go, I will take the heads and necks out of you," said he. "A coracle that thy foster mother and thy foster father had, is here, and we will send it with thee till thou goest on shore in Erin. The side that thou settest her prow she will go with thee, and she will return back again by herself. Here are 3 pigeons for thee, and they will keep company with thee on the way," said his foster brothers to him. He set the coracle out, and he sat in her, and he made no stop, no stay, till he went on shore in Erin. He turned her prow outwards, and if she was swift coming, she was swifter returning. He led away the 3 pigeons, as he left the strange country, and he was sorry that he had led them away, so beautiful was the music that they had. 98. There was a great river between him and the king's house. When he reached the river, he saw a hoary man coming with all his might, and shouting, "Oh, gentlemen, stay yonder until I take you over on my back, in case you should wet yourself." "Poor man, it seems as if thou wert a porter on the river," said he. "It is so," said the hoary old man. "And what set thee there?" said he. "I will tell you that," said the hoary old man. "A big warrior struck a fist on the king of Erin, and he drove out 3 of his teeth, and his 2 sons went to take out vengeance. There went with them a foolish little young boy that was son to me. And when they went to manhood, he went to faintness. It was but sorry vengeance for them to set me as porter on the river for it. Poor man," said he, "that is no reproach, before I leave the town thou wilt be well." He seized him, and he lifted him with him, and he set him sitting in the chair against the king's shoulder. "Thou art but a saucy man that came to the town, thou hast set that old carle sitting at my father's shoulder. And thou shalt not get it with thee," said the knight of the cairn, as he rose and seized him. "By my hand, and by my 2 hands' redemption, it were as well for thee to seize Mac Liathade as to seize me," said the warrior of the red shield to him, as he threw him down against the earth. He laid on him the binding of the 3 smalls, straightly and painfully. He struck him a blow of the point of his foot, and he cast him over the 7 highest spars that were in the court, under the drippings of the lamps, and under the feet of the big dogs, and he did the very same to the knight of the sword. And the little treasure gave a laugh. "Death rappings be upon thyself," said the king to her. "Thou art from a year's end meat companion, and drink companion for me, and I never saw smile or laugh being made by thee, until my 2 sons are being disgraced." "Oh, king," said she, "I have knowledge of my own reason." "What, O king, is the screeching and screaming that I am hearing since I came to the town?" "I never got time to ask till now," said the hero of the red shield. "My sons have 3 horses' teeth, driving them into my head, since the beginning of a year, with a hammer, until my head has gone through other with heartbreak and torment and pain," said the king. "What wouldst thou give to a man that would put thy own teeth into thy head, without hurt, without pain?" said he. "Half my state so long as I may be alive, and my state altogether when I may go," said the king. He asked for a can of water, and he put the teeth into the water. "Drink a draught," said he to the king. The king drank a draught, and his own teeth went into his head, firmly and strongly, quite as well as they ever were, and every one in her own place. "Aha," said the king, "I am at rest. It is thou that didst the valiant deeds. And it was not my set of sons." "It is he," said the little treasure to the king, "that could do the valiant deeds, and it was not thy set of shambling sons, that would be stretched as seaweed seekers when he was gone to heroism." "I will not eat meat, and I will not drink draught," said the king, "until I see my 2 sons being burnt tomorrow. I will send some to seek faggots of grey oak for burning them." On the morning of the morrow, who was earliest on his knee at the king's bed, but the warrior of the red shield? "Rise from that, warrior, what single thing mightest thou be asking that thou shouldst not get?" said the king. The thing I am asking is, that thy 2 sons should be let go. I cannot be in any one place where I may see them spoiled, said he. It were better to do bird and fool clipping to them, and to let them go. The king was pleased to do that. Bird and fool clipping was done to them. They were put out of their place, and dogs and big town vagabonds after them. The little treasure and the warrior of the red shield married, and agreed. A great wedding was made, that lasted a day and a year, and the last day of it was as good as the first day. Gaelic omitted. From John Chlibhrich, labourer, Bail Raomain, Colonsay, aged 72 years. Says he learnt it from his father, Fearachur Leigh, and that he heard him tell it since he remembers anything. Fearachur Leigh, his father, was a native of Mull, and there learnt this tale in his boyhood. He served 9 years in the army, in North America, and subsequently settled in Colonsay. He died near about 40 years ago, about 75 years of age. Ballygrant, Islay, July 7, 1860. I was uncertain how to class this story, whether to consider it as a mock heroic or a romance, and, if the latter, to what period it belongs. The island with fire about it might be a tradition of Iceland. There is something of the same kind in the Volsung tale, as given in the introduction to Norse tales, but that also might be founded on the wonders of Iceland when they were first discovered. The language of the story is a good example of the way in which these tales are repeated in the Highlands. Words all but synonymous, and beginning with the same letter, or one like it, are strung together. There are strange names for the heroes, roundabout phrases to express simple ideas, and words used which are seldom heard in conversation, and which are hard to translate. The story is a good illustration of the manner in which such popular tales are preserved by tradition, how they change and decay. Its history may throw some light on the subject, so I give it. The first incident was first sent to me by my kind friend Mrs. McTavish from Port Ellen, in Islay, and may be taken to represent that portion of a popular tale which fixes itself in the minds of the well-educated, and which would be transferred from one language to another. It is the beginning of Erskil Rai I Leon a Bacruid, and is thus told. This king was out hunting with a number of attendants, when his son said, "Where is there the man in Ireland, Scotland, or the 4 quarters of the globe that would dare strike my father with his fist in the midst of the company who now surround him?" Or in Gaelic, Kate Beal Fear and Aaron no an Albuin no an Seethir Rana Ruad and Domhain, etc., etc. The words translated for quarters of the globe literally mean the 4 reddish-brown divisions of the universe. This phrase, therefore, in translation fits itself to the knowledge of the person who uses it, and loses its originality in the new language. He had scarcely uttered these words when a dark cloud appeared in the north, and a rider on a black horse, who struck the king with his fist, and knocked out one of his front teeth, and took the tooth away with him. The king was downcast at the loss of his tooth, when his son said, "Let it cost me what it will, but I will not rest till I recover your lost tooth." Or, as it is expressed in Gaelic, Cha di, Thade Ruth as mo choice, na loden, as mo broig, gas fe me ti, fiasil, literally, running shall not go out of my foot, nor puddle out of my shoe, till I get thy tooth. Having said this he went off and travelled a great way. So here again the original is better than the translation. The incidents which follow are not the same as in the Knight of the Red Shield, but they end in the recovery of the lost tooth. The king's son goes to 3 houses, where he finds 3 sisters, each of whom gives him a pair of magic shoes, which return home when they have carried him 7 years' journey in one day. The last sister is young and lovely. She lowers him over a rock in a basket to light her brother, who is a giant with 3 heads. He cuts off a head each day. Fires a pistol shot at the foot of the rock as a signal to be hauled up each evening, for this giant never fought after sunset. He is cured with magic balsam by the lady each night, and goes out fresh each morning. The giant's 3rd head leaps on as often as it is cut off, but an eagle comes over the prince, and tells him to hold the sword on the neck till the marrow freezes, which he does, and the giant is killed. He takes his spoil from a castle, finds the tooth in a drawer, returns home with the beautiful lady, and marries her. And the festivities on the occasion continued for a year and 3 days, and they lived long and happily together. 2 of the teeth and 2 of the adventurers have dropped out of sight, the island with fire about it is exchanged for a high rock, and the magic shoes, which are so common in all popular tales, take the place of the magic boat. The story then in this form is wholly different from the Knight of the Red Shield, and yet its groundwork is manifestly the same. Incidents remain, and style and accessories change. The incident of the king on the hill and the rider in the shower has come to me from a great many sources, and is followed by adventures which vary with every narrator, but which have a general resemblance. John MacDonald, travelling tinker, gives the incident as the beginning of a story called Ossian now luith little shanks in the ashes, which was written down by Hector Urquhart. It is very like the Colossae version. But instead of the rider on the black horse, one looked hither and one thither, and they saw a head coming in a flame of fire, and another head coming singing the Song of Songs, or Saint Oran. A fist was struck on the door of the mouth of the king, and a tooth was knocked out of him, and there was no button of gold or silver on the coat of the king but showered off him with the shame. The head did this 3 years after each other, and then it went home. This then is the view of the incident taken by a wild harum-scarum strolling character, without any education at all, but with a great deal of natural wit. And his father, aged about 80, told me a story with the incident of 3 old men who lived on separate islands, and sent a wandering hero on his way, with what I then took to be curric, a cap, but which I now believe to be curric a coracle, which did the same as the magic shoes. Here again are the incidents, but told in a different manner. The remainder of the story of Ossian is nearly the same as the Knight of the Red Shield, but with great variations. The king's son, who is a knight, Ridere, Cocair Clayan Roed, a red-skulled cook, and Shanks in the Ashes go off together, and play the part of the king's 2 sons and the son of the Green Spring. They climb the mast. The despised one succeeds. The voyage is there, but only 2 or 3 lines of the descriptive passage, the first and the last. They set her prow to sea and her stern to shore, and she would split a grain of hard corn with the excellence of the steering. But while much is left out, much is preserved which is lost elsewhere. When Ossian leaped on board the barge, and shook the ashes off him, he all but blinded the 5/5 of Erin, and there fell 7 bowls of ashes on the floor of the barge. They sailed further than I can tell you or you can tell me. Oh, lads, said Ossian, from the top of the mast, there is an island here before, and it is in a red blaze of fire. It is not in our power to go nearer it than 7 miles, for the barge will go on fire if we do. And it is in this island that my father's teeth are, and you must leap on shore. When he leaps on shore. Now, lads, said Ossian, if you see the fire growing smaller at the end of 9 days and 9 nights, you may come on shore. But if you do not see it. And saying this he gave a dark spring, DOLUM, on shore, and every handful he drove out was scorching those who were in the ship. And then follow a wholly different set of adventures which are very curious, and give glimpses of forgotten manners with the same characters appearing. The fearful old woman, with the marvellous teeth. The gigantic warriors, of whom there are 3 with many heads, and 3 lovely ladies, who are found underground, and carried off by the cowards. The story ends with the replacement of the king's lost teeth, and the punishment of the knight and the cook, and Ossian married the 3 ladies at once. Again the very same incident is the beginning of Yeller Og Armalteach Mac Ry young heavenly eagle, son of the king of Greece, which was sent by John Dewar, and which he got, in Glenderwale, from J. Leach, shoemaker, in 1860, and in 1817 from one Duncan Campbell on Loch Long side, who is now working there as a roadman. The 3 adventurers who go after the king's 2 teeth and a bit of his jaw are Ubhar, Athrt, and Yeller, and they go through a vast number of adventures with giants, monsters, and magical people of various sorts, which are also very curious. But still they set off in a boat, and for the same reason. The descriptive passage of the voyage is there in nearly the same words, but with variations. 2 are cowards. The one whom they despise is the true hero, and poetical justice is done at the end. The king's teeth are restored and his jaw mended. The brave lad marries a beautiful Greek lady whom he has rescued, and he turns out to be the king's only legitimate son, and he gets the kingdom, while the others are degraded, one to be a swineherd and the other a groom. It is clearly the same story, but a different part of it, except the sailing passage, which is almost identical, it is told in different words. The names are all different, the scene is different, the adventures are different, but yet it is a remnant of the same story without doubt. John Mackenzie, fisherman, near Inverary, repeated another story to Hector Urquhart, in which the plot is much the same, in which a bit of the sailing passage occurs, in which the three adventurers are Iullan, Uar, and Arst, sons of the king of Greece, and their object the possession of the daughter of the king under the waves. The adventures which follow are again different, but like the rest, and they link the story to another set of adventures, which generally belong to the story of Maghach Rai Fuad Thuan. Adventures and exploits, some of which are attributed to Finn and Ossian and Conan in Mr. Simpson's Book of Irish Stories. Many other versions of the story have been sent, or told, or mentioned to me. A gentleman in South Uist repeated some of the descriptive passages with variations, and said he remembered a man who came to his native island, Tiree, and who used to repeat the story to admiring audiences, about 30 years ago. Old Donald MacFie, at the sound of Benbecula, repeated part of the descriptive passages, and gave me the outline of a very similar story. On repeating the boat passage to a native of Cantyre whom I found as assistant lightkeeper at the Point of Ayre, in the Isle of Man, he first stared in dumb astonishment at the unexpected sound of his own language. And then exclaimed, "Well, I have heard those very words said by my father when I was a child." In short, the incidents and the measured prose passages with which they are garnished are scattered in fragments over the whole West Highlands of Scotland, and the less instructed the narrator the more quaint and complete his version is. The conclusion seems unavoidable that these are the fragments of some old romance traditionally preserved, and rapidly fading away before the light of modern times. If further evidence were required, it is not wanting. The very words of the boat passage, and a great deal that is not in any version of it which I have got, is in the fragment of a tale, page 17, lent me by my friend Mr. Bain, and referred to in the introduction. It proves that the passage was in existence about the beginning of this century at all events, and that it was then thought worthy of preservation. There are many other similar passages in the manuscript tale of which I have found no trace hitherto amongst the people, and which have probably died out with the old race, or emigrated with them to America. I have been permitted to have access to other manuscripts belonging to the Highland Society. They are nearly all poetry. One is marked MS Poems collected in the Western Highlands and Islands by Dr. John Smith. And from it I copy this advertisement. The following poems being compiled from various editions will often appear inelegant and abrupt, it being sometimes necessary to take half a stanza or perhaps half a line from one to join to as much of another edition. In order to complete the sense, and to supply many defects in the versification, recourse has frequently been had to the tales or ursjuls which generally accompany the poems. As these tales, although they have the appearance of prose, were composed in a particular kind of measure, they are set down in the form of verse, but without any alteration in the arrangement of the words. This, it was thought, would give the work a more uniform appearance than if it had been a mixture of prose and verse, as one is apt to suppose it on hearing some parts of it repeated. As these pieces were, for the most part, taken down from oral recitation, frequent mistakes may have been made in the proper division of the lines, and in the assigning of its due quantity to each. A matter to which the poets themselves do not always seem to have been very attentive, their measure often varying as their subject changes. As those who recited ancient poems took frequently the liberty of substituting such words as they were best acquainted with, in room of such as were foreign or obsolete. A few words that may perhaps be considered as modern or provincial may occur in the course of these compositions. To expunge these words, when none of the editions in the editor's hands supplied him with better, was a task which he did not consider as any part of his province. He hopes that, with all their imperfections, the poems have still so much merit as to give the reader some idea of what they had once been. We have only the fragments of the ruin, but they may serve to give an idea of the grandeur of the edifice. This then is the statement of the collector's plan of action. The following note shews the spirit in which the best of them worked in these days. I think it was a mistaken spirit that caused the Ossianic controversy, and threw discredit on Highland literature. Still, as it is openly and fairly stated, it is fair to believe what is asserted by a gentleman and a clergyman, and for my part one implicitly believe that Dr. Smith of Campbellton really did what he tells us, and that these poems are what they purport to be, patched versions of oral recitations, with portions left out. Diarmaid. This poem is generally interlarded with so much of the Erstjuls or later tales as to render the most common editions of it absurd and extravagant. But the fabulous dross of the 15th century is easily separated from the war precious or of the ancient bards. Of part of this same story of Diarmaid, Mrs. McTavish writes in 1859. A dan or song which I heard an old ploughman of my father's sing very near 60 years since. He had a great collection of tales and songs, and often have I stood or sat by him in winter when kiln drying corn, or in summer when building a peat stack, listening to what was to me so fascinating in those days. And then follows the story of how Diarmaid was killed by pacing barefooted against the bristles of a boar which he had killed, and the lament of Diarmaid's love, and the music to which it used to be sung. And this same story of Diarmaid and the boar was sung to me by Alexander MacDonald in Burgh, in September 1860, together with other long Gaelic poems. And whatever may be said or thought of Macpherson's collection, this at least is genuine old poetry, and still known to many in the Highlands. The story, then, of the Knight of the Red Shield, or whatever its real name may be, seems to be one of the tales which were despised by the collectors of former days, and which have survived many of the poems which were fading away about 80 years ago, and which are now very nearly but not quite extinct. Hector MacLean sent me first a version which he got from an Islay man, Alexander Campbell, farmer at Mulreas. He named his authority, an old man still living in Colonsay, who frequently comes to Islay, and is welcome for the tales he recites. The old man did come, and his version of the story being more complete, is given, though Campbell's version was the same shortened. It is said that it was written down by desire of the late Captain Stewart of Colonsay, and that it was noticed amongst his papers after his death. I might have tried to reconstruct this tale from the materials which I have, but I have given without alteration the best version which came to me. I may some day try to fuse what I have into a whole. At all events, here is the clue for any other who may be disposed to work out the subject, and the best account I can give of the story. Bered Owen Agus Amadane. This phrase is explained to mean clipping the hair and beard off one side of the head. The idea is taken from clipping one wing of a bird, and the punishment was probably inflicted at some period, for the phase occurs several times in Gaelic tales. Another phrase, which occurs in this and other stories, probably gives a true picture of the hall of a chief in former days. A man is said to be bound with the binding of the three smalls, wrists, ankles, and small of the back, and cast under the board, under the dripping of torches, and the feet of big dogs. And there was not one in the company but cast a bone at him as he lay, and the wicked knight is kicked over the rafters. The hall meant, then, would seem to have been a large room without a ceiling, full of men and big dogs, and lighted with dripping torches, the scene of feasts, which consisted of flesh rather than potatoes. While the prisoners, bound hand and foot, lay on the floor. In this, as in the great majority of Gaelic stories, the scene is laid in Ireland, but it seems probable that the customs of the Western Isles of Scotland and of Ireland were once nearly identical. A version of this story, under the name of The Son of the Green Spring by Valour, was repeated to me by an old man, Alexander MacNeill, in Burgh, on the 10th of September, 1860. The story contained less of the measured prose, and more incident than the Colonsay version. The hero is represented as sitting with his feet in the ashes, like Boots of the Norse tales. He is the son of the Red Ridere, and goes off in the boat with the king's two sons to recover the king's teeth. When the feat of climbing the mast occurs, he runs up, faster than a mad woman's tongue. He has Chlibhrich, a stone of victory, with which he slays his foes. There is the magic island with fire about it, the lady and the sleeping warrior. He is left by the king's sons, goes to a small house where he finds no man, but food for 3 wine and wheaten loaves. He takes a little from each portion, like the hero of many popular tales in many languages, and gets into one of 3 beds. 3 sorely wounded men come in, and cure themselves with magic balsam, and discover him, and on the morrow he goes to fight for them. These warriors are enchanted princes, the rightful heirs of this fiery island, compelled for 20 years to contend daily with armies, and giants, and monsters. They have lost their mother, and someone has stolen their sister, who turns out to be the lady whom the hero had already rescued. They tell him what he will have to encounter, but he goes on and overcomes everything, and his coming had been foretold. Armies of enchanted warriors fall, 600 fall heroes, 3 giants with several heads, Tricritérian na Chlibhrich. The 3 harpers of the little harps, who could set the whole world asleep, the son of darkness, son of dimness, and a terrible old carlin, who as usual was the worst of all. He takes a warrior by the legs and kills the others with his head. He drives his victory stone through the heads of the giants, and of Mac Dorca. When the harpers come, he gnaws his fingers till his mouth is full of blood, to keep himself awake, and at last he kills the magic harpers with their own harps. When the old carlin arrives, she comes over the sea with a magic cup to revive her dead warriors and her sons. She puts her finger into his mouth and he bites it off. She has a tooth for a staff, and a tooth as broad Griasac, a poker, 1 eye in the midst of her face, 1 leg, and her heart, her liver, and her lungs could be seen through her mouth when it was opened. She is, in short, the same mythical carlin who so often appears, on whom the tellers of stories expend their powers in describing all that is hideous and monstrous. The hero cuts her head off, it leaps on again, he cuts it off again, and it flies up into the skies. He holds the sword on the neck, and looks up, and sees the head coming down and aiming at him. He leaps to one side, and the head goes 4 feet into the earth, and the victory is gained. The 3 warriors carry him home and bathe him in balsam, and he recovers. He raises their father and mother from the dead, and they promise him their daughter and realm. He gets a brown mare, recovers the king's teeth, returns to Ireland with a magic shoe, rides into the hall, presents the magic cup with the teeth in it to the king, saying, "I have travelled Christendom with my brown mare. And I have found out the king's teeth." He looses his father, the Red Knight, in whose stead he had set off, ties the knights to his shoe ties and marries the fair lady, who is the daughter of the king of the town under the waves. In short, it is manifest that this Gaelic story, now told by the poorest of the inhabitants of the western coasts and isles of Scotland, and very widely spread, is the ruin of some old romance, similar to those of the Middle Ages. It is surely worth attention, though it is not strictly true. Certain persons, in a place which I abstain from naming, so zealous in the cause of truth, that they assured a simple old man, who had repeated a number of stories to one of my collectors, that he would have to substantiate every word he had uttered, or suffer punishment for telling falsehoods. I found him in great perturbation, evidently expecting that I had arrived for the purpose of calling him to account, and I had some trouble in setting his mind at rest. He repeatedly assured me that he only told what others had told him. In this instance, as it seems to me, truth might well say, "Keep me from my friends." 53. The Tale. Told about 30 years ago by John Campbell, piper to his pupil, J. F. Campbell. There was a shepherd once who went out to the hill to look after his sheep. It was misty and cold, and he had much trouble to find them. At last he had them all but one, and after much searching he found that one too in a peat hag half drowned, so he took off his plaid, and bent down and took hold of the sheep's tail, and he pulled. The sheep was heavy with water, and he could not lift her, so he took off his coat and he pulled. But it was too much for him, so he spit on his hands, and took a good hold of the tail and he pulled. And the tail broke. And if it had not been for that, this tail would have been a great deal longer. This may be compared with Grimm's Golden Key. I have not given it in Gaelic, because, so far as I remember, the story was never told twice in the same words. And it can be told quite as well in any language. It is very well known in many districts in various shapes. I have a second version, which is called 2. Ursgielath Gamna Duin, an Aolab as a Thoisich E, the tale of the brown stirk. Do you wish from the beginning? It has nothing but a beginning, for the stirk fell over a rock and left his tail in the herdsman's hands. And the story comes to an untimely end with the Gaelic proverbial phrase had the tale been tougher the story had been longer. Na biod and tierbal na bu run biod and tierskiel na be fade. 3. According to a Skye version, a man put the stirk on a house top to eat a tuft of grass, the beast fell down the chimney, and the rupture of the tale was end of Volume 2. Volume 3. 54, The Ridere of Grainne, and Iain the soldier's son. MacLean writes as follows. Got this tale from Donald Niven, Bowmore, who learnt it from an old man of the name of Neil MacArthur, who died some 20 years ago or more. Donald Mac Niven is over 40 years of age, is a cripple, but is sometimes in the habit of acting as a carrier, and driving a cart from Bowmore to Port Ellen and Portaskeg. He is of a fair complexion, a demure expression, and evidently loves the wonderful. I do not think he can either read or write. I was informed that he could recite a considerable number of tales, but he tells me he has quite forgot them, from having given up reciting them. Ridere Grainne. The word Ridere, as explained elsewhere, now means a knight, but it probably meant a minor king in the olden time. Ghranaig is the genitive of Grainne, which has been corrupted into Greenock. The town is called by its Gaelic name throughout the Highlands. It is derived from Grian the sun, pronounced Grian, which is probably the root of many names which are now sounded green, such as Grisnas in France, Creenan in Argyllshire, and other places which are green and sunny in other countries. I might translate the words freely, the Knight of Greenock, the Knight of the Sun, or the Ridder of Sunnynook, but acting on the principle with which I set out, I give the knight his Gaelic name, and so avoid drawing doubtful conclusions. J. F. C. From Donald Mac Niven, a lame carrier. Bowmore, Islay, July 5, 1859. Written down by Hector MacLean. The Knight of Grainne had 3 daughters, such that their like were not to be found or to be seen in any place. There came a beast from the ocean and she took them with her, and there was no knowledge what way they had taken, nor where they might be sought. There was a soldier in the town, and he had 3 sons, and at the time of Christmas '99 they were playing at shinny, and the youngest said that they should go and that they should drive a hale on the lawn of the Knight of Grainne. The rest said that they should not go, that the knight would not be pleased, that would be bringing the loss of his children to his mind, and laying sorrow upon him. Let that be as it pleases, said Iain, the youngest son, but we will go there and we will drive a hale. I am careless of the Knight of Grainne, let him be well pleased or angry. They went to play shinny, and Iain won 3 hales from his brethren. The knight put his head out of a window, and he saw them playing at shinny, and he took great wrath that any one had the heart to play shinny on his lawn, a thing that was bringing the loss of his children to his mind, and putting contempt upon him. Said he to his wife, who is so impudent as to be playing shinny on my ground, and bringing the loss of my children to my mind? Let them be brought here in an instant that punishment may be done upon them. The 3 lads were brought to the presence of the knight, and they were fine lads. What made you, said the knight, go and play shinny upon my ground and bring the loss of my children to my mind? You must suffer pain for it. It is not thus it shall be, said Iain. But since it befell us to come wrong upon thee, thou hadst best make us a dwelling of a ship, and we will go to seek thy daughters, and if they are under the leeward, or the windward, or under the 4 brown boundaries of the deep, 100 we will find them out before there comes the end of a day and year, and we will bring them back to Grainne. Though thou be the youngest, it is in thy head that the best counsel is, let that be made for you. Rights were got and a ship was made in 7 days. They put in meat and drink as they might need for the journey. They gave her front to sea and her stern to land, and they went away, and in 7 days they reached a white sandy strand, and when they went on shore there were 6 men and 10 at work in the face of a rock blasting, with a foreman over them. "What place is here?" said the skipper. "Here is the place where are the children of the Knight of Grainne. They are to be married to 3 giants. What means are there to get where they are?" "There are no means but to go up in this creel against the face of the rock." The eldest son went into the creel, and when he was up at the half of the rock, there came a stumpy black raven, and he began upon him with his claws, and his wings till he almost left him blind and deaf. 101 He had but to turn back. The second one went into the creel, and when he was up half the way, there came the stumpy black raven, and he began upon him, and he had for it but to return back as did the other one. At last Iain went into the creel. When he was up half the way there came the stumpy black raven, and he began upon him, and he belaboured him about the face. "Up with me quickly," said he, "before I be blinded here." He was set up to the top of the rock. When he was up the raven came where he was, and he said to him, "Wilt thou give me a quid of tobacco?" 102. "Thou high-priced rogue! Little claim hast thou on me for giving that to thee. Never thou mind that, I will be a good friend to thee. Now thou shalt go to the house of the big giant, and thou wilt see the knight's daughter sewing, and her thimble wet with tears." He went on before him till he reached the house of the giant. He went in. The knight's daughter was sewing. "What brought thee here?" said she. "What brought thyself into it that I might not come into it?" "I was brought here in spite of me." "I know that. Where is the giant?" "He is in the hunting hill." "What means to get him home?" "To shake yonder battle chain without, and there is no one in the leeward, or in the windward, or in the 4 brown boundaries of the deep, who will hold battle against him, but young Iain the soldier's son, from Albain. And he is but 16 years of age, and he is too young to go to battle against the giant. There is many a one in Albain as strong as Iain the soldier's son, though the soldier were with him." Out he went. He gave a haul at the chain, and he did not take a turn out of it, and he went on his knee. He rose up, gave the next shake at the chain, and he broke a link in it. The giant heard it in the hunting hill. "Aha," said he, "who could move my battle chain but young Iain the soldier's son from Albain, and he is but 16 years of age. He is too young yet." The giant put the game on a withy, and home he came. "Art thou young Iain the soldier's son, from Albain?" "Not I." "Who art thou in the leeward, or in the windward, or in the 4 brown boundaries of the deep, that could move my battle chain, but young Iain the soldier's son, from Albain?" "There is many a one in Albain as strong as young Iain the soldier's son, though the soldier should be with him. I have got that in the prophesyings." "Never thou mind what thou hast got in the prophesyings. In what way wouldst thou rather try thyself?" "When I and my mother used to be falling out with each other, and I might wish to get my own will, it was in tight wrestling ties we used to try. And 1 time she used to get the better, and 2 times she used not. They seized each other, and they had hard hugs, and the giant put Iain on his knee. "I see," said Iain, "that thou art the stronger." "It is known that I am," said the giant. They went before each other again. They were twisting and hauling each other. Iain struck a foot on the giant in the ankle, and he put him on the thews of his back under him on the ground. He wished that the raven were at him. The stumpy black raven came, and he fell upon the giant about the face and about the ears with his claws and with his wings until he blinded him, and he deafened him. "Hast thou got a nail of arms that will take the head off the monster?" "I have not." "Put thy hand under my right wing, and thou wilt find a small sharp knife which I have for gathering briar buds, and take the head off him." He put his hand under the raven's right wing and he found the knife, and he took the head off the giant. "Now Iain thou shalt go in where is the big daughter of the Knight of Grainne, and she will be asking thee to return and not to go farther. But do not thou give heed, but go on, and thou wilt reach the middle daughter, and thou shalt give me a quid of tobacco. I will give that to thee indeed, well hast thou earned it. Thou shalt have half of all I have." "I will not. There's many a long day to Bealton." The fortune will not let me be here till Bealton. Thou hast knowledge of what has passed, but thou hast no knowledge of what is before thee. Get warm water, clean thyself in it. Thou wilt find a vessel of balsam above the door, rub it in thy skin, and go to bed by thyself, and thou wilt be whole and wholesome tomorrow, and tomorrow thou shalt go on to the house of the next one. He went in and he did as the raven asked him. He went to bed that night, and he was whole and wholesome in the morning when he arose. It is better for thee, said the knight's big daughter, not to go further, and not to put thyself in more danger. There is plenty of gold and silver here, and we will take it with us and we will return. I will not do that, said he. I will take the road on my front. He went forwards till he came to the house where was the middle daughter of the knight of Grainne. He went in and she was seated sewing, and she was weeping, and her thimble wet with her tears. What brought thee here? What brought thyself into it that I might not come into it? I was brought in spite of me. I have knowledge of that. What set thee weeping? I have but one night till I must be married to the giant. Where is the giant? He is in the hunting hill. What means to get him home? To shake that battle chain without at the side of the house, and he is not in the leeward nor in the windward, nor in the four brown boundaries of the deep, who is as much as can shake it, but young Iain the soldier's son, from Albain. And he is too young yet, he is but 16 years of age. There are men in Albain as strong as young Iain the soldier's son, though the soldier should be with him. He went out, and he gave a haul at the chain, and he came upon his 2 knees. He rose up and gave the next haul at it, and he broke 3 links in it. The giant heard that in the hunting hill. Aha, said he, and he put the game on a withy on his shoulder, and home he came. Who could move my battle chain but young Iain the soldier's son from Albain, and he is too young yet, he is but 16 years of age. There are men in Albain as strong as young Iain the soldier's son, though the soldier should be with him. We have got that in the prophesyings. I care not what is in your prophesyings. In what way wouldst thou rather try thyself? In hard hugs of wrestling. They seized each other and the giant put him on his 2 knees. Thine is my life, said Iain, thou art stronger than I. Let's try another turn. They tried each other again, and Iain struck his heel on the giant in the ankle, and he set him on the thews of his back on the ground. Raven, said he, a flapping of thine were good now. The raven came, and he blinded and deafened the giant, giving it to him with his beak, and with his claws, and with his wings. Hast thou a nail of a weapon? I have not. Put thy hand under my right wing, and thou wilt find there a small sharp knife that I have for gathering briar buds, and take the head off him. He put his hand under the root of the raven's right wing, and he found the knife, and he took the head off the giant. Now thou shalt go in and clean thyself with warm water, thou wilt find the vessel of balsam, thou shalt rub it upon thyself, thou shalt go to bed, and thou wilt be whole and wholesome tomorrow. This one will be certainly more cunning and more mouthing than was the one before, asking thee to return and not to go further, but give thou no heed to her. And thou shalt give me a quid of tobacco. I will give it indeed, thou art worthy of it. He went in and he did as the raven asked him. When he got up on the morrow's morning he was whole and wholesome. Thou hadst better, said the knight's middle daughter, return, and not put thyself in more danger. There is plenty of gold and of silver here. I will not do that, I will go forward. He went forward till he came to the house in which was the little daughter of the knight. He went in and he saw her sewing, and her thimble wet with tears. What brought thee here? What brought thyself into it that I might not come into it? I was brought into it in spite of me. I know that. Art thou young Iain the soldier's son, from Albain? I am. What is the reason that thou art weeping? I have but this night of delay without marrying the giant. Where is he? He is in the hunting hill. What means to bring him home? To shake that battle chain without. He went out, and he gave a shake at the chain and down he came on his hurdies. He rose again, and he gave it the next shake, and he broke 4 links in it, and he made a great rattling noise. The giant heard that in the hunting hill. He put the withy of game on his shoulder. Who in the leeward, or in the windward, or in the four brown boundaries of the deep, could shake my battle chain but young Iain the soldier's son, from Albain? And if it be he, my two brothers are dead before this? He came home in his might, making the earth tremble before him and behind him. Art thou young Iain the soldier's son? Not I. Who art thou in the leeward, or in the windward, or in the four brown boundaries of the deep, that could shake my battle chain but young Iain the soldier's son, from Albain? And he is too young yet, he is but 16 years of age. Is there not many a one in Albain as strong as young Iain the soldier's son, though the soldier were with him? It is not in our prophesyings. I care not what is in your prophesyings. In what way wouldst thou like thy trial? Tight wrestling ties. They seized each other and the giant set him on his haunches. Let me go, thine is my life. They caught each other again. He struck his heel on the giant in the ankle, and he laid him on the shower top of his shoulder, and on the thews of his back on the ground. Stumpy black raven, if thou wert here now. No sooner said he the word than the raven came. He belaboured the giant about the face, and the eyes, and the ears, with his beak, and with his claws and with his wings. 103. Hast thou a nail of a weapon? I have not. Put thy hand under the root of my right wing and thou wilt find a small sharp knife that I have for gathering whortleberries, and take his head off. He did that. Now, said the raven, take rest as thou didst last night, and when thou returnest with the 3 daughters of the night, to the cut edge of the rock, thou shalt go down first thyself, and they shall go down after thee. And thou shalt give me a quid of tobacco. I will give it, thou hast well deserved it, here it is for thee altogether. I will but take a quid, there is many a long day to Bealton. The fortune will not let me be here till Bealton. Thou hast knowledge of what is behind thee, but thou hast no knowledge what is before thee. On the morrow they set in order asses, and on their backs they put the gold and the silver that the giants had, and he himself and the 3 daughters of the night reached the edge of the rock. When they reached the edge of the rock, for fear giddiness should come over any of the girls, he sent them down one after one in the creel. There were 3 caps of gold on them, made up finely with deoamine, diamond, caps that were made in the Roim, Rome, and such that their like were not to be found in the universe. He kept up the cap that was on the youngest. He was waiting and waiting, and though he should be waiting still the creel would not come up to fetch him. The rest went on board, and away they went till they reached Grainne. He was left there, and without a way in his power to get out of the place. The raven came where he was. Thou didst not take my counsel. I did not take it, if I had taken it I should not be as I am. There is no help for it, Iain. The one that will not take counsel will take combat. Thou shalt give me a quid of tobacco. I will give it. Thou shalt reach the giant's house, and thou shalt stay there this night. Wilt thou not stay with me thyself to keep off my dullness? I will not stay, it is not suitable for me. On the morrow came the raven where he was. Thou shalt now go to the giant's stable, and if thou art quick and active, there is a steed there, and sea or shore is all one to her, and that may take thee out of these straits. They went together and they came to the stable, a stable of stone, dug in into a rock, and a door of stone to it. The door was slamming without ceasing, backwards and forwards, from early day to night, and from night to day. Thou must now watch, said the raven, and take a chance, and try if thou canst make out to go in when it is open, without its getting a hold of thee. Thou hadst best try first, since thou art best acquainted. It will be as well. The raven gave a bob and a hop and in he went, but the door took a feather out of the root of his wing, and he screeched. Poor Iain, if thou couldst get in with as little pain as I would not complain. Iain took a run back and a run forward, he took a spring to go in, the door caught him, and it took half his hurdies off. Iain cried out, and he fell cold dead on the floor of the stable. The raven lifted him, and he carried him on the points of his wings, out of the stable to the giant's house. He laid him on a board on his mouth and nose, he went out and he gathered plants, and he made ointments that he set upon him, and in 10 days he was as well as ever he was. He went out to take a walk and the raven went with him. Now, Iain, thou shalt take my counsel. Thou shalt not take wonder of any one thing that thou mayest see about the island, and thou shalt give me a quid of tobacco. He was walking about the island, and going through a glen. He saw 3 full heroes stretched on their backs, a spear upon the breast of every man of them, and he in lasting sound sleep, and a bath of sweat. It seems to me that this is pitiable. What harm to lift the spears from off them? He went and he loosed the spears from off them. The heroes awoke, and they rose up. Witness fortune and men, that thou art young Iain the soldier's son, from Albain, and it is as spells upon thee to go with us through the southern end of this island past the cave of the black fisherman. He went away himself and the 3 full heroes. They saw a slender smoke, coming, out of a cave. They went to the cave. One of the heroes went in, and when he went in there was a hag there seated, and the tooth that was the least in her mouth would make a knitting pin in her lap, a staff in her hand, and a stirring stick for the embers. There was a turn of her nails about her elbows, and a twist of her hoary hair about her toes, and she was not joyous to look upon. She seized upon a magic club, she struck him, and she made him a bare crag of stone. The others that were without were wondering why he was not returning. Go in, said Iain to another one, and look what is keeping thy comrade. He went in, and the carlin did to him as she did to the other. The third went in, and she did to him as she did to the rest. Iain went in last. There was a great red-skulled cat there, and she put a barrow full of red ashes about her fur so as to blind and deafen him. He struck the point of his foot on her and drove the brain out of her. He turned to the carlin. Don't, Iain. These men are under spells, and in order to put the spells off them thou must go to the island of big women and take a bottle of the living water out of it, and when thou rubbest it upon them the spells will go and they will come alive. Iain turned back under black melancholy. Thou didst not take my counsel, said the raven, and thou hast brought more trouble upon thyself. Thou shalt go to lie down this night, and when thou risest tomorrow thou shalt take with thee the steed, and shalt give her meat and drink. Sea or land is all one to her, and when thou reachest the island of big women 16 stable lads will meet thee, and they will all be for giving food to the steed, and for putting her in for thee, but do not thou let them. Say that thou wilt thyself give her meat and drink. When thou leavest her in the stable, every one of the 16 will put a turn in the key, but thou shalt put a turn against every turn that they put in it. Thou shalt give me a quid of tobacco. I will indeed. He went to rest that night, and in the morning he set the steed in order, and he went away. He gave her front to sea and her back to shore, and she went in her might till they reached the island of big women. When he went on shore 16 stable lads met him and every one of them asking to set her in and feed her. I myself will put her in, and I will take care of her, I will not give her to any one. He put her in, and when he came out every man put a turn in the key, and he put a turn against every turn that they put into it. The steed said to him that they would be offering him every sort of drink, but that he should not take any drink from them but whey and water. He went in and every sort of drink was being put round about there, and they were offering each kind to him, but he would not take a drop of any drink but whey and water. They were drinking, and drinking till they fell stretched about the board. The steed asked him before she parted from him that he should take care and not sleep, and to take his chance for coming away. When they slept he came out from the chamber, and he heard the very sweetest music that ever was heard. He went on, and he heard in another place music much sweeter. He came to the side of a stair and he heard music sweeter and sweeter, and he fell asleep. The steed broke out of the stable, and she came where he was, and she struck him a kick, and she awoke him. Thou didst not take my counsel, said she, and there is no knowing now if thou canst get thy matter with thee, or if thou canst not get it. He arose with sorrow. He seized upon a sword of light that was in a corner of the chamber, and took out the 16 beads. He reached the well, he filled a bottle and he returned. The steed met him, and beset her front to sea and her back to shore, and he returned to the other island. The raven met him. Thou shalt go and stable the steed, and thou shalt go to lie down this night. And tomorrow thou shalt go and bring the heroes alive, and thou shalt slay the carlin, and be not so foolish tomorrow as thou wert before now. Wilt thou not come with me tonight to drive off my dullness from me? I will not come. It will not answer for me. On the morning he reached the cave. Fealty Dhuit, all hail to thee, Iain, said the carlin, Fealty Dhuitis, all hail to thee, but Cha Schlaint did not health to thee. He shook the water on the men and they rose up alive, and he struck his palm on the carlin and scattered the brains out of her. They betook themselves out, and they went to the southern end of the island. They saw the black fisherman there working at his tricks. 104 He drew his palm, and he struck him, and he scattered the brains out of him, and he took the heroes home to the southern end of the island. The raven came where he was. Now thou shalt go home, and thou shalt take with thee the steed to which sea and shore are alike. The 3 daughters of the night are to have a wedding, 2 to be married to thy 2 brothers, and the other to the chief that was over the men at the rock. Thou shalt leave the cap with me, and thou wilt have but to think of me when thou hast need of it, and I will be at thee. If any one asks thee from whence thou camest, say that thou camest out from behind thee. And if he say to thee, Where art thou going? Say that thou art going before thee. He mounted upon the steed, and begave her front to sea, and her back to shore, and away be was, and no stop nor stay was made with him till he reached the old church in Grainne, and there was a grass meadow, and a well of water. And a bush of rushes. 105 And he got off the steed. Now, said the steed, thou shalt take a sword and thou shalt take the head off me. I will not take it indeed, it would be sad for me to do it, and it would not be my thanks. Thou must do it. In me there is a young girl under spells, and the spells will not be off me till the head is taken off me. I myself and the raven were courting. He and his young lad, and I and my young girl, and the giants laid Diarmaid magic upon us, and they made a raven of him and a steed of me. 106. He drew his sword, he turned his back, and he took the head off her with a scutching blow, and he left the head and the carcass there. He went on forwards and a carlin met him. From whence didst thou come? Said she. I am from behind me. Whither art thou going? I am going before me. That is the answer of a castle man. An answer that is pretty answerable for an impudent carlin such as thou art. He went in with her and he asked a drink, and he got that. Where is thy man? He is at the house of the knight seeking gold and silver that will make a cap. 107 For the knight's young daughter, such as her sisters have, and the like of the caps are not to be found in Albain. The smith came home. What's trade to thee, lad? I am a smith. That is good, and that thou shouldst help me to make a cap for the knight's young daughter, and she going to marry. Dost thou not know that thou canst not make that? It must be tried. Unless I make it I shall be hanged tomorrow. Here thou hadst best make it. Lock me into the smithy, keep the gold and silver, and I will have the cap for thee in the morning. The smith locked him in. He wished the raven to be with him. The raven came, he broke in through the window, and the cap was with him. Thou shalt take the head off me now. It were sorrow for me to do that, and it would not be my thanks. Thou must do it. A young lad under spells am I, and they will not be off me till the head comes off me. He drew his sword, and he scutched his head off, and that was not hard to do. In the morning the smith came in, and he gave him the cap, and he fell asleep. There came in a noble-looking youth, with brown hair, and he awoke him. I, said he, am the raven, and the spells are off me now. He walked down with him where he had left the dead steed, and a young woman met them there as lovely as I ever saw. I, said she, am the steed, and the spells are off me now. The smith went with the cap to the house of the knight. The servant maid betook herself to the knight's young daughter, and she said that there was the cap which the smith had made. She looked at the cap. He never made that cap. Say to the lying rogue to bring hither the man that made him the cap, or else that he shall be hanged without delay. The smith went and he got the man that gave him the cap, and when she saw him she took great joy. The matter was cleared up. Iain and the knight's young daughter married, and backs were turned on the rest, and they could not get the other sisters. They were driven away through the town with stick swords and straw shoulder belts. 55. Finn's questions. From Donald MacFie, Smith, Brubhaig, Barra, 1860. Finn would not marry any lady but one who could answer all his questions, and it appears that this was rather difficult to find. Grainne, daughter of the king of the 5th of Olin, answered them all, and proved herself the wisest as well as the handsomest of women. Finn married Grainne because she answered the questions. The reciter told me that there were a great many more, but that these were all that he could remember at the time. H. MacLean, October 20th, 1860. Seisdean Min. Co na Seisdean. Finn. Day, S. Lionair Naim for. Grainne. The Iain Direach. Bid Moran Boinichin death Aeon Gaz Fiwar. Finn. What is more plenteous than the grass? Grainne. The dew, there will be many drops of it on one grass blade. Day, Stfn Tain. Sil Natha Eater de Fear. What is hotter than the fire? A woman's reasoning betwixt two men. Day, S. Luith Nagoth. Ain Natha Eater de Fear. What is swifter than the wind? A woman's thought betwixt two men. Day, S. Duibna M. Fithich. The M. Boss. What is blacker than the raven? There is death. Day, S. Gael na N. Sneeched. The N. Firen. What is whiter than the snow? There is the truth. Day, S. Long Regach Lucht. Teencher Goba, Cumade I Teeth A's Fure. What is a ship for every cargo? A smith's tongs, it will hold hot and cold. Day Knock Gab Glass na Slabraid Cur. Rask Duin Macharade, Cha Gab E Dunad na Cumale Achagm Hair Air. What is it will not bide lock or chain? The eye of a man about his friend. It will not brook shutting or holding, but looking on him. Day, S. Dirge na Fuel. Nuis do inquire where Thigiad Chlibhrich and Rat had, S. Gun by at age, buried E. Dabe. What is redder than blood? The face of a worthy man when strangers might come the way, and no meat by him to give to them. Day, S. Ger na Claidhim. Athais Namhade. What is sharper than a sword? The reproach of a foe. Day, S. Fear do Bayad. Bleached. Thig I am at a Theracat as, Nyatar im A's K's death, S. Bethachade E. Linab B. Gaze Sianduine. What is the best of food? Milk, many a change comes out of it, butter and cheese are made of it, and it will feed a little child and an old man. Day, S. Misa do Bayad. Blyanak. What is the worst of meat? Lean flesh. De N. Seday's Fear. Skyan. What is the best jewel? A knife. Day, S. Brish na Cluerin. Bryathrin Torquemius. What is more brittle than the sow thistle? The words of a boar pig. Day, S. Mouth na Cloimteach. Dern Aaron Lika. What is softer than down? The palm on the cheek. Day, N. Niam A's Fear do Niam Hab. Niam Ard A's Yulizeel. What deed is the best of deeds? A high deed and low conceit. From this then it appears that Grainne represents quick wit and beauty, and her name seems to mean Gradlove. Finn always represents wisdom. Mature wisdom marries young love, and in the stories which follow, love runs away with young valor. They followed the track which had been assigned to the Celtic race. They are married in Erin, and in the next story, the course of their wanderings is pointed out. 56. Diarmaid and Grainne. From Hector MacLean, July 6, 1859. Told by an old man in Bowmore, Islay, Alexander McAllister. Finn was going to marry Grainne, the daughter of the king of Carmag in Erin. The nobles and great gentles of the fane were gathered to the wedding. A great feast was made, and the feast lasted 7 days and 7 nights, and when the feast was past, their own feast was made for the hounds. Dermot was a truly fine man, and there was, ball cirque, a love spot, on his face, and he used to keep his cap always down on the beauty spot, for any woman that might chance to see the ball circe, she would be in love with him. The dogs fell out roughly, and the heroes of the feen went to drive them from each other, and when Dermot was driving the dogs apart, he gave a lift to the cap, and Grainne saw the ball cirque and she was in heavy love for Dermot. She told it to Dermot, and she said to him, "Thou shalt run away with me." "I will not do that," said Dermot. "I am leaving it on thee as a wish, and as spells that thou go with me." "I will not go with thee. I will not take thee in softness, and I will not take thee in hardness. I will not take thee without, and I will not take thee within. I will not take thee on horseback, and I will not take thee on foot," said he. And he went away in displeasure, and he went to a place apart, and he put up a house there, and he took his dwelling in it. On a morning that there was, who cried out in the door but Grainne, "Art thou within, Dermot?" "I am." "Come out and go with me now. Did I not say to thee already that I would not take thee on thy feet, and that I would not take thee on a horse, that I would not take thee without, and that I would not take thee within, and that I would not have anything to do with thee?" She was between the 2 sides of the door, on a buck goat. "I am not without, I am not within, I am not on foot, and I am not on a horse, and thou must go with me," said she. 108. There is no place to which we may go that Finn will not find us out when he puts his hand under his tooth of knowledge, and he will kill me for going with thee. We will go to Craig, a crag, Cailliach. And there are so many Craigs that he will not know in which we may be. They went to Craig and Dame, the stag's crag. Finn took great wrath when he perceived that his wife had gone away, and he went to search for her. They went over to Sanntraigh, and no stop went on their foot, nor stay on their step, till they reached Craig and Dame in Sanntraigh, near to Chlibhrich. Dermot was a good carpenter, and he used to be at making dishes, and at fishing. And Grainne used to be going about selling the dishes, and they had beds apart. On a day that there came a great sprawling old man the way, who was called Siofach Mea Goil 109, and he sat, and he was playing at din NSRN, wedges. 110, Grainne took a liking for the old earl, and they laid a scheme together that they would kill Dermot. Dermot was working at dishes. The old man laid hands on him, and he turned against the old man, and they went into each other's grips. The old man was pretty strong, but at last Dermot put him under. She caught hold of the Diarmaid knife, and she put it into the thigh of Dermot. Dermot left them, and he was going from hole to hole, and he was but just alive, and he was gone under hair and under beard. He came the way of the Craig and a fish with him, and he asked leave to roast it. He got a cogie of water in which he might dip his fingers, while he was roasting it. Now there would be the taste of honey or anything which Dermot might touch with his finger, and he was dipping his fingers into the cogie. Grainne took a morsel out of the fish 111 and she perceived the taste of honey upon it. To attack Dermot went Siofach, and they were in each other's grips for a turn of a while, but at last Dermot killed Siofach, and away he went, and he fled, and he went over Loch a Chastile. When Grainne saw that Siofach was dead she followed Dermot, and about the break of day, she came to the strand, and there was a heron screaming. Dermot was up in the face of the mountain, and said Grainne. "It is early the heron cries. On the heap above Sliab jail. O Dermot, O Duibney to whom love I gave. What is the cause of the heron's cry? O Grainne, daughter of Carmag of Steeds. That never took a step aright. It seems that before she gave the cry, her foot had stuck to a frozen slab. 112. Wouldst thou eat bread and flesh, Dermot? Needful were I of it if I had it. Here I will give it to thee, where is a knife will cut it. Search the sheath in which thou didst put it last, said Dermot. The knife was in Dermot ever since she had put it into him, and he would not take it out. Grainne drew out the knife, and that was the greatest shame that she ever took, drawing the knife out of Diarmaid. Fear was on Diarmaid that the Féin would find them out, and they went on forwards to glean Iailg. They went up the side of a burn that was there, and took their dwelling there, and they had beds apart. 113. Diarmaid was making dishes, and the shavings which he was making were going down with the burn to the strand. The Fiantan were hunting along the foot of the strand, and they were on the track of a venomous boar that was discomfiting them. Finn took notice of the shavings at the foot of the burn. "These," said he, "are the shaving of Diarmaid." "They are not, he is not alive," said they. "Indeed," said Finn, "they are. We will shout Foghaid. A hunting cry, and in any one place in which he may be, he is sworn to it that he must answer." Diarmaid heard the Foghaid. "That is the Foghaid of the Fiantan, I must answer." "Answer not the cry, O Diarmaid. It is but a lying cry." 114. Diarmaid answered the shout, and he went down to the strand. It was set before Diarmaid to hunt the boar. Diarmaid roused the boar from Bean Iden to Bean Tuirc. 115. While drawing down the long mountain, the brute was bringing Diarmaid to straits. His tempered blades were twisted like withered rushy plates. Diarmaid gave a draw at the slasher that Lon Mac Liabhain 116 made, and he put it in under the armpit and he killed the boar. This was no revenge for Finn yet over Diarmaid. There was a mole on the sole of the foot of Diarmaid, and if one of the bristles should go into it, it would bring his death. Said Finn, "O Diarmaid, measure the boar. How many feet from his snout to his heel?" Diarmaid measured the boar. 16 feet of measure true. Measure the boar against the hair. He measured the boar against the hair, one of the bristles went into the mole and he fell. Finn took sorrow for him when he fell. "What would make thee better, Diarmaid? If I could get a draught of water from the palms of Finn I would be better." Finn went for the water, and when he thought on Grainne he would spill the water, and when he would think of Diarmaid, he would take sorrow, and he would take it with him, but Diarmaid was dead before Finn returned. 117. They walked up the side of the burn till they came to where Grainne was, they went in, they saw 2 beds, and they understood that Diarmaid was guiltless. The Féin were exceedingly sorrowful about what had befallen. They burned Grainne, daughter of Carmaig of Steeds, that never took a step aright, in a faggot of grey oak. This story then, under a very rough exterior, embodies the main incidents and some lines of the poem which follows. The last story, no. LAX, God in Barra, started the heroine in Ireland. This, God in Islay, starts her in Ireland and brings her through Sanntraigh into Lorne and to Glen Elg, opposite to Skye. The next, the Lay of Diarmaid, got from several people in Uist and Barra, seems to leave the place of the catastrophe uncertain, but Bean Gulban is the haunt of the heroes, and Irish writers say that Bean Gulban is Bean Bulban in Sligo. In the manuscript histories of the Argyll family, Diarmaid's sons are made to possess Cailliach. Gaelic omitted. The only points in which the tale and poem published by Dr. Smith agree are those of the death of Diarmaid. It is so long since I read Dr. Smith's Sean Dana that I have but a faint recollection of the poem. The tale would seem to me to be partly a parody on the poem. These old people are sometimes confused in reciting these tales, probably much is lost, and from confusion of memory some may be altered. At times they cannot recite at all. Shaw, from whom I got Murachadh Mac Brian, died a few days ago, and, so far as I can ascertain, there is none in Islay, Jura, or Colonsay, that can recite the same tale now. H. Maclean. Ballygrant, July 6, 1859. 57. The Lay of Diarmaid. I have already referred to a note by Mrs. McTavish on this subject, Volume 2. For 89, she tells how she learned Dan and Dirge, the Song of the Red, more than 60 years ago, from a ploughman who used to chant it at his work. And she adds, the subject of the song is Diarmaid O'Duin, or Dirge as he was sometimes called. Diarmaid was, as I dare say you know, the progenitor of the clan Campbell, who are called at times Seol Diarmaid, at other times Clan Duin. I never heard who his wife was, but she was esteemed a virtuous and worthy person, yet she had enemies, who wished to persuade her husband that she did not love him, and who concerted a plot to prove her fidelity. Diarmaid was a great sportsman, as all Fingalians were, and hunted wild boars, which, it would appear, were numerous in the Scottish forests at that period. The sport at times proved fatal to those engaged in it. Pretended friends persuaded Diarmaid to pretend that he was killed by one of those animals. They put him on a bier, and carried him home to his wife, all bloody, as if he had really suffered as they said. She conducted herself with becoming fortitude and composure, ordered refreshments for those assembled to watch the remains of their chief, sat down along with them, and commenced singing the song which follows. It is very touching in the original. Never having been favored by the Muses, I cannot do it the justice which it deserves, or that I could wish. The translation is as literal as I can make it. 118. 1. Durg, son of Durg, I am thy wife. The husband whom I would not hurt. The husband whom one would not hurt. There never was a worthy who was not tried. Wretched am I after thee this night. 2. Durg, son of Ailliach of the enlightened mind. By whom so softly the harp was played. By whom so softly the harp was played. Beloved was the hero who kept no wrath. Though Durg was laid low by a hog. 3. I see the hawk, I see the hound. With which my loved one used to hunt. With which my loved one used to hunt. And she that loved the three. Let her be laid in the grave with Durg. 4. Then let us rejoice this night. As we sit around the corpse of a king. As we sit around the corpse of a king. Let us be hospitable and liberal. Thanks be to God for everything. 1. Durg mac Durg gur me do bean. Aaron fear cha d9 locked. Cha en I'll sowie knock d fuera duchain. True the mice ad day and knock it. 2. Durg mac Ailliach crith en yule. Lays and Saint gu suin crut. B. Ion muin and Layoch knock du luid fearg. Ged du thortrad Durg lo muic. 3. Chi mi en t sebhag as and cu. Lays and Diana Mhor run sealg. En niche lays ale Ion muin and triuer. Choirer I, and your lo Durg. 4. By mid gu subhack and knock it. Sin en our Swede mu chorprai. By mid gu furanac fiolade. Bidheachas du dia gach and I. Dermot, who was never conquered in battle, was destroyed by stratagem. Some one of his enemies took a bet with him that he could not measure the length of a boar that he had killed by pacing its back against the bristles with his bare saws, which gave rise to the saying. Tom has en, Turk en, Agade en, Friagain. Measuring the boar against the bristles. When any unlikely thing is proposed. He gained his bet, but it cost him his life, the boar's bristles being so strong that he bled to death. This legend is said to be the origin of the boar's head being the crest of the principal families of the Campbells. Mary McTavish, November 1859. The clan McTavish are a branch of the Campbells, and this lady, in relating a legend of her own family, tells it as I have heard it repeatedly told, with variations, by peasants and fishermen, who firmly believed in their own descent from Dermot O'Donovan, and in the truth of this legend. The Lay of Diarmaid is quoted page 117, and mentioned in several places in the report of the Highland Society on the Poems of Ossian, 1805. The version given below, though it resembles those which I have seen in books in some respects, differ from them all so as to make it evident that it is taken from none. I have no doubt that it is purely traditional. I am inclined to believe that there was a real Dermot, in whose honour poems have been composed by many bards, and sung by generations of Scotch Highlanders, and that to him the adventures of some mythical Celtic Dermot have been attributed. In the same way that the mythical story of the apple has been ascribed to William Tell. Be that as it may, the Lay of Diarmaid can be traced for a period of 300 years, and its story is known amongst the whole Celtic population from the south of Ireland to the north of Scotland. 58. The Story of the Lay of Diarmaid, Number 1. Finn never was a king. It was Brian, his father's brother, who was king over the fifth which the Iain had of Erin, and Finn he was Fla, the chief of the Feen, and it was Oscar who was chief of the men. It is Diarmaid who was the man of the best head that was in the Iain altogether, and no arm at all could make an impression upon him. There was Ball Dorain, a mole, an ottermark, in his right heel. And he could not be killed unless a spike should go into his heel in the mole. Grainne, the wife of Iain, saw the Ball Cirque, beauty spot, that was on Diarmaid, and she took love for him, and he fled before her, but she followed him. And they were dwelling in a cave. Diarmaid would not approach her, and he used to put a symbol before the door, a quarter of a slaughtered animal on a stake, and Finn, when he saw the sign was satisfied, but on a day the sign was changed. A Scythach 119 came into the cave, and Diarmaid killed him with a spear, for Grainne was unfaithful even to her lover. There was an old woman there whom they used to call Maghach, grey eyebrow, and she had a herd of swine, and she had a venomous boar for guarding the pigs. There was no being that went to hunt this boar that came back alive. So it was that Finn thought to send Diarmaid to hunt him, to put an end to him. When Diarmaid gave out the shout of death, said Finn to Grainne, "Is that the hardest shriek to thy mind that thou hast ever heard?" "It is not," said she, "but the shriek of the Scythach, when Diarmaid killed him." "Ye gods! That Diarmaid were alive," said Finn. From Janet Curry, Stonybridge, September 14, 1860, Macl. Part is altered and omitted in the translation, and the Gaelic is not given, because there is nothing peculiar in the language. The legend is remarkable as containing incidents common to the story published by the Ossianic Society of Dublin in 1855, J.F.C. 59. The Lay of Diarmaid, Number 2. When the Finn used to go to hunt, one of them used always to stay at home to watch the women. It fell upon Diarmaid on that day that it was he who should stay. There was a thing which they used to call sug cirque, love juice, a kind of mark in the face of the man, and there was a helmet upon him that must not be raised. For there was no woman who might see the sug cirque that would not fall in love with him, and Diarmaid knew that these gifts were in himself. On the day that he stayed at home he thought that no being was seeing him, and he gave a lift to the helmet, and Grainne, the daughter of the king of Coigullen, seized the face of Diarmaid. The warm soul would not be in her unless she should go with Diarmaid. Said Diarmaid, "That will not answer for me to go with thee." "Oh! We will go, or else I will tear my clothes, and I will give thee up to Finn. I have no doubt of thee but that he will believe thee, because thou art his own beloved wife indeed." They went away, and they travelled together 3 days and 3 nights. They were crossing a river, and a little trout rose and struck her, and she said, "Thou art bolder than Diarmaid. If thou couldst go on shore." "Now," said he, "Finn has come home, and they will not find us within, then they will come on our tracks, and they will get us." "They will not get us," said she. "Whether they get us, or get us not, we will try to hide ourselves. The thing that we will do is this, we will go up to this wood up here, and the branches and leaves of the trees will hide us." They rose up into the tree, and they went into the heart of the tree, and they drew the branches and leaves of the tree about them. The Finn came to their house, and they did not find Diarmaid or Grainne at the house. "Here, here. Lads," said Finn, "I am without a wife, and the Finn without Diarmaid. We ought to go till we find them." They went on their search, and they went over the same river. When they went over, said Finn, "We have now been a while walking, and since we have we will breathe a little at the root of this tree up here." They took the advice of Finn, and they sat at the foot of the tree. Said Finn, "We should turn to playing, lads." "We are willing," said they. Finn and Oscar used to be the 2 leaders of the game. It was Diarmaid who used always to be along with Finn. Finn knew that Diarmaid had magic gifts at games. Now there was Oscar, and he needed a man to be with him, and it was his own father who used to be with him. They began at the games. Every game that was going, it was against Finn that it went, and Oscar was winning. They drove 3 games. Said Finn, I am missing Diarmaid heavily, for it was seldom that a game went against me when Diarmaid was with me. But they are now going against me since he parted from me, but I will go against thee another time. Diarmaid was listening. He went and he put his hand against his right side, thus, and he caught hold of one of the red rowan berries that were on the tree, and he let it fall down beside the tree, and the back of Finn was against the tree. He noticed something striking him on the back, and put his hand behind him, and he caught the rowan berry, and he put it into his pouch. They began at the game, and this game went with Finn. One is with me, said Finn. It is, said Oscar. But 2 are wanting. Wilt thou go into it any more, said Oscar. I will go, said Finn, try it again. Diarmaid let down the next rowan berry, and Finn won this one. Wilt thou go into any more, said he. I will go, said Oscar. If thou hast 2, there is 1 wanting. Diarmaid let down the 3rd one, and Finn won the 3rd one. We are now, said Oscar, even and even, all I won thou thyself hast taken it back again. Wilt thou go into it any more, said Finn. I will go, said Oscar, we shall have knowledge of its good or evil at this time. They went at it, and Diarmaid let down the 4th one, and Finn won. Howsoever, it was whilst thou wert without Diarmaid on thy side I was winning. Howsoever the matter may be, there were matters that belonged to Diarmaid about thee this day before thou hast won the 4th time. Said Ossian, my father did not drive the game against us with right, my son, at all. I did drive it, said Finn. Thou didst not, said Ossian. I did. As a proof that I did, there are 4 rowan berries in my pouch opposite to, for, every game that I won. He took out the 4 rowan berries, and when he took them out he said. Come down from that, Diarmaid, thyself and Grainne, daughter of the king of Coigullen, for ye are there together. Diarmaid and Grainne came down. The party was made anew, and Finn and Oscar fell out. The arms began, and the scathe began, and they were doing much harm to each other. The other part of the Finn were seeing that Oscar was like to win against the side of his grandfather. Said Gall Mac Morna, though we had no part in the discord we should make a reading, and an umpire's parting, between the children of Mhor. Said Conan, let the clan bowist back each other's bodies. Then Finn said to Oscar to stay the arms, in case the clan of Morna should still be after them in Alba. Finn took notice of Diarmaid, and he said. My frame, and my band, and mine eye, are longing to do honour to thee. O Diarmaid o Diarmaid, brave man. Going with my consort in secret. There was a woman who was called Maghach, and she had a herd of swine, and there was a venomous boar at their head, and many a good lad went to hunt him that never came whole from the boar. Said Finn to Diarmaid, go to hunt the boar of Maghach on her herd of swine. Many a one went there that did not come out of the burn besides a trout. Diarmaid went to hunt the boar. H. MacLean. The Gaelic follows at page 78. These 2 stories and the following poem give the relationships of the chiefs of that band of warriors whose exploits form the subject of all that class of old Celtic poetry which is attributed to Ossian, Ossian or Ossian, and is called Fingalian in English, and Fenian in Ireland. This is the family tree as here set forth. Mhor, great, mighty, who gives his name to the tribe, the children of Mhor, or the clan of the Baosg, flashes of light, coruscations, gleams. Cumhal, spelt Colin Manx, only mentioned as the father of Finn. He is sometimes called MacDougall, Macjugald, or the son of Black and White Brian the king, brother of Finn's father, who seldom does anything. Finn Macamail, fair, Flath na Finn, chief of the Finn, married to Giardhne, daughter of the king of the 5th of Ullan. Ossian, the last of the Finn, son of Finn, who afterwards sings the departed glories of his race as a blind old man in poverty and wretchedness. Oscar, his son, Flath nam Fear, chief of men. Don, brown, who gives his name to a tribe, clan o Diarmaid. A sister of Finn, wife of King O'Duin, mother of Dermot O'Dubhain, the expert shield, the best head in the Finn, whom all family histories and oral traditions call the ancestor of the Campbells. But whom I strongly suspect to be a Celtic divinity, whose attributes have been ascribed to their ancestor by a Celtic tribe. Gul Mac Morna, who is only mentioned here as an umpire in the strife, but who is a very well-known character in other poems, and is said to have been a god in Ireland. Conan, who only appears to utter a bitter taunt and thereby supports the character always assigned to him. Maol, the blunt, cropped, or bald. The Finn, who are not here named in detail, but are always introduced into every poem or story in which the rest of these characters are named. Besides these, there are Mala Lith, an old woman, who has a magical white boar with a spike of venom in his back, invulnerable to all arms but the arms of Dermot. There is a trout which Grainne wishes to come on shore. A savage who comes to the cave where Grainne is, and who is killed by Dermot, to whom the faithless Grainne is unfaithful. There is the rowan tree, which is magical, and whose berries are amulets to this day. And nearly all this is common to Irish stories, as published in 1855. The scene is vague, and might be anywhere in Alba. It is commonly laid near Oban, in Lorne, but Bian Gul Bian is the favourite haunt of these warriors, and it is generally placed in Ireland, and is said to be in Sligo, and Dermot turns his dying face towards Bian Gulban, wherever it may be. This subject is referred to elsewhere, but let me here point out that the Feen are the children of beams of light, Bowist. Of great mighty, their great ancestor, and their chief is fair, the son of Cole, or it may be of black and white, light and darkness. That Diarmaid might be translated, the armed god, who had yellow hair. That their standard was called the sunbeam, and that in the following short poem we have similar incidents to the loves of Venus and Adonis, the death of Achilles, etc. And that all this points rather to mythology than to a single historical incident connected with the disbanding of an Irish militia. It is worth remark that the poem alludes to several well-known adventures which are now told as stories, which may have been poems or distorted facts. The Rowan Tree Dwelling, verse 21, is number 29. In volume 2, or number 36. I forget which story goes by the name. Who White Tooth may be I do not know, but Diarmaid had a son so called. As to the date of the poem and its origin, there seems every reason to believe that it is old, and that it has been orally transmitted for centuries from generation to generation, in the islands of Scotland, wherever it was composed. A version of it, God in Kintyre or on Lochoside, was printed by John Smith. D.D., Minister of the Gospel at Campbellton, 1787, page 99. That version is avowedly pruned and polished. It is printed without division into stanzas, but the rhythm here and there appears to indicate that such was the original form of the poem. That which is now printed is so divided by me, because the rhythm generally accords, and the assonance and sense all point to separate verses, each complete in itself and fit for singing to music, as these old songs are in fact sung at this day. Similar Irish poems are so divided. Several of the lines are nearly the same in Dr. Smith's version and in this which is collected from the people 84 years later. The story in the Sean Dana is clearly the same, though the magic is avowedly weeded from the original, and Grainne is the faithful wife of Dermot, not the faithless wife of his uncle Finn. There is another version much older, in a MS. Now in course of publication, which dates from 1539. One specimen page has been shown to me, and it contains one stanza and several lines almost the same as part of this Lady of Dermot. It is quite certain, then, that this old song has been preserved more or less perfectly by oral tradition in Scotland amongst people who can neither read nor write, for at least 330 years. And it gives a standard by which to form an opinion of popular tradition as an aid to written history. The Pursuit of Diarmaid and Grainne fills the greater part of Volume 3. Of the Transactions of the Dublin Ossianic Society, 170 pages. And a glance at the story as they're told will shew that it is founded on the same widely spread tradition, which, as I imagine, is not a tradition of any one real event which happened at any given time anywhere, but a chapter in the mythology of the pagan world, which may be traced far and wide in various forms. Of the following poem, founded on this legend, the collector MacLean says, "This Lay of Diarmaid is one of the most popular of the Ossianic pieces recited in the Long Island, and is known to more individuals than any other. In South Uist I heard it recited by Angus MacDonald, Janet Curry, Alan Emphy, and some others, in Burgh by Alexander MacDonald, and Donald Emphy, Smith, Brubhaig, also by a man in Minglay. The best reciter of this and other Ossianic pieces, that I have met with, is Donald Emphy. This Emphy says he learnt the poem from Neil Minns, Diarmaid, who died about 20 years ago, about 60 years of age. Minns could neither read nor write. MacDonald says he learnt it from his mother, Marion Galbraith, and traces it up for 6 generations to a maternal ancestor of his, who came from Kintyre. Janet Curry traces it to Neil Curry, her ancestor, who was Clanranald's poet. Hector MacLean. For valid reasons, I have not given the Gaelic of all the prose stories, or the whole of them, or the whole of those of which I translate a part. J. F. C.